understand that, and then they can rationalize while there are picks that Donald Trump has brought into his White House, people like Mike Waltz and others that have espoused views that are directly at odds with a quote-unquote anti-neocon, anti-Liz Cheney agenda. Now, Trump's theory of this is that he likes to have quote-unquote like psychopaths like John Bolton in the room with him while he's sitting across from Kim Jong-un because he gets scared. What I think Trump never understood when he was president, and I honestly question if he still does now, is those two theories that you laid out, which are not about the rational interest as the government is one model, but the bureaucratic theory and the organizational theory of politics. And because what Trump, I don't think, quite gets is that there are 99% of the decisions that get made in government never reach the president's desk. One of the most important Obama quotes ever is, by the time it gets to my desk, nobody else can solve it. All the problems here are hard. All the problems here don't have an answer. That's why I have to make the call. So the theory that Trump has, that you can have people in there who are, let's say, warmongers, neocons, or whatever, who don't necessarily agree with you, is that when push comes to shove at the most important decisions, that I'll still be able to rein those people in as an influence. Here's the issue. Let's say for Mike Waltz, who's going to be the national security advisor, a lot of people don't really understand, there's this theory of national security advisor where you call me into your office and you're the president. You're like, hey, what do we think about Iran? I'm like, I think we should do X, Y, and Z. No, that's not how it works. The national security advisor's job is to coordinate the interagency process. So his job is to actually convene meetings, him and his staff, where in the Situation Room, CIA, State Department, SecDef, others, before the POTUS even walks in, we have options. So we're like, hey, Russia just invaded Ukraine. We need a package of options. Those packages of options are going to consist of three things. We're going to have one group, we're going to call it the dovish option. Two, we're going to call it the middle ground. Three, the hardcore package. Walks in, this is how it's supposed to work. Trump walks in and he goes, okay, Russia invaded Ukraine. What do? Mr. President, we prepared three options for you. We got 1, 2, and 3. Now, who has the power? Is it Trump when he picks 1, 2, or 3? Or is the man who decides what's even in option 1, 2, and 3? That is the part where Trump needs to really understand how these things happen. And I watched this happen to him in his first administration. He hired a guy, Mike Flynn, who was his national security advisor. You could say a lot about Flynn, but him and Trump were at least like this on foreign policy. Flynn gets outed because what I would call an FBI coup, whatever. 33 days, he's out as a national security advisor. H.R. McMaster, he's got a nice shiny uniform, 4-star, all of this. McMaster doesn't agree with Donald Trump at all. And so Trump says, I ran on pulling out of Afghanistan. I want to get out of Afghanistan. I'm like, yeah, we'll get out of Afghanistan. But before we get out, we got to go back in. As we need more troops in there. And he's like, oh, okay. It's like all this. And he approves a plan and effectively gives a speech in 2017 where he ends up escalating and increasing the number of troops in Afghanistan. And it's only until February 2020 that he gets to sign a deal, the Taliban peace deal, which in my opinion he should have done in 2017. But the reason why that happened was because of that organizational theory, of that bureaucratic politics theory, where H.R. McMaster is able to guide the interagency process, bring the uniform recommendations of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and others, just give Donald Trump no option but to say, we must put troops. Another example of this is a book called Obama's War by Bob Woodward. I highly encourage people to read this book because this book talks about how Obama comes into the White House in 2009 and he says, I want to get out of Iraq and I don't want to increase, I want to fight the good war in Afghanistan, right? And Obama's a thoughtful guy, too thoughtful, actually. And so he sits there and he's working, and what he starts to watch is that very slowly his options begin to narrow because strategic leaks start to come out from the White House Situation Room about what we should do in Afghanistan. And pretty soon, David Petraeus and Stan McChrystal and the entire national security apparatus has Obama pegged where he basically politically at the time decides to take the advantage position of increasing troops in Afghanistan, but then tries to have it both ways by saying, but in 2 years, we're going to withdraw. That book really demonstrates how the deep state can completely remove any of your options to be able to move by presenting you with ones which you don't even want and then making it politically completely infeasible to travel down the extreme directions. That's why when Trump says things like, I want to get out of Syria, that doesn't compute up here for the Pentagon. Because first of all, if I even asked you how many troops we have in Syria and you go on the DOD website, it'll tell you a number. That number's bullshit because the way that they do it is if you're only there for 179 days, you don't count as active, military contracts. The real number is, let's say, 5 times. And so Trump would be like, hey, I want to get out of Syria. Like, yeah, we'll do it. 6 months, right? We need 6 months. And after 6 months goes, so are we yet. And they're like, no, well, we got to wrap this up. We got this base, we got that, we got this important mission. And, you know, next thing you know, you're out of office and it's over. So that there's all these things which I don't think he quite understands. I know that some of the people around him who disagree with these picks do. Is the reason why these picks really matter is not only the voices in the Situation Room for the really, really high profile stuff, it's for all the little things that never get to that president's desk, of which can shape extraordinary policy. And I'll give you the best example. There was never a decision by FDR as president of the United States to oil embargo Japan, one which he thought about as deeply as you and I would want. It was a decision kind of made within the State Department. It was a decision that was made by some of his advisors. I think he eventually signed off on it. It was a conscious choice, but it was not one which ever was understood the implications that by doing that, we invite a potential response like Pearl Harbor. So think about, what the organizational bureaucratic model can tell us about the extraordinary blowback that we can get and why we want people with great judgment all the way up and down the entire national security chain in the White House. Also, I just realized I did not talk about immigration, which is so insane. One of the reasons Donald Trump won in 2024, of course, was because of the massive change to the immigration status quo. The truth is that it may actually be second to inflation in terms of the reason that Trump did win the presidency was because Joe Biden fundamentally changed the immigration status quo in this country. That was another thing about the Scots-Irish people and others that we need to understand, is that when government machinery and elitism and liberalism appears to be more concerned about people who are coming here in a disorderly and illegal process and about their rights and their ability to quote unquote pursue the American dream while the American dream is dying for the native born population, that is a huge reason why people are turning against mass immigration. Historically as well, my friend Reihan Salam wrote a book called Melting Pot or Civil War. And one of the most important parts about that book is the history of mass migration to the United States. So if we think about the transition from Scots-Irish America to the opening of America to the Irish and to mass European immigration, what a lot of people don't realize is it caused a ton of problems. There were mass movements at that time, the Know Nothings and others in the 1860s, who rose up against mass European migration. They were particularly concerned about Catholicism as the religion of a lot of the new immigrants. But really what it was is about the changing of the American character by people who don't have the same traditions, values, and skills as the native-born population. And their understanding of what they're owed and their role in American society is very different from the way that people previously had. One of the most tumultuous periods of U.S. politics was actually during the resolution of the immigration question, where we had massive waves of foreign-born population come to the United States. We had them, integrated, luckily, actually, at the time, with the Industrial Revolution. So we actually did have jobs for them. One of the problems is that today in the United States, we have one of the highest levels of foreign-born population than ever before, actually, since that time in the early 1900s, but we have all of the same attendant problems. But even worse is we don't live in an industrial economy anymore. We live in a service-based economy that has long, moved past manufacturing. Now, I'm not saying we shouldn't bring some of that back, but the truth is that manufacturing today is not what it was to work in a steel mill in 1875. I think we can all be reasonable and we can agree on that. And part of the problems with extremely high levels of foreign-born population, particularly unskilled, and the vast majority of the people who are coming here and who are claiming asylum are doing so under fraudulent purposes. They're doing so because they are economic migrants and they're abusing, asylum law to basically gain entrance to the United States without going through a process of application or merit. And this has all of its traces back to 1965, where the Immigration Naturalization Act of 1965 really reversed and changed the status quo of immigration from the 1920s to 1960, which really shut down levels of immigration in the United States. In my opinion, it was one of the most important things that ever happened. And one of the reasons why is it forced integration. It also forced, by slowing down the increase in the number of foreign-born population, it redeveloped an American character and understanding that was more homogenous and was the ability for you and me to understand despite the difference in our background. If you accelerate and you continue this trend of the very high foreign-born, unskilled population, you unfortunately are basically creating a mass, it's a non-citizen population of illegal immigrants, not as skilled. I think I read 27% of the people who've come under Joe Biden illegally don't even have a college degree. That means that we're lucky if they're even literate in Spanish, let alone English. So there are major problems about integrating that type of person, even in the past, whenever we had a mass industrial economy. Now imagine today, the amount of strain that would put on social services if mass citizenship happened, to that population would be extraordinary. And even if we were to do so, I don't think it's a good idea, but even if we were to do so, we would still need to pair it with a dramatic change. And part of the problem right now is I don't think a lot of people understand the immigration system. The immigration system in the United States, effectively, they call it family-based migration. I call it chain migration. Chain migration is the term which implies that, let's say you come over here and you get your green card, you can use sponsorship and others by gaming the quota system to get your cousin or whatever to be able to come. The problem with that is, who is your cousin? Like, is he a plumber? Is he, is he a coder? That doesn't actually matter because he's your cousin. So actually, his preference. The way that it should work is it should be nobody cares if he's your cousin. What does he do? What does she do? What is she going to bring to this country? All immigration in the United States, in my opinion, should be net positive without doing fake statistics about, they actually increased the GDP or whatever. It's like, we need a merit-based immigration system. We are the largest country in the world. And one of the only Western countries in the world that does not have a merit-based, points-based immigration system, like Australia and or Canada. And I mean, I get it because a lot of people did come to this country under non-merit-based purposes, so they're really reluctant to let that go. But I do think that Biden, by changing the immigration status quo and by basically just allowing, tens of millions, potentially tens of millions, at the very least 12 million new entrants to come to the U.S. Under these pretenses of complete disorder and of no conduct, really broke a lot of people's understanding and even like mercy in that regard. And so that was obviously a massive part of Trump's victory.
Speaking of illegal immigration, what do you think about the border czar, Tom Homan?
Tom Homan is a very legit dude. Got to know him a little bit in Trump 1.0. He is an original, true believer on enforcing immigration law as it is. Now, notice how I just said it that. That's a politically correct way of saying mass deportation. And I will point out my left-wing critics in that, he really believes in the ability, in the necessity of mass deportation, and he has the background to be able to carry that out. I will give some warnings, and this will apply to Doge too. Czar has no statutory or constitutional authority. Czar has as much authority as the president of the United States gives him. Donald Trump, I think it's fair to say, even his critics, or even the people who love him, could say he can be capricious at times. And he can strip you or not strip you or give you the ability to compel. So czar in and of itself is frankly a very flawed position in the White House, and it's one that I really wish we would move away from. I understand why we do it. It's basically to do a national security advisor, interagency convener to accomplish certain goals. That said, there is a person, Stephen Miller, who will be in the White House, the Deputy White House Chief of Staff, who has well-founded beliefs, experience in government, and rock-solid ideology on this, but I think would also give him the ability to work with Homan to pull that off. That said, the corollary to this, and frankly, this is the one that I am the most mystified yet, is Kristi Noem as the Department of Homeland Security Secretary. So let me just lay this out for people, because people don't know what this is. Homeland Security, 90% of the time, the way you're going to interact with them is TSA. You don't think about it. But people don't know the Department of Homeland Security is one of the largest law enforcement, if maybe the largest law enforcement agency in the world. It's gigantic. You have extraordinary statutory power to be able to prove investigations. You have Border Patrol, ICE, TSA, CBP, all these other agencies that report up to you. But most importantly for this, you will be the public face of mass deportation. So I was there in the White House briefing room last time around when Kirstjen Nielsen, who was the DHS secretary under Donald Trump, and specifically the one who enforced child separation for a limited period of time, she was a smart woman. She had long experience in government, and honestly, she melted under the criticism. Kristi Noem is the governor of South Dakota. I mean, that's great. You have a little bit of executive experience, but to be honest, I mean, you have no law enforcement background. You have no ability to you have no, frankly, with understanding of what it is going to be like to be the secretary of one of the most controversial programs in modern American history. You have to go on television and defend that every single day, a literal job requirement under Donald Trump. And you will have to have extraordinary command of the facts. You have to have a very high intellect. You have to have the ability to really break through. And I mean, we all watched how she handled that situation with her dog and her interviews, and that does not give me confidence that she will be able to do all that well in the position. So,
what do you think is behind that? So Crystal Falls
no
theory
idea.
on Breaking Point is that there's some kind of interpersonal, like, I didn't know. I should know this, but I didn't know any of the.
Yeah.
There was some cheating or whatever.
There's a rumor, nobody knows if it's true, that Corey Lewandowski and Kirsten Noem had a previous relationship ongoing. Corey Lewandowski is a Trump official, and that he maybe put her in front. I don't know.
Is this like the Real Housewives of DC?
Yeah, kind of. Although, I mean, it was the most open secret in the world, allegedly. Okay, I don't like to traffic too much in personal theories, but I mean, in this respect, it might actually be correct in terms of how it all came down. I have no idea what he's thinking. I truly don't. I mean, maybe it's like he was last time. He said, I want a woman who's like softer and like emotionally and the ability to be the face of my immigration program. I mean, again, like I said, I don't see it in terms of her experience and her media. It's frankly like not very good.
So you think she needs to be able to articulate, not just be like the softer face of this radical policy, but also be able to articulate what's happening, the reasoning behind all
Yes, you need to give justification for everything. Here's the thing. Under mass deportation, the media will drag up every sob story known to planet Earth about this person and that person who came here illegally and why they deserve to stay. And really what the quasi thing is, that's why the program itself is bad and we should legalize everybody who's here illegally. Okay, so the thing is that you need to be able to have extraordinary oversight. You need a great team with you. You need to make sure that everything is being done by the book. The way that the media is being handled is that you throw everything back in their face and you say, you either talk about crime or you talk about the enforceability of the law, the necessity. I mean, I think articulated a very coherent case for why we need much less high levels of immigration to the United States. And I am the son of people who immigrated to this country. But one of the favorite phrases I heard from a guy named Mark Krikorian, who's a Center for Immigration Studies, is we don't make immigration policy for the benefit of our grandparents. We make immigration policy for the benefit of our grandchildren. And that is an extraordinary and good way to put it. And in fact, I would say it's a triumph of the American system. It's somebody whose family benefited from the immigration regime and was able to come here. My parents had PhDs, came here legally, applied, spent thousands of dollars through the process, can arrive at the conclusion that actually we need to care about all of our fellow American citizens. I'm not talking about other Indians or, whatever. I'm talking about all of us. I care about everybody who is here in this country. But fundamentally, that will mean that we are going to have to exclude some people from the U.S. And I mean, another thing that the open borders people don't ever really grapple with is that even within their own framework, it makes no sense. So, for example, a common left-wing talking point is that it's America's fault that El Salvador and Honduras and Central America is fucked up. And so because of that, we have a responsibility to take all those people in because it's our fault. Or Haiti, right? But if you think about it, America is responsible, and I'm just being honest, for destroying and ruining a lot of countries. They just don't benefit from the geographic ability to walk to the United States. So, I mean, if we're doing grievance politics, Iraqis have way more of a claim to be able to come here than anybody from El Salvador who's talking about something that happened in 1982. So within its own logic, it doesn't make any sense. Even under the asylum process, people don't even know this. You're literally able to claim asylum from domestic violence. Okay? Imagine that. That is a local law enforcement and problem of people who are experiencing that in their home country. I know how cold-hearted this sounds, but maybe, honestly, it could be because I'm Indian. One of the things that whenever you visit India and you see a country with over 1 billion people, you're like, holy shit, this is crazy. And you understand both the sheer numbers of the amount of people involved, and also there is nothing in the world you could ever do to solve all problems for everybody. It's a very complex and dynamic problem. And it's really nice to be bleeding heart and say, oh, well, we have responsibility to this and to all mankind and all that. But it doesn't work. It doesn't work with a nation state. It doesn't work with a sovereign nation. We're the luckiest people in the history of the world to live here in this country, and you need to protect it. And protecting it requires really thinking about the fundamentals of immigration itself and not telling us stories. Like, there's a famous moment in the Trump White House where Jim Acosta, CNN White House correspondent, got into it with Stephen Miller, the current, who will be the current deputy chief. And he was like, what do you say, something along the lines, to people who say you're violating, that quote on the Statue of Liberty, like, give me you're tired, you're poor, you're hungry, all of that, the Emma Lazarus quote. And Stephen very logically was like, what level of immigration comports with the Emma Lazarus quote? Is it 200,000 people a year? Is it 300? Is it 1 million? Is it 1.5 million? And that's such a great way of putting it, because there is no limiting principle on Emma Lazarus quote. There is when you start talking honestly. You're like, okay, we live in X, Y, and Z society with X, Y, and Z GDP. People who are coming here should be able to benefit for themselves and us, not rely on welfare, not be people who we have to take care of after, because we have our own problems here right now. And who are the population, the types of people that we can study and look at who will be able to benefit? And based on that, yeah, immigration is great. But there are a lot of economic, legal, and societal reasons for why you definitely don't want the current level. But another thing is, even if we turn the switch and we still let in 1.5 million people a year, unbased, the chain family-based migration, I think it would be a colossal mistake, because it's not rooted in the idea that people who are coming to America are explicitly doing so at the benefit of America. It's doing so based on the familial connections of people who already gamed the immigration system to be able to come here. I have a lot of family in India, and I love them, and some of them are actually very talented and qualified. If they wanted to come here, I think they should be able to apply on their own merit, and that should have nothing to do with their familial status or the fact that I'm a U.S. citizen.
Like you mentioned, the book Melting Pot or Civil War by Reihan Salam, he makes an argument against open borders. The thesis there is a simulation should be a big part.
Mm-hmm.
I guess there's some kind of optimal rate of immigration which allows for a simulation.
Yeah, and there are ebbs and flows. And that's kind of what I was talking about historically, where, the truth is you could walk the streets of New York City in the early 1900s and late 1890s, and you're not going to hear any English. And I think that's bad. Really what you had was ethnic enclaves of people who were basically practicing their way of life just like they did previously, bringing over a lot of their ethnic problems that they had, and even some of their cultural, unique capabilities or whatever, bringing it to America. And then New York City police and others are figuring out, what the hell do we do with all this? And it literally took shutting down immigration for an entire generation to do away with that. And there's actually still some. The point about assimilation is twofold. One is that you should have the capacity to inherit the understanding of the American character that has nothing to do with race. And that's so unique that I can sit here as a child of people from India and have such a deep appreciation for the Scots-Irish. I consider myself, American first. And one of the things that I really love about that is that I have no historical relationship to anybody who fought in the Civil War. But I feel such kinship with a lot of the people who did, and reading the memoirs and the ideas of those that did, because that same mindset of the victors and the values that they were able to instill in the country for 150 years later gives me the ability to connect to them. And that's such an incredible victory on their part. And that's such a unique thing. In almost every other country in the world, in China, in India, or wherever, you're kind of like what you are. You're a Hindu, you're a Jew, you're Han Chinese, you're Uyghur, or you're Tibetan, something like that. You're born into it. But really here, it's one of the only places in the world where you can really connect to that story and that spirit and the compounding effect of all of these different people who come to America. And that is a celebration of immigration as an idea. But immigration is also a discrete policy. And that policy was really screwed up by the Biden administration. And so we can celebrate the idea and also pursue a policy for all of the people in the U.S., our citizens, to actually be able to benefit. And look, it's going to be messy. And honestly, I still don't know yet if Trump will be able to pursue actual mass deportation. Just because I think that I'm not sure the public is ready for it. I do support mass deportation. I don't know if the public is ready for it. I think I don't know. I'll have to see, because there's a lot of different ways that you can do it. There's mandatory e-verify, which requires businesses to basically verify you're a U.S. citizen or you're here legally whenever they employ you, which is not the law of the land currently, which is crazy, by the way. There's, you can cut off or tax remittance payments, which are payments that are sent back to other countries like Mexico, Honduras, and Guatemala. Again, illustrating my economic migrant point. There are a lot of various different ways where you can just make it more difficult to be illegally here in the U.S. so people will self-deport. But if he does pursue like real mass deportation, that will be a flashpoint in America.
Aren't you talking about things like what Tom Homan said, that works at raids, sort of increasing the rate of that?
Yeah, we used to do that.
But there's a rate at which you can do that, or it would lead to, a radical social upheaval.
Yeah, it will. And I think some people need to be honest here. And this actually flies in the face of, one of the most common liberal critiques is this is going to raise prices. And yeah, I think it's true. I think it's worth it. But that's easy for me to say. I'm making a good living. If you care about inflation, you voted for Donald Trump, and the price of groceries or whatever goes up because of this immigration policy, I think that needs to be extremely well articulated by the president. And of course, he needs to think about it. The truth is America right now is built on cheap labor. It's not fair to the consumer. It's not fair to the immigrants, the illegal immigrants themselves, and it's not fair to the natural-born citizen. The natural-born citizen has his wages suppressed for competition by tens of millions of people who are willing to work at lower wages. They have to compete for housing, for social services. Just even like basic stuff at a societal level. It's not fair to them. It's definitely not fair to the other person, because whenever people say like, who's going to build your houses or whatever, you're endorsing this quasi-legal system where, uninsured laborers from Mexico, they have no guarantee of wages. They're getting paid cash under the table. They are living, 10 to a room. They're sending Mexican remittance payments back just so that their children can eat. That's not really fair to that person either. So that's the point. The point is that it will lead to a lot of social upheaval. But this gets to my Kirsty Noem point as well, is you need to be able to articulate a lot of what I just said here. Because if you don't, it's going to go south real quick.
The way Vivek articulates this is that our immigration system is deeply dishonest. Like, we don't acknowledge some of the things he just said.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And he wants to make it honest. So if we don't do mass deportation, at least you have to be really honest about the living conditions of illegal immigrants, about basically mistreatment of them.
Yes, it's true. If you support mass illegal migration, you're basically supporting tens of millions who are living lives as second-class citizens. That's not fair to them. I also think it's deeply paternalistic. So there's this idea that America has so ruined these Central American countries that they have no agency whatsoever, and they can never turn things around. What does that say about our confidence in them? One of the things they always say that, they're law-abiding, they're great people and all that. I agree, okay? By and large, I'm not saying these are bad people, but I am saying, like, if they're not bad and they're law-abiding and they're citizens and thoughtful and all that, they can fix their own countries. And they did in El Salvador. That's the perfect example. Look at the dramatic drop in their crime rate. Bukele is one of the most popular leaders in all of South America. That is proof positive that you can change things around despite perhaps the legacy of U.S. intervention. So, to just say this idea that, because it's America's fault that they're screwed up, it takes agency away from them. Another really key part of this dishonesty, this really gets to Springfield and the whole Haitian thing, because everybody, beyond the eating cats and dogs, everybody does not even acknowledge, because when they're like, the Haitians are here legally, they need to actually think about the program. The program is called TPS, so let me explain that. TPS is called Temporary Protected Status. Note, what's the first word in that? Temporary. What does that mean? TPS was developed under a regime in which, let's say that there was a catastrophic, I think this is a real example, I think there was like a volcano or an earthquake or something, where people were granted TPS, come to the United States. And the idea was they were going to go back after it was safe. They just never went back. There are children born in the United States today who are literally who are adults, who are the descendants of people who are still living in the U.S. under TPS. That's a perfect example of what Vivek says is dishonest. You can't mass de facto legalize people by saying that they're here temporarily because of a program or because of something that happened in their home country, when the reality is that for all intents and purposes, we are acknowledging them as full legal migrants. So, even the term migrant to these Haitians in Springfield makes no sense because they're supposed to be here under TPS. That's not migrant implies permanency. So the language is all dishonest. And people don't want to tell you about the things I just said about chain migration. The vast majority of Americans don't even know the immigration system works. They don't understand what I just said about TPS. They don't really understand the insanity of asylum law, where you can just literally throw up your hands and say, I fear for my life, and you get to live here for 4 or 5 years before your court date even happens. And, by that time, get a work permit or whatever. You can, get housing, like you just said, in substandard conditions, and you can kind of just play the game and wait before a deportation order comes. And even if it does, you never have to leave because there's no ICE agent or whatever who's going to enforce it. So the whole system is nuts right now. We need complete systematic reform that burns it all to the ground.
That said, so the image and the reality of a child being separated from their parents seems deeply un-American, right?
Well, I mean, look, it gets okay. I'm not going to defend it, but I'll just put it this way.
Do you hate children?
Yeah, see, this is what I mean. Do you think twice whenever you see a drug addict who's put in prison and their child is put in protective services? Nobody in America thinks twice about that, right? Right. So, I mean, no, that's kind of screwed up. Well, we should think about, why did we come to that conclusion? The conclusion was that these adults willingly broke the law and pursued a path of life, which put them on a trajectory where the state had to come in and determine that you are not allowed to be a parent, basically, to this child while you serve your debt to society. Now, child separation was very different. Child separation was also a product of extremely strange circumstances in U.S. immigration law, where basically at the time, the reason why it was happening was because there was no way to prosecute people for illegal entry without child separation. Because previous doctrine, I believe it's called the Flores Doctrine, it's some asylum law. People will have to go check my work on this. But basically, the whole reason this evolved as a legal regime was because people figured out that if you bring a kid with you, because of the so-called Flores Doctrine or whatever, that you couldn't be prosecuted for illegal entry. So it was a de facto way of breaking the law. And in fact, a lot of people were bringing children here who weren't even theirs, they weren't even related to or couldn't even, prove it, were bringing them to get around the prosecution for illegal entry. So I'm not defending child separation. I think it was horrible or whatever. But, if I give you the context, it does seem like a very tricky problem in terms of, do we enforce the law or not? How are we able to do that? And the solution, honestly, is what Donald Trump did, was remain in Mexico and then pursue a complete rewrite of the way that we have U.S. asylum law applied and of asylum adjudication, and really just about enforcing our actual laws. So when I try to explain to people is the immigration system right now is a patchwork of this deeply dishonest, such a great word, deeply dishonest system in which you use the system and set it up in such ways that illegal immigration is actually one of the easiest things to do to accomplish immigration to the United States. That is wrong. My parents had to apply. It wasn't easy. Do you know in India there's a temple called the Visa Temple where you walk 108 times around it, which is like a lucky number, and if you do it when you're applying for a visa to the United States, all right? It costs a lot of money, and it's hard. People get rejected all the time. There's billions of people across the world who would love to be able to come here. And many of them want to do so legally, and they should have to go through a process. The current way it works is it's easier to get here illegally than it is legally. I think that's fundamentally right. It's also unfair to people like us, whose parents did come here legally.
Can you steel man the case against mass deportation? What are the strongest arguments?
The strongest argument would be that these people contribute to society, that these people, many of whom, millions of here, have been here for many years, have children, natural-born citizens because of birthright citizenship. It would require something that's fundamentally inhumane, and Americans have said, the idea of separating families, across different borders simply because of what is quote-unquote like small decision of coming here illegally. And the best case, beyond any of this moral stuff, for no mass deportation is it's good for business. Illegal immigration is great for big business. It is great for big agriculture. So if you want the lowest prices of all time then yeah, mass deportation is a terrible idea.
But first of all, very convincing. And second of all, I mean, you can't do mass deportation without also fixing the immigration system.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, there's several pieces of legislation. HR 2, that's something that the Republicans have really coalesced around. It's a border bill. I encourage people to go read it and see some of the different fixes to the U.S. immigration system. I'm curious whether it'll actually pass or not. Remember, there's a very slim majority of the House of Representatives for Republicans this time around, and people vote for a lot of things when they're not, but when it's actually about to become the law, we'll see. There's a lot of swing state people out there who may think twice before casting that vote. So I'm definitely curious to see how that one plays out. The other thing is that, like I just said, the biggest beneficiary of illegal immigration is big business. So if you think they're going to take this one lying down, absolutely not. They will fight for everything that they have to keep their pool of cheap labor because it's great for them. I think JD said a story, I think he was on Rogan, about how he talked to a hotelier chain guy, and he was like, yeah, it's just terrible. It's like they would take away our whole workforce. And he was like, do you hear yourself? In terms of what you're bragging about, but that's real. That's a real thing. And that, Tyson's Foods and all these other people, that's another really sad part. Is what I mean by second-class citizenship is this presumption, first of all, that Americans think it's too disgusting to process meat or to work in a field. I think anybody will do anything for the right wage, first of all. But second is, the conditions in a lot of those facilities are horrible, and they're covered up for a reason. Not only in terms of the way that businesses, they actually conduct themselves, but also to cover up their illegal immigrant workforce. So honestly, I think it can make things better for everything.
You have studied how government works. What are the chances of mass deportation happening?
Well, it depends how you define it. So, I mean, mass deportation could mean 1 million. I mean, nobody even knows how many people are here illegally. It could be 20 million. It could be 30 million. I've seen estimates of up to 30 million, which is crazy. That's almost 1/11 of the entire U.S. population.
What number do you think will feel like mass deportation? 1 million people?
1 million people is a lot. I mean,
that's a lot of people.
That's a lot. I mean, but the crazy part is that's only 1/12 of what Joe Biden led for the country. So it's one of those that just to give people the scale of what it will all look like. Do I think mass deportation will happen? It depends on the definition. Will 1 million over 4 years? Yeah, I feel relatively confident. Anything over that, it's going to be tough to say. Like I said, probably the most efficient way to do it is to have mandatory e-verify and to have processes in place where it becomes very difficult to live in the United States illegally. And then you will have mass self-deportation, and they will take the victory lap on that. But actual, rounding millions of people up and putting them in deportation facilities and then arranging flights to God knows all across the globe, that's a logistical nightmare. It also costs a lot of money. And don't forget, Congress has to pay for all of this. So, we can have Doge or we can have, mass deportation. So those two things are kind of irreconcilable, actually. There's a lot of competing influences at play that people are not being real about.
Yeah, that was one of the tensions I had talking to Vivek, is he's big on mass deportation and big on making government more efficient. Mm-hmm. And it really feels like there's a tension between those two in the short term.
Well, yes, absolutely. Also, this is a good segue. I've been wanting to talk about this. I am sympathetic to Doge, to the whole Department of Government Efficiency.
How unreal is it that it's called Doge?
Actually, with Elon, it's quite real. I guess I've just, I've accepted Elon as a major political figure in the U.S. But the Doge Committee, the Department of Government Efficiency, is a non-statutory agency that has zero funding that Donald Trump says will advise OMB, the Office of Management and Budget. Now, two things. Number one is, as I predicted, Doge would become a quote-unquote blue ribbon commission. So this is a non-statutory commission that has been given authority to Vivek Ramaswamy and to Elon Musk. Secondary, their recommendations will be complete by July of 2026, according to the press release released by Trump. First of all, what that will mean is they're probably going to need private funding to even set all this up. That's great. Not a problem for Elon. But you're basically going to be able to have to commission GAO reports, Government Accountability Office, and other reports and fact-finding missions across the government, which is fantastic. Trump can even empower you to go through to every agency and to collect figures. None of it matters one iota if Republican appropriators in the House of Representatives care what you have to say. historically, they don't give a shit what the executive office has to say. So every year, the president releases his own budget. It used to mean something, but in the last decade or so, it's become completely meaningless. The House Means Committee and the People's House are the ones who originate all appropriations and set up spending. So that's one, is that DOGE in and of itself has no power. It has no ability to compel or force people to do anything. Its entire case for being, really, if you think about it mechanically, is to try and convince and provide a report to Republican legislators to be able to cut spending. So that's that. Now, we all know how Congress takes to government reports and whether they get acted on or not. So that's number one. Number two is the figures that Elon is throwing out there. I want to give them some advice because people do not understand federal government spending. The absolute vast majority of government spending is entitlement programs like Social Security and Medicare, which are untouchable under Donald Trump and the most popular programs in the world, and military spending. Discretionary non-military spending, I don't have the exact figure in front of me, is a very, very small part of the federal budget. Now, within that small slice, about 90% of that 8 is bipartisan and is supported by like everybody. NOAA, the hurricane guys, like people like that. People who are flying into the eye of the hurricane, people who are government inspectors of X, Y, and Z. The parts that are controversial that you're actually able to touch, things like welfare programs, like food stamps, is an extraordinary small slice. So what's the number you put out there? 5 trillion, something like that. There is only one way to do that. And realistically, under the current thing, you have to radically change the entire way that the Pentagon buys everything. And I support that, but I just want to be very, very clear. But I haven't seen enough energy around that. There's this real belief in the U.S. that we spend billions on all of these programs. They're doing complete bullshit. But like the absolute vast majority of it is military spending and entitlements. Trump has made clear entitlements are off the table. It's not going to happen. So the way that you're going to be able to cut realistically military spending over a decade-long period is to really change the way that the United States procures military equipment, hands out government contracts. Elon actually does have the background to be able to accomplish this because he has had to wrangle with SpaceX and the bullshit that Boeing's been pulling for over a decade. But I really want everybody's expectations to be very set around this. Just remember, non-statutory, blue ribbon. So if he's serious about it, I just laid out all of these hurdles that he's going to have to overcome. And I'm not saying him and Vivek aren't serious dudes, but you got to really know the system to be able to accomplish this.
So you just laid out the reality of how Washington works. To give the counterpoint that I think you're probably also rooting for is that one is a statement like Peter Thiel said, don't bet against Elon.
Sure.
One of the things that you don't usually have with Blue Ribbon is the kind of megaphone that Elon has.
True.
And I would even set the financial aspects aside. Just the influence he has with the megaphone, but also just with other people who are also really influential. Mm-hmm. I think that can have real power when backed by sort of a populist movement.
I don't disagree with you, but let me give you a case where this just failed. So Elon endorsed who for Senate Majority Leader? Rick Scott, right? Who got the least amount of votes in the U.S. Senate for GOP leader? Rick Scott. John Thune is the person who got it. Now, the reason I'm bringing that up, one of my favorite books, Master of the Senate, by Robert Caro, part of the LBJ series. The Senate as an institution, it reveres independence. The theory of the Senate is to cool down the mob that is in the House of Representatives and to deliberate. That's its entire body. They are set up to be immune from public pressure. Now, I'm not saying they can't be pressured, but that example I just gave on Rick Scott is a very important one. He literally endorsed somebody for leader. So did Tucker Carlson. So did a lot of people online. And only 13 senators voted for Rick Scott. It is that they don't care. Like, they're set up where they're marginally popular in their own home states. They'll be able to win their primaries. And that's all they really need to do to get elected. And they have 6-year terms. They're not even up for 4 years. So will Elon still be interested in politics 6 years from now? That's a legitimate question for a Republican senator. So maybe he could get the House of Representatives to sign off maybe on some of his things. But there's no guarantee that the Senate is going to agree with any of that. There's a story that Karos tells in the Master of the Senate book, which I love, where Thomas Jefferson was in Paris during the writing of the Constitution, and he asked Washington, he said, "Why did you put in a Senate, a bicameral legislature?" And Washington said, "Why did you pour your tea into a saucer?" And Jefferson goes, "To cool it." And Washington says, "Just so." That's to explain. He was a man of very few words. It was a brilliant man.
Okay, so you actually outlined the most likely thing that's going to happen with Doge as it hits the wall of Washington. What is the sort of the most successful thing that can be pulled off?
The most successful thing they could do is, right now I think they're really obsessed with designing cuts, right? And identifying cuts. I would redesign systems of procurement. I would redesign the way that we have processes in place to dispense taxpayer dollars. Because the truth is that appropriations itself, again, are set by the United States Congress. But the way that those appropriations are spent by the government, the executive, has some discretionary authority. So your ability as the executive to be a good steward of the taxpayer money and to redesign a system, which actually, Elon could be good at this, and Vivek too, in terms of their entrepreneurial spirit, is the entire Pentagon procurement thing. It needs to be burned to the ground. Number one, it's bad for the Pentagon. It gives them substandard equipment. It rewards very old weapon systems and programs and thinking that can be easily defeated by people who are studying that for vulnerabilities. The perfect example is all of this drone warfare in Ukraine and in Russia. I mean, drone warfare costs almost nothing, and yet drone swarms and hypersonic missiles pose huge dangers to U.S. systems, which cost more than hundreds of billions of dollars. So my point is that giving nimble procurement and systemic change in the way that we think about executing the mission that Congress does give you actually could save the most amount of money in the long run. That's where I would really focus in on. The other one is, counter to everything I just said, is maybe they listen. Maybe the Republicans are like, yeah, okay, let's do it. The problem, again, though, is swing state people who need to get reelected, they need to do one thing. They need to deliver for their district. They need to run on stuff. And nobody has ever run on cutting money for your state. They have run on bringing money to your state. And that's why earmarks and a lot of these other things are extraordinarily popular in Congress, is because it's such an easy way to show constituents how you're working for them whenever it does come re-election time. So it's a very difficult system. And I also want to tell people who are frustrated by this, I share your frustration, but the system is designed to work this way. And for 2 centuries, the Senate has stood as a bulwark against literally every popular change. And because of that, it's designed to make sure that it's so popular for long enough that it has to become inevitable before the status quo can change. That's really, really frustrating, but you should take comfort in that it's always been that way. So it's been okay.
Well, as I've learned from one of the recommendations of the Age of Acrimony, I feel embarrassed that I didn't know that senators used to not be elected.
What a crazy system, huh?
Yeah, I mean, many of the things we kind of now as defining our democracy was kind of invented, developed after the Civil War, in the sort of 50 years after the Civil War.
Absolutely correct. Age of Acrimony, oh my God. I love that book. I cannot recommend it enough. It is so important. And one of the biggest mistakes that Americans make is that we study periods where greatness happened, but we don't often study periods where nothing happened or where really bad shit happened. We don't spend nearly enough. Americans know about FDR. They don't really know anything about the Depression or how we got there. What was it like to be alive in the United States in 1840, right? Nobody thinks about that, really, because it's kind of an in-between time in history. There are people who lived their entire lives, who were born, who had to live through those times, who were just as conscientious and intelligent as you and I are, and were just trying to figure shit out, and things felt really big. So the Age of Acrimony is a time where it's just almost completely ignored outside of the Gilded Age aspect. But like you just said, it was a time where progressive reform of government and of the tension between civil rights, extraordinary wealth, and democracy, and really the reining in of big business. So many of our foundations happened exactly in that time. I take a lot of comfort from that book, because one of the things I learned from the book is that voter participation is highest when people are pissed off, not being happy. And that's such a counterintuitive thing. But voter participation goes down when the system is working. So 2020, right? I think we can all agree it was a very tense election. That's also why it had the highest voter participation ever. 2024, very high rates of participation. Same thing. People are pissed off, and that's actually what drives them to the vote. But something that I take comfort in that is that people being pissed off and people going out to vote, it actually does have major impact on the system, because otherwise the status quo is basically allowed to continue. And so, yeah, like you just said, I mean, direct election of senators there are probably people alive today who were born when there was no direct election of senators, which is an insane thing to think about. I mean, there'd be almost 100 or so. But the point is that at that time, it was so deeply corrupt. And it was one where the quasi-aristocracy from the early days leading into the Gilded Age were able to enforce their will upon the people. But you can take comfort in that was one of those areas where Americans were so fed up with it, they changed the Constitution and actually forced the aristocrats in power to give their own power. It's like our version of when they flipped power and took away the legislative power of the House of Lords in the UK. I just think that's amazing. And it's such a cool thing about our country and the UK too.
It's the continued battle between the people and the elite, right? And we should mention not just the direct election of senators, but the election of candidates for a party.
Yes.
That was also invented. It used to be that the quote-unquote party bosses, I say that with a half a chuckle, chose the candidate.
Yeah, the whole system is nuts. The way that we currently experience politics is such a modern invention.
With a little asterisk with Kamala Harris, but
right, yeah, good point. But that was actually more of a mean reversion, right? Yeah. We're living in an extraordinarily new era where we actually have more input than ever on who our candidates are. It used to be. This is crazy. So the conventions have always taken place 2 months before, right? Imagine a world where you did not know who the nominee was going to be before that convention. And the nominee literally was decided at that convention by those party bosses. Even crazier, there used to be a standard in American politics where presidents did not directly campaign. They, in fact, did not even comment about the news or mention their opponents' names. They give speeches from their doorstep, but it was unseemly for them to engage in direct politics.
You would not get a Bernie Sanders.
No.
You would not get a Donald Trump.
Obama, Bill Clinton. I mean, basically every president from John F. Kennedy onwards has been a product of the new system. Every president prior to that has been much more of the older system. There was an in-between period post-FDR where things were really changing, but the primary system itself had its first true big win under John F. Kennedy.
I think that the lesson from that is there's a collective wisdom to the people, right?
I think so.
I think it works.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay, I'll steal that. We had some great presidents in the party boss era. FDR was a great president. FDR was the master of coalition politics. His ability, in fact, what really made him a genius was his ability to get this overthrow the support of a lot of the corruption and the elite Democrats to take control at the convention, and then combine his personal popularity to fuse all systems of power, where he had the elites basically under his boot because he was the king, and he used his popular power and his support from the people to be able to enforce things up and down. I mean, even in the party boss era, we would have a lot of the people we revere really came out of that. People like Abraham Lincoln. I mean, I don't think Abraham Lincoln would have won a party primary in 1860. There's no chance. He won. Thank God. From an insane process in the 1860 Republican convention. People should go read about that because that was wild. I think we were this close to not having Lincoln as president. And yeah, I mean, Teddy Roosevelt, there's so many that I could point to who made great impacts on history. So the system does find a way to still produce good stuff.
That was a kind of beautiful diversion from the Doge discussion. if we're going to return briefly to Doge.
Sure.
So we kind of talked about cost cutting. But there's also increasing the efficiency of government, which you also kind of talked about with procurement. So maybe we can throw into the pile the 400 plus federal agencies. Mm-hmm. So let's take another perspective on what success might look like. So like radically successful Doge, would it basically cut a lot of federal agencies?
Probably combine. Okay, so I can give great examples of this because I have great insight. Like for each agency will often use different like payroll systems. They'll have different internal processes, right? That makes no sense. And it's all because it's antiquated. Now, everybody always talks about changing it, but there are a lot of like party interests about why certain people get certain things. The real problem with government that people like us who are private, and like, for example, when you want to do something, you can just do it. So I was listening to a really interesting analysis about law enforcement and the military. So I think the story was that the military was assigned, National Guard guys were assigned to like help with the border. And they were trying to provide, I think it was translation services to people at Border Patrol. But somebody had to come down and be like, hey, this has got to stop. According to US Code X, Y, and Z, the United States military cannot help with law enforcement, abilities here. And so even though that makes absolutely no sense because they're all working, there are literal legal statutes in place that prevent you from doing the most efficient thing possible. So for some reason, we have to have a ton of Spanish speakers in Southcom, in the U.S. command that is responsible for South America, who literally cannot help with a crisis at the border. Now, maybe you can find some legal chicanery to make that work, but man, you got to have an attorney general who knows what he's doing. You need a White House counsel. You need to make sure that shit stands up in a court of law. I mean, it's not so simple. Whereas, let's say, you have a software right here and you want to get a new software, you can just do it. You can hire whoever you want. When you're the government, there's a whole process you got to go through about bidding, and it just takes forever. And it is so inefficient. But unfortunately, the inefficiency is really derivative of a lot of legal statutes. And that is something that, again, actually, radically successful Doge, quote unquote, would be study the law and then change it. Like, instead of cost cutting, like cut this program or whatever, like I just said about why do different systems use payroll, just say that you can change the statute under which new software can be updated, let's say, after 90 days. I've heard stories of people who work for the government who still have like IBM mainframe that they're still in 2024 that they're still working because those systems have never been updated. There's also a big problem with a lot of this clearance stuff. That's where a lot of inefficiency happens because a lot of contractors can only work based upon previous clearance that they already got. Clearance is very expensive. It's a very lengthy process. I'm not saying it shouldn't be talking about security clearance, but it does naturally, create a very small pool that you can draw some contracts from. And I even mean stuff like the janitor at the Pentagon needs security service, right? So clearance. So there's only like 5 people who can even apply for that contract. Well, naturally, in an interim monopoly like that, he's going to jack his price up because he literally has a moat around his product. Whereas if you or I are hiring anybody for anything, that type of credentialism and legal regime, it doesn't matter at all. So there are a million problems like this that people in government run into, and that is what I would see as the most successful.
Paperwork slows everything down, and it feels impossible to break through that in a sort of incremental way.
It's so hard.
It feels like the only way to do it is literally shut down agencies in some kind of radical way and then build up from scratch. Of course, as you highlight, that's going to be opposed by a lot of people within government.
Yeah. Well, historically, there's only one way to do it, and it's a really bad answer. War.
Yeah. So I was going to say, basically, you have the kind of consensus where,
how are you?
Okay, all this
What's going on, V1DEO? Hello. How are you? I hope you're well. How'd you hear about me? Please tell me it was Twitch. I will literally shit myself on this bed right now if you tell me that you found out about me from Twitch. I will take the most massive shit right now if you tell me that you heard about me from Twitch. I'll do anything you want. Just tell me you found me from Twitch. I will. I don't know what else you want me to do, but I'd shit myself on this bed right now if you told me you found me on Twitch. All right, we're watching the Lex Friedman podcast. Enjoy.
Stupid bureaucratic bullshit we've been doing. We need to put that shit aside, get the fuck out of here. We need to win a war. So like all
That's
the
it.
paperwork,
Yeah.
all the lawyers go leave.
yeah, exactly. No, but I want people to really understand that. Up until 1865 or 1860, I forget the exact year, we didn't even have national currency. And then we were like, well, we need a greenback. And prior to that, people would freak out if we were talking about having national currency, greenback, backed by the U.S. government and all that. Not even a question. Passed in like 2 weeks in the U.S. Congress. An income tax eventually went away, but not even in the realm of possibility. And they decided to pass it. Same thing after World War I. And if you think about how World War II just fundamentally changed the entire way the United States government works. Even the DHS, which I mentioned earlier, the Department of Homeland Security, it didn't even exist prior to 9/11. It was done as response to 9/11 to coalesce all of those agencies under one branch to make sure that nothing like that could ever happen again. And so historically, unfortunately, absolute shit show disaster war is the only thing that throws the paperwork off the table. And I wish I wasn't such a downer, but I've read too much, and I've had enough experience now in Washington to just see how these dreams get crushed instantly. And I wish it wasn't that way. I mean, it's a cool idea, and I want people who are inspired, who are getting into politics, to think that they can do something. But I want them to be realistic too, and I want them to know what they're signing up for whenever they do something like that, and the titanic amount is going to take for you to be able to accomplish something.
Yeah, but I've also heard a lot of people in Silicon Valley laughing when Elon rolled in and fired 90% of Twitter. Here's this guy, Elon Musk, that
You are absolutely correct.
knows nothing about running a social media company.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, you need all these servers. Of course, you need all these employees.
Right.
And nevertheless, the service keeps running.
He figured it out, and you have to give him eternal credit for that. I guess the difference, there was no law that he could fire him. There was no like at the end of the day, he owned the company. He had total discretion of his ability to move. So I'm not even saying his ideas are bad. I'm saying that the ability that what makes him such an incredible visionary entrepreneur. It's movement, it's deference at times to the right people, but also the knowledge of every individual piece of the machine and his ability to come in and to execute his full vision at any time and override any of the managers. So I talked previously about the professional managerial class and the managerial revolution. Elon is one of the few people who's ever built a multi-billion-dollar company who has not actually fallen victim to the managerial revolution and against entrepreneurship and innovation that happens there. There are very few people who can do it. Elon, Steve Jobs, but what do we learn is that unfortunately after Steve died, Apple basically did succumb to the managerial revolution and has become like the product. They make all their money by printing services and making it impossible to leave this ecosystem, as opposed to building the most cool product ever. As much as I love my Vision Pro, don't get me wrong.
I think you just admitted that you're part of a cult.
I know, I literally am. I fully admit it.
Yeah.
I miss Steve.
The grass is green on the other side. Come join us. Okay. Whether it's Elon or somebody else, what gives you hope about something like a radical transformation of government towards efficiency, towards being more slim? What gives you hope that will be possible?
Well, I wouldn't put it that way. I don't think slimness in and of itself is a good thing. What I care about is the relationship to people in its government. So the biggest problem that we have is that we have a complete loss of faith in all of our institutions. I really encourage people. I don't think people can quite understand what the relationship between America and its government was like after World War II and after FDR. Like 90% of the people trusted the government. That's crazy. Like when the president said something, they were like, okay, he's not lying. Think about our cynical attitude towards politicians today. That is largely the fault of Lyndon Johnson and of Richard Nixon, and that entire fallout period of Vietnam. Vietnam in particular really broke the American character and its ability and its relationship with government. And we've never recovered faith in institutions ever since then. And it's really unfortunate. So what makes me hopeful, at least this time, is anytime a president wins a popular vote and an election, is they have the ability to reset and to actually try and build something that is new. And so what I would hope is that this is different from the first Trump administration, in which the mandate for Donald Trump is actually carried out competently Yes, he can do his antics, which got him elected. At this point, we can't deny it. McDonald's thing is hilarious. It's funny. It is. People love it. People like the podcasting. People like
Garbage truck.
the garbage truck. Yeah, exactly. They like the stunts, and he will always excel, and he will continue to do that. There are policy and other things that he can and should do, like the pursuit of no war, like solving the immigration question, and also really figuring out our economy the way that it currently runs and changing it so that the actual American dream is more achievable. And housing is one of the chief problems that we have right now. The real thing is Donald Trump was elected on the backs of the working man. I mean, it's just true. Households under $100,000 voted for Donald Trump. Maybe they didn't do for economic reasons. I think a lot of them did for economic, but a lot of them did for immigration, for cultural, but you still owe them something. And there is, I would hope that they could carry something out in that respect that is not a similar continuation and chaotic vibe of the first time, where everything felt like it exploded any time. With staffing, with even his policy or what he cared about or his ability to pursue. And a lot of that does come back to personnel. So I'm concerned in some respects. I'm like, not in some respects. I'm happy in some respects, but it remains to be seen how he's going to do it.
To the degree it's possible to see Trumpism and MAGA as a coherent ideology, what do you think are the central pillars of it?
MAGA is a rejection of cultural elitism. That's what I would say. Cultural elitism, though, has many different categories. Immigration is one, right? Is that cultural elitism and cultural liberalism has a fundamental belief that immigration in and of itself is a natural good at any and all levels, that all immigrants are like replacement level, that there is no difference between them. Cultural elitism in a foreign policy context comes back to a lot of that human rights, democracy stuff that I was talking about earlier, which divorces American values from American interests and says that actually American values are American interests. Cultural elitism and liberalism leads to the worship of the post-civil rights era bureaucracy that I talked about from those two books, of DEI, of quote-unquote woke, and of progressive social ideology. So I would put all those together as ultimately what MAGA is. It is a screw you. I once drove past, it was in rural Nevada, and I was driving, and I drove past the biggest sign I've ever seen, political sign to this day. And it was in 2020, it just said, Trump, fuck your feelings. And I still believe that is the most coherent MAGA thing I've ever seen, because everyone's always like, how can a neocon and Tulsi Gabbard and RFK and all these other people, how can they all exist under the same umbrella? And I'm like, it's very simple. All of them have rejected the cultural elite in their own way, certainly, but they've arrived at the same place. It's an umbrella, and it's an umbrella fundamentally, which has nothing to do with the status quo and with the currently established cultural elite. That doesn't mean they're not elite and they're not rich in their own regards. That doesn't mean they don't disagree, but that's the one thing that unites the entire party. And so that's the way I would put it.
Anti-cultural elite, is that synonymous with anti-establishment? So basic distrust of all institutions? Is elitism connected to institutions?
Yes, absolutely, because elites are the ones who runs our institutions. That said, anti-establishment is really not the right word, because there are a lot of left-wingers who are anti-establishment, right? They are against that, but they're not anti-cultural leftism. And that's the key distinction between MAGA and like left populism. Left populism basically does agree. They agree with like basic conceits, like racism is one of the biggest problems facing America. They're like, one of the ways that we would fix that is through class-oriented economic programs in order to address that. But we believe in, I don't know, like reparations as a concept. It's just more about how we arrive there. Whereas in MAGA, we would say, no, we actually don't think that at all. We think we've evolved past that. And we think that the best way to fix it is actually similar policy prescription, but the mindset matters a lot. So the real distinction between MAGA and like left populism really is on culture. Trans in particular, orientation about actually immigration may be the biggest one. Because if you look at the history of Bernie Sanders, Bernie Sanders was a person who railed against open borders and against mass migration for years. There are famous interviews of him on YouTube with Lou Dobbs, who's one of the hardcore immigration guys, and they agree with each other. Lou is like, Bernie's one of the out there. Bernie, at the end of the day, he had to succumb to the cultural left and its changing attitudes on mass immigration. There's some famous clips from 2015 in a Vox interview that he gave where he started talking about how open borders is a Koch brothers libertarian concept, right? Because Bernie is basically of a European welfare state tradition. European welfare states are very simply understood. We have high taxes, high services, low rates of immigration. Because we have high taxes and high services, we have a limited pool of people who can experience and take those services. He used to understand that. He changed a lot of his attitude. Bernie also, I will say, look, he's a courageous man and a courageous politician. You know, as late as 2017, he actually endorsed a pro-life candidate because he said that pro-life candidate was, you know, pro-worker. And he's like, at the end of the day, I care about pro-worker policy. Took a ton of shit for it, and I don't think he's done it since. So the sad part that's really happened is that a lot of left populist, you know, agenda and other has become subsumed, you know, in the hysteria around cultural leftism, wokeism, whatever the hell you want to call it. And that ultimately that cultural leftism was the thing that really united, you know, the two wings of that party. And that's really why MAGA is very opposed to that. They're really not the same, but the left populists can still be anti-establishment. That's the key.
It's interesting to think of the left cultural elite consuming Bernie Sanders, the left populists. So you think that's what happened?
That's what I would say.
What do you think happened in 2016 with Bernie? Is there a possible future where he would have won? You and Crystal wrote a book on populism in 2020. So from that perspective, just looking at 2016, if he rejected wokeism at that time, by the way, that would be pretty gangster during 2016. Would he have? Because I think Hillary went towards the left more, right? Am I remembering that correctly?
It was a very weird time. So yes and no. It wasn't full-on BLM mania like it was in 2020. But the signs were all there. So the Great Awakening was in 2014. I know it's a ridiculous term. I'm sorry.
I love it. Please keep saying
but,
it.
Just to give the origin, the Great Awakening is about the great religious revival in the United States. So people had, you know, because wokeism is a religion, you know, that's a common refrain. They were like, the Great Awakening is a really good term. So,
thank you for explaining the joke. Yeah.
So the Great Awakening is basically when racial attitudes amongst college-educated whites basically flipped on its head. There are a variety of reasons why this happened. I really believe that Ta-Nehisi Coates' case for reparations in the Atlantic is one of those. It radicalized an entire generation of basically like white college-educated women to think completely differently on race. It was during Ferguson, and then it also happened immediately after the Trayvon Martin case. Those two things really set the stage for the eventual BLM takeover of 2020, but fundamentally what they did is they changed racial attitudes amongst college-educated elites to really think in a race-first construct. And worse is that they were rejected in 2016 at the ballot box by the election of Donald Trump. And in response, they ramped it up because they believed that that was the framework to view the world, that people voted for Trump because he was racist and not for a variety of other reasons that they eventually did. And so the point around this on question of whether Bernie could have won in 2016, I don't know. Crystal seems to think so. I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical for a variety of reasons. I think the culture is honestly one of them. One of Trump's core issues in 2016 was immigration. And Bernie and him did not agree on immigration. And if immigration, you know, even if people did, you know, support Bernie Sanders and his vision for working class people, like the debates and the understanding about what it would look like a healthcare system which literally would pay for illegal immigrants, I think he would have gotten killed on that. But I could be wrong. I will never know, you know, what that looked like.
Reference you from earlier in the conversation with FDR. It's not the policy. I think if he went more anti-establishment and more populist, as opposed to trying to be friendly with the DNC.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good counterfactual. Nobody will really know. Look, I have a lot of love for the Bernie 2016 campaign. It's a great ad from 2016 called America. You should watch it. It's a great ad. That's another very interesting thing. It's unapologetically patriotic, and that is not something that you see in a lot of left-wing circles these days. So he understood politics at a base level that a lot of people did not. But, you know, Bernie himself and then a lot of the Bernie movement was basically crushed by the elite Democratic Party for a variety of reasons. They hated them. You know, they attacked Joe Rogan for even having him on. and for giving him a platform. That was ridiculous. Obviously, backfired in their face, which is really funny. But there are a lot of million examples like that. When they attacked Bernie for endorsing a pro-life politician, he never did it again. They attacked Bernie for having Bernie bros, people online, the bros who were super bro Bernie, and it was his fault. His supporters would say nasty things about Elizabeth Warren, and he would defenestrate himself and be like, "Yes, I'm sorry, please, my bro." He's like, "Stop that."
I think that his biggest problem is he never went full Trump. Like he didn't go. Like he kept saying sorry.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. And actually, in 2020, I did a ton of analysis on this at the time. He would always do stuff like, "Joe Biden, my friend." And it's like, no, he's not your friend. He stands for everything that you disagree with. Everything. He'd be like, "Yeah, he's a nice guy, but he's not my friend." But he would always be like, "Joe and I are great friends, but we have a small disagreement on this." But like you just said, in terms of going full Trump, they wanted to see Trump up there humiliating all of the GOP politicians, so they didn't trust him anymore. That's what people really wanted. But the other side of this is that the Democratic base in 2020 was very different than 2016, because by 2020 they full on had TDS, and they were basically like, "We need to defeat Trump at all costs. We don't give a shit what your name is, Bernie, Biden, whatever. Whichever of you is going to be best defeat Trump, you get the nod." 2016 is different because they didn't full on have that love and necessity of winning. By the way, this is a strategic advantage that the Democrats have. Democrats just care about winning. The current base of the party, all they want to do is win. Republican base, they don't give a shit about winning. They just love Trump. So it's nice to win, but one of those where they will express their id for what they really want. Now, it's worked out for them because it turns out that's a very palpable political force. But one of the reasons why, you won't see me up here doing James Carville 40 more years is there's a law of something called thermostatic public opinion, where, the thermostat, it changes a lot whenever you actually, so when you have a left-wing president in power, the country goes right. When you have a right-wing president in power, the country goes left. Amazing, right? You can actually look at a graph of economic attitudes from the 2 months where Joe Biden became president after Donald Trump. So Republicans, Trump was president the last year in office, economy's great. 2 months later, the economy is horrible. That is a perfect example.
Folks.
Of
I've never seen a motherfucker so
opinion,
athletic.
and I'm not counting these Democrats out. 2004, George W. Bush wins the popular vote. He has a historic mandate to continue in Iraq. By 06, he's toasted. They have a massive midterm election. And by 08, we're writing books about 40 more years and how there's never going to be a Republican in office ever again. So things can change a lot in a very short period of time.
I think also for me personally, maybe I'm deluded, sort of the great man view of history. I think some of it in programming circles, the term skills issue. I think some of it just has to do with how good you are, how charismatic you are, how good you are as a politician. Maybe you disagree with this. I'd love to see what you think. I think if you were allowed to run for many terms, I think Obama would just keep winning. He would win 2016, he would win 2020, he would win this year, 2024.
It's possible, but I would flip it on you. Obama would never be elected if there were no term limits, because Bill Clinton would have still been president. Yeah. So
well, those two, right?
Yeah.
That's two examples of exactly. They extremely skilled politicians and somehow
we've ever seen
appear like populists.
Man, Bill Clinton was a force in his time, and it's honestly sad what's happened to him. I was actually just talking with a friend the other day. I'm like, I kind of don't think that presidents should become president when they're young, because they live to see themselves become irrelevant, and that must be really painful, because I know what it takes to get there. Imagine being Clinton. I mean, your entire legacy was destroyed with Hillary Clinton in 2016. And then imagine being Obama, who in 2016 you could argue it's a one-off and say that Trump is just, Hillary was a bad candidate. But Michelle and Barack Obama went so hard for Kamala Harris, and they just got blown out in the popular vote. I mean, the Obama era officially ended with Donald Trump's reelection to the presidency in 2024. And that was a 20-year period where Obama was one of the most popular central figures in American politics. But I want to return to what you're saying, because it is important. And by the way, I do not support term limits on American presidents.
Are you a fascist?
Well, that would imply that I don't believe in democracy. I actually do believe in democracy, because I think the people, if they love their president, should be able to reelect him. I think FDR was amazing. I think that the term limit change was a basically what happened is that Republicans and a lot of elite Democrats always wanted to speak against FDR, but he was a god, so they couldn't. So they waited until he died. And then after he died, they were like, yeah, this whole third, fourth term, that can never happen again. And America didn't really think that hard about it. They were like, yeah, okay, whatever. But I mean, it had immense consequences for American history. Clinton is the perfect example. I mean, Bill Clinton left office, even despite the Lewinsky bullshit. He had a 60% approval rating. Okay, no way George W. Bush gets elected. Impossible. Clinton would have blown his ass out. And imagine the consequences of that. We would have no Iraq. I mean, I'm not saying he was a great man. Like, we probably still would have had the financial crisis, and there's still a lot of bad stuff that would have happened. But he was a popular dude, and I wouldn't say he had the best judgment at times presidentially, not personally, definitely not personally. But presidentially. But I'm pretty confident we would have not gone into the Iraq War. And so that's where it really cost us. If you're left wing and you're talking about Obama, yeah, I think Obama probably would have won in 2016. Although it's a counterfactual because Obama was never challenged in the same way that MAGA was able to the liberal consensus. Like Romney really ran this like awful campaign, honestly, about cutting spending. It was very traditional Republican. It was deeply unpopular. The autopsy of that election was we actually need to be more pro-immigration. That literally was the autopsy. But Trump understood the assignment. There are two people who I so deeply respect for their political bets: Peter Thiel and Donald Trump. So one of the books that I recommended called The Unwinding by George Packer, he actually talks about Peter Thiel there. This is in 2013. And Thiel talks about, he was like, whoever runs for office next, they don't need to run on an optimistic message. They need to run on a message that everything is fucked up and that we need to fix. And if you think about it, that's why Thiel's endorsement of Trump with the American carnage message is, it was shocking, right, at the time. But he had that fundamental insight that that's what the American people wanted. Trump, too, comes out of an election in 2012 where the literal GOP autopsy, the report produced by the party, says we need to be pro-mass immigration. Immediately after 2012, they start to go for mass immigration. Basically, they go for like these amnesty plans, the so-called Gang of Eight plan, Marco Rubio, and all of this in 2013. It falls apart. But Republicans get punished by their base in 2014. So Eric Cantor, who was the House Majority Leader, the number 2 Republican, spent more on stake in his campaign than his primary opponent who successfully defeated him, a guy named Dave Bratt. Dave Bratt kicked his ass on the issue of immigration and said that Eric Cantor is pro-amnesty. All of the forces were there. And then in 2015, Trump comes down the escalator and he gives the message on immigration that the GOP base has been roaring and wanting to hear now, but that nobody wanted to listen to them. And that was his fundamental insight. That bet was a colossal and a titanic political bet at a time when all political ideology and thought process would have said that you should come out on the other side, which is where Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz and all these other guys were effectively there, in varying different ways, like they were hawkish or whatever. But Trump was just had such a monopoly on that as an idea. That's why he wins the 2016 primary. And then paired with immigration, a hardline position on immigration, is this American carnage idea that actually everything is wrong. The American dream is gone. We will stop this American carnage. And I think American carnage is one of the most important inaugural speeches ever given in American history. It's put it up against every single other speech. There's nothing else like it. But that was what the country wanted at the time. And that's what great politicians are able to do, is they're able to suss something out. That's also why Peter Thiel is who he is, because he saw that in 2000. Imagine, what it takes to come out of the 2012 election to be honestly totally contrarian to the entire national mood and this entire theory of Obama-esque star politics and say, no, you need somebody who runs on the opposite of that.
Well, we'll never know. And I love this kind of Mike Tyson versus Muhammad Ali. I still think I would have loved to see Obama versus Trump.
Me too. I agree.
And first of all, Obama versus Trump in 2008, Obama wins hands down.
Well, yes, definitely.
So I love how this is a boxing talk.
Yeah.
Now, when 2016, Obama has a bunch of Iraq and Afghanistan.
He's vulnerable, though. I'll tell you why. DACA. That's what nobody ever talks about in the Obama-Trump thing. Don't forget, Obama takes his 2012 victory, basically says, oh, the GOP even now agrees with me on immigration. And then he does DACA, and he legalizes, X million number of illegal immigrants who are brought here as children. That also fundamentally changed the immigration consensus on the Republican side, because they were like, wait, holy shit, you can just do that? Because we don't agree with that at all. And that really ignited the base as well. So I'm not sure. I mean, a moment I think about a lot with Trump, just like being able to unleash the rage of the Republican base is in the 2012 debate, Candy Crowley was the moderator with Mitt Romney, and she fact-checked him famously. This was when fact-checking was shocking in the president. And she said something about Benghazi, and she was like, no, he did say that. She corrected Romney on behalf of Obama. To this day, it's questionable whether she was even right. And Romney was just like, oh, he did? Okay. Trump would have been like, excuse me? Look at this woman. He would have gone off. And I was like, and I think about that moment because that's what the Republican base wanted to hear. But also, it turns out America had a lot of festering feelings about the mainstream media that it needed unleashed. And Trump was just this incredible vector to just blow up this system, which, I mean, if you ask me about optimism, that's the thing.
Yeah, but don't you think Obama had a good sense in how to turn it on, how to be anti-establishment correctly?
I will not deny that he's one of the most talented politicians literally to ever play the game. And he is, just unbelievable rhetorical talent. Look, as a counterfactual, would he be more talented than Hillary? Yeah, okay, no question. in terms of anybody would have been for that one. But at the same time, all the signs were there. All the signs for the Trump victory and for the backlash against Obamaism kind of as a political project, it all existed. If you, I just laid the tea leaves out there, from 2012 to 2015, in retrospect, it's the most predictable thing in the world with Donald Trump getting elected. But it was crazy in the moment. I got to live through that, which was really fun, professionally.
I think it's unfortunate that he kind of let Kamala Harris borrow his reputation.
Oh, it's like, better, dude. You defeated these people. The Clinton machine. You destroyed them, and it was awesome in 2008.
What is that? Why did he? He's so much bigger and better than the machine.
I don't get
It's
it.
interesting, right?
Yeah, it's so weird. I just think.
I think this was a wake-up call. 2020 was a wake-up call. The DNC machine doesn't work.
Absolutely.
There needs to be new blood, new candidate, new Obama-like candidates.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because that's important too in terms of the process and the way that things currently stand. The DNC actually rigged its entire primary system under Biden, way to the not to the benefit of Obama. So, for example, you know how they moved away from the Iowa caucuses, and they actually moved some other primaries and moved the calendar to reward traditional states much more in line with the Democratic establishment. So the story of Barack Obama is one that not many, actually probably a lot of young people today don't even remember how it happened. In 2008, Obama was the underdog, right? And actually, here's the critical thing. Obama was losing with black people. Why? Black Democrats simply did not believe that white people would vote for a black guy. So Barack Obama goes to his white state, Iowa, all in on the Iowa caucuses and shocks the world by winning the Iowa caucuses. Overnight, there's a shift in public opinion amongst the black population in South Carolina that says, oh shit, he actually could win. And he comes out and he wins South Carolina. And that's basically was near the death knell for the Hillary Clinton campaign. The problem is by moving South Carolina up and by making it first, along with other more pro-establishment friendly places, what do? We make it so that Barack Obama can never happen again. We make it so that an older, base of Democratic Party voters who listens to the elites can never have their assumptions challenged. And that's one of the worst things Joe Biden did. I talked about his arrogance. He was so arrogant, he changed the freaking primary system. He was so arrogant, he refused to do a debate. I mean, imagine history. How lucky are we, honestly, that Joe Biden agreed to do that debate with Donald Trump early? And again, that was his arrogance. I think we're so lucky for it. Because if we hadn't gotten we got to understand as a country how cooked he was and how fake everything was behind the scenes in front of all of our eyes. And they tried for 3 straight years to make sure that would never happen. So, it's still such a crime,
Damn.
honestly, against the American people.
Who's that bitch?
I've been thinking about who I want to talk to for 3 hours.
Mhm.
And that's why I bring up Obama, because he's probably the number one person on the left I would like to hear analyze what happened in this election and what happened to the United States of America over the past 20 plus years. I can't imagine anybody else.
Look, if anybody could do it, it'd be you. But there are layers upon layers with that man. I would love to actually sit and talk with him for real.
I think it's fair to say that we talked about the great man view of history. I think you have a psychopath view of history, where all great leaders are for sure psychopaths.
Not for sure. There are many who are good people. Harry Truman.
You're like some of them.
Yeah, some
Harry Truman.
Some,
Harry Truman.
I assume are good people. To be fair though, most of the good ones are accidents, like Harry Truman. He never would have gotten himself elected. He was a great dude.
How do you know he's a great dude?
David McCullough book. I highly recommend it. Everyone should read it. Truman loved his wife. I think that's really awesome. I love when politicians love their wife. It's so rare. He adored his wife. He adored his daughter. Spent time with them. He made family life a priority. He had really good small town judgment that he would apply to foreign affairs. He was just a very well considered, very stand up man. And I so appreciate that about him. Another one is John Adams. I love and revere John Adams. He's my favorite founding father. Him and John Quincy, they don't get nearly enough of their due. They were some of the most intelligent, well-considered. They were family men. The love, the relationship between John and Abigail Adams is literally legendary. And I think it's amazing, especially in the context of the 1700s, the way that he would take her counsel and into conversations and her own ability, and she would sit there and go toe to toe as much with Thomas Jefferson. There are some who are great, who are really, really good presidents, who have good judgment and who are really good people and really think deeply about the world and have really cool personal lives. But there's also the vast majority of them, especially I would say especially in the modern era, and where the price of the presidency extracts everything that you have. You have to be willing to give everything. And it's just, that's not a price that most people want to pay.
Is it possible that some of the people who you think are sociopaths in politics are in fact really good people, and some of the people you think are good, like Truman, and Adams, are actually sociopaths?
Definitely. I mean, I could just be reading the wrong books, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. It sounds like you're. You just read some really compelling biographies.
Well, to be fair, I don't base this on one book. I read a lot of them. And I'll get for example, I've read books about LBJ. You wouldn't know any of his foibles. But then you find out that they're written by his friend, or, it was written by, and you read through.
I really worry about this kind of general, especially now the sense of the anti-establishment sense that every politician must be a sociopath. Now, while the reason I worry about that is it feels true.
Yeah.
So it's you can fall into this bubble of beliefs where every politician is a sociopath, and because of that,
it can be a self-reinforcement. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I agree. By the way, we do need to dramatically change it, but the problem is that people vote with their eyeballs and with their interests, and people like to dissect people's personal lives. And one of the reasons why you were probably more likely in the pre-modern era to get a quote-unquote good people is they were not subject to the level of scrutiny and to the insanity of the process that you are currently. Like I just said about you, I mean, theoretically, you could run for president and you would just get your nomination at the convention. It's only 2 months to election day. That's not so bad.
Look at this.
You run for president today, you got your ass on the road for 2 years, and then 2 years before that. And then you have to run the damn government. So the price is so extraordinarily high. I also think that, just Washington as a system, it will burn you. It will extract absolutely everything that you can give it. And at the end of the day, everyone always talks about this. It's hilarious. How Trump is the only president not to age in office. I actually think it's crazy. Like when you look at the photos of how he actually looks better today than he did whenever he went into the office. That's amazing. And it actually says a lot about how his mind works. I think Trump is pure hate. I think he's, having observed him a little bit, and both at the White House and having interviewed him, it's pure, just it's calculating, but it's also pure hate, which is very interesting. The ones who are the thinkers, guys like Obama and others who are really in their heads, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. They will. I mean, apparently Obama will only sleep 4 hours a night. You know.
Yeah, add like some empathy on top of that.
Oh.
It's going to destroy
They
you.
will. They will kill you.
All right. Speaking about the dirty game of politics, several people, different people, told me that of everyone they have ever met in politics, Nancy Pelosi is the best at attaining and wielding political power. Is there any truth to that?
In the modern era, yeah, I think it's fair. In the last 25 years, definitely. Let's think about it. Number one is longevity. So she's had the ability to control the caucus for a long period of time. So that's impressive because, as I just laid out with Clinton, Obama, these figures come and they go, but over 25, almost year period, you've been at the very top and the center of American politics. The other case is that in this modern era has been defined by access to money. She's one of the greatest fundraisers in Democratic Party history. And again, consistently, Obama, Kamala, all those people come and go, but she's always had a very central understanding of the ability to fundraise, to cultivate good relationships with Democratic Party elites all across the country, use that money and dole it out to her caucus. She's also was really good at making sure that legislation that came to the floor actually had the votes to do so. She ran an extremely well-ordered process in the House of Representatives, one in which you were able to reconcile like problems within her office. It didn't usually go public, and then it would make it to the floor and it would pass, so that there would be no general like media frenzy and Democrats in disarray. Put that on display with the Republicans, and we've had multiple speakers all resign or get fired in a 16-year period. That's pretty remarkable. Basically, ever since John Boehner decided to leave in, 2012, I forget. My point is that if you compare her record to the longevity on the Republican side, it is astounding. The other interesting thing is that she also has pulled off one of the real tests of political power, is can you rule even when you don't have the title. So she gave up the leader position to Hakeem Jeffries, but everybody knows she pulled Joe Biden out of the race. That's pretty interesting, right? So she's technically just a backbencher, nobody member of Congress, but we all know that's so that's actually a very important case of political power, is can you rule without the title? And if you can, then you truly are powerful. So I would make a good case for her. She's done a lot of remarkable stuff for her party. I will say they played Trump like a villain. Last time around, they really got it. One of the craziest elements that I covered was during the Trump basically threatened to shut down the government, and actually did shut down the government for a period of time over a dispute with border wall funding. And Pelosi and Schumer, despite like genuine mass hysteria in the Democratic Party, with even some people who were willing to try and to strike a deal, never wavered and actually basically won and forced Trump to back down. Not a lot of MAGA people want to admit it, but that was honestly really embarrassing for the Trump administration at the time. And yeah, I mean, the amount of discipline that it took for her and for Chuck to a lesser extent, but for the two of them to pull that off, it was honestly impressive that they were able to do that, even when the president has so much political power and it literally shut down the government.
Speaking of fundraising, Kamala raised $1 billion, but I guess the conclusion is she spent it poorly. How would you spend it?
I don't think money matters. I think Donald Trump has proven to us twice that you can win an underdog campaign through own media, and I don't think that paid advertisement moves the needle that much. Now, they'll notice I didn't say it doesn't matter, but am I buying $425,000 a day spots in a Vegas sphere? No, we're not doing that. Are we building? Okay, as people do this for a living, how do you even spend $100,000 to build a set for one interview?
Is this the caller
down thing? Okay. How's that possible? So think about the dollar per hour cost. That's like running a jet airplane in terms of what they take.
You know what I want to know behind the scenes? And I'm not good with this. I get really frustrated when I shouldn't. But dealing with PR and comms people can sometimes break my soul.
It's maddening. Can we not talk about this? We need to pull them at 12 p.m. and it doesn't only 30 minutes.
It's like, yeah, that. But there's stuff like where to put the camera. It's not that it's not actually hypothetically. I don't even disagree with any of the suggestions, but it's like
the micromanagement.
Just the micromanagement and the politeness, but the fake politeness And it just makes me feel like, I feel like, what would Kubrick do? Would he murder all of them right now?
He would just ban them after he became something. He dealt with it for a while. By the way, I just put on a Kubrick binge. I watched that World War I movie of his, the one from the 50s. That is such an underrated film. I feel like people don't. Whatever. We'll get back. Yeah.
But she paid for
$100,000, bro.
100, and the Oprah thing. She paid for the interview.
So that's another one. I do this for a living, and as you can tell, I'm a very simple person. I did not even know this company for their endorsements. I could never have imagined a universe where Oprah Winfrey is paid $1 million to endorse Kamala Harris. I'm like, first of all, you're a second, I thought you do this because you believe.
No, I think to be fair, I think the million just helps do the thing you would like to do. It's like it's a nudge, because I don't think any celebrity would endorse.
Yeah, they're not doing it because of the money, but you should just do it for free. I can't even believe that you're doing this for money. I mean, and the fact, what was it, Alanis Morissette? You know how they had to cut her because they didn't have the funds to pay her? I'm like, first of all, if you believe, you should just play for free. But second, again, as a person who is deeply cynical, I still am genuinely shook. Like, we are paying celebrities for it.
Yeah, it's really fucked up.
That's insane.
Why do you think people on the left who are actually in the political arena are afraid of doing anything longer than an hour?
That's a great question.
So let me just say, probably most of the people I've talked to on this podcast are left-wing. Or have been for a long time. They just don't sort of out and say it. Most scientists are left-wing. Most sort of vaguely political people are left-wing that I've talked to.
Yes.
But the closer you get to the actual political arena, and I've tried really hard, nope. I had a bunch of people with the highest profile people say 15 minutes, 20 minutes. I said, nope.
I'm used to that. So, yeah.
Well, I just can't, I can't imagine a conversation with Kamala or with Joe Biden or AOC or Obama that's of any quality at all, of any that shows any kind of humanity of the person, the genius of the person, the interesting nuance of the person in like 30 minutes. Like, I just can't. I can't. Like, I don't know. Maybe there's people that are extremely skilled that can do that. You just can't.
You should be optimistic, because a huge narrative out of this election is that the Democrats massively fucked up by not coming on this show or on this show. So I actually, fundamentally, number one, that's going to change the narrative. So be optimistic, keep pushing. But two, this is a good segue actually, is I've been thinking a lot about, I know a lot of people who listen to this show who are in tech and may have some influence on admin, so this is kind of, this is something I want people to take really seriously. Is I was a White House correspondent for the Daily Caller. It's a conservative outlet in Washington during the Trump years. And the most important thing I learned from that was that under the White House Correspondents Association, the way that the media cartel has everything set up for access for press to the president is fundamentally broken, anti-American, and bad for actual democracy. So let me lay this out at a very mechanical level, because nobody knows this. And I was a former White House Correspondents Association member, so anybody who says I'm full of shit, I was there. For example, number one, all the seats in the briefing room. Those seats are assigned by the White House Correspondents Association, not by the White House. The White House Correspondents Association requires you to apply for a seat, right? That adjudication process can take literally years for bylaws, elections, and all these things. This means that they can slow roll the entrance of new media, online outlets, who are allowed into the room. The reason it really matters not having a seat is if you don't have a seat, you have to get there early and stand in the wings, like I used to, and raise your hand like this, and just hope and pray that the secretary. It's extremely inconvenient. I'm talking, I have to get there hours early, have the chance during a 15-minute briefing. So one of the things is that Trump has is he owes a huge part of his election to coming on podcasts and to new media. Now, because of that, it's really important that the White House Correspondents Association, which is a literal guild cartel that keeps people out of the White House and credentials itself and creates this opaque mechanism through which they control access, to asking the press secretary questions, is destroyed. And there are a lot of different ways you can do this. because what nobody gets too is that all of these rules are unofficial. So, for example, they're just traditions. The White House is like, yeah, it's our building, but you guys figure it out, right? Because that's a long-standing tradition. Let me give you another insane tradition that currently exists in the White House. The Associated Press, the White Press Secretary, or the Associated Press correspondent, gets to start the briefing. Traditionally, they get the first question. They also get to end the briefing. When they think it's been enough time, they're like, okay, Corinne Jean-Pierre, thank you, right? And that calls the briefing over. What? Who? You're not even the White House Correspondents Association. You literally just happen to work for the Associated Press. Why? Like, why do we allow that to happen? So, number one, stop doing that. To their credit, the Trump people didn't really do that, but it's a long-standing tradition. The other thing is that what nobody gets either is that the first row is all television networks for logistical reasons, so that they can do their little stand-ups with their mic and say, "Yeah, I'm reporting your own thing." Well, what people don't seem to know is that all the television networks are basically going to ask some version of the same question. The reason they do that is because they need a clip of their correspondent going after the White House press secretary, all out Robert Mueller, like whenever I was there. So you get the same goddamn version of the stupid political questions over and over again. The briefing room is designed for traditional media, and they have all the access in the world. So in an election where you owe your victory, to, at least in part, to new media and recognizing a changing landscape, you need to change the conduit of information to the American people. And in an election, I don't know if you saw this, but election night coverage on cable news was down 25%. Just in 4 years, 25%. That's astounding. That's cable news had a monopoly on election night for my entire lifetime. And yet, my show had record ratings that night. And I'm a small slice of the puzzle here. We've got Candace Owens, Patrick Bet-David, Tim Pool, David Pakman, TYT, all these other people. From what I understand, all of us blew it out that night because millions of Americans watched it on YouTube. We even partnered with some Decision Desk HQ. So we had live data. We could make state calls. And we're just a silly little YouTube show. My point, though, is that in an election where the vast majority of Americans over the age of 55 are listening to podcasts, consuming new media, and are not watching cable news, where the median age of CNN, which is the youngest viewership, is 68. 68 is the median. So statistically, what does that tell us? Right? There's a decent number of people who are watching CNN who are in their 80s and in their 90s. Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Alex because he deserves a tremendous shout out. Alex Bruesewitz. He was the pioneer of the podcast strategy for the Donald J. Trump campaign. He got on your show. He was able to get on Andrew Schultz's show, Rogan. He was the internal force that pushed a lot of this. My personal hope is that somebody like Alex is elevated in the traditional White House bureaucracy, that the number of credentials that are issued to these mainstream media outlets is cut, and there's a new lottery process put in place where people with large audiences are invited. And I also want to make a case here for why I think it's really important for people like you and others who don't have as much traditional media experience to come in and practice some capital J journalism. Because it will sharpen you too, giving you access in that pressure cooker environment and having to really like sit there and spar a little bit with a public official and not have as long necessarily as you're used to. It really hones your news media skills, news gathering skills, and it will make you a better interviewer in the long run. Because a lot of the things that I have learned have just been through osmosis. I've just lived in DC. I've been so lucky. I've had a lot of cool jobs, and I've just been able to experience a lot of this stuff. So I'm really hoping that people who are listening to this, who may have some influence or even the viewership, if you want to, reach out to them and all them, this is a very easily changeable problem. It's a cartel which has no official power. It's all power by tradition, and it needs to be blown up. It does not serve America's interests to have 48 seats, I think, in the White House press briefing room to people who have audiences of like 5. It just makes absolute zero. Workspace, seats, access credentials, and also credentials that are issued to press and to other like new media journalists at major events should take precedence. Because it's not even about rewarding the career. The American people are here. You need to meet them. That's your job. And I'll just end with a historical thing. Barack Obama shocked the White House press corps in 2009 because he took a question from the Huffington Post, a brand new blog. But they were stunned because he knew he said, these blog people, they went all in for me, and I got to reward them. So there's long-standing precedence of this. They'll bitch and they'll moan, they'll be upset, but it's their fault, that they don't have as much credibility, and it's incumbent upon the White House, which serves the public, to actually meet them where they are. So I really hope that at least some of this is implemented inside.
Yeah, if you break apart the cartel, I think you can actually enable greater journalism, frankly, with the capitalist day. Because actually, in a long form is when you can do better journalism from even just a politician perspective. You can disagree, you can get criticized because you can defend yourself.
I had an idea, actually. You tell me what you think. I think a really cool format would be there's a room right near the press briefing room called the Roosevelt Room. Beautiful room, by the way. It's awesome. It has the Medal of Honor for Teddy Roosevelt, and it has a portrait of him and a portrait of FDR. It's one of my favorite rooms. It's so cool. And so my idea would be in the Roosevelt Room, which is traditionally used for press briefings and stuff, is like you, as the press secretary, sit there. I think there's like 12 seats, something like that. And you set it all up, and you have, let's say, Shure microphones like this. And that person, the secretary, can commit to being there for like 2 hours. And new media people can sit around the room. All of this being streamed live, by the way, just like the White House press briefing room. But the expectation is that the type of questions have to be substantive. Obviously, nothing's off limits. You should never, ever, accept, I'm not going to ask about this. Especially as a journalist, you can't do that. Every time they're like, hey, please don't ask about this. It's like, actually, that's probably one thing you should ask. But my point being that the expectation is that there's no interference on the White House side, but that the format itself will lend exactly to what you're saying to allow people to explain. And again, in a media era where we need to trust the consumer, like my show is routinely over 2 hours long on cable television. The Tucker Carlson program, whenever it was on Fox News, without commercial breaks, was about 42, 43 minutes, something like that at runtime. So I'm speaking for almost triple what that is on a regular basis. The point is that millions are willing to sit and to listen. So you just have to meet them where they are. So I really hope that a format like that, like a streamer briefing or something like that, I think it's, look, I know they would dunk on it endlessly, but I think it could work.
Yeah, I think the incentives are different. I think it works because you don't have to, like you, Saga, don't have to signal to the other journalists that you're part of it.
Oh, I'm so glad you brought that up because that was another lesson I learned. I go, oh, none of you are asking important questions for the people. You're asking questions because you all hang out with each other. And you're like, oh, wait, the entire thing is a self-reinforcing guild to impress each other at cocktail parties and not to actually ask anything interesting. I remember people were so mad at me because this was 2018 or maybe 2017. And I said, do you think that Kim Jong-un is sincere in his willingness to meet with you? Something like that, to that effect. They were furious because I didn't ask about some bullshit political controversy that was happening at the time. So in the historical legacy, what was more important? The Mueller question or Donald Trump breaking 50 years or whatever of tradition with America's relationship with North Korea and meeting him in Singapore and basically resetting that relationship for all time? As you can tell, I read a lot of books. I like to take the long view. Every time I would ask a question, I go, okay, when the future Robert Caro is writing books and he's reading the transcript of the White House press briefing, you don't even know who this kid is. He goes, oh, that's a pretty good question right there. That's pretty relevant. You got to think about all the bullshit that gets left in the comments.
I love that view of journalism, actually. The goal is to end up as one line in a history book.
I just want a quote of what the president said to something like that. I'd be happy. I would die happy with that. If you told me that when I'm like a 90-year-old man, I'm like, man, that means I succeeded.
When the AIs write the history of human civilization. One of the things I continuously learn from you when looking back to history is how crazy American politics has been throughout history. It makes you feel a lot better about the current day.
It should.
Corruption, just the divisiveness also. Just the insanity of stealing elections at all levels of government and direct stealing and indirect stealing, all kinds of stuff. So is there stuff that jumps out to mind throughout history that's just like the craziest corruptions or stealing of elections that come to mind?
I'll give them micro and a macro. So my favorite example is Robert Caro, who I've probably talked about a lot. God bless you, Robert. I hope you live to write your last book because we really need it. But Robert came to Texas. He only intended on writing 3 books about Lyndon Johnson. He's currently completed 4. He's on his 5th, and it's taken him over 40 years to write those. And one of the reasons is he just kept uncovering so much stuff. And one of them is book 2, Means of Ascent. He never intended to write it, but as he began to investigate Lyndon Johnson's 1948 Senate election, he realizes in real time how rigged and stolen it was. And so I often tell people, what if I told you that we lived in the most secure election period in modern history? They wouldn't believe it. But if you read through that shit, I'm talking about bags of cash, millions of dollars, literal stuffed ballot boxes. It's great to be back here in Texas because I always think about that place, like down in Zapata and Starr County. I'm talking like basically Mexico, where these dons were in power in the 1940s, and they would literally stuff the ballot boxes with the rolls, and they wouldn't even allow people to come and vote. They just checkmarked it all for you based upon the amount they paid. Means of Ascent is the painstaking detail of exactly how Lyndon Johnson stole the 1948. And so nothing like that, as far as I know, is still happening. Macro, we can talk about the 1876 election. Rutherford B. Hayes, one of the closest elections in modern history. It was one of those that got kicked from the House of Representatives. That was an insane time. The corrupt bargain that was struck to basically end Reconstruction and federal occupation of the South. And of course, the amount of wheeling and dealing that happened inside of that was absolutely bonkers. That was what it actually stole in elections. So people. On the macro, yeah, that's what it really is. And so, look, I understand where they're coming from. Also, let's be what, 1960, that was pretty wild. I mean, in 1960, there was all those allegations about Illinois going for Kennedy. If you look at the actual vote totals of Kennedy-Nixon, wow, I mean, it's such an insane close presidential election. And even though the Electoral College victory looks a little bit differently, Nixon would openly talk about, he's like, oh, old Joe Kennedy rigged Illinois for his boy. And he'd be like, and we didn't even have a chance in Texas with Lyndon pulling, like Lyndon stuffing the ballot boxes down there. So, and this is open on the, they openly admit this stuff. They talk about it. So, actually, there's a funny story. LBJ lost his, I think it's 1941 Senate primary, and it's because his opponent, Pappy O'Daniel, actually outstole Lyndon. So they're both corrupt, but Pappy O'Daniel stuffed the ballot box in the 5th day of the 7 days to count the votes. And FDR loved LBJ. And it's interesting, right? FDR recognized Johnson's his talent. And he goes, Lyndon, in New York, we sit on the ballot boxes until we can, because he's admitting that he, participated in a lot of this stuff. So this high level of chicanery of stolen elections is actually an American pastime that we luckily have moved on from. And quite a lot of people do not know the exact intricate details of how wild it was back then.
Yeah, it's actually one of the things. It's harder to pull off a bunch of bullshit with all these cameras everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Transparency too, lack of cash, banking regulations, there's a variety of reasons for that.
So that said, let's talk about the 2020 election.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like forever ago. Do you think it was rigged the way that Trump claimed?
No.
And was it rigged in other ways?
And this is the problem with language like rigged. And by the way, when I interviewed Vivek Ramaswamy, he said the exact same thing. So for all the MAGA people who are going to get mad at me, Vivek agrees, all right? And I have observed, and I'm going to put my analyst hat on, there are 2 theories of stop the steal. One I call low IQ stop the steal, and one I call high IQ stop the steal. Low IQ stop the steal is basically what Donald Trump has advocated, where, Dominion voting machines and bamboo ballots and Venezuela and Sidney Powell and all the people involved basically got indicted by the state of Georgia. I'm not saying that was correct. I'm just like, that's what that actually looked like. Rudy Giuliani, etc. High IQ stop the steal is basically, actually, these are not illegitimate arguments. The school of thought is, it was illegitimate for the state of Pennsylvania and other swing states to change mail-in balloting laws as a response to COVID, which enabled millions of people more to vote that wouldn't have, and that those change in regulations became enough to swing the election. I actually think that is true. Now, would you say that that's rigged? That's a very important question, because we're talking about a Republican state legislature, a Republican state Supreme Court, right? The two that actually ruled on this question. So could you say that it was rigged by the Democrats to do that? Another problem with that theory is that while you can say that that's unfair to change the rules last time around, you can also understand it to a certain extent. And I'm not justifying it, I'm just giving you an example. So for example, after the hurricane hit North Carolina, Republican officials were like, hey, we need to make sure that people in Western North Carolina who were affected by the hurricane could still be able to have access to the ballot box. And people were like, oh, so you're saying in an extraordinary circumstance we should change voting, access and regularity to make sure that people have access. So my point is, you can see the logic through which this happened. And the high IQ version is basically the one that was adopted by Josh Hawley whenever he voted against certification. He said that the state Pennsylvania, particularly election law, and that those changes were unfair and led to the quote-unquote rigging of the election against Donald Trump. Now, there's an even higher IQ, Galaxy Brain Stop the Steal. Galaxy Brain Stop the Steal is one that you saw with great love and respect, my friend J.D. Vance, at his debate with Tim Walz, when Tim Walz asked him, what he said, did Donald Trump win the 2020 election? He said, Tim, focus on the future. And then he started talking about censorship, the Hunter Biden laptop story. If you take a look at the Joe Rogan interview, Rogan actually asked JD this. He's like, what do you mean? Some version of that. And JD was like, well, what I get really frustrated by is people will bring up all these insane conspiracy theories, but they ignore that the media censored the Hunter Biden laptop story and that big tech had its finger on the thumb for the Democrats. Now, that is empirically true, okay? That is true, right? Now, would you say that that's rigged? I'm not going to use that word, because that's a very different word. Now, would you say that it's unfair? Yeah, I think it's unfair. So there's a lot of MAGA folks picked up on this one. There was a Time Magazine article in 2020 that's very famous in their crowd called, it was like the fight to fortify the election. It was about all of these institutions that put their fingers on the scale for Joe Biden against Donald Trump. So I will put it this way. Was Donald Trump up against the titanic forces of billionaires, tech censorship, and elite institutions who all did absolute damnedest to defeat him in 2020? Yes, that is true. And in a sense, the Galaxy Brain case is the only one of those, which I think is truly legitimate. And I'm not going to put it off the table, but this is the problem. That's not what Trump sees. Trump, by the way, will never tell you what I just told you, right? JD will. If you go and you ask any of these Republican politicians when they're challenged on it and they don't want to say that Trump lost the 2020 election, they'll give the Galaxy Brain case that I just gave. And again, I don't think it's wrong, but it's like, guys, that's not what he means when he says it. And that's the important part to me.
So first, at a high level, Trump or otherwise, I don't like anyone who whines when they lose, period.
Yeah. Although he did tell you he lost. You notice that? That's the only time he's ever said it. Ever. Yeah. You're famous. You're in history for that.
Lost by a whisker.
Yeah. Lost by a whisker.
I mean, there is a case to be made that he was joking. I don't know. But there is a kind of weaving that he does with humor where sometimes it's sarcasm, sometimes not. Much easier to showcase in a 3-hour interview, I'll say.
Good call. Go ahead.
I couldn't even play with that when you have 40 minutes. You're like, I could do just 40 minutes on weaving alone.
For your style, it doesn't work. And I can tell you how the way I interview politicians is I just do pure policy. So the first time I interviewed Trump, I compiled a list of 15 subjects. Me and my editor, Vince Colonier, shout out to Vince. And the two of us sat in an office, and then we had questions by priority in each category. And if we felt like we were running short on time, we would move around those different ones. But that was purely, he's the president, we're asking him for his opinions on an immigration bill or whatever. For what you do, it's impossible.
Yeah, I just want to say that thank you for everybody involved for making my conversation with Donald Trump possible. But I've learned a lot from that I just, if I'm told that all I have is 40 minutes, I'm very politely sparing, in that case, Donald Trump the 40 minutes and just walking away. Because I don't think I could do a good job.
I think that is the correct decision on your part.
Yeah.
And I also would encourage you to have the confidence at this point that you are in a position of something that we call business the ability to compel the interview. And by to compel means to be able to bring somebody else to you and not the other way around.
Yes.
And I think that you and Rogan and a few others are in that very unique position. And I would really encourage you guys to stick to your guns on things that make you feel comfortable. Because, you know, those of us in news, we will always negotiate. We're willing to do short form because we're asking about policy. But for the style that you've helped popularize, and I think that you're uniquely talented and good at, that's very important not to compromise. So,
Thank you for saying those words. And that's not just in the interest of journalism, in the interest of conversation, it's the interest of the guest as well.
yeah,
Right?
absolutely.
To bring out the best in them.
Yeah, I mean, I would feel really at a disservice, and I would feel like people would not get a unique understanding of like my own thought process and my backstory if I was not able to sit here for literally hours and to explain in deep detail like how I think about the world. Not that anyone cares that much, but you know, it's just like I hope all I can do is I hope it's helpful. I want to help people think because. When I was growing up not far from here, 90 minutes from here, in College Station. I felt very uniquely closed off from the world. And I found the world through books. And books saved my life so many different times. And I hope to encourage that in other people. I really, no matter where you are, no matter who you are, no matter how busy you are, you have some time to either sit down with a book or put on an audiobook, and you can transport yourself into a different world. It's so important. And that's something that your show really helps me with too. I love listening to your show whenever. Sometimes when I'm too into politics, I need to listen to something. I listen to that Mayan historian guy. I love stuff like that. Absolutely.
I've been on a deep dive on Genghis Khan, reading Genghis Khan and the making of the modern world.
Yeah, Jack Weatherford.
Yeah, he's coming on.
Is he?
Yeah.
Amazing.
And again, shout out to Dan Carlin.
The GOAT, the OG. Dan, I've never met you before. I would love to correspond at some point. I love you so much. You changed my life.
I met him once before, and it felt. I
listened to your interview.
I was starstruck, very, very starstruck. And he's just so much Painfultainment. I've listened to that many times.
I think his best series, one of his best series, he gets no credit for, Ghosts of the Ostrom. Nobody gives him credit for that. And that's OG. This is a 2011 series. But his Ghosts of the Ostfront on the Eastern Front of the Nazi war against Russia fundamentally changed my view of warfare forever. And also, at that time, I was very young. And to me, World War II was Saving Private Ryan. I wasn't as well-read as I am now. And I was like, oh, shit, this entire thing happened, which actually decided the Second World War. And I don't know anything about this. So shout out to Dan. God bless you, Dan.
And his quote-unquote short episodes, I think, on slavery in general throughout human history.
That was an awesome episode. I actually bought a bunch of Hugh Thomas books because of that episode. I'd never really read about African slavery or the slave trade outside of the Civil War context. So, again, shout out to Dan. That was an amazing episode. His Japan series, too. I'm going to Japan in a few days, and I keep thinking of what he always talked about in his Supernova in the East. The Japanese are like everyone else, but everyone else. And, God, I love that.
Okay, he's great. And
Yeah.
I ironically arrived at this tangent while talking about the 2020 election.
Yeah. But podcasting is fun.
Because he said lost by a whisker.
Yeah.
Now we're dragging us screaming back to the topic. One of the things I was bothered by is Trump widespread, as you're saying, low IQ theory, the widespread voter fraud, and I saw no evidence of that he provided. And all right, well, let's put that on the table. And then the other thing I was troubled by, and maybe you can comfort me in the context of history, how easily the base ate that up. That they were able to believe the election was truly rigged based on no clear evidence that I saw. And they just loved the story. And there is something compelling to the story that, you know, like this DNC type, like with Bernie. The establishment just they're corrupt and they steal the will of the people. And like the lack of desire from the base or from people to see any evidence of that, it really troubled me.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you one of the most depressing quotes, which is deeply true. Roger Ailes, who was a genius. Shout out to The Loudest Voice in the Room by Gabriel Sherman. That book's too, because it really made me understand media. People don't want to be informed; they want to feel informed. That is one of the most fundamental media insights of all time.
What a line.
Roger Ailes, a genius in his own right, who, he changed the world. He certainly did. He, he's the one who kind of gets credit for one of the greatest debate lines of all time, because he was an advisor to President Reagan whenever he broke in and was like, Mr. President, people want to know if you're too damn old for this job or not. And he inspired that joke that Reagan made, where he was like, I will not use age in this campaign. I will not hold my opponent's youth and inexperience against him. That was Ailes, man. He did the Nixon town halls. He did it all. He's a fucking genius. And I'm not advocating necessarily for the world he created for us, but he did it. And people should study him more. If you're interested in media in particular, that book is one of the most important books you'll ever read.
Yeah, you know what? That quote just really connected with me because, there's all this talk about truth. And I think what people they want to feel like they're in possession of the truth. Right? Not actually be in possession of the truth.
Yeah, I know. It's one of the, it hit me too. Actually, Russell Crowe does an amazing job of delivering that line in the Showtime miniseries. So if you have a chance, you should watch it. And look, this is the problem. Liberals will be like, yeah, see these idiot Republicans. I'm like, yeah, you guys have bought a lot of crazy, stupid shit too, okay? And if actually, I would say liberal misinformation, quote unquote, is worse than Republican disinformation because it pervades the entire elite media, like Russiagate or Cambridge Analytica or any of these other hoaxes that have been foisted on the American people. The people who listen to The Daily and from the New York Times are just as brainwashed, lack of informed, want to feel informed as people who watch Fox News. So let me just say that out there. It's an equal opportunity cancer in the American people.
Actually, we started early on in the conversation talking about bubbles. What's your advice about how to figure out if you're in a bubble and how to get out of it?
Oh, that's such a fantastic question. Unfortunately, I think it comes really naturally to someone like me because I'm a child of immigrants and I was raised in College Station, Texas. So I was always on the outside. And when you're on the outside, this isn't a sob story. It's a deeply useful skill because when you're on the outside, you're forced to kind of observe. And you're like, oh. So like where I was raised was the Bible Belt. And people really, people were hardcore evangelical Christians. And I could tell them, like, they really believe this stuff, and they're always trying to proselytize and all of that. And then the other gift that my parents gave me is I got to travel the entire world. I probably visited 30 countries by the time I was 18. And one of the things that gave me was the ability to just put yourself in the brain of another person. So one of the reasons I'm really excited to go to Japan, and I picked it as a spot for my honeymoon, was because Japan is a first world developed country where the vast majority of them don't speak English. It's distinguishedly non-Western, and they just do shit their own way. So they have a subway, but it's not the same as ours. They have restaurants, things don't work the same way. They have, I could go to a laundry list. Their entire philosophy of life, of the daily rhythm, even though it merges with service-based managerial capitalism, and they're fucking good at it too. They do it their own way. So exposure to other countries in the world gave me, and also just being an outsider myself, gave me a more detached view of the world. So if you don't have that, what I would encourage you is to flex that muscle. So go somewhere that makes you uncomfortable. This will be a very boomer take, but I hate the fact that you have 5G everywhere you go in the world. Because some of the best experiences I've ever had in my life is walking around Warsaw, Poland, trying to find a bus station to get my ass to Lithuania with a printed out bus ticket. I have no idea where the street is. I'm in a country where not that many people speak English. We're pointing and gesturing, right? And I figured it out. And it was really useful. I got to meet a lot of cool Polish people. Same in Thailand. I've been in rural, like Bumfuck, Thailand, Colombia, places where people speak zero English. And your ability to gesture and use pidgin really connects you and gives you like the ability to get an exposure to others. And so I know this is a very like wanderlust like travel thing, but unironically, if you're raised in a bubble, pierce it. Like that's the answer. Is seek something out that makes you uncomfortable. So if you're raised rich, you need to go spend some time with poor people.
And consider that they might actually understand the world better than you.
Well, in some respects. So I think a lot of rich people have really screwed up personal lives. So if you're poor and you really value family, you say, oh, that's interesting. There seems to be a fundamental trade-off between extraordinary wealth and something that I value. But what can I take away from that person? Oh, put my money in index funds. Make sure that I am conscientious about my budgeting. It's common sense shit, right? And vice versa. People who are very wealthy get so caught up in the rat race about their kids going to private school and all of this. And then, they very rarely engage with, there's that famous study where they ask people on their deathbed, like what they valued in life. And every single one of them was like, I wish I'd spend more time with my children. I think about that every time that I am thinking about pursuing a new work endeavor or something that's going to have me spend significant time away from my wife. And I'm almost always these days, now that I've achieved a certain level of success, the answer is I'm not doing it unless you can come with me.
One of the bubbles I'm really concerned about is San Francisco bubble. I visited there recently because I have so many friends there that I respect deeply. There's so many brilliant people in San Francisco, the Silicon Valley. But there's just this, I don't even want to criticize it, but there's definitely a bubble.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm friends with some SV Silicon Valley people as well. I'm similarly struck by that every time I go. And honestly, I do admire them because what I respect the most amongst entrepreneurs, business, and political thinkers is systems thinking. Nobody thinks systems better than people who are in tech because they deal with global shit, right? Not even just America. They have to think about the whole world, about the human being, his relationship with technology. And coding, in some ways, is an expression of the human mind and about how that person wants to achieve this thing. And how you mechanically can type that into a keyboard or even code something to code for you to be able to achieve that. That's a remarkable accomplishment. I do think those people and people like that too, who think very linearly through math, and their geniuses are the ones who can take their creativity and merge it with linear thinking. But I do think that actually, those are the people who probably most need to get out of the bubble, check themselves a little bit. And look, it's really hard, once you achieve a certain level of economic success and others, like, what do most rich people do? They close themselves off from the world. That's the vast majority of the time. What do? The economy is annoying flying. They fly first class. Living in a small house is annoying. They buy a bigger house. Dealing with a lot of these inconveniences of life is annoying. You pay a little bit more to make sure you don't do that. There's a deep, insidious thing within that. Each one of those individual choices, where the more and more removed that you get from that, the more in the bubble that you are. So you should actually seek out those experiences or create them in a concerted way.
Speaking of bubbles, Sam Harris. He has continued to criticize me directly and indirectly, I think unfairly, but I love Sam. I deeply respect him. Everybody should listen to the Making Sense podcast. It always makes me think. It's definitely in the rotation.
That's very admirable.
I mean, he's, I think, one of the sharpest minds of our generation. And for a long time, I looked up to him. It was one of the weirdest moments for me to meet him because you listen to somebody for such a long time.
I feel like it was weird. I'm serious.
Yeah, it's a beautiful moment. And the same with Joe and stuff absolutely. Like this.
It is one of the most surreal moments of your life to be able to meet somebody who you spend like hours. I actually think about that when people come up to me because I'm like, oh, they're feeling what I felt whenever
yeah. And you have to you see it, you feel it, and you have to celebrate that because there's an intimacy to it. Mm-hmm. I think it's real when people really do form a real connection, a real friendship. It happens to be one way, but I think it actually can upgrade to a two-way pretty easily. It happens with me like in a matter of 5 minutes when I meet somebody at a airport or something like that. Anyway, Sam took a pretty strong position on Trump.
Mm-hmm. And has for a while.
Yeah, he has been consistent and unwavering. So he thinks that Trump is a truly dangerous person for democracy, maybe for the world. Can you steel man his position?
Well, see, I think a lot of this podcast has been stealing that in it because Sam is a big character matters guy. Like, he focuses a lot on Trump's personality. By the way, I'm like you. I've listened to Sam Harris for years. I bought his meditation app, so nobody's going to accuse me of being some Sam Harris hater. I listened to him for long before even Donald Trump was elected. That's how far back I go with the Sam Harris podcast. I have a lot of respect for the dude. I enjoy a lot of his older interviews. I do think after Trump, he did succumb a little bit, in my opinion, to the elite liberalism view, both of the impetus behind Donald Trump and why he was able to be successful. So in some ways, very denigrating to the Trump voter, but also a fundamental misunderstanding of the American presidency. Because like I said, he really is the one who believes that narcissism, that character, and all of that makes Trump tick itself will eventually override any potential benefit that he could have in office. And I just think that's a really wrong way of looking at it. And I mean, for example, I had this debate with Crystal, and this gets to the whole Trump, talking about the enemy from within. Mm-hmm. And she was like, he wants to prosecute his political opponents. Do you disagree with that? And I was like, no, I don't. And she was like, so you're not worried about it? And I go, no, I'm not. And she's like, well, how do you swear that? And I was like, well, I actually unironically believe in the American system of institutional checks and balances, which kept him, quote unquote, in check last time around. I also believe in democracy, where, this is really interesting, but, in 2022, a lot of the Republicans who were the most vociferous about Stop the Steal, they got their asses kicked at the ballot box. Americans also then in 2024 decided to forgive some of that from Donald Trump. It definitely didn't help, right? But they were able to oversee that for their own interests. As in, democratically, people are able to weigh, in terms of checks and balances, what they should and should not challenge a politician by. But also, we have the American legal system, and I also know the way that the institutions in Washington themselves work, that, fundamentally, the way that certain processes and other things could play out will not play out to some Hitlerian fantasy. And this gets to the whole Kamala and them calling it fascist. You and I probably spent hours of our lives, maybe more, thinking and reading about Hitler, Weimar Germany, and I just find it so insulting, because it becomes this moniker of fascist. These terms have meaning beyond just a dictionary definition. The circumstances through which Hitler is able to rise to power are not the same as today. It's stop denigrating America to the point where you think, really flip it around. Why do you think America's Weimar Germany? That's a ridiculous thing to say. Do you unironically believe that? No, you don't believe that. So that is personally what drives me a little bit crazy. And I think that Sam has found himself in a mental framework where he's not able to look past the man and his quote unquote danger. And at the end of the day, his worldview was rejected wholly by the American people. And that, because the character argument, the fascist argument, the Hitler argument, the he is uniquely bad argument has been run twice before, 2016 and in 2000, actually all three times. I guess it won in 2020. But 2 out of the 3 times, Donald Trump has won the presidency. And in his latest one, where that argument has never been made before, for a longer period of time and more in strength by a political candidate, was rejected completely. And I would ask him to reconcile himself to the American that he is.
I think one thing with the partial steel man in his case, but also just the steel man the way the world works, is that there is some probability that Kamala Harris will institute a communist state, and there is some probability that Donald Trump will indeed will fly a swastika and deport everybody who's not Scott Irish. I don't know.
Yeah, you and I are screwed.
Maybe is there a spirit test? Okay. But that probability is small, and you have to, if you allow yourself to focus on a particular trajectory with a small probability, it can become all-encompassing. Because you could see it. You could see a path. There are certain character qualities for Trump, yes, where he wants to hold on to power. First of all, every politician wants to hold on to power. Joe Biden, maybe because he's part of the machine, can't even conceive of the notion of a third term. Mm-hmm. but he has the arrogance to want to hold on to power, do everything he can.
Absolutely.
And like with Trump, I can see that if it was very popular for him to have a third term, I think he would not be the kind of person who doesn't advocate for a third term.
So what? That would require the Senate and the House, or 75% of the states, to pass and change the Constitution. Do you think that's going to happen? No, I don't think it's going to happen. So I'm not that worried about it. Now, you can make a Norm's argument. I actually think that's kind of fair, is that he's the Norm buster. But, you know, with extraordinary candidates, people like Trump, you get the good and the bad. There is a true duality. Like, the norms he busts around foreign policy, I love. The norms he busts around the economy, I love. The norms he busts around just so much of the American political system, saying it how it is, etc. I love that. You know what I hate? This 2020 election bullshit. You know what else I hate? You know, just the lack of discipline that I would want to think that a great leader could have, like when he was president and tweeting about Mika Brzezinski's facelift. That was objectively ridiculous. Like, it was crazy, okay? Was it funny? Yeah, but it was crazy. Like, and it's not how I would conceive and have conceived of some of my favorite presidents. I wouldn't think that they would do that. But that's what you get. You know, everyone should be clear-eyed about who this man is. And that's another problem. The deification of politicians is sick. It's sickening. Like, about Trump, around Obama, like these people are just people. Like, the idea that they are godlike creatures, extraordinary judgment. You know, one of the really cool things about you and I's job is we actually meet very important people. After you meet a few billionaires, you're like, yeah, there's definitely something there, but, you know, some of them are after you meet a few politicians, you're like, oh, they're not that smart. That was a rude awakening for me, by the way, being here in Texas reading about these people. And pretty soon, I was on Capitol Hill. I was like 19 years old. I was just an intern. I'm actually interacting. And I see them behave in ridiculous manners and, you know, whatever, just treat people badly or say something stupid. And I was like, oh, this is not the West. I'm like, this is not like a look. This is reality. And the weirdest part of my life is I've now been in Washington long enough. I know some of the people personally, the vice president of the United States, literally the vice president-elect, future cabinet secretaries, future, you know, these people I literally have met, had dinner with, had a drink with, whatever. That's a wild thing. And that's even more bringing you down to earth. You're like, oh shit, they're actually a lot of power. That's kind of scary. But you're just a person. And so even though you don't have to say I have my same life experience, take it from me or anybody else who's ever met really famous people, rich, successful, powerful people. They're just people. There's nothing bad. There's some things that are unique about them, but they have just as many human qualities as you or anybody else who's listening to this right now.
Yeah, there's for each candidate, Trump is probably the extreme version of that. There's a distribution of the possible trajectories the administration might result in.
Yes.
And like the range of possible trajectories is just much wider with Trump.
Yeah, you're describing like a Bayesian theory, right? Like, and I think that's actually a really useful framework for the world, is that people are really too binary. So like you said, you know, there's a theoretical possibility, I guess, of a communist takeover of government and of a fascist takeover of government under Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. You know, the realistic probability, I would give it 0.05% probably in both directions. But there are a lot of things that can happen that are bad, that are not Hitlerian. There are a lot of things that happen that are really good, that are not FDR, New Deal style. One of the worst things politicians do is they describe themselves in false historical ways. So in Washington, one of the most overused phrases is made history. And I'm like, you know, if you actually read history, most of these things are just, they're not even footnotes. They're the stuff that the historians flip past and they're like, what a stupid fucking thing. I mean, and I'm talking about things that ruled American politics. Like, what if I told you that the Panama Canal Treaty was one of the most important fights in modern American politics? Nobody thinks about that today. It ruled American politics at that time. You know? It genuinely is a footnote, but that's not how it felt at the time. So that's another thing I want to talk
about. You tragically missed the UFO hearings.
Oh man, my brothers. I'm really sad. Let me tell you, I love them so much. The UFO community are some of the best people I've ever met in my life. Shout out to my brother Jeremy Corbell, to George Knapp, the OG, to all of the people who fly from all around the world to come to these hearings. It was so fun. I got to meet so many of them last time. just walk the rope line, like as people were coming in. The excitement, I truly love the UFO. Shout out to all of them.
This is the second one, I guess.
This is the second one.
Do you hope they continue happening?
It's going to be a slow burn. So one of the things I always tell the guys and everybody is consider how long it took to understand the sheer insanity of the CIA in the 1950s and 60s. So if we think back to the Church Committee, I forget the exact year of the Church Committee, I think it was in the 70s, the entire Church Committee and the knowledge of of how the CIA and the FBI were up to all of this insane shit throughout the 50s and 60s is because some people broke into a warehouse, discovered some documents, got the names of programs, which were able to be FOIA'd, and we were able to break open that case. It would never have happened with real transparency, like in the official process. So we owe those people a great debt, I guess I could say. Now the statute of limitations has passed. My point about the UFOs is I don't know what is real or not. I have absolute confidence an absolute ton is being hid from the American people, and that all of the official explanations are bullshit. I have had the opportunity to interface with some of the whistleblowers and other activists in the community, people who I trust, people who have great credentials, who have no reason to lie, who have assured us that there's a lot going on behind the scenes. There has been too much misinformation and effort by the deep state to cover up this topic. So I would ask people to keep the faith. It's 2024 and we still don't have all the JFK files. Okay? Everyone involved is dead. There's no reason to let it go. And even though we basically know what happened, we don't know. If you read that fantastic book, the Tom O'Neill book about the Manson murders, I mean, again, it took him 20 years to write that book and he still didn't get the full story. So sometimes it takes an extraordinarily long, agonizing period of time. And I know how deeply frustrating that is. But when you think about a secret, a program, and knowledge of this magnitude, it would only make sense that it would require a titanic effort to reveal a titanic secret.
Do you think Trump might be able to push for aggressively break through the secrecy? Let's say even on the JFK files.
I hope so. I have moderate confidence. RFK Jr. has pushed him to do so. I would like to think so. At the same time, I saw him got rolled last time, so I'll hold my breath.
Why do you think that happened? Why do you think he gets?
Remember that whole interagency thing I told you about? That's how it happens. That's another thing. You're presuming that the president has the power to declassify this stuff. I'm saying that I'm not even sure we're there. Like in terms of
so his basic stability, he basically says I would like to declassify JFK files, and they say yes, sir. We'll get that to you in 3 months. And 3 months comes by. And then they're like, well, there's these hurdles.
Well, the way you get around it is, let's release some. But these in particular, there's national security secrets. There's a good case for not releasing them, X, Y, and Z. It's like you get around that. Oh, okay, that makes sense. And again, he's a busy guy. He's the president. He's got way bigger shit to worry about. So that's the problem is that unless you have the true urgency, look, people of immense power have tried. Everyone forgets this. John Podesta was the White House chief of staff. He is a UFO true believer in his heart. He tried. He's talked about it. He tried at the top level, the number 2 to the White House, to get the Pentagon and others to tell him what was going on, and they stonewalled it. So people need to understand what you're up against. And and people are like, how is that even possible? It's like, well, go read about the terror that LBJ and the Kennedys and others had in confronting J. Edgar Hoover. Go and read how terrified, Eisenhower and some of them were of the Dulles brothers. They were scared. Like they knew where the power was. So, the presidency, look, government, deep state, etc. They've been there a long time and they know what's happening. And presidents come and go, but they stay forever. And so that's the paradigm that you're going to fight against.
Yeah, it's a bit of a meme, but I wonder how deep the deep state is.
Much deeper than anyone can even imagine. And the worst part is with the deep state is it's not even individuals, it's actually an ideology. And ideology is the most popular. People often think that if we took money out of politics, that it would change everything. I'm not saying it would change everything, or it wouldn't change a lot. But people are like, oh, so-and-so is only against universal health care because they pay them. No, that's not why. They actually believe it. Or it's like, oh, so-and-so is only wants to advocate for war with Iran because they're on the payroll of AIPAC. And it's like, well, yeah, the trips and the money helps, but they think that. Actually, the system itself, this is a very Chomsky-esque systemic critique, is that any journalist worth their salt would never have the ability to get hired in a mainstream. So he's like, it's not that you're bad in a mainstream media. It's that anyone good is not allowed to be elevated to your position because they have an ideology. And so, that is the most self-forcing, pernicious mechanism of them all. And that's really Washington.
It's again a bubble, but a bubble that has a lot of power.
Yes.
Who do you think is the future of the Republican Party after Trump? What happens to Trumpism after Trump?
Like you just said, Bayesian mistake, very serious. Right? So let's say it's 04. It's Bush Cheney. In 2004, the day after the election, I would have told you this. We live in a Bible Belt, Jesus land America. This America wants to protect America. The war on terror against Iraq. And the axis of evil, and American people just voted for George W. Bush. And so I would have predicted that it would have been somebody in that vein. And they tried that. His name was John McCain, got blown the fuck out by Barack Obama. So I cannot sit here and confidently say.
What year would you be able to predict Obama? Was this his first time he gave the speech?
The 2004 speech at the DNC. That was his We Don't Live in a Black America, White America, the John Kerry DNC speech. You honestly could not have predicted it until 07, whenever he actually announced his campaign and activated a lot of anti-war energy. I mean, maybe 06, actually, I could have said in 06, if I was, kind of the contrarian I am now, I'm like, yeah, there's a lot of anti-war energy. I think the next president will be somebody who's able to, the explosion of Keith Olbermann and MSNBC, that it makes logical sense in hindsight. But, at the same time, you're going up against the Clinton machine, who's never lost an election, so I would have been afraid. I cannot confidently say. So I will say, if things go in a different direction, if Trump is a net positive president, then I think it will be J.D. Vance, his vice president, who believes in a lot of the things that I've talked about here today about foreign policy restraint, about the working class, about changing Republican attitudes to the economy, and he would be able to build upon that legacy in the way that George H.W. Bush was able to get elected off the back of Reagan. But H.W. Bush was fundamentally his own man. He's a very misunderstood figure. Very different than Ronald Reagan. Didn't end up working out for him, but he did get himself elected. So that's one path. That's if you have a net positive Trump presidency. The other path is the 04 path that I just laid out. If George W. Bush, if Trump does what Bush does, misinterprets his mandate, screws things up, creates chaos, and makes it just generally annoying to live in American society, then you will see somebody in the Republican Party. I mean, still, it could even be J.D. Vance, because he could say J.D. is my natural and my chosen successor, but then he would lose an election, and then he would no longer be the so-called leader of the Republican Party. So I could see it swing in the other direction. I could see, Republicans or others, let's say if it's a total disaster and we get down to like 20% approval ratings and the economy is bad and stuff like that. Glenn Youngkin or somebody like that who's very diametrically opposed to Donald Trump, or at least, aesthetically, is somebody like that who could rise from the ashes. And I'm just saying, like, in terms of his aesthetic, not him per se. So there's a variety of different directions. It's a big question about the Republican base. I mean, a shit ton of people voted Republican now for the first time ever. So are they going to vote in party primaries? I don't know. The traditional party primary voter is like a white boomer. He's like 58, 59. Is the Latino guy in California who turned out to vote for Trump with a MAGA hat and rolling around, suburban Los Angeles with that? Is he going to vote in the Republican Party? That could change. So the type of candidate themselves could come. So it's way too early to say. We have so many variety of paths that we could go down.
Yeah, I think Trump is a singular figure. Like, if you support Trump, there's a vibe. I know Kamala has a vibe. Mm-hmm. There's definitely a vibe to Trump and MAGA. And I think even with JD, that's no longer going to be there. So if JD runs and wins, that would be on principles, and it's a very different thing.
He is so different, right? You can see his empathy, right? Remember in the PT debate when he was like, Christ have mercy, and Tim Rice was talking about his son. I mean, that's not something else. It's like, in terms of, and this, by the way, this is my own bubble test. I have no idea how somebody listens to Trump and J.D. Vance is like, Trump is the guy who should be president. I honestly, I don't know. That's my own culture. I am in too much of a bubble where my bias is to, being well spoken, being empathetic, or at least being able to play empathetic, and being extremely well read about the world and thoughtful, and somebody who's somebody like him who's engaged in the political process, but also been able to retain his values and be extremely well articulate his worldview. That's my bias. That's who I would want to be the president. But it's a big country. People think
By the way, I share your bias.
yeah.
And I sometimes try to take myself out of that bubble. Like, maybe it's not important to have read a book or multiples of books on history.
I'm not saying everybody should be like me, but that's my point. I'm checking myself by being like, because of who I am, that's how I see the world, and that's how I would choose it. But that is not how people vote. And nothing has taught me that more than this election.
I wish they did. I mean, I don't know if that's the lesson to take away. I think.
Yeah, but who are we to say? People are allowed to do what they want. I'm not going to tell somebody how to vote.
No, what I'm saying is, you take everything Trump is doing, the dance, all of it, and add occasional saga-like references to history books. I think that's just a better candidate.
I agree with you. I mean, listen, it's my bias.
I don't know. I don't think that's bias. I think that's not a bubble thinking. I think
it's amazing to me, right? Like, listen to the JD interview with Rogan. JD, he'll drop obscure references to studies, to like papers that have come out, essays, books. Like, this is a very well-read, high IQ, well thought out individual who also, has given his life to the political process and decided to like deal with all the bullshit that this entire system is going to throw at you whenever you start to engage. That's who I would want to be president, but I'm biased. So what can I say?
I like how you keep saying you're biased.
Yeah.
As if there's some percent of the population that doesn't like people to read at all. Okay. What about the future? You kind of hinted at it, the future of the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
Do you see any talent out there that's promising? Is it going to be Obama-like figure that just rolls out of nowhere?
Clinton is the better example, because the Democratic Party was destroyed for 12 years. From the 1980 election to 1992. They're 12 years out of power. In periods of that long of an era, it takes somebody literally brand new who's not tainted by the previous to convince the base that you can win and convince the country that you're going in a new direction. So I would not put my money on anybody tainted by the Great Awakening, by TDS, by the insanity of the Trump era. It has to be somebody post that, and or somebody who is able to reform themselves. It will, in my opinion, it will likely not be any establishment politician of today who will emerge for the future. Like I said, my dark horse is Dean. I think that the Democratic base is going to give Dean a shit ton of credit, and they should, for him being out. Like, look, let's be honest, he's a no-name congressman from Minnesota. Nobody cared to do much for us. But just like Obama, he had courage and he came out and spoke early when it mattered. And by doing that, he showed good judgment. And he showed he was willing to take risks. So I would hope in America's political system that we award something like that. And I do think the Democrats will reward him. But I'm not saying it will be him per se. But it will be a figure like that, who is not nationally known, who has read the tea leaves correctly, who took guesses and did things differently than everybody else. And most of all, I'm hoping that heterodox attitudes, ideas, behaviors, by definition, after a blowout, those will likely be the ones that are. So I cannot give a name, but I can just describe the circumstances.
Can you imagine an amorphous figure that's a progressive populist?
It would be very difficult at this point, just because a huge portion of the multiracial working class has shifted to the right. But I could see it. People change their minds all the time. Like, there are people out there who voted for Barack Obama who've now voted for Donald Trump 3 times. So, a lot can change in this country. If you've made a credible case, you've got a track record, speak authentically, and you can try to divide the country along class lines and be authentic and real about it, maybe, I think you have a shot. I still think you're probably going to get dinged on culture, just because I think this election has really showed us how important immigration and culture is. But actually, what the left populace should pray for, and they won't admit this, is that Trump actually solves immigration, like in terms of changing the status quo. You know how in the way that the Supreme Court just ended the conversation on gay marriage? So Republicans were like, yeah, whatever, we support gay marriage. Because they're like, that's the law of the land, it is what it is. They should just hope that their unpopular issue is resolved by the president, and thus they just don't have to talk about it anymore. And now the battleground is actually favorable for them. They get to talk about the economy and abortion. So their least popular issue gets solved by the president by consensus from his mandate, and then they can run on a brand new platform for the new issues that are facing America.
All right, let's put our historian hat back on.
Okay.
Will the American Empire collapse one day? And if it does, when it does, what will be the reason?
Statistically, likely. Statistically, yes. With the famous Fight Club quote, it's like on a long enough timeline, the survival rate for everything drops to zero.
I like for all the books you've quoted, you went to Fight Club. I guess the
Okay.
movie, right?
The book's good though. People should read that too. In terms of why, again, statistically, the answer is quite simple. It usually comes back to a series of unpopular wars, which are pursued because of the elite's interests. Then it usually leads to a miscalculation and not a catastrophic defeat. Normally, it comes gradually, and most of the times when these things end, the crazy part is most people who are living through End of Empire have no idea that they're living through the End of the Empire. And I actually think about that a lot. From Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire by Edward Gibbon. Actually, your episode on Rome is fantastic. People should go listen to that. So there you go. Another really good one, I like to think a lot about the British Empire and what eventually led to that collapse. And nobody in 1919 said the British Empire has just collapsed. Basically, nobody said that. They were like, yeah, the First World War is horrible, but actually we came out of this okay. We still have India, we still have all these African colonies and all that. But, long periods of servitude, of debt to the United States, of degradation, of social upheaval, of Bolshevism, of American industrial might. And next thing you know, you find yourself at Potsdam, and Churchill's like, holy shit, I have barely any power in this room, right? So revolutions happen slowly and then all at once. And so could you really put a real pin in the end of the British Empire? It took almost 40 years for it to end. So America's empire will eventually end either from rising geopolitical competition, likely China, could be India, nobody knows. It will likely be because of being overstretched, of an elite capture is usually the reason why, and a misreading of what made the original society work in the first place. And that is one where, honestly, all three of those things will happen all at once, and it will happen over an extremely long period of time. And it's very difficult to predict. I would not bet against America right now. I think we have a lot of fundamental strengths. It's such a unique and dynamic country. It really is fucking crazy. Every time I travel the world, as much as I love all these different places I go, man, I love the United States so much. You will love it more than you. I really believe that. So
it's nice to remember how quickly the public opinion shifts. It was very dynamic and adaptable, which annoys me. I understand that's part of the political discourse, saying if Trump wins, it's the end of America. If Kamala wins, it's the end of America.
So stupid. Yeah.
But I understand the political nature of that discourse is necessary to, like we mentioned, to dry up votes.
I like to think about Americans in 1866. I cannot imagine going to a war where some X percent, I think it's 2 or 3% of whatever, the entire population was just killed. Our president, who was visionary genius, who was blessed to have, is assassinated at Phillips Theater immediately after the surrender of Lee. Andrew Johnson, who's a bumbling fucktard, is the one who is in charge. And we're having all these insane crises over internal management, while we're also trying to decide this new order in the South and whether to bring these people, how to bring these people back into the Union. I mean, I would have despaired in that year. I was like, it's over. This is it. The war, I'm like, was it worth anything? If Andrew Johnson is going to be doing this, or even in the South, I mean, I can't even imagine for what they were going through, too. They have to go home, and their entire cities are burned to the ground, and they're trying to readjust, and, their entire economy and way of life is overthrown in 5 years. I mean, that's an insane time to be alive. And what do we know? It worked out, By 1890s or so, there were people shaking hands, union. There's a cool video on YouTube actually of FDR, who was addressing some of the last Gettysburg veterans. I think it was like the 75th anniversary or whatever. And you can literally see these old men shaking hands across the stone wall. It gives me hope. Yeah.
Let's linger on that hope. What is the source of optimism you have for the 21st century, for the century beyond that, human civilization in general? Is it's easy to learn cynical lessons from history, right?
Mhm.
That shit eventually goes wrong, but sometimes it doesn't. So, what gives you hope?
I think that the fundamentals of what makes humanity great and has for a long time are best expressed in the American character. And that despite all of our problems, that as a country with our ethos, a lot of stuff we talked about today, individualism, the frontier mindset, the blessings of geography, the blessings of our economy, of the way that we're able to just incorporate different cultures and the best of each and put them all together, give us the best opportunity to succeed and to accomplish awesome things. We're the country that put a man on the moon, which is the epitome of human spirit. I hope to see more of that. And, I think last time I was here, I shouted out, and I love Antarctic exploration. I've read basically every book that there is on the exploration of Antarctica. And one of the reasons I love to do so is because there is no reason to care about it. None. There's nothing down there. Zero. Going to the South Pole is a truly useless exercise. And yet, we went. We went twice, actually. 2 people went there in the span of 5 weeks, and they competed to do so. And the spirit that propelled Amundsen and Scott's expedition, and people like Shackleton, who's like, if you were to ask me, my hero of all heroes is Ernest Shackleton, is because his spirit, I think, lives on in the United States. It unfortunately died in Great Britain. And interestingly enough, the Brits even understand that. They're like, it's very interesting how popular Shackleton is in America. And even though he was Irish and he was a British subject, to me, he's a spiritual American. And I think that his spirit lives on within us and has always been there to a certain extent. And everywhere else, I think it's dying. But here, I love it here. There's so many cool things around there. People move around all the time. They buy new houses. They start families. There's no other place you can just reset your whole life. In the same country, it's wild. You can reinvent yourself. You can go broke. You can get rich. You can go back and forth multiple times. And there's nowhere else where you have enough freedom and opportunity to pursue that. You definitely have a lot of problems, but I've traveled enough of the world now to know that it's a special place. And that gives me a lot of hope.
I wish I could do a Bostonian accent of we do these things not because they're easy, but because they're hard.
Because they're hard.
Thank you. That's so true. Scott Irish got us. Well, listen, I'm a huge fan of yours, Sagar. I hope to see you in the White House interviewing the president.
There you go. That's the only situation you see.
Yeah. Front row and just talking free. I would love to live in a country and in a world where it's you who gets to talk to the press secretary, to the president, because I think you're one of the good ones as far as journalists go, as far as human beings. So I hope to see you in there, and I hope you get to ask a question that
ends up in a book.
That ends up in a good history book.
Absolutely. Well, likewise, I'm a huge fan of yours. For anybody out there who's interested, I compiled a list, and I will go with retroactively edit it. Just go to sagarandjetty.io. I created a newsletter with a website that has all the links to all of this stuff.
Beautiful. The hundreds of books that were mentioned here. All right, brother. Thank you so much for talking.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Sagar and Jetty. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Voltaire. History is the study of all the world's crime. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Trying to finally justify the accumulation of this great fortune. With restoring the Palace of Versailles.
So, what is the difference between a madman and a genius? Success.
The following is a conversation with Javier Milei, the president of Argentina. He is a libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, and economist who campaigned with a chainsaw that symbolized his promise to slash the corrupt bureaucracy of the state. He stepped into the presidency 1 year ago, with the country on the brink of hyperinflation, deep in debt, and suffering from mass unemployment and poverty. He took this crisis head on, transforming one of Latin America's largest economies through pure free market principles. In just a few months in office, he already achieved Argentina's first fiscal surplus in 16 years, and not just avoided hyperinflation, but brought inflation down to its lowest in 3 years. We'll discuss all of this in detail, both the successes and the challenges. His depth of knowledge of economic principles, metrics, and data was truly impressive and refreshing to hear from a world leader. But even bigger than the economic transformation of Argentina, Javier represents the universal fight against government corruption and the fight for freedom, economic freedom, political freedom, and freedom of speech. He has many critics, many of whom are part of the corrupt establishment he is seeking to dismantle. But many are simply Argentinian citizens, scared of the pain his radical policies may bring, at least in the short term. But whether one disagrees with his methods or not, no one can deny that his presidency marks one of the most ambitious attempts at economic transformation in modern history, and that Javier Milei is truly a force of nature, combining the rigor of an economist with the passion of a revolutionary in the fight for freedom of a nation he loves. Argentina is one of my favorite countries, so I sincerely hope he succeeds. This interview was conducted with the president speaking Spanish and me speaking English, with an interpreter simultaneously translating. We make the episode available, overdubbed and subtitled in both English and Spanish, thanks to our great friends at 11 Labs. If you're watching on YouTube, you can switch between English and Spanish by clicking the gear icon, selecting audio track, and choosing the language. Same with the caption. If you're watching on X, I'll post both Spanish and English versions separately. If you're watching on Spotify or listening elsewhere, I'll probably only post the English version. This is the first time for me doing something like this in a foreign language. It was challenging, but illuminating. I hope to continue talking to many world leaders for 2 to 3 hours in this way, including Volodymyr Zelensky, Vladimir Putin, Narendra Modi, and Xi Jinping. I want to explore who they are, how they think, and how they hope to help their country and humanity flourish. This is the Let's Freedom podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Javier Milei. When did you first understand the value of freedom, especially economic freedom?
Well, actually, I came to understand the ideas of freedom as an economic growth specialist back in the years of 2013 to 2014. I could see that per capita GDP statistics over the last 2,000 years of the Christian era essentially looked like a hockey stick, indicating that per capita GDP remained almost constant until around 1800, after which it accelerated sharply. In the same context of that phenomenal increase in productivity and per capita GDP, the population had multiplied sevenfold over the preceding 200 years. So basically, in economics, that means you get increasing returns, and the presence of increasing returns implies the existence of monopolies, concentrated structures, and according to traditional neoclassical economic theory, the presence of monopolies and concentrated structures is not a good thing. But at the same time, one could see that living standards had increased tremendously, and that middle-income people ended up living far better than emperors did in the Roman era, and the population had gone from having 95% of people in extreme poverty to less than 10%. And in that context, the question was how it could be that something that had lifted so many people out of poverty, that had improved human conditions so much could be something bad for economic theory, meaning something was not right. So, in that context, I remember that one of the people who worked on my team suggested I read an article by Murray Newton Rothbard called Monopoly and Competition. I remember reading it like it was today. And after reading it carefully, I said, everything I've taught about market structure in the last 20 years in courses on microeconomics is wrong. This caused a very strong internal commotion in me. So I called this person who used to work with me, and they recommended a place to buy Austrian School of Economics books. And I remember I bought at least 20 or 30 books, which I went to pick up one Saturday afternoon. And when I visited the bookstore, I was fascinated by all the stuff they had there. So I went back the next day and I started calculating how much money I needed to pay for my dog's food. That's my four-legged child. And how much I needed to spend on the taxi fare and food. And then, with what I have left, I spent all of it on more books. And then I started to read very intensively. And I remember, for example, the experience of reading Human Action by Mises, and this was a book that I didn't know about. And on the following weekend, I started to read this book right from the first page, and I didn't stop until I finished it, and that was a true revolution in my head. And having the chance to read Austrian authors like Rothbard, Mises, Hayek, Hoppe, and Jesus Puerta de Soto, or others like Juan Ramon Rallo, Philip Bagus, and Walter Block, for example. That was very inspirational. And at one point, I got the opportunity to read related to the works of Alberto Venegas Linchijo. And I also had the pleasure and honor to meet him. And today, we are actually friends. So that paved the way for me to approach the ideas of freedom. And another book that was a very significant influence and impact on me was The Principles of Political Economics by Menger. It was truly eye-opening. Or let's say, for reading Eugen von Birnbauer, these were things that really challenged all of my form of thinking. I had a vague idea and core about the Austrian school. The only thing I had read about the Austrian school until then had been Money and Time, a very good book by Garrison, but now that I understand a little bit more about Austrian economics, I know that it was rather poor. This doesn't mean that the book isn't good, but there were a whole lot of things to read that ended up being truly fascinating.
So from that, what is now today, and maybe you can talk about the evolution, is your philosophy, economics philosophy. You described yourself as an anarcho-capitalist, market anarchist, libertarian. That's the ideal. And then maybe in practice and reality, you said that you're more of a minarchist. So lay it all out. What's your economics philosophy today?
Strictly speaking, I am an anarcho-capitalist. I despise the state government. I despise violence. Let us suppose we take the definition of liberalism. I usually use the definition of liberalism given by Alberto Venegas Linchijo, which is very much in line with the definition of John Locke, which essentially matches the definition by Alberto Venegas Lynch Jr., who said that liberalism is the unrestricted respect for the life project of others based on the principle of non-aggression and in defense of the right to life, liberty, and property. So I frame all of the discussions within those terms, And the fact is that when you get to that notion, I would dare say that you become an anarcho-capitalist de facto. And what that describes, it is an idea which represents my ideal world. I mean, that is the ideal world. Now, real life poses a whole lot of restraints, and some of those you can lift, and those restrictions and others you can. So, in real life, I am a minarchist. I advocate for minimizing state size. I try to remove as many regulations as possible. In fact, that is what I used to say during my campaign, and let's say that is what I'm now carrying out. We have just carried out the largest structural reform in Argentine history. It is a structural reform that is 8 times larger than Menem's. Largest structural reform in history. And we did that with 15% of the representatives and 10% of the senators. Furthermore, we have a deregulation ministry where basically every day we eliminate between 1 and 5 regulations. On the other hand, we have 3,200 additional structural reforms pending, to the point that the day we finish all these reforms, we will be the freest country on the planet, with the consequences they have in terms of well-being. Think about this. When Ireland started market reforms just over 40 years ago, it was the poorest country in Europe. Today, its GDP per capita is 50% higher than that of the United States. So, I have a current situation, and what I am constantly looking for, whether from my academic works and my outreach notes and books, is the world we have today. That every day we are closer, that every day we gain more freedom, because there are some very interesting things here. First, I would like to quote Milton Friedman. There is a moment when they do an interview with Milton Friedman and they ask him about liberals, and then he says that there are 3 types of liberals. There are the classical liberals, where, for example, Adam Smith or Milton Friedman himself could fit. Some say that Hayek could fit into that category. For me, Hayek is a minarchist. Then you have the minarchists where you could clearly find in that place Mises, Hayek. One could find in philosophical terms Nozick, and basically Ayn Rand. And at one point, Milton Friedman, based on his own son, he says, but if you look closely, there are some who are anarchists. Let's say, probably from my point of view, the person who has been the greatest inspiration in my life is essentially Murray Newton Rothbard. So therefore, there are 2 dimensions. One is where I want to go, and the topic is where I stand. So the most important thing is to try each day to advance further toward that ideal of anarcho-capitalism. In that sense, sometimes we face strong and harsh criticism regarding that ideal vision. I think that's the nirvana fallacy. If you compare yourself against paradise, everything is horrible and miserable, but you don't live in paradise. You live on earth. Basically, what you need to understand is something called the state conditions. Let's suppose that you don't like rectangular tables. You prefer circular tables. Now, the reality is, I have only a few hours until I go and catch my flight, and the table is rectangular. You like a circular table, a round one, but there isn't one. What you have is a rectangular table. So either we do the interview here or we just can't do it. So what do? You adapt to the current conditions. This is what there is. Now, so that you have some restrictions that you can change and others that you cannot. The idea is to modify all the ones that can be changed in the short term and start working on those that can be modified in the medium or long term. For example, if you really like round tables, perhaps the next interview we may do at a round table. We're going to try and solve it. But today it's something that we couldn't possibly solve. So that's basically the idea, right? Let's say it's about understanding that some restrictions you can change, others you can, and there are institutional restrictions too. There are many anarcho-capitalists who are dedicated to criticizing, and incredibly, they do so with more violence towards liberals, and many of them actually criticize me, which truly make no sense because it is precisely the nirvana fallacy. But the reality is that, look, in Argentina, for example, the most popular sport is soccer. When you go to watch an Argentina match, it is beautiful. The stands are full and they're all painted with sky blue and white colors. There is a lot of joy. People sing songs that are very fun, that are very distinctive. It's very much part of Argentine folklore, so to speak. But you see, the full show is external. That is to say, it does not determine the outcome. You place the ball in the middle of the field, and no matter how much people shout, the ball doesn't move. The one who moves the ball and scores the goals is Messi. So, what do I mean? If you don't get involved and don't get into it, no, you don't do anything. So, I mean, what do I know? Is that there are many liberals, libertarians, and anarcho-capitalists who are really useless because all they do is criticize, let's say, those of us who want to lead the world toward the ideas of freedom. And what they don't realize is that power is a zero-sum game. And if we don't have it, then the left will have it. Therefore, if you level your harshest criticism at those in your own ranks, you end up being subservient to socialism, probably. And also, for instance, you have cases of strong hypocrisy, let's say. I have seen cases of agarists. I mean, it's the anarcho-capitalists who criticized Rothbard because he said that you have to get into politics, otherwise the socialists will advance. And it's interesting because some of them I have seen them criticizing, proposing agorism. And I remember one of them, one day, the police showed up, and honestly, he was peeing himself. So, I mean, it's very easy to criticize, propose, and suggest, but if he was truly such an agonist, he should have been willing to endure going to jail. However, when it was time to face the consequences of the idea he was promoting, he froze, wet his pants, and ended up, let's say, accepting all the restrictions because clearly it was better to be out of jail than in jail. But in doing so, he sold out his ideas. So it seems to me that no, not taking into account the restrictions of the situation only serves to be functional to socialism because all it does is strike against one's own.
So you became president 11 months ago. Can you again describe some of the actions you took? For example, you cut half the number of government ministries, layoffs, removed price controls. It would be interesting to lay out the first steps and what's next.
If you allow me, I will first give you a description of the situation we received, and based on that, I will tell you each of the things we did when we first took office. Basically, what we found was that in the first week of December, inflation was rising at a rate of 1% per day, which means 3,700% annually. In the first half of December, it had accelerated to 7,500% annually. When you look at wholesale inflation in December of last year, it was 54%, which if annualized would equate to an inflation rate of 17,000% per year. And in addition, Argentina, for the previous 10 years, had not been growing. with a drop in GDP per capita of approximately 15%. And the reality, 50% were living in poverty. Now, later I will get deeper into that discussion. And the reality is that we had a fiscal deficit which amounted to 15% of GDP. 5 points were in the Treasury, 10 points were in the central bank, which was endogenous monetary issuance. And the reality is that we also had interest-bearing liabilities at the central bank equivalent to 4 monetary bases maturing in one day, meaning we could have quintupled the amount of money in one day. We had peso-denominated maturities amounting to the equivalent of $90 billion. The central bank had negative net currency foreign reserves, minus $12 billion. We had commercial debts in the central bank equivalent to $50 billion. There were company dividends held back amounting to $10 billion. Therefore, if we had instantly opened up, you see, I say we are liberal libertarians. We are not liberal fools. That's what some anarchist liberals suggested, meaning that we basically open everything on the first day. So in that context, of course, if we had done that, we would have encountered hyperinflation. Therefore, that would have led to the number of poor people being around 95%, and probably, and by December, the Peronist Party would have organized supermarket lootings and would have done all sorts of things and would have probably been ousted. And by the first part of the year, the Peronists would have gone back to office. So to us, it was crucial to end fiscal deficit. One of the things we promised during the campaign had been to reduce the number of ministries. And indeed, we reduced to less than half the number of ministries, because we went to 9 ministries. Today we have 8. We have also laid off a large number of civil employees. Today I can say that we've already dismissed about 50,000 of them. And we practically don't renew any contracts unless the positions are absolutely necessary. At the same time, we have stopped public works and we have eliminated discretionary transfers to the provinces. We have also diluted public sector wages. Also, we have eliminated economic subsidies by restoring utility rates to the right levels. And and in that, let's say in this context, we achieved fiscal balance as far as the Treasury is concerned. This is very important because in the last 123 years, Argentina had a deficit for 113 of them, and in the 10 years it did not have a deficit because it was not paying the debt. So that was absolutely false. And they told us it would be impossible to do that. We had planned to do so within a year. And they said it wasn't possible to adjust by more than 1 percentage point. And we achieved fiscal balance in the month of January, that is the first month of administration. At the same time, we also cut social plans linked to intermediation. This is very important because we knew we were going to make a very tough adjustment, and we knew that this was going to have a cost in social terms. And we knew that we had to offer support during the first month, the first quarter and second quarter in office. One of the things we did was to eliminate what are known as poverty managers, that is intermediaries. Basically, people have a card through which they receive assistance, but it happens that they had to provide a counter service, and that counter service was verified by a group called the Piqueteros. So in that context, when they were going to sign, the counter service took away half of the money. So by removing that payoff, they stopped extorting them, stopped stealing their money, and with the same amount of money, they received double the resources. And of course, we also provided an additional boost. So let's say that this is related to the 5 adjustment points in the Treasury. Now, what happens? As we began to achieve fiscal balance and no longer needed to issue money to finance ourselves, and as we also met interest payments and some capital repayments, one of the things that happened is that the debt market began to be recreated. So we were able to take debt out of the central bank and transfer it to the Treasury, where it should have always been. And that meant an adjustment of approximately 10% of GDP. Everyone said this would be impossible and couldn't be fixed. Essentially, what we did was implement a fiscal adjustment at the central bank amounting to 10% of GDP. So if you ask me, it's clear that we have not only made the biggest fiscal adjustment in the history of humanity, because we made a fiscal adjustment of 15 points of the GDP, but also most of that went back to the people as less seigniorage, as a lower inflation rate. It's true that we temporarily raised the country tax, but we lowered it in September. And now in December, we're going to eliminate it. Today, for example, we also announced that in December, we are eliminating import taxes. In fact, in that regard, what you have is that we return to the people 13.5 points of GDP, because the real tax burden is the size of the state. So while back in December we were discussing hyperinflation, today we are discussing 30-year loans. In other words, all those resources that the national government used to take are now back in the private sector. And that's what has allowed it to be very dynamic. And this has 2 very strong impacts. The first one is that if you look at wholesale inflation, it went down from 54% to 2%. So it went down by 27 times. It was divided into 27. So we had inflation at a rate of 17,000% annually, and it's now close to about 28% a year. But it's not only that. You could consider consumer inflation. The latest consumer inflation rate was 2.7%. Now it happens that we, essentially due to a matter that is related to the central bank's balance sheets and also due to the debt stocks, have controls in place and we are eliminating restrictions day by day. Now, the interesting thing is that we have a 2% monthly devaluation standard, and there's international inflation, of course, which means that you then have to subtract 2.5 points from the inflation observed by the consumer. This indicates that inflation in Argentina, the true inflation, not the induced one, but the actual monetary inflation, is 0.2% per month. At 0.2% per month, this equates to 2.4% annually. What I'm saying is, the original discussion was about whether inflation could reach 17,000%. Now we are bringing inflation down to levels of 2.5% annually, and that is amazing. And we achieved this by considering a number of factors. The first one is that we did not experience a previous hyperinflation, which would have simplified the process of implementing a stabilization program. Typically, when hyperinflation occurs, monetary assets are diluted, leading to a natural restoration of demand. And besides, we did not resort to any expropriation. For example, before the convertibility plan, which was the most successful program in Argentina's history, Argentina experienced 2 instances of hyperinflation. During Alfonsin's administration, inflation reached 5,000%, and under Menem, it was 1,200%. Additionally, there was the Bonex plan, under which debt was exchanged on a compulsory basis. In other words, what we did instead was clean up the central bank balance sheet. So with that, we cleaned up the central bank's balance sheet. We cleared a loss of $45 billion, all voluntarily. And the most amazing thing is that we did it in just 6 months. And at the same time, we have not controlled prices, nor have we fixed the exchange rate. And this is very important. All previous stabilization programs, in an effort to show quick results, used to do this. What they would do is, before announcing the plan, they would adjust the rates, and once the rates were adjusted, they would launch the plan. But in our case, we couldn't afford that luxury, so we had to implement it on the go. And also over the past few months, that is to say, companies brought in rates that covered only about 10%, whereas today they cover 80%, so you get the picture. Just imagine the adjustment we are making. And in that sense, it is also incredible what we have achieved, because if we were to work with the inflation we have in our country today, considering the exchange rate situation, the figures are even better than during the convertibility program, which was the most successful economic program in Argentina's history. And in fact, there is an article called Passing the Buck, which is by Gerardo de la Paulera, Bozzoli, and Irigoyen, that demonstrates that Menem's first government was the best government in history. And basically, it argues two things in the success of the stabilization of the convertibility program. So if you take a closer look, when you examine it carefully, when you account for all these factors, our disinflation process is actually much more genuine. And not only that, it's also much deeper. We restored freedoms to Argentinians while simultaneously implementing a structural reform 8 times larger. And we accomplished this with 15% of the representatives, 10% of the senators, and within the first 6 months of. In other words, our deregulation agenda continues daily, and we still have 3,200 structural reforms pending. This will ultimately make Argentina the freest country in the world. Moreover, to have a sense of magnitude, the reforms that we already have made with the Executive Order 7023 and with the basis law, we have actually jumped 90 places in terms of economic freedom. What this means is that today, Argentina has institutions similar to those of Germany, France, Italy, and we obviously want this to continue. And let's say we are going to surpass, no doubt, the levels of economic freedom that Ireland reached in its best moment. And not only that, we're going to exceed the levels of economic freedom of Australia, New Zealand, and Switzerland. We are undoubtedly going to be the freest country in the world. And this means that thanks to what we've done today, we are on a path that allows us to multiply our per capita GDP by 2.5 times when you apply the relevant correction. And this, of course, is something very interesting because it implies a huge increase in well-being. And furthermore, today the Argentinian economy is already strongly and amazingly recovering. And we can say analysts' hypotheses were suggesting that next year we would be growing between 5 and 6%. Today, JP Morgan has now corrected, or let's say revised the projections upwards. And besides, when we normalize the price situation, the true poverty rate came up and it was 57% in January. Today it is at 46%, meaning we lowered poverty by 11 percentage points. Let's say, it seems truly like a miracle. And not only that, but actually not a single job was lost in the process. When it comes to all of this inflation reduction process, people said that our economy and economic activity would collapse. And actually, when you look at the deseasonalized data, you see that in August, there was a recovery that took us back to December levels. That means that in the year we made the largest fiscal adjustment in the history of humanity. We will end up with less inflation, fewer poor people, better real wages, and additionally a GDP higher than what we started with. And if you look at it in dollars, I can assure you that the numbers are phenomenal, because basically today the dollar is below the levels we had when we took office. So the reality is that, and all of this, when you take my popularity levels and the government's acceptance levels, today they are above the moment we assumed office. if you know that the moment of maximum popularity is when you take office. Therefore, this means that far from resting on our laurels with this, we're going for more reforms. We're going to deepen the reforms, and I tell you, we won't stop until Argentina is the freest country in the world. Furthermore, a recent work by an Argentinian economist named Juan Pablo Nicolini was presented at the central bank's monetary meetings, and he works at the Federal Reserve. And it's interesting because he shows that only on the basis of what we have done in fiscal matters, it ensures that in the span of 10 years, we can double the GDP per capita, meaning that Argentina could grow at rates of 7% annually, which is very much, and that has strong consequences in terms of improving quality of life, reducing poverty, reducing indigence. Therefore, if during the worst moment our image didn't suffer and we stayed strong in our ideas, now that everything is working much better, why should we change? On the contrary, we are ready to redouble the bet, to redouble our efforts, because we've done things that no one else has done. I will give you an example. There's something that seems trivial, but there's what's called the single paper ballot. Argentina used to vote with huge ballots, which were above all, very costly, and that reform, it never, let's say it wasn't done because it always harmed the ruling party. So everyone talked about going to the single paper ballot, but no one did it when they were in power. They didn't want to implement it because they preferred to commit fraud or use some kind of trickery to avoid applying that rule that makes the election more competitive. Well, what's interesting, we sent that law and it was approved. What's more, now we are finishing with the open, simultaneous, and mandatory primaries because it was a mechanism by which politics was also stealing. We are eliminating the financing of political parties. If you look, we have reduced the fiscal pressure by 15 points to the Argentinians. We are restoring freedoms with a deep set of structural and regulatory reforms. That is, I think that any sensible liberal could perceive we are already delivering a wonderful government. In fact, it's the best government in the history of Argentina. If the best had been that of Menem, we've already outpaced him.
Maybe you can explain to me the metrics of poverty and unemployment, because you said unemployment went down, real unemployment went down, real poverty went down. But even that aside, what have been the most painful impacts of these radical reforms? And how many of them are required in the short term to have a big positive impact in the long term?
Let's take it step by step, all right? That is, we started to do things right, therefore we did not create poverty. The poverty was an inherited poverty. The point is that what we did was to reveal it. I'll try to explain it with an example that I think clarifies what's happening in Argentina. Argentina was an economy that had a total price controls. It had a fiscal deficit which was financed through money printing. Just for you, to give you an idea, in the last year, Argentina financed 13 points of the gross domestic product with money printing. In other words, a real disaster. So that situation provoked this artificially demand and puts pressure on prices. The issue is that price controls are applied additionally over the prices that they enter the price index with which inflation was, I'm not saying they were lying about it, it was distorted. And since Argentina measures poverty and indigence by income line, then what happens? That distorted the true levels of poverty, of course. But that's not the only effect. I mean, let's say the real poverty levels were higher, quite a bit higher. than those shown by the previous government, which showed them at 41% and also did so on a 6-monthly basis. So if you, let's say, have a growing trend, they are actually leaving you a bomb and you don't see it, because let's say basically the indicator was measured with a delay form. But not only that, imagine that you are also given, you are in the middle of an island alone, and they give you $1 million. What can you do with that? You cannot do anything because you cannot buy anything. It's the same as if someone tells you that the price of glasses is $10, but when you want to buy it, it's not available. Actually, there's a joke told by an Argentinian professor named Juan Carlos de Pablo, who says that a man goes to a bazaar and asks for a vase. Then he says to him, well, I want that vase. How much would you charge me? Then he says, $5,000. Oh, okay, $5,000. But why $5,000 if across the street it's 1,000? He says, well, go buy it across the street for 1,000. Ah, there's none for 1,000. Well, then here, when there's more, it'll also cost 1,000. In other words, prices at which they are available. So what happens when you are faced with that situation? The supermarket shelves were empty. So what was the point of having a price at which you couldn't buy anything? You left those prices, the shelves were empty, so the statistics showed that you were much better. But the reality is you couldn't buy anything. You couldn't make it happen. So if you left the situation as it was, people were going to starve because they couldn't buy anything. Yes, they had a certain amount of money that could supposedly buy certain goods, but those goods were not available. What is the only thing you can do to save people? Make the prices transparent and allow products to reappear. Well, when you make the prices transparent, you also make transparent the cost of the basic food basket and the total basic basket, meaning the poverty line, the indigence line and the poverty line respectively. And when you do that, clearly you will see a jump in poverty. That brought poverty up to 57%. Now, Argentina found its activity floor in the month of April. From that moment, Argentina began to invent a cyclical recovery. Real wages have been growing every month above inflation. Therefore, nominal wages are beating inflation. In fact, we are already at levels similar to those we had in November. The same goes for pensions. Moreover, also, let's say there is a rebound in activity due to the recovery of the stock cycle. Therefore, this is also contributing to more and better paid jobs. In fact, this is so strong and evident that the wages growing the most are in the informal sector. This means that poverty and extreme poverty are decreasing much faster than we imagined. But not only that, by eliminating inflation, you remove the inflationary tax, but the real burden is the fiscal deficit, which was 15 points of the GDP. Okay, we temporarily raised the country tax, now we lower it, but we returned that to the Argentinians. We gave back 15 points of the GDP. Not only that, but also, when you eliminate inflation, you remove the distortion of relative prices. Therefore, the allocation of resources is much better. Not only that, but also with the strong fiscal adjustment we made, we have reduced the country risk from 3,000 basis points to 770. Today, Fitch raised Argentina's rating to CCC. So, what do I mean? That translates into a lower country risk and interest rates, and that generates an increase in investment, also generates an increase in consumption. In other words, the Argentinian economy is currently in an absolutely flourishing moment. And how is that sustained in the long term? With structural reforms. Implement daily deregulating the economy and introducing new laws that free Argentinians from the many oppressive measures that have burdened it over the past 100 years.
You've spoken about the caste, the corrupt political establishment. So there's a lot of powerful people and groups that are against your ideas. What does it take to fight when so much power is against you?
Look, we have fought against corruption like never before in Argentina. In fact, when we took office, for example, there were about 900 roadblocks per year. That is, people who made a habit of blocking the streets. They prevented free movement. And besides, they were given social plans and they were given a lot of money. If you remember, when I started by explaining the cuts, one of the things I said was that we removed the middlemen of poverty, in other words, the managers of poverty, those who live by stealing from the poor. Well, that is a huge source of corruption. In fact, when we did that, 2 days later, one of the most renowned and influential piqueteros called for a demonstration. He claimed that 50,000 people would attend because he was actually expecting 100,000. So he wanted to showcase it as a success. And so then, let's say with the decision made in human capital to cut their funding, the anti-blockade protocol was also enacted, where those who blocked the streets wouldn't receive welfare benefits and those who broke the law would go to jail. All of that. And also, we were informing this through transportation channels. Well, in that march, they expected to have 100,000 people there. And actually, it turned out to be 3,000 people. And from that point on, they didn't block the streets anymore. We also evidently put an end to that corruption. One of the things that also generated a lot of corruption was public works. Another thing that led to significant acts of corruption were the discretionary transfers to provinces. In general, these transfers were made to the provinces with accounting as obscure as possible. So, the national government, in collusion with the governors, let's say, the money ended up being used for other things. Not only that, with which we have already done many things. Furthermore, the Ministry of Human Capital is always filing complaints in court, not in the media, in court. Acts of corruption like never before in Argentine history. Not only that, but also in terms of condemning corruption. That is, we have done, for example, 2 days ago, it was condemned, Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner got a sentence for corruption. I mean, due to corruption, and the next day, that is yesterday, we took away their privileged pensions. At the same time, we have discovered that Kirchnerism used disability pensions for acts of corruption. For example, there is a city that has more disability pensions than people. In other words, to give you an idea of the things being done in Argentina. And also in Argentina, we have restored freedom to the judiciary. We do not pressure the judiciary. And this is so true that during my government, not only was Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner convicted, but also the 2 terrorist attacks carried out by Iran were condemned. So, if there is a government that is truly fighting against corruption, it is us. Not only that, but also with each deregulation, it is a privilege that we take away either from a politician, a prebendary company, or a power group. That is also very powerful. No one in Argentina has ever fought against them the way we have. In fact, I will move on to something that is deeply corrupt and one of my great battles. The corruption of the media and social media. That is to say, I removed the official advertising. That's why you will see that even though we generate wonderful news, every week in large quantity, the media speak terribly. In other words, they demand to have a monopoly on the microphone. That is, they are entitled to insult, hurt, offend, and they don't want anyone to bother them. And they expect me not to even respond. That's why a large part of journalism in Argentina hates the X network. And that's why we, the liberal libertarians, love the X network. Because we can all say what we want. However, let's say these supposed journalists who defend freedom of expression, actually what they want is to censor the ideas they don't like. And of course, because they are leftists, because they are wokes, because they can't stand the competition, because if they had to fight face to face, hand to hand, on a level playing field, when it comes to ideas, they would lose because they were a failure in the economic, social, and cultural aspects. And also, we must not forget that those murderers called socialists killed 150 million people. So they clearly cannot fight on equal terms. Therefore, they demand that social networks have censorship and that the truth cannot be told to them. Because when you tell a socialist the truth, they cry, claiming it's hate speech. No, it's not hate speech. It's that you are useless people who have ruined the planet. They have made the planet much worse. And fortunately today, thanks to social media, especially due to the enormous and brave work of Elon Musk and the role of Twitter, today, X, right, allows information to flow, which makes it possible, let's say, to expose politicians and also expose the media. And that's why journalists in Argentina are so violent. Why? Because before they could, for instance, a journalist went and, for example, he would go to a person and he would throw a folder at them and say, if you don't give me X amount of money, I am going to publish all of this and tarnish your reputation. And I know for a fact a case of a journalist who carried out this extortion twice to a businessman. That businessman told him that he wasn't going to pay. And evidently the journalist did it. Obviously, they went to court, there was a trial, and that journalist lost both times. But that process is very slow, and in the meantime, they smeared. So since the justice system takes a long time, so what is the problem? The problem is that in the meantime, your life got dirtied. So why can journalists do all this? Well, that's why they dislike X. They dislike social media. They dislike the new form of communication because it took away their monopoly over the microphone. And by taking away the monopoly over the microphone, it removed the economic benefits of extortion. So clearly, that's another battle I'm fighting. You read a newspaper in Argentina, and 85% of what you read is a lie. That is to say, the fundamental characteristic of most journalists, not all, but the vast majority of journalists in Argentina, with some honorable exceptions, is that they are liars, slanderers, and defamers. And if the monopoly they demand were still in place, that they want to reign again, I have no doubt that they would demand money in exchange for silence, because that's what they are. They are extortionists, they are thieves, they are corrupt. And then, of course, obviously, when you take away a privilege from a sector, they get upset. Well, welcome to freedom.
So you're not only fighting for economic freedom, you're fighting for freedom of speech.
Exactly. I fight for freedom in all aspects of life. That is to say, one of the things that seems most interesting to me is that when the Berlin Wall fell, it's true that officially fell in the year 1989, but the reality is that the wall, or socialism, fell in the year 1961 when they had to build the wall. I mean, they built it because people were leaving communist Germany for capitalist Germany. They realized that those on the Western side were much better off. And of course, to prevent people from leaving. They put, what a wonderful system, right? So, I mean, they had to trap people. They couldn't let them go. I mean, these are such wonderful ideas that they had to apply them at gunpoint. It's quite, well, it's no coincidence that they killed 150 million human beings. So what happened then? The official fall of the wall in the year 1989 made it clear that socialism had failed. In that context, the socialists, they moved the discussion of class struggle in economics and took it to other areas. So, for example, socialism, or what is of the 21st century, or cultural Marxism or post-Marxism, whatever definition you want, is to take class struggle to different aspects of life. For example, one of the aspects of life where you, let's say, have this is in gender ideology. I mean, it's incredible because the first ones to defend equality before the law were the liberals. The first to defend women's rights were the liberals. Jeremy Bentham in the year 1750 was the first to demand equality before the law for women. I mean, the cause of equality before the law for women and equality of rights, the first ones who advocated for this were the liberals, did you know? However, what does the left do? They just go on to radicalize it. And then it moves to what is called female chauvinism. Female chauvinism is, let's say, the fight against males. And then, I mean, how do they do it? They do it by assigning rights. But when you assign a right, someone has to pay for it. And that has consequences. And in general, let's say, this always happens. The consequences are that the results are worse than what you had before. I mean, in any state intervention, the subsequent result is often worse than what you originally had. So that's one thing. And not only that, but the other side of this is the environmental agenda, which sets man against nature, involving all aspects of environmentalism and everything related to climate change. In other words, they can't stand any serious discussion. Therefore, all environmental policies are nothing more than an excuse to collect taxes, so that a group of parasitic bureaucrats can live at the expense of others and finance sinister ideas, where the most sinister idea of all is that there is no room for everyone on planet Earth. That is, an idea that failed with Malthus at the beginning of the 19th century, a murderous idea that was also applied by the Egyptians against the Jews, and this is famously recorded in the book of Shemot or Exodus. Or, for example, another thing is Black Lives Matter. That is, black people against white people, or indigenous people against the established communities. Or, I mean, everything related to LGBT agendas. Definitely, these are some of the ways in which, socialism extended the class struggle into other aspects of society, creating divisions and fostering deceit with the sole purpose of absorbing taxes. I mean, what was the Ministry of Women in Argentina doing? Did it manage to reduce a single femicide? No. None at all. The number of femicides exploded just the same. In fact, the most feminist president in Argentine history, Mr. Alberto Fernandez, used to beat his wife. That is such a strange feminist. I mean, well, so within the ranks of feminists, let's say, you will essentially find the largest number of rapists and women beaters. And it's quite interesting what they do. Their hypocrisy is truly striking. It's not just about that, though. I mean, the battle is on three fronts. You have the economic front, which is free enterprise capitalism. Then we have the political level. Currently, the system that the world has designed is a Republican liberal democracy with checks and balances. And I mean, at the cultural battle level, notice that socialism has been very successful in the cultural battle. It has been very successful politically because it was able to translate that political battle in winning many elections. But why is it falling apart? Why? Because it produces misery, and because the economic system is a disaster, so people eventually realize that it is making things worse for them. Liberal libertarians are very good when it comes to economics. Yes, and those good economic results can actually lead, well, to the generation of solid political processes. But what happened? The liberals neglected the cultural battle. Much of the blame was placed on Fukuyama when he said, "This is the end of history." No, it was not the end of history, because the following year, in 1990, the socialists gathered at the São Paulo Forum and, based on the ideas of Gramsci, designed a strategy to infiltrate the media, culture, and education, which ended up changing the entire discourse. and they established that what they said was politically correct, and that any idea outside of it was to be considered reactionary and had to be censored or even persecuted. And they claimed to be the ones defending freedom, even though they were the ones persecuting people. It's the same with journalists who get upset with Twitter. They say they defend freedom, but can't stand it when those who think differently speak. Is that freedom? Yes, for them, but not for those who think differently. That's not freedom, that's fascism. Then, what do we say? Then we must fight on the economic front, and I believe we are implementing an extremely successful economic program that is being recognized worldwide. In fact, the other night, the president-elect Donald Trump indeed gave recognition for the achievements we are having in Argentina and the speed at which we have done it. At the same time, you have to fight the political battle because, well, soccer matches are not won by shouting from the stands. They are won by playing on the field. But that alone is not enough, because you have to, let's say, you need to convey to society the values of capitalism, the free market, what liberalism is, the value of freedom, right? And when you succeed in that, then we will indeed be able to advance steadily. If you don't fight the cultural battle, what happened in Chile will happen to you. They had economic success. It was, let's say, sustained over time, but at some point it collapsed. Why did it collapse? Because they hadn't fought the cultural battle. Then socialism, little by little, took control of institutions in education and the media. So they took over the media and culture, and on that basis, they attacked and broke up the system. And then they found themselves taking doses of socialism, and the only thing socialism generates is poverty. Therefore, what we must keep in mind is that you have to fight the battles on all fronts. And if you don't keep that in mind, I can tell you are headed towards collapse.
Like you said, in this fight against corruption, you're a powerful establishment. Are you ever afraid for your life? Potential assassination?
No. Tell me, what good is it to live life, I mean, in slavery? Look, there is a song by a Spanish singer called Nino Bravo. Just to be clear, he has already left this earth, so we can say he has passed on to the beyond. The song is called Libre. And the song, it tells the story of Peter Fecha, an 18-year-old boy, who, when the separation was made, and I mean, the construction of the Berlin Wall begins. His family ends up on the western side, and he accidentally ends up on the eastern side. And for a whole year, he plans his escape to the western side, right? And in that context, when he tries to escape, he gets murdered. So, really, what is the point of life if it's not in freedom, right? I mean, what is the point of living without fighting for your values? If I am willing to give my life for my values, then what is the point of living without freedom? Look, can I tell you something interesting that happened to me here in the United States? Let's say, back in the year 1998, I came to the United States to take a series of courses to improve my English, which I never use in formal terms, because as president, as you can imagine, if I make a mistake, I can create a serious situation. Fortunately, I have an interpreter who is a superstar, and if I make a mistake even in Spanish, he corrects me in the version of the other language. I mean, the visit was an audio tour. You got a Walkman, and you would choose the different tracks and listen to the story. The most interesting thing is that the Alcatraz tour ended in the recreation yard, where the basketball courts, exercise areas, and all recreational facilities were located. So anyone would have thought that this was the best part of Alcatraz. And yet, what they said in the guide was that that was the hardest part for the inmates. Why? Because, I mean, that recreation area in particular is built in front of the San Francisco Bay. So the inmates could all see how San Francisco continued to build up and evolve and develop every day. While they were locked up in there, they couldn't take part in it. They were confined in that prison. And that made them fully aware of the value of freedom. So, in my experience, for me, the fight for freedom is relentless, okay? I mean, my greatest hero in all of human history is Moses. The feat of Moses is like one person alone with his brother, Aaron, both confronting the combined forces of the United States, China, and Russia together. And it was Moses who said to Ramses, "Let my people go." Well, Ramses resisted, and the forces of heaven ran him over. But what I mean is, I don't see any other possible way to live other than freedom. And I would always fight for full freedom. And I would be at the forefront of this cause. I mean, it's a cause that I'm going to die with my boots on. I mean, I'm not going to make do with living any other way other than with freedom. I will fight everything I'm going to fight as much as it takes. At least that's the way I feel. So, what good is it to be alive if you're confined? What good is it to be alive if you're not free? It's no good. What good was it for Peter Fetcher to be alive in communist Germany? Well, at least he had a moment of happiness while he tried to escape.
Another guy who fights for freedom of speech in this case, is your new friend, Elon Musk. What do you admire and what have you learned from your interactions with Elon?
I have a huge admiration for Elon Musk. He is an absolutely unconventional person. He's a great fighter for the ideas of freedom. What he has done on Twitter, now known as X, and how he is helping the world nowadays to wake up once and for all and become aware of the socialist virus, the woke virus. That in itself makes him a hero in the history of humanity. But it's not just that. One of the things that happened to me is that when I went to first talk to him, I thought I was going to meet a successful businessman and that I would have a typical successful businessman conversation who understands business, and that some of his business slightly more exotic. But that's the kind of talk you would expect to have. And business people are truly admirable, right? Because they are true benefactors of society. But they're usually very much focused on their own business. And one of the things that really, really shocked me when I met Elon Musk, we had scheduled a meeting for no more than 15 minutes. The first time we were in the meeting, for a little over 45 minutes because he was about to miss his flight. So obviously, if someone as important as him doesn't fly as planned, it has to be rescheduled, and he loses a lot of hours. Imagine, every minute is very valuable. And one of the things that happened was that basically he brought up the topic of demography, and we started discussing demographics and growth. I never imagined that I would end up discussing demographics and growth with him, you know? And another very fun thing was that something funny he said to me was that since we shared our vision regarding demographic issues and the need to populate the planet, he asked me, now what about you? When are you going to move in that direction? I mean, I said, oh, look, I have 5 children. And he said, well, the 4-legged ones don't count. That was the first meeting I had with Elon Musk. The second meeting was when here at the universities we started seeing anti-Semitic demonstrations where basically Palestinian flags were displayed and Jews were harassed and persecuted. And at that moment, when we had that second meeting, he showed himself to be very deeply involved with that and brought up the issue of the cultural battles. So, I mean, it's not quite conventional even in the political field. During our last talk, which lasted for about 2.5 hours, right? One of the things we talked about was freedom and what was at stake for the United States in this election. Therefore, he is a person, you know, honestly, I can say he is well above average. I mean, a person of unconventional intelligence, right? And also he is very charming. So, I mean, again, I have a great admiration for him. And I really interact very closely with him. He is very interested in what our Ministry of Deregulation is doing, which seeks to remove regulations. But at the same time, he works with another person who is also interested in the chainsaw approach. And so, I'm very pleased because they are going to try and replicate the model we are implementing in Argentina. And also, Donald Trump himself is very enthusiastic about this. So, and anything in the way of reducing regulations and cutting public spending and taking government out of the equation means more freedom for the people. So I'm very pleased with what's going on. And with Trump's victory, because the United States will be better off, Argentina is going to be better too. And the whole world is going to be better off. Today, the world is a much better place than it was just a few days ago.
Like you said, Elon and Vivek Ramaswamy are heading the DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency. So from your experience this year as president of Argentina and every chainsaw economic policies that you've implemented, what advice would you give to Elon and Vivek about how to do it in the United States?
Just cut to the chase. Cut to the chase. Simple as that. I'll tell you a story and you're going to love it. Currently in Argentina, due to the political balance we've achieved, we have had certain powers delegated from Congress to the executive branch, and therefore we can resolve it by decree. The Deregulation Minister, Federico Sturzenegger, in his ministry, shows a counter that displays in front of everyone there. He displays the number of days, all right, during which the delegated powers will continue to be valid. Therefore, he has a whole deregulation division, also a public spending cut division, and government structure reduction division. And he also has an elite core that's cleaning up all of the laws that hinder the economic system and progress. And every day, he removes between 1 and 5 economic restrictions. So my advice would be for them to go all the way, to push it to the very limit. And do not give up. Do not let down their guard. Furthermore, that agenda does not have political purpose, because at the end of the day, you are removing privileges. Of course, there will be people complaining, but these are people who are losing privileges, so they will have to explain to society why they are keeping those privileges. And that is quite uncomfortable.
You've spoken with Donald Trump. Allegedly, he called you his favorite president. What did you discuss? And maybe again, what do you admire about President Trump, and what do you learn from him?
There are several things that I admire about President Trump. The first is that he probably, I think he's provided ample proof of this in his first presidency. He understands the nature of the cultural battle. He has openly confronted socialism. His speeches openly target socialism. He perfectly, and that is, of great value, because it means understanding what it's all about. Another thing I truly admire about him is his courage. In fact, thankfully, thank goodness he didn't get assassinated or killed. But it was by a small chance occurrence that could have killed him, just because he moved at the right moment.
It makes it sound like it's really rigid, but it's fluid enough for some people to make it.
And yet that didn't intimidate him, and he went on. And in fact, during his first campaign, and in this one as well, in the second one and third one, they criticized him, insulted him, offended him, said awful things about him, made up all sorts of horrible stories about him. In that respect, I can say I deeply relate, because probably no one in our history has had such a negative campaign from all the media like they did to me. But let's say they were quite similar. This is why it's so interesting, and I was so deeply moved when last night I also got to meet Sylvester Stallone, because Sylvester Stallone talks about, well, how important is that no matter how hard they hit you and keep on hitting you all the time, despite all that, you keep going on and on and on. What I'm trying to say is that so many of Sylvester Stallone's approaches are truly inspirational, don't you think? So imagine I'm about to give the speech and I see Sylvester Stallone, and Sylvester Stallone knows me. It was truly insane. I had to pinch myself. I mean, this can't be true. And besides, well, the people were wonderful with me last night. They've been wonderful today. I've taken hundreds of selfies. I mean, it's truly been, I would say, it's been my break, let me say, after almost a year in office and having to face all sorts of media torture because the journalists who have vested interests and are corrupt are professional torturers. Yes, because they invade your personal life, your family, and your privacy. Let me tell you something to show you the kind of garbage the media in Argentina can do. They sent 3 drones to spy on me at my presidential residence. To spy on me. Do you think that's right? Exactly. But that kind of thing happens in Argentina, not to mention the many lies and horrible things they say. I, for instance, remember that time when my father was hospitalized. My father is a man of a really strong character who has had 2 heart surgeries, all right? And one day a journalist was saying all sorts of lies about my father. My father was hospitalized and, well, and he almost died of a heart attack. So that kind of thing is what journalism and the press do in Argentina. So they start to attack your private life, your mother, your father, your sister, even my dogs that I absolutely adore. They are the most wonderful beings in the universe. They even target my 4-legged children. So imagine that I've been in office for nearly a year as president, and since they can't criticize my management except by lying and distorting the numbers, they meddle with all these things they have been doing all the time since the year 2021, when I officially entered politics. So, and I've seen what they've done to Trump. So that also makes me relate a lot to him, because he's a true warrior. He's truly He's a Viking. He's a Viking. He's literally a Viking. I mean, he is someone I admire for how he has kept fighting in the face of adversity, even against all odds, and still he managed to win. Amazing. And well, and that's why I can relate that much. And I've also seen how he's been unfairly criticized, like when he was accused of protectionism or when he wanted to discuss some matters within the context of public debate regarding the design of monetary policy as regards the Fed. Basically, they have accused him of things. I mean, isn't he entitled to give an opinion as a president? I mean, any citizen could give their opinion, even more so a president.
Why is it important to you that Argentina has a close relationship with the United States?
Well, to us, that is truly important, okay? You know, because we've decided to be geopolitical allies of the United States ever since our campaign, that our allies, we have decided that our allies will be the United States and Israel, because they basically represent the ideas of the Western world. They represent the free world. That is to say, what we would call today, let's say, a liberal democracy, okay, by confronting the autocrats. And in that sense, that is the geopolitical alignment. Moreover, in our campaign, we were very, very clear on three main points. One, the economic pillar. We talked about cutting public spending, and I would make my appearances with a chainsaw. We talked about economic freedom, deregulation, that is, and I talked about a competition of currencies. And people, you know, obviously were interested in the dollar. So it was obvious that the economic policy was clear, all right? And not only was it clear, but we are also fulfilling it. That is the first point. Second was our policy on security. The idea being to fight crime, I mean, relentlessly, as well as security. No mercy, right? And in fact, in Argentina, there are no more roadblocks, which they said were impossible to end. Not only that, strengthen the security forces and also our armed forces, and we are waging a tough battle against drug trafficking and narco-terrorism. Therefore, we are also strongly fulfilling that. Notice that these 2 points, which were the main concerns, they were the biggest concerns of Argentinians when we took office, are now in 5th and 6th place. Today, the problem for Argentinians is corruption, whether there is unemployment, if there is poverty, but they don't mention inflation and insecurity anymore. And besides, a third point that I made clear was that I would align with the United States and Israel internationally. And, you know, at my campaign rallies, there would be groups that would come along with flags of Israel. So it's clear that our international policy approach was always very clear. And this is something I state during my speeches when I talk about the values of the West and the civilization of the West. In fact, yesterday, and even more so today, during my speeches, I talked about how the different Greek groups or tribes go together to confront the Persians. That is to say, it seemed that from that time, 500 years before Christ until today, that struggle continues, right? But well, so of course, we're all in. We are betting on the United States becoming once again a leader in the West. We needed someone to come back to make America great again. And that, as part of that process, being a commercial ally is also a great idea. So we would really like to move forward and deepen our trade ties and our investment ties, you know. And well, we would also like to be part of the NATO as well.
Do you think it's still possible? One of the radical ideas you had as you were running for president was to dollarize the Argentine economy. Do you think that's still a good idea? Are you still thinking about that?
Let's see. Let's break it down. Let's say if you review all my statements, I talk about currency competition. I'm not strictly talking about dollarization. I'm talking about currency competition and eliminating the central bank. If people later decide to embrace the dollar, that is their choice. Ultimately, in the model I propose, what happens is the formation of a currency basket tailored to the needs of individuals. But I won't avoid the discussion. Today there is currency competition. If, for instance, today in Argentina you want to make transactions in any currency, you can do it, and it's allowed. Today there is currency competition. The other thing we talk about is the concept of, let's suppose we were discussing dollarization, we talk about endogenous dollarization. The first point is that you need to clean up the central bank. We had to deal with the issue of the CIRA, that is the central bank's commercial debt, which was $50 billion. We still have to resolve the dividend problem of $10 billion. And in the meantime, we did a write-off and cleaned up the central bank's balance sheet by $45 billion. So you can't just close the central bank if it is bankrupt, because you need to redeem the whole central bank debt, which is about the issuing of money and the interest-bearing liabilities. So once we've finished with the interest-bearing liabilities, it'll leave us with the monetary base. Therefore, today we have a regime where the amount of money is fixed, the monetary base is not growing, and as demand for money increases, since people can use dollars, they don't need to go and sell the dollars and make the peso appreciate, but they can do transactions in dollars. So as the economy grows, you will have a greater share of dollars relative to pesos. And at some point, the amount of pesos compared to the dollars will be so huge relatively that closing down the central bank will be done easily, which means this is working. Of course, if you were to give me the money right now, I would go ahead and dollarize. I'd have no problem with that. For example, I did have a proposal for this, and this could have worked because the bonds, because the largest creditor of the Argentine treasury is the central bank. But central bank bonds were trading at 20 cents. If I had sold those bonds at 20 cents, and nowadays they are trading between 60 and 70, with the whole bunch of Neanderthals that are the opposition, who besides being ignorant in economics also have bad intentions, I would be in jail today.
Let me ask you a very important, difficult question. I'm a huge fan, have been my whole life, of Diego Maradona and Messi. So, who to you is the greatest football player of all time?
The way I see it, I have seen Maradona play, all right? I saw Maradona play in the past. I used to watch him, and I saw him during his last year at Argentino Juniors, before Boca Juniors, in the year 1980, and I saw him in 81. Playing for Boca, I saw him play in the youth selection in Japan in 1979. I truly have immensely enjoyed the talent of Maradona, but without a doubt, the best soccer player of all time, not just from Argentina, of all time, even better than Pelé, is Messi, of course. There is an article which is quite old already now, titled "Messi is Impossible," and it looks at all of the positions a soccer player plays in. That is, all positions a soccer player can play in, from midfield forward, okay? And the most incredible thing is that Messi is the best in each of those positions. You can be the best in one or two positions. You see, Cristiano Ronaldo, for example, was very good in two areas of the game, so much so that he was almost like Messi, but he didn't take part in the rest. However, Messi is the best one in all respects, but at that time, of course, Nowadays, he is an older player, right? And I'm not sure whether he can still keep that performance on all fronts. But honestly, I have never in my life seen a player like Messi. I've never seen no one like him, for real. If you look at the number of goals he scored, I correct that, considering the goal average in the days of Pelé. Compared to Messi's golden era and his career now, the number of equivalent goals is much greater than that of Pelé. Therefore, without a doubt, Messi is the greatest soccer player of all time. Of all time, no one compares to him.
But it's not just the numbers or the World Cup win. It's the moments of genius on the field. He is unlike any other in that way.
Messi does things that seem technically impossible. They seem physically impossible. The moves he makes don't respect human logic. It's like watching Usain Bolt run. It doesn't feel possible. He moves in a way that doesn't respect human logic. Am I right?
Did you watch the 1986 World Cup in Maradona with the hand of God, with the game against England? What was that like?
Oh yes, I do remember that very well. We watched it in the home of my godfather and saw how he did his gambit and dodged the team, the England team, that was truly, it was absolutely indescribable. There's no way to put it into words. It's as if I asked you to describe for me the love you have for your partner. You can't do that, right? I mean, it's something wonderful. You can't describe it. You cannot put it into words. There are things where words, just seem to fail. Am I right? I really think that there are times when humans, or some humans, not all of them actually, some humans have the privilege of being able to vibrate closer to God. Some Puccini arias, for example, when you listen to them, when you listen to the famous aria from La Rondine or the famous aria from Gianni Schicchi, I mean, you get the feeling that he was getting that dictated by God. How can you put that into words? You can't. There's no way you do that. I mean, those moments where we humans are, that we have the privilege, I say it as human beings, right? Because, I mean, I'm speaking from that perspective, okay? I say this only as an admirer. Some human beings have the ability to vibrate so close to God that you can't describe it, you can only enjoy it. This is why in Judaism they don't use the name of God, of the Creator, because how could you put in words something like that? And I believe those are times when us humans connect closer to the Creator and create things, unique things. You cannot describe them. There are no words to describe that. The only thing you can do is enjoy it and be thankful that you can witness it.
You were a great footballer yourself in your youth. You were a goalkeeper. Many people would say that's the toughest and the most important position in football. Maybe you could speak about that experience, and in general, what's harder, being a goalkeeper or a president?
Lovely question. Well, indeed. I used to be a goalkeeper, but I'm not so sure about whether I was any good. But you know, the experience of having been a goalkeeper is very valuable. First, the goalkeeper is the only player that can use their hands in a certain sector of the pitch, in the area. The other thing is that he's also the only player who dresses differently, right? Moreover, their training is a solitary one. And the most important, I mean, it is the very climax, the goal, right? When the goal is called by their team, everyone is celebrating on the other side, and the goalkeeper is on his own. And at the same time, he is the one who suffers the most when a goal is scored because he gets the direct impact. In fact, when the goalkeeper makes a mistake, it's an own goal. Imagine a teammate scores a wonderful goal like the one Maradona did. It's marvelous. And that's just one goal. And imagine the goalkeeper picks up the ball, and then if they bring it into the area wrongly, it's like two goals. It's a complete lack of proportion. So, therefore, and this, in my opinion, makes goalkeepers have a very strong temperament, right? They are used to being alone, and power is precisely that. Because when you make decisions, you are on your own. And not just that, but also when you have a responsibility like that of a president, when you make a decision, it has an impact on millions of people. So just like goalkeepers, if you make a mistake and score an own goal, and in this context, it's negative consequences for millions of people. Therefore, that has been part of the University of Life that has given me the tools to be president today. That is my training in economics, my training in liberalism, having been a goalkeeper, and also having had a very tough childhood.
How hard is it? What's been the personal toll of carrying the hope of a nation on your shoulders?
Well, being defamed, insulted, and attacked every single day. But again, there's no point in life if it's not with freedom. So, like Sylvester Stallone once said, the secret to life is to carry on in spite of the blows you get, the punches you take. And fortunately, we have been able to carry on in spite of the blows, both coming at us from in front and from behind our backs, because it would have been more honest if we had been attacked directly. But well, in Argentina, politics and the mass media, they do love to attack behind your back.
What role has God played in your life? And who is God?
Well, faith, I'd say, has been a very fundamental element, and especially in recent times, during which I've become actively involved, particularly in the teachings of Judaism and in the study of the Torah. This has given me a huge, let's say, a huge background to face the many adversities which I've encountered and had to overcome in the last few years. And as to who God is, He's the creator, the maker. I call Him the one.
What is the better guide for humanity? The invisible hand of the market or the hand of God?
They're perfectly in sync.
Oh, no. Again, going back to your youth, you were a lead singer in a rock band. Who's the greatest rock star of all time?
Okay. Well, the way I see it, the most amazing rock singer in history of mankind was definitely Elvis Presley. And my favorite band is the Rolling Stones. So I also greatly admire Mick Jagger, and I still have this dream of getting to meet him in person.
How fun would it be to play together with the Stones?
That would be a big, big dream. Don't get my hopes up, because I set goals and then I go and achieve them.
Well, I'm close friends with the band that opens for the Stones, so I would love to see this happen.
Oh, well, that would be great. Or we could also watch the whole concert from the stage. I mean, I can't keep ruining the Rolling Stones' music. I already had a tribute band and did quite a lot of damage to the music.
How much of your rock star roots define your approach to politics for life? Do you see yourself as a kind of showman in part?
Of course, absolutely. My idea is that when you attend one of our events, it feels like going to a Rolling Stones concert. In fact, in one of my most recent performances at Luna Park, I even had the pleasure of singing in front of 10,000 people. It's on YouTube. No, sorry. Not on YouTube. It's on my Instagram feed. At that event, I sang a song called Panic Show. And the song starts by saying, "Hi, everybody. I am the lion."
Your intensity and passion have earned you the nickname El Loco, the madman. Do you think some madness is necessary to challenge the powerful establishment?
Well, maybe it's a matter of perspective, right? It could be the other way around. That everyone else is crazy by living in a way contrary to the ideas of freedom. And so maybe the same person who wants to fix that is then considered a madman. Anyway, the nickname doesn't bother me at all. In fact, I even enjoy it because I've been called like that since I was 10 years old. So it's not something that particularly bothers me, because it's a nickname that, well, it has been used for many years. But actually, if I present to you the case of San Martin, when he said he was going to cross the Andes to liberate not only Argentina, not only our country, but also Chile and Peru, and people called him crazy. Imagine if you had tried and spoken with, I don't know, with Michelangelo, you would have called him crazy too. Or if you had talked to, I don't know, hundreds of people who have changed the world, surely they would have thought that Einstein was crazy and so on. The list would be infinite. So, what is the difference between a madman and a genius? Success.
Let me ask you about the market. It's so interesting, from your view of the world, how powerful the market is at figuring out what's best for society. Why do you think the market works so well as a guide to humanity?
One must first understand what the market is. Simply put, the market is a process of voluntary exchange where individuals cooperate through the transfer of property rights, in which private property is upheld. This is the system that drives the allocation of resources. In essence, socialism, and this is what Mises condemns in his book Socialism, shows is that without private property, prices cease to exist, and therefore resources are diverted. Why don't you think it's the same to make a road of asphalt or gold? Why not make it of gold? Because you have an understanding of economic calculation, you have an idea of prices in your mind. So, in this context, if there is no private property, there are no prices, and as a result, the free market capitalism, is the best mechanism ever developed by humankind for resource allocation. This also implies that markets must be free from state intervention, because when the state intervenes, it creates interference. And markets need to allow free entry and exit, what we call competition. However, it's better to understand competition in the sense described by Israel Kirzner, one of the foremost figures of the Austrian school, or in the neoclassical framework, as William Baumol understood it, which was the concept of free entry and exit in so-called contestable markets. And also, let's talk about what pertains to the division of labor and social cooperation. You know, the most wonderful thing about capitalism is that you can only be successful by serving others with better quality goods at a better price. If you are successful in the free market capitalism, you are a hero. You are a social benefactor. You are a prosperity machine. So the better you do, you know, the better you do, the better it is for society. This is very important. I remember when I had my first meeting with Elon Musk, and this made me admire him greatly. And this is something my sister commented on too. You know, Elon Musk told me something he does every day. He wakes up every morning thinking about what problem he could fix for humanity. That's amazing. Of course, what is the counterpart? Being successful. Therefore, in that sense, and moreover, in my view, on how the system works, on how the market works, market failures do not exist. That is to say, that is the problem. All right? A problem for neoclassical economies because of the mathematical tools they've used to develop economic analysis, but actually, it's not a real issue in everyday life. It's a problem in the minds of economists. In fact, my latest book called Capitalism, Socialism, and the Neoclassical Trap deals precisely with this issue.
Yeah, you've outlined these ideas in Capitalism, Socialism, and the Neoclassical Trap. So the trap is that there's no such thing as a middle ground. It's either capitalism or socialism, and every middle ground ends up in a state of socialism.
Well, actually, that is what Mises said, that there were. He said that there are only two systems, free enterprise capitalism and socialism. And he also pointed out, and this is proven in Hayek's book, The Road to Serfdom, that any middle ground solution is unstable in terms of capitalism, meaning it tends towards socialism. So when you implement an intervention, it causes government failure, which then triggers further intervention, setting up a trap that results in more and more intervention. And in this context, the neoclassicals, with their market failure theory, are in fact dealing with problems that are fundamentally mathematical. Rather than making the world a better place, they have, if you will, been instrumental in increasing the levels of intervention. Let me tell you something. Well, you know, I have an economist as chairman of the President's Advisory Council. Dr. Damien Radel, who studied here at Harvard University and completed his PhD, was mentored by Kenneth Rogoff, the American economist. And the Rogoff has said that Dr. Radel was his best student. Nowadays, we're actually working with Dr. Radel specifically on all these issues that arise from, you know, the interventions proposed by the mainstream, such as the so-called correction of market failures. And a few days ago, he conducted a survey of search algorithms and policy recommendations, and that resulted in a map painted from red to blue. And well, the redder it was, the more it was linked to socialism. There was an intermediate thing that was yellow, and blue was free market ideas. And one of the things he discovered as part of that graph or chart was that the largest number of policy recommendations, scandalously, are actually left-leaning. So that is the empirical evidence of what I pointed out in the book. capitalism, socialism, and the neoclassical trap.
You mentioned your four-legged children. What have you learned about life from your dogs?
Well, from my four-legged children, I have learned unconditional love. In fact, well, my name in Hebrew means loyal friend, faithful friend, and on the Chinese horoscope, I am dog. And if there's one thing that defines me is loyalty, being decent. And those virtues, you can find them in those wonderful beings that dogs are who love unconditionally. In fact, they are superior beings, right? Spiritually speaking, in my case, because I don't forget or forgive those who have harmed me. That is to say, all those who have insulted, defamed me, and criticized me, I remember each one of them, but I don't have the greatness needed to forgive them.
On the topic of loyalty in politics, I'm sure there's been a lot of people, some people, who have betrayed you. Does that hurt your heart?
It depends. Because you sometimes think that you can expect some people to be loyal, and if they betray you, of course, that hurts. But some people, you actually don't expect anything from them, so if there's betrayal, I mean, you won't be annoyed or feel bad because you owe it to someone who didn't share your values. But politics does have that, Sometimes many of the people you may come across don't have the values you advocate for. It's cost benefits. You need to let the ship sail on, right? Or would you rather let it sink? That's not my case. I fight until the end. There are traitors, but that's part of politics. And that's not my line. But of course, they do exist.
There are a lot of people who admire your revolutionary spirit. What advice would you give them? Maybe young people on how to live a life like yours and have an impact on the world like you have begun to do.
I didn't do this thinking about having an impact on the world. I have defined what makes me happy and I live according to that. I live consistently by that. And most importantly, I would say never give up. Moreover, and above all, never be half-hearted. I would rather cry because I failed rather than not crying because I never tried. I mean, I'm a perfectionist, so when I do err, of course, I have a bad time. But still, I prefer to go and get things done. If it goes wrong, it's part of life. But I will never have to regret not having done what I thought needed to be done at that moment. All right?
What gives you hope about the future of Argentina and the future of humanity?
Well, the fact that thanks to social media and to the whole tech revolution going on, every day more and more people are becoming aware of how important freedom is to live in peace and prosperity. And I believe even though bureaucrats and the elites fight untiringly to enslave us, a wave of freedom has been unleashed, which if we do wage the fight, we'll have a much better world.
what is your famous words of Viva la Libertad? How did that come about, and what does it mean to you?
Long live freedom, damn it. You know, that first started while I was giving my book presentations. At the end of my presentation, I would say, Viva la Libertad, carajo. And that really stuck with me since then. Without thinking about it, throughout my life, it was going to continue being present. In fact, today, my presentations, all of my speeches end with, may God bless the Argentinians. May the forces of heaven be with us. And Viva la Libertad, carajo. The first phrase reflects my faith in God fervently, and that I'm deeply thankful to the Creator for the wonderful things He has bestowed upon me daily. The second one has to do with a quote from the book of Maccabees 3:19, which says that victory in battle doesn't depend on the size of the army, but on the forces of heaven. This has to do with the victory of the Jewish people, the Maccabees, against the Greeks, and how they recovered the temple. And the last one, well, cry.
Well, there's no better way to end it. Thank you for being a warrior for freedom, and thank you for talking today.
Thank you very much indeed for your interview, and thank you for being so well educated, because very often interviewers are not like that. And you did have windows to play foul, and you didn't, and I recognize that, and I thank you for that.
Thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Javier Milei. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from George Orwell. In a time of deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
The town that grew up around the mill accommodated the families of 4,000 steel workers, many of whom enjoyed the protection of the two labor unions that represented them.
People are doing pretty well under Carnegie. The skilled workers at Homestead will have pretty nice homes. Their kids are getting an education, and there are ways in which they really have bought into and benefit from what Carnegie has built.
If you extrapolate the curves that we've had so far, right? If you say, well, I don't know, we're starting to get to like PhD level, and last year we were at undergraduate level, and the year before we were at like the level of a high school student. Again, you can quibble with at what tasks and for what. We're still missing modalities, but those are being added, like computer use was added, like image generation has been added. If you just kind of like eyeball the rate at which these capabilities are increasing, it does make you think that we'll get there by 2026 or 2027. I think there are still worlds where it doesn't happen in 100 years. The number of those worlds is rapidly decreasing. We are rapidly running out of truly convincing blockers, truly compelling reasons why this will not happen in the next few years. The scale up is very quick. Like we do this today. We make a model and then we deploy thousands, maybe tens of thousands of instances of it. I think by the time, certainly within 2 to 3 years, whether we have these super powerful AIs or not, clusters are going to get to the size where you'll be able to deploy millions of these. I am optimistic about memes. I worry about economics and the concentration of power. That's actually what I worry about more. The abuse of power.
And AI increases the amount of power in the world, and if you concentrate that power and abuse that power, it can do immeasurable damage.
Yes, it's very frightening. It's very frightening.
The following is a conversation with Dario Amodei, CEO of Anthropic, the company that created Claude, that is currently and often at the top of most LLM benchmark leaderboards. On top of that, Dario and the Anthropic team have been outspoken advocates for taking the topic of AI safety very seriously. And they have continued to publish a lot of fascinating AI research on this and other topics. I'm also joined afterwards by 2 other brilliant people from Anthropic. First, Amanda Askell, who is a researcher working on alignment and fine-tuning of Claude, including the design of Claude's character and personality. A few folks told me she has probably talked with Claude more than any human at Anthropic. So she was definitely a fascinating person to talk to about prompt engineering and practical advice on how to get the best out of Claude. After that, Chris Olah stopped by for a chat. He's one of the pioneers of the field of mechanistic interpretability, which is an exciting set of efforts that aims to reverse engineer neural networks to figure out what's going on inside, inferring behaviors from neural activation patterns inside the network. This is a very promising approach for keeping future superintelligent AI systems safe. For example, by detecting from the activations when the model is trying to deceive the human it is talking to. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Dario Amodei. With the big idea of scaling laws and the scaling hypothesis. What is it? What is its history, and where do we stand today?
So I can only describe it as it relates to kind of my own experience, but I've been in the AI field for about 10 years. And it was something I noticed very early on. So I first joined the AI world when I was working at Baidu with Andrew Ng in late 2014, which is almost exactly 10 years ago now. And the first thing we worked on was speech recognition systems. And in those days, I think deep learning was a new thing. It had made lots of progress, but everyone was always saying, we don't have the algorithms we need to succeed. You know, we're only matching a tiny fraction. There's so much we need to kind of discover algorithmically. We haven't found the picture of how to match the human brain. And when, you know, in some ways it was fortunate. I was kind of, you know, you can have almost beginner's luck, right? I was like a newcomer to the field. And, you know, I looked at the neural net that we were using for speech, the recurrent neural networks, and I said, I don't know, what if you make them bigger and give them more layers? And what if you scale up the data along with this, right? I just saw these as like independent dials that you could turn. And I noticed that the model started to do better and better as you gave them more data, as you made the models larger, as you trained them for longer. And I didn't measure things precisely in those days, but along with colleagues, we very much got the informal sense that the more data and the more compute and the more training you put into these models, the better they perform. And so initially my thinking was, hey, maybe that is just true for speech recognition systems, right? Maybe that's just one particular quirk, one particular area. I think it wasn't until 2017 when I first saw the results from GPT-1 that it clicked for me that language is probably the area in which we can do this. We can get trillions of words of language data. We can train on them. And the models we were trained in those days were tiny. You could train them on 1 to 8 GPUs, whereas, you know, now we train jobs on tens of thousands, soon going to hundreds of thousands of GPUs. And so when I saw those two things together, and, you know, there were a few people like Ilya Sutskever who you've interviewed who had somewhat similar views, right? He might have been the first one, although I think a few people came to similar views around the same time, right? There was, you know, Rich Sutton's Bitter Lesson. There was Warren wrote about the scaling hypothesis. But I think somewhere between 2014 and 2017 was when it really clicked for me, when I really got conviction that, hey, we're going to be able to do these incredibly wide cognitive tasks if we just scale up the models. And at every stage of scaling, there are always arguments. And, you know, when I first heard them, honestly, I thought probably I'm the one who's wrong. And, you know, all these experts in the field are right. They know the situation better than I do, right? There's, you know, the Chomsky argument about, like, you can get syntactics, but you can't get semantics. There was this idea, oh, you can make a sentence make sense, you can't make a paragraph make sense. The latest one we have today is, you know, we're going to run out of data, or the data isn't high quality enough, or models can't reason. And every time we manage to either find a way around, or scaling just is the way around. Sometimes it's one, sometimes it's the other. And so I'm now at this point. I still think, you know, it's always quite uncertain. We have nothing but inductive inference to tell us that the next 2 years are going to be like the last 10 years. But I've seen the movie enough times. I've seen the story happen for enough times to really believe that probably the scaling is going to continue, and that there's some magic to it that we haven't really explained on a theoretical basis yet.
And of course, the scaling here is bigger networks, bigger data, bigger compute.
Yes,
All of those.
in particular, linear scaling up of bigger networks, bigger training times, and more data. So all of these things, almost like a chemical reaction. You have 3 ingredients in the chemical reaction, and you need to linearly scale up the 3 ingredients. If you scale up one, not the others, you run out of the other reagents, and the reaction stops. But if you scale up everything in series, then the reaction can proceed.
And of course, now that you have this kind of empirical science / art, you can apply it to other more nuanced things like scaling laws applied to interpretability, or scaling laws applied to post-training, or just seeing how does this thing scale. But the big scaling law, I guess the underlying scaling hypothesis, has to do with big networks, big data leads to intelligence.
Yeah, we've documented scaling laws in lots of domains other than language, right? So initially, the paper we did that first showed it was in early 2020, where we first showed it for language. There was then some work late in 2020 where we showed the same thing for other modalities like images, video, text to image, image to text, math. They all had the same pattern. And you're right. Now there are other stages like post-training, or there are new types of reasoning models. And in all of those cases that we've measured, we see similar types of scaling laws.
A bit of a philosophical question, but what's your intuition about why bigger is better in terms of network size and data size? Why does it lead to more intelligent models?
So in my previous career as a biophysicist, so I did physics undergrad and then biophysics in grad school. So I think back to what I know as a physicist, which is actually much less than what some of my colleagues at Anthropic have in terms of expertise in physics. There's this concept called the 1/f noise and 1/x distributions, where often just like if you add up a bunch of natural processes, you get a Gaussian. If you add up a bunch of kind of differently distributed natural processes, if you take a probe and hook it up to a resistor, the distribution of the thermal noise in the resistor goes as 1 over the frequency. It's some kind of natural convergent distribution, and I think what it amounts to is that if you look at a lot of things that are produced by some natural process that has a lot of different scales, right? Not a Gaussian, which is kind of narrowly distributed, but if I look at kind of like large and small fluctuations that lead to electrical noise, they have this decaying 1/x distribution. And so now I think of like patterns in the physical world, right? Or in language. If I think about the patterns in language, there are some really simple patterns. Some words are much more common than others, like the. Then there's basic noun-verb structure. Then there's the fact that, nouns and verbs have to agree, they have to coordinate. And there's the higher level sentence structure. And there's the thematic structure of paragraphs. And so the fact that there's this regressing structure, you can imagine that as you make the networks larger, first they capture the really simple correlations, the really simple patterns, and there's this long tail of other patterns. And if that long tail of other patterns is really smooth, like it is with the 1/f noise in physical processes like resistors, imagine as you make the network larger, it's kind of capturing more and more of that distribution. And so that smoothness gets reflected in how well the models are at predicting and how well they perform. Language is an evolved process, right? We've developed language. We have common words and less common words. We have common expressions and less common expressions. We have ideas, cliches that are expressed, and we have novel ideas. And that process has evolved with humans over millions of years. And so the guess, and this is pure speculation, would be that there's some kind of long tail distribution of the distribution of these ideas.
So there's the long tail, but also there's the height of the hierarchy of concepts that you're building up. So the bigger the network, presumably you have a higher capacity to...
Exactly. If you have a small network, you only get the common stuff, right? if I take a tiny neural network, it's very good at understanding that, a sentence has to have, verb, adjective, noun, right? But it's terrible at deciding what those verb, adjective, and noun should be and whether they should make sense. If I make it just a little bigger, it gets good at that. Then suddenly it's good at the sentences, but it's not good at the paragraphs. And so these rarer and more complex patterns get picked up as I add more capacity to the network.
Well, the natural question then is, what's the ceiling of this?
Yeah.
Like, how complicated and complex is the real world? How much stuff is there to learn?
I don't think any of us knows the answer to that question. My strong instinct would be that there's no ceiling below the level of humans, right? We humans are able to understand these various patterns, and so that makes me think that if we continue to, scale up these models to kind of develop new methods for training them and scaling them up, that will at least get to the level that we've gotten to with humans. There's then a question of, how much more is it possible to understand than humans do? How much is it possible to be smarter and more perceptive than humans? I would guess the answer has got to be domain dependent. If I look at an area like biology, and I wrote this essay, Machines of Loving Grace, it seems to me that humans are struggling to understand the complexity of biology, right? If you go to Stanford or to Harvard or to Berkeley, you have whole departments of, folks trying to study, like the immune system or metabolic pathways. And each person understands only a tiny bit part of it, specializes, and they're struggling to combine their knowledge with that of other humans. And so I have an instinct that there's a lot of room at the top for AIs to get smarter. If I think of something like materials in the physical world, or like addressing conflicts between humans or something like that, I mean, it may be there's only some of these problems are not intractable but much harder. And it may be that there's only so well you can do with some of these things, right? Just like with speech recognition, there's only so clear I can hear your speech. So I think in some areas there may be ceilings that are very close to what humans have done. In other areas, those ceilings may be very far away. And I think we'll only find out when we build these systems. It's very hard to know in advance. We can speculate, but we can't be safe.
And in some domains, the ceiling might have to do with human bureaucracies and things like this, as you write about.
Yes.
So humans fundamentally have to be part of the loop. That's the cause of the ceiling, not maybe the limits of the intelligence.
Yeah, I think in many cases, in theory, technology could change very fast. For example, all the things that we might invent with respect to biology. But remember, there's a clinical trial system that we have to go through to actually administer these things to humans. I think that's a mixture of things that are unnecessary and bureaucratic and things that kind of protect the integrity of society. And the whole challenge is that it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell what's going on. It's hard to tell which is which, right? My view is definitely, I think, in terms of drug development, my view is that we're too slow and we're too conservative. But certainly, if you get these things wrong, it's possible to risk people's lives by being too reckless. And so at least some of these human institutions are in fact protecting people. So it's all about finding the balance. I strongly suspect that balance is kind of more on the side of pushing to make things happen faster if there is a balance.
If we do hit a limit, if we do hit a slowdown in the scaling laws, what do you think would be the reason? Is it compute limited, data limited? Is it something else? Idea limited?
So a few things. Now we're talking about hitting the limit before we get to the level of humans and the skill of humans. So I think one that's popular today, and I think could be a limit that we run into. Like most of the limits, I would bet against it, but it's definitely possible. Is we simply run out of data. There's only so much data on the internet, and there's issues with the quality of the data, right? You can get hundreds of trillions of words on the internet, but a lot of it is repetitive, or it's search engine optimization drivel, or maybe in the future it'll even be text generated by AI itself. And so I think there are limits to what can be produced in this way. That said, we, and I would guess other companies, are working on ways to make data synthetic. where you can use the model to generate more data of the type that you have already, or even generate data from scratch. If you think about what was done with DeepMind's AlphaGo Zero, they managed to get a bot all the way from no ability to play Go whatsoever to above human level just by playing against itself. There was no example data from humans there in the AlphaGo Zero version of it. The other direction, of course, is these reasoning models that do chain of thought and stop to think and reflect on their own thinking. In a way, that's another kind of synthetic data coupled with reinforcement learning. So my guess is with one of those methods, we'll get around the data limitation, or there may be other sources of data that are available. We could just observe that even if there's no problem with data, as we start to scale models up, they just stopped getting better. It seemed to be a reliable observation that they've gotten better. That could just stop at some point for a reason we don't understand. The answer could be that we need to invent some new architecture. There have been problems in the past with say numerical stability of models, where it looked like things were leveling off, but actually, when we found the right unblocker, they didn't end up doing so. So perhaps there's some new optimization method or some new technique we need to unblock things. I've seen no evidence of that so far, but if things were to slow down, that perhaps could be one reason.
What about the limits of compute, meaning the expensive nature of building bigger and bigger data centers?
So right now, I think most of the frontier model companies, I would guess, are operating roughly $1 billion scale plus or minus a factor of 3. Right, those are the models that exist now or are being trained now. I think next year we're going to go to a few billion, and then 2026 we may go to about 10 billion, and probably by 2027. There are ambitions to build $100 billion clusters. And I think all of that actually will happen. There's a lot of determination to build the compute to do it within this country. And I would guess that it actually does happen. Now, if we get to 100 billion, that's still not enough compute, that's still not enough scale, then either we need even more scale or we need to develop some way of doing it more efficiently, of shifting the curve. I think between all of these, one of the reasons I'm bullish about powerful AI happening so fast is just that if you extrapolate the next few points on the curve, we're very quickly getting towards human level ability, right? Some of the new models that we developed, some reasoning models that have come from other companies, they're starting to get to what I would call the PhD or professional level, right? If you look at their coding ability, the latest model we released, Sonnet 3.5, the new updated version, it gets something like 50% on SWE-bench. And SWE-bench is an example of a bunch of professional, real-world software engineering tasks. At the beginning of the year, I think the state of the art was 3 or 4%. So in 10 months, we've gone from 3% to 50% on this task. And I think in another year, we'll probably be at 90%. I mean, I don't know, but might even be less than that. We've seen similar things in graduate level math, physics, and biology from models like OpenAI's O1. If we just continue to extrapolate this, right, in terms of skill that we have, I think if we extrapolate the straight curve, within a few years we will get to these models being, above the highest professional level in terms of humans. Now, will that curve continue? You've pointed to, and I've pointed to, a lot of reasons why, possible reasons why that might not happen. But if the extrapolation curve continues, that is the trajectory we're on.
So Anthropic has several competitors. So view of it all: OpenAI, Google, xAI, Meta. What does it take to win in the broad sense of win in the space?
Yeah, so I want to separate out a couple of things, right? So, Anthropic's mission is to kind of try to make this all go well, right? And we have a theory of change called race to the top, right? Race to the top is about trying to push the other players to do the right thing by setting an example. It's not about being a good guy, it's about setting things up so that all of us can be the good guy. I'll give a few examples of this. Early in the history of Anthropic, one of our co-founders, Chris Olah, who I believe you're interviewing soon, he's the co-founder of the field of mechanistic interpretability, which is an attempt to understand what's going on inside AI models. So he him and one of our early teams focus on this area of interpretability, which we think is good for making models safe and transparent. For 3 or 4 years, that had no commercial application whatsoever. It still doesn't today. We're doing some early betas with it, and probably it will eventually, but this is a very, very long research bed, and one in which we've built in public and shared our results publicly. And we did this because, we think it's a way to make models safer. An interesting thing is that as we've done this, other companies have started doing it as well. In some cases, because they've been inspired by it. In some cases, because they're worried that, if other companies are doing this that look more responsible, they want to look more responsible too. No one wants to look like the irresponsible actor. And so they adopt this. They adopt this as well. When folks come to Anthropic, interpretability is often a draw, and I tell them, the other places you didn't go, tell them why you came here. And then you see soon that there's interpretability teams elsewhere as well. And in a way, that takes away our competitive advantage because it's like, now others are doing it as well. But it's good for the broader system. And so we have to invent some new thing that we're doing that others aren't doing as well. And the hope is to basically bid up the importance of doing the right thing. And it's not about us in particular, right? It's not about having one particular good guy. Other companies can do this as well. If they join the race to do this, that's the best news ever, right? It's about kind of shaping the incentives to point upward instead of shaping the incentives to point downward.
And we should say this example of the field of mechanistic interpretability is just a rigorous, non-hand wavy way of doing AI safety.
Yeah,
or it's tending that way.
Trying to. I mean, I think we're still early in terms of our ability to see things, but I've been surprised at how much we've been able to look inside these systems and understand what we see, right? Unlike with the scaling laws where it feels like there's some law that's driving these models to perform better. On the inside, the models aren't, there's no reason why they should be designed for us to understand them, right? They're designed to operate. They're designed to work, just like the human brain or human biochemistry. They're not designed for a human to open up the hatch, look inside, and understand them. But we have found, and you can talk in much more detail about this with Chris, that when we open them up, when we do look inside them, we find things that are surprisingly.
And as a side effect, you also get to see the beauty of these models. You get to explore the sort of the beautiful nature of large neural networks through the methodology.
I'm amazed at how clean it's been. Yeah. I'm amazed at things like induction heads. I'm amazed at things like that we can use sparse autoencoders to find these directions within the networks, and that the directions correspond to these very clear concepts. We demonstrated this a bit with the Golden Gate Bridge Claude. So this was an experiment where we found a direction inside one of the neural network's layers that corresponded to the bridge, and we just turned it way up. And so we released this model as a demo. It was kind of half a joke for a couple days. But it was illustrative of the method we developed, and you could take the Golden Gate, you could take the model, you could ask it about anything, it'd be like you could say, how was your day? And anything you asked, because this feature was activated, it would connect to the Golden Gate Bridge. So it would say, I'm feeling relaxed and expansive, much like the arches of the Golden Gate Bridge, or
it would masterfully change topic.
Yes.
To the Golden Gate Bridge and integrate it. There was also a sadness to it, to the focus it had on the Golden Gate Bridge. I think people quickly fell in love with it. I think so. People already miss it because it was taken down, I think, after a day.
Somehow these interventions on the model, where you kind of adjust its behavior, somehow emotionally made it seem more human than any other version of the model.
Strong personality, strong identity.
It has a strong personality. It has these kind of like obsessive interests. We can all think of someone who's like obsessed with something. So it does make it feel somehow a bit more human.
Let's talk about the present. Let's talk about Claude. So this year, a lot has happened. In March, Claude 3, Opus Sonnet, Haiku were released. Then Claude 3.5 Sonnet in July, with an updated version just now released. And then also Claude 3.5 Haiku was released. Okay, can you explain the difference between Opus, Sonnet, and Haiku, and how we should think about the different versions?
Yeah, so let's go back to March when we first released these three models. So our thinking was the different companies produce kind of large and small models, better and worse models. We felt that there was demand both for a really powerful model, that might be a little bit slower, that you'd have to pay more for. Also for fast, cheap models that are as smart as they can be for how fast and cheap, right? Whenever you want to do some kind of difficult analysis, like if I want to write code, for instance, or I want to brainstorm ideas, or I want to do creative writing, I want the really powerful model. But then there's a lot of practical applications in the business sense where it's like I'm interacting with a website. I'm doing my taxes, or I'm talking to like a legal advisor, and I want to analyze a contract, or we have plenty of companies that are just like I want to do autocomplete on my IDE or something, and for all of those things you want to act fast and you want to use the model very broadly. So we wanted to serve that whole spectrum of needs. So we ended up with this, this kind of poetry theme. And so what's a really short poem? It's a haiku. And so haiku is the small, fast, cheap model that is, was at the time, was really surprisingly intelligent for how fast and cheap it was. Sonnet is a medium-sized poem, right? A couple paragraphs. And so Sonnet was the middle model. It is smarter, but also a little bit slower, a little bit more expensive. And Opus, like a magnum opus, is a large work. Opus was the largest, smartest model at the time. So that was the original kind of thinking behind it. And our thinking then was, well, each new generation of models should shift that trade-off. So when we released Sonnet 3.5, it has roughly the same, cost and speed as the Sonnet 3 model. But it increased its intelligence to the point where it was smarter than the original Opus 3 model, especially for code, but also just in general. And so now, we've shown results for Haiku 3.5, and I believe Haiku 3.5, the smallest new model, is about as good as Opus 3, the largest old model. So basically the aim here is to shift the curve, and then at some point there's going to be Opus 3.5. Now, every new generation of models has its own thing. They use new data. Their personality changes in ways that we kind of, try to steer, but are not fully able to steer. And so there's never quite that exact equivalence where the only thing you're changing is intelligence. We always try and improve other things, and some things change without us knowing or measuring. So it's very much an inexact science. In many ways, the manner and personality of these models is more an art than it is a science.
So what is sort of the reason for the span of time between, say, Claude Opus 3.0 and 3.5? What takes that time, if you can speak to?
Yeah, so there's different processes. There's pre-training, which is just kind of the normal language model training, and that takes a very long time. That uses these days tens of thousands, sometimes many tens of thousands of GPUs or TPUs or Trainium, or we use different platforms, but accelerated chips. Often training for months. There's then a kind of post-training phase where we do reinforcement learning from human feedback, as well as other kinds of reinforcement learning. That phase is getting larger and larger now, and often that's less of an exact science. It often takes effort to get it right. Models are then tested with some of our early partners to see how good they are, and they're then tested both internally and externally for their safety, particularly for catastrophic and autonomy risks. So we do internal testing according to our responsible scaling policy, which I could talk more about that in detail. And then we have an agreement with the US and the UK AI Safety Institute, as well as other third-party testers in specific domains, to test the models for what are called CBRN risks: chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear, which are, we don't think that models pose these risks seriously yet, but every new model we want to evaluate to see if we're starting to get close to some of these more dangerous these more dangerous capabilities. So those are the phases, and then then it just takes some time to get the model working in terms of inference and launching it in the API. So there's just a lot of steps to actually making the model work. And of course, we're always trying to make the processes as streamlined as possible, right? We want our safety testing to be rigorous, but we want it to be rigorous and to be automatic, to happen as fast as it can without compromising on rigor. Same with our pre-training process and our post-training process. So, it's just like building anything else. It's just like building airplanes. You want to make them, safe, but you want to make the process streamlined. And I think the creative tension between those is an important thing in making the models work.
Yeah, rumor on the street, I forget who was saying that Anthropic has really good tooling. So probably a lot of the challenge here is on the software engineering side is to build the tooling to have a efficient, low friction interaction with the infrastructure.
You would be surprised how much of the challenges of building these models comes down to software engineering, performance engineering. From the outside, you might think, oh man, we had this Eureka breakthrough, right? This movie with the science, we discovered it, we figured it out. But I think all things, even incredible discoveries, like they almost always come down to the details, and often super boring details. I can't speak to whether we have better tooling than other companies. I mean, I haven't been at those other companies, at least not recently. But it's certainly something we give a lot of attention to.
I don't know if you can say, but from Claude 3 to Claude 3.5, is there any extra pre-training going on, or is it mostly focused on post-training? There's been leaps in performance.
Yeah, I think at any given stage, we're focused on improving everything at once. Just naturally, like there are different teams. Each team makes progress in a particular area in making a particular, their particular segment of the relay race better. And it's just natural that when we make a new model, we put all of these things in at once.
So the data you have, like the preference data you get from RLHF, is that applicable? Is there ways to apply it to newer models as they get trained up?
Yeah, preference data from old models sometimes gets used for new models, although of course it performs somewhat better when it's trained on the new models. Note that we have this constitutional AI method such that we don't only use preference data, there's also a post-training process where we train the model against itself. And there's new types of post-training the model against itself that are used every day. So it's not just RLHF, it's a bunch of other methods as well. Post-training, I think, is becoming more and more sophisticated.
Well, what explains the big leap in performance for the new Sonnet 3.5? I mean, at least in the programming side. And maybe this is a good place to talk about benchmarks. What does it mean to get better? Just the number went up. But, I program, but I also love programming, and Claude 3.5 through Cursor is what I use to assist me in programming. And there was, at least experientially, anecdotally, it's gotten smarter at programming. So what does it take to get smarter?
We observed that as well, by the way. There were a couple very strong engineers here at Anthropic who all previous code models, both produced by us and produced by all the other companies, hadn't really been useful to them. They said, maybe it's useful to the beginner. It's not useful to me. But Sonnet 3.5, the original one, for the first time, they said, oh my God, this helped me with something that it would have taken me hours to do. This is the first model that's actually saved me time. So again, the waterline is rising. And then I think, the new Sonnet has been even better. In terms of what it takes, I mean, I'll just say it's been across the board. It's in the pre-training, it's in the post-training, it's in various evaluations that we do. We've observed this as well. And if we go into the details of the benchmark, so SWE-bench is basically, since you're a programmer, you'll be familiar with like pull requests and just pull requests are like a sort of atomic unit of work. You could say I'm implementing one thing. And so SWE-bench actually gives you kind of a real world situation where the code base is in the current state, and I'm trying to implement something that's described in language. We have internal benchmarks where we measure the same thing, and you say, just give the model free reign to like, you know, do anything, run anything, edit anything. How well is it able to complete these tasks? And it's that benchmark that's gone from it can do it 3% of the time to it can do it about 50% of the time. So I actually do believe that if you get, you can gain benchmarks, but I think if we get to 100% of that benchmark in a way that isn't kind of like overtrained or gamed for that particular benchmark, probably represents a real and serious increase in kind of programming ability. And I would suspect that if we can get to, you know, 95%, that you know, it will represent ability to autonomously do a significant fraction of software engineering tasks.
Well, ridiculous timeline question. When is Cloud Opus 3.5 coming out?
Not giving an exact date, but you know, they're you know, as far as we know, the plan is still to have a Claude 3.5 Opus.
Are we gonna get it before GTA 6? Or not?
Like Duke Nukem Forever.
Duke
So
Nukem,
what was that game that there was some game that was delayed 15 years? Was that Duke Nukem Forever?
Yeah, and I think GTA is now just releasing trailers.
You know, it's only been 3 months since we released the first Sonnet.
Yeah, it's incredible pace.
It just tells you about the pace.
Yeah.
The expectations for when things are going to come out.
So what about 4.0? So how do you think about sort of as these models get bigger and bigger about versioning, and also just versioning in general? Why Sonnet 3.5 updated with the date? Why not Sonnet 3.6?
Yeah,
which
it's
a lot of people
actually,
calling
naming is actually an interesting challenge here, right?
Yeah.
Because I think a year ago, most of the model was pre-training. And so you could start from the beginning and just say, okay, we're going to have models of different sizes. We're going to train them all together. And, you know, we'll have a family of naming schemes, and then we'll put some new magic into them. And then, you know, we'll have the next generation. The trouble starts already when some of them take a lot longer than others to train, right? That already messes up your time a little bit. But as you make big improvements in pre-training, then you suddenly notice, oh, I can make better pre-trained model, and that doesn't take very long to do. But you know, clearly it has the same, you know, size and shape of previous models. So I think those two together, as well as the timing issues, any kind of scheme you come up with, you know, the reality tends to kind of frustrate that scheme, right? It tends to kind of break out of the scheme. It's not like software. You can say, oh, this is like, you know, 3.7, this is 3.8. No, you have models with different trade-offs. You can change some things in your models. You can change other things. Some are faster and slower in inference. Some have to be more expensive. Some have to be less expensive. And so I think all the companies have struggled with this. I think we did very, you know, I think we were in a good position in terms of naming when we had Haiku, Sonnet, and
That was great start.
We're trying to maintain it, but it's not perfect. So we'll try and get back to the simplicity, but just the nature of the field. I feel like no one's figured out naming. It's somehow a different paradigm from like normal software, and so you just, none of the companies have been perfect at it. It's something we struggle with surprisingly much relative to, you know, how trivial it is to you know, for the grand science of training the models.
So from the user side, the user experience of the updated Sonnet 3.5, which is different than the previous June 2024 Sonnet 3.5. It would be nice to come up with some kind of labeling that embodies that, because people talk about Sonnet 3.5, but now there's a different one, and so how do you refer to the previous one and the new one? And when there's a distinct improvement, it just makes conversation about it challenging.
Yeah. I definitely think this question of there are lots of properties of the models that are not reflected in the benchmarks. I think that's definitely the case, and everyone agrees. And not all of them are capabilities. Some of them are, you know, models can be polite or brusque. They can be, you know, very reactive, or they can ask you questions. They can have what feels like a warm personality or a cold personality. They can be boring, or they can be very distinctive, like Golden Gate Claude was. And we have a whole team kind of focused on, I think we call it Claude character. Amanda leads that team, and we'll talk to you about that. But it's still a very inexact science. And often we find that models have properties that we're not aware of. The fact of the matter is that you can, talk to a model 10,000 times, and there are some behaviors you might not see. Just like with a human, right? I can know someone for a few months and not know that they have a certain skill, or not know that there's a certain side to them. And so I think we just have to get used to this idea, and we're always looking for better ways of testing our models to demonstrate these capabilities, and also to decide which are the personality properties we want models to have and which we don't want to have. That itself, the normative question, is also super interesting.
I gotta ask you a question from Reddit.
From Reddit. Oh boy.
There's just this fascinating, to me at least, it's a psychological, social phenomenon where people report that Claude has gotten dumber for them over time. And so the question is, does the user complaint about the dumbing down of Claude 3.5 Sonnet hold any water? So are these anecdotal reports a kind of social phenomena, or is there any cases where Claude would get dumber?
So this actually doesn't apply. This isn't just about Claude. I believe I've seen these complaints for every foundation model produced by a major company. People said this about GPT-4. They said it about GPT-4 Turbo. So a couple things. One, the actual weight of the model, like the actual brain of the model, that does not change unless we introduce a new model. There are just a number of reasons why it would not make sense practically to be randomly substituting in new versions of the model. It's difficult from an inference perspective, and it's actually hard to control all the consequences of changing the weights of the model. Let's say you wanted to fine-tune the model to be like, I don't know, to say certainly less, which an old version of Sonnet used to do. You actually end up changing 100 things as well. So we have a whole process for it, and we have a whole process for modifying the model. We do a bunch of testing on it. We do a bunch of user testing in early customers. So we both have never changed the weights of the model without telling anyone, and it wouldn't, certainly in the current setup, it would not make sense to do that. Now, there are a couple things that we do occasionally do. One is sometimes we run A/B tests, but those are typically very close to when a model is being released, and for a very small fraction of time. Like the day before the new Sonnet 3.5, I agree. We should have had a better name. It's clunky to refer to it. There were some comments from people that it's gotten a lot better, and that's because fraction were exposed to an A/B test for those 1 or 2 days. The other is that occasionally the system prompt will change. The system prompt can have some effects, although it's unlikely to dumb down models. It's unlikely to make them dumber. And we've seen that while these two things, which I'm listing to be very complete, happen quite infrequently, the complaints for us and for other model companies about the model changed, the model wasn't good at this, the model got more censored, the model was dumbed down, those complaints are constant. And so I don't want to say people are imagining it or anything, but the models are, for the most part, not changing. If I were to offer a theory, I think it actually relates to one of the things I said before, which is that models are very complex and have many aspects to them. And so often, if I ask the model a question, if I'm like do task X versus can you do task X, the model might respond in different ways. And so there are all kinds of subtle things that you can change about the way you interact with the model that can give you very different results. To be clear, this itself is like a failing by us and by the other model providers, that the models are just often sensitive to small changes in wording. It's yet another way in which the science of how these models work is very poorly developed. And so, if I go to sleep one night and I was talking to the model in a certain way, and I slightly change the phrasing of how I talk to the model, I could get different results. So that's one possible way. The other thing is, it's just hard to quantify this stuff. It's hard to quantify this stuff. I think people are very excited by new models when they come out, and then as time goes on, they become very aware of the limitations. So that may be another effect. But that's all a very long-winded way of saying, for the most part, with some fairly narrow exceptions, the models are not changing.
I think there is a psychological effect. You start getting used to it. The baseline where it's just like when people first gotten Wi-Fi on airplanes, it's like amazing,
It's like
magic.
Yeah.
And then
Now
and then
it's
you
like,
start
I can't get this thing to work.
yeah,
This is such a piece of crap.
exactly. So then it's easy to have the conspiracy theory. They're making Wi-Fi slower and slower. This is probably something I'll talk to Amanda much more about. But another Reddit question: when will Claude stop trying to be my puritanical grandmother, imposing its moral worldview on me as a paying customer? And also, what is the psychology behind making Claude overly apologetic? So this kind of reports about the experience, a different angle on the frustration. It has to do with the character.
Yeah, so a couple of points on this first. One is like things that people say on Reddit and Twitter or X or whatever it is. There's actually a huge distribution shift between like the stuff that people complain loudly about on social media and what actually kind of like, you know, statistically users care about and that drives people to use the models. Like people are frustrated with, you know, things like, you know, the model not writing out all the code or the model, you know, just not being as good at code as it could be, even though it's the best model in the world on code. I think the majority of things are about that. But certainly a kind of vocal minority are, you know, kind of raise these concerns, right? Are frustrated by the model refusing things that shouldn't refuse, or like apologizing too much, or just having these kind of like annoying verbal tics. The second caveat, and I just want to say this like super clearly because I think it's like some people don't know it, others like kind of know it but forget it. Like it is very difficult to control across the board how the models behave. You cannot just reach in there and say, oh, I want the model to like apologize less. Like you can do that. You can include training data that says like, oh, the model should like apologize less. But then in some other situation, they end up being like super rude or like overconfident in a way that's like misleading people. So there are all these trade-offs. For example, another thing is if there was a period during which models, ours and I think others as well, were too verbose, right? They would like repeat themselves. They would say too much. You can cut down on the verbosity by penalizing the models for just talking for too long. What happens when you do that, if you do it in a crude way, is when the models are coding, sometimes they'll say, rest of the code goes here, right? Because they've learned that that's the way to economize and that they see it, and then so that leads the model to be so-called lazy in coding, where they're just like, you can finish the rest of it. It's not because we want to, you know, save on compute or because, you know, the models are lazy and, you know, during winter break or any of the other kind of conspiracy theories that have come up. It's just very hard to control the behavior of the model, to steer the behavior of the model in all circumstances at once. You can kind of, there's this whack-a-mole aspect where you push on one thing and like, you know, these other things start to move as well that you may not even notice or measure. And so one of the reasons that I care so much about you know, kind of grand alignment of the AI systems in the future is actually these systems are actually quite unpredictable. They're actually quite hard to steer and control. And this version we're seeing today of you make one thing better, it makes another thing worse. I think that's like a present day analog of future control problems in AI systems that we can start to study today, right? I think that difficulty in steering the behavior and in making sure that if you push an AI system in one direction, it doesn't push it in another direction in some other ways that we didn't want. I think that's kind of an early sign of things to come. And if we can do a good job of solving this problem, right? Of like you ask the model to like, you know, to like make and distribute smallpox, and it says no, but it's willing to like help you in your graduate level virology class. Like, how do we get both of those things at once? It's hard. It's very easy to go to one side or the other, and it's a multi-dimensional problem. And so, I think these questions of like shaping the model's personality, I think they're very hard. I think we haven't done perfectly on them. I think we've actually done the best of all the AI companies, but still so far from perfect. And I think if we can get this right, if we can control control the false positives and false negatives in this very kind of controlled present day environment, we'll be much better at doing it for the future. When our worry is, will the models be super autonomous? Will they be able to, make very dangerous things? Will they be able to autonomously, build whole companies? And are those companies aligned? So I think of this present task as both vexing, but also good practice for the future.
What's the current best way of gathering sort of user feedback? Not anecdotal data, but just large-scale data about pain points or the opposite of pain points, positive things. So is it internal testing? Is it a specific group testing, A/B testing? What works?
So typically we'll have internal model bashings where all of Anthropic is almost 1,000 people. People just try and break the model. They try and interact with it various ways. We have a suite of evals for, is the model refusing in ways that it couldn't. I think we even had a certainly eval because, our model, again, at one point model had this problem where it had this annoying tick where it would respond to a wide range of questions by saying, certainly, I can help you with that. Certainly, I would be happy to do that. Certainly, this is correct. And so we had a certainly eval, which is how often does the model say certainly? But look, this is just a whack-a-mole. What if it switches from certainly to definitely? So every time we add a new eval, and we're always evaluating for all the old things. So we have hundreds of these evaluations, but we find that there's no substitute for human interaction with it. And so it's very much like the ordinary product development process. We have hundreds of people within Anthropic bash the model. Then we do external A/B tests. Sometimes we'll run tests with contractors. We pay contractors to interact with the model. So you put all of these things together, and it's still not perfect. You still see behaviors that you don't quite want to see, right? You still see the model refusing things that it just doesn't make sense to refuse. But I think trying to solve this challenge, right? Trying to stop the model from doing, genuinely bad things that what everyone agrees it shouldn't do, right? Everyone agrees that the model shouldn't talk about I don't know, child abuse material, right? Everyone agrees the model shouldn't do that. But at the same time that it doesn't refuse in these dumb and stupid ways. I think drawing that line as finely as possible, approaching perfectly is still a challenge, and we're getting better at it every day. But there's lots to be solved, and again, I would point to that as an indicator of the challenge ahead in terms of steering much more powerful models.
Do you think Claude 4.0 is ever coming out?
I don't want to commit to any naming scheme, because if I say here we're going to have Claude 4 next year, and then we decide that we should start over because there's a new type of model. I don't want to commit to it. I would expect in a normal course of business that Claude 4 would come after Claude 3.5, but you never know in this wacky field, right?
But sort of this idea of scaling is continuing.
Scaling is continuing. There will definitely be more powerful models coming from us than the models that exist today. That is certain. Or if there aren't, we've deeply failed as a company.
Okay, can you explain the responsible scaling policy and the AI safety level standards, ASL levels?
As much as I'm excited about the benefits of these models, and we'll talk about that if we talk about machines of loving grace, I'm worried about the risks, and I continue to be worried about the risks. No one should think that machines of loving grace was me saying I'm no longer worried about the risks of these models. I think they're two sides of the same coin. The power of the models and their ability to solve all these problems in biology, neuroscience, economic development, governance and peace, large parts of the economy, those come with risks as well, right? With great power comes great responsibility, right? That's the two are paired. Things that are powerful can do good things, and they can do bad things. I think of those risks as being in several different categories. Perhaps the two biggest risks that I think about, and that's not to say that there aren't risks today that are important, but when I think of the things that would happen on the grandest scale, one is what I call catastrophic misuse. These are misuse of the models in domains like cyber, bio, radiological, nuclear, right? Things that could harm or even kill thousands, even millions of people if they really, really go wrong. Like these are the number one priority to prevent. And here I would just make a simple observation, which is that the models, if I look today at people who have done really bad things in the world, I think actually humanity has been protected by the fact that the overlap between really smart, well-educated people and people who want to do really horrific things has generally been small. Like, let's say I'm someone who, I have a PhD in this field, I have a well-paying job. There's so much to lose. Why do I want to even assuming I'm completely evil, which most people are not. Why would such a person risk their life, risk their legacy, their reputation to do something like truly evil? If we had a lot more people like that, the world would be a much more dangerous place. And so my worry is that by being a much more intelligent agent, AI could break that correlation. And so I do have serious worries about that. I believe we can prevent those worries. But I think as a counterpoint to machines of loving grace, I want to say that there's still serious risks. And the second range of risks would be the autonomy risks, which is the idea that models might on their own, particularly as we give them more agency than they've had in the past, particularly as we give them supervision over wider tasks like writing whole code bases, or someday even, effectively operating entire companies. They're on a long enough leash. Are they doing what we really want them to do? It's very difficult to even understand in detail what they're doing, let alone control it. And like I said, these early signs that it's hard to perfectly draw the boundary between things the model should do and things the model shouldn't do. If you go to one side, you get things that are annoying and useless, and you go to the other side, you get other behaviors. If you fix one thing, it creates other problems. We're getting better and better at solving this. I don't think this is an unsolvable problem. I think this is a science, like the safety of airplanes, or the safety of cars, or the safety of drugs. I don't think there's any big thing we're missing. I just think we need to get better at controlling these models. And so these are the two risks I'm worried about. And our responsible scaling plan, which I'll recognize is a very long-winded answer to your question, our responsible scaling plan is designed to address these two types of risks. And so every time we develop a new model, we basically test it for its ability to do both of these bad things. So if I were to back up a little bit, I think we have an interesting dilemma with AI systems where they're not yet powerful enough to present these catastrophes. I don't know if they'll ever prevent these catastrophes. It's possible they won't, but the case for worry, the case for risk is strong enough that we should act now. And they're getting better very, very fast, right? I testified in the Senate. We might have serious bio risks within 2 to 3 years. That was about a year ago. Things have proceeded apace. So we have this thing where it's like it's surprisingly hard to address these risks because they're not here today. They don't exist. They're like ghosts, but they're coming at us so fast because the models are improving so fast. So how do you deal with something that's not here today, doesn't exist, but is coming at us very fast? So the solution we came up with for that, in collaboration with people like the organization Meter and Paul Cristiano, is okay. What you need for that are you need tests to tell you when the risk is getting close. You need an early warning system, and so every time we have a new model, we test it for its capability to do these CBRN tasks, as well as testing it for how capable it is of doing tasks autonomously on its own. And in the latest version of our RSP, which we released in the last month or two, the way we test autonomy risk is the AI model's ability to do aspects of AI research itself. Which when the AI models can do AI research, they become kind of truly autonomous. And that threshold is important for a bunch of other ways. And so, what do we then do with these tests? The RSP basically develops what we call an if-then structure, which is if the models pass a certain capability, then we impose a certain set of safety and security requirements on them. So today's models are what's called ASL2. Models that were ASL1 is for systems that manifestly don't pose any risk of autonomy or misuse. So, for example, a chess playing bot, Deep Blue, would be ASL1. It's just manifestly the case that you can't use Deep Blue for anything other than chess. It was just designed for chess. No one's going to use it to, like, you know, to conduct a masterful cyber attack or to, you know, run wild and take over the world. ASL2 is today's AI systems, where we measure them and we think these systems are simply not smart enough to autonomously self-replicate or conduct a bunch of tasks, and also not smart enough to provide meaningful information about CBRN risks and how to build CBRN weapons above and beyond what can be known from looking at people. In fact, sometimes they do provide information, but not above and beyond a search engine, but not in a way that can be stitched together. Not in a way that kind of end to end is dangerous enough. So ASL3 is going to be the point at which the models are hopeful enough to enhance the capabilities of non-state actors. Right? State actors can already do a lot of, unfortunately, to a high level of proficiency, a lot of these very dangerous and destructive things. The difference is that non-state actors are not capable of it. And so when we get to ASL3, we'll take special security precautions designed to be sufficient to prevent theft of the model by non-state actors and misuse of the model as it's deployed. We'll have to have enhanced filters targeted at these particular areas.
Cyber,
bionuclear, and model autonomy, which is less a misuse risk and more risk of the model doing bad things itself. ASL4, getting to the point where these models could enhance the capability of a already knowledgeable state actor and or become the main source of such a risk. Like if you wanted to engage in such a risk, the main way you would do it is through a model. And then I think ASL4 on the autonomy side, it's some amount of acceleration in AI research capabilities with an AI model. And then ASL5 is where we would get to the models that are kind of truly capable, that could exceed humanity in their ability to do any of these tasks. And so the point of the if-then structure commitment is basically to say, look, I don't know, I've been working with these models for many years, and I've been worried about risks for many years. It's actually kind of dangerous to cry wolf. It's actually kind of dangerous to say this model is risky, and people look at it and they say this is manifestly not dangerous. Again, it's the delicacy of the risk isn't here today, but it's coming at us fast. How do you deal with that? It's really vexing to a risk planner to deal with it. And so this if-then structure basically says, look, we don't want to antagonize a bunch of people. We don't want to harm our own, our kind of own ability to have a place in the conversation by imposing these very onerous burdens on models that are not dangerous today. So the if-then, the trigger commitment, is basically a way to deal with it. It says you clamp down hard when you can show that the model is dangerous. And of course, what has to come with that is enough of a buffer threshold that you're not at high risk of kind of missing the danger. It's not a perfect framework. We've had to change it every we came out with a new one just a few weeks ago, and probably going forward we might release new ones multiple times a year because it's hard to get these policies right, like technically, organizationally, from a research perspective. But that is the proposal. If-then commitments and triggers in order to minimize burdens and false alarms now, but really react appropriately when things occur.
What do you think the timeline for ASL3 is where several of the triggers are fired? And what do you think the timeline is for ASL4?
Yeah, so that is hotly debated within the company. We are working actively to prepare ASL3 security measures as well as ASL3 deployment measures. I'm not going to go into detail, but we've made a lot of progress on both, and we're prepared to be, I think, ready quite soon. I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised at all if we hit ASL 3 next year. There was some concern that we might even hit it this year. That's still possible. That could still happen. It's like very hard to say, but like I would be very, very surprised if it was like 2030. I think it's much sooner than that.
So there's protocols for detecting it, the if then, and then there's protocols for how to respond to it.
Yes.
How difficult is detecting the latter?
Yeah, I think for ASL 3, it's primarily about security, and about filters on the model relating to a very narrow set of areas when we deploy the model. Because at ASL 3, the model isn't autonomous yet, and so you don't have to worry about kind of the model itself behaving in a bad way even when it's deployed internally. So I think the ASL 3 measures are I won't say straightforward. They're rigorous, but they're easier to reason about. I think once we get to ASL 4, we start to have worries about the models being smart enough that they might sandbag tests. They might not tell the truth about tests. We had some results came out about like sleeper agents, and there was a more recent paper about can the models mislead attempts to sandbag their own abilities, right? Show them present themselves as being less capable than they are. And so I think with ASL 4, there's going to be an important component of using other things than just interacting with the model. For example, interpretability or hidden chains of thought, where you have to look inside the model and verify via some other mechanism that is not as easily corrupted as what the model says. That the model indeed has some properties. So we're still working on ASL 4. One of the properties of the RSP is that we don't specify ASL 4 until we hit ASL 3. And I think that's proven to be a wise decision, because even with ASL 3, it's hard to know this stuff in detail. And we want to take as much time as we can possibly take to get these things right.
So for ASL 3, the bad actor will be humans.
Humans, yes.
And so there's a little bit more.
For ASL 4, it's both. I think.
It's both. And so deception, and that's where mechanistic interpretability comes into play. And hopefully the techniques used for that are not made accessible to the model.
Yeah, I mean, of course you can hook up the mechanistic interpretability to the model itself, but then you've kind of lost it as a reliable indicator of the model state. There are a bunch of exotic ways you can think of that it might also not be reliable, like if the model gets smart enough that it can jump computers and read the code where you're looking at its internal state. We've thought about some of those. I think they're exotic enough. There are ways to render them unlikely, but yeah, generally you want to preserve mechanistic interpretability as a kind of verification set or test set that's separate from the training process of the model.
See, I think as these models become better and better conversation and become smarter, social engineering becomes a threat too. They can start being very convincing to the engineers inside companies.
Oh yeah. It's actually we've seen lots of examples of demagoguery in our life from humans, and there's a concern that models could do that as well.
One of the ways that Claude has been getting more and more powerful is it's now able to do some agentic stuff. Computer use. There's also an analysis within the sandbox of Claude.ai itself, but let's talk about computer use. That seems to me super exciting, that you can just give Claude a task and it takes a bunch of actions, figures it out, and has access to your computer through screenshots. So can you explain how that works and where that's headed?
Yeah, it's actually relatively simple. So Claude has had for a long time, since Claude 3 back in March, the ability to analyze images and respond to them with text. The only new thing we added is those images can be screenshots of a computer. And in response, we train the model to give a location on the screen where you can click, and or buttons on the keyboard you can press in order to take action. And it turns out that with actually not all that much additional training, the models can get quite good at that task. It's a good example of generalization. People sometimes say if you get to low Earth orbit, you're halfway to anywhere, right? Because of how much it takes to escape the gravity well. If you have a strong pre-trained model, I feel like you're halfway to anywhere in terms of intelligence states. And so actually, it didn't take all that much to get Claude to do this, and you can just set that in a loop. Give the model a screenshot, tell it what to click on, give it the next screenshot, tell it what to click on, and that turns into a full kind of almost 3D video interaction of the model, and it's able to do all of these tasks, right? You know, we showed these demos where it's able to like fill out spreadsheets, it's able to kind of like interact with the website, it's able to, it's able to open all kinds of, programs, different operating systems, Windows, Linux, Mac. I think all of that is very exciting. I will say, while in theory, there's nothing you could do there that you couldn't have done through just giving the model the API to drive the computer screen, this really lowers the barrier. And, there's a lot of folks who either, kind of aren't in a position to interact with those APIs, or it takes them a long time to do. It's just the screen is just a universal interface that's a lot easier to interact with. And so I expect over time this is going to lower a bunch of barriers. Now, honestly, the current model there's a lot still to be desired, and we were honest about that in the blog, right? It makes mistakes, it misclicks, and we were careful to warn people, hey, this thing isn't. You can't just leave this thing to run on your computer for minutes and minutes. You got to give this thing boundaries and guardrails, and I think that's one of the reasons we released it first in an API form rather than kind of this kind of just hand it to the consumer and give it control of their computer. But I definitely feel that it's important to get these capabilities out there. As models get more powerful, we're going to have to grapple with how do we use these capabilities safely? How do we prevent them from being abused? I think releasing the model while the capabilities are still limited is very helpful in terms of doing that. I think since it's been released, a number of customers, I think Replit was maybe one of the most quickest to deploy things. Have made use of it in various ways. People have hooked up demos for Windows desktops, Macs, Linux machines. It's been very exciting. I think as with anything else, it comes with new exciting abilities, and then with those new exciting abilities, we have to think about how to make the model safe, reliable, do what humans want them to do. I mean, it's the same story for everything, right? Same thing. It's that same tension.
But the possibility of use cases here is just the range is incredible. So how much to make it work really well in the future? How much do you have to specially kind of go beyond what the pre-trained model is doing? Do more post-training RLHF or supervised fine-tuning or synthetic data just for the agentic?
Yeah, I think speaking at a high level, it's our intention to keep investing a lot in making the model better. I think we look at some of the benchmarks where previous models were like, oh, it could do it 6% of the time, and now our model will do it 14 or 22% of the time. And yeah, we want to get up to the human level reliability of 80-90%, just like anywhere else, right? We're on the same curve that we were on with SWE-bench, where I would guess a year from now the models can do this very, very reliably. But you got to start somewhere.
So you think it's possible to get to the human level, 90%, basically doing the same thing you're doing now, or is it has to be special for computer use?
I mean, it depends what you mean by special in general. But I generally think the same kinds of techniques that we've been using to train the current model. I expect that doubling down on those techniques in the same way that we have for code, for models in general, for other for image input, for voice. I expect those same techniques will scale here as they have everywhere else.
But this is giving sort of the power of action to Claude. And so you could do a lot of really powerful things, but you could do a lot of damage also.
Yeah. No, and we've been very aware of that. Look, my view actually is computer use isn't a fundamentally new capability like these CBRN or autonomy capabilities are. It's more like it kind of opens the aperture for the model to use and apply its existing abilities. And so the way we think about it, going back to our RSP, is nothing that this model is doing inherently increases, the risk from an RSP perspective. But as the models get more powerful, having this capability may make it scarier once it has the cognitive capability to do something at the ASL 3 and ASL 4 level. This may be the thing that kind of unbounds it from doing so. So going forward, certainly this modality of interaction is something that we have tested for and that we will continue to test for in RSP going forward. I think it's probably better to learn and explore this capability before the model is super capable.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting attacks like prompt injection, because now you've widened the aperture so you can prompt inject through stuff on screen. So if this becomes more and more useful, then there's more and more benefit to inject stuff into the model. If it goes to a certain web page, it could be harmless stuff like advertisements, or it could be like harmful stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've thought a lot about things like spam, CAPTCHA, mass camp. There's all, every like, one secret I'll tell you: if you've invented a new technology, not necessarily the biggest misuse, but the first misuse you'll see, scams, just petty scams. Like you'll it's like a thing as old, people scamming each other. It's this thing as old as time, and it's just every time you got to deal with it.
It's almost like silly to say, but it's true. Sort of bots and spam in general is a thing as it gets more and more intelligent.
Yeah,
it's
just
harder
there are a lot of like I said, like there are a lot of petty criminals in the world, and it's like every new technology is like a new way for petty criminals to do something stupid and malicious.
Is there any ideas about sandboxing it? Like, how difficult is the sandboxing task?
Yeah, we sandboxed during training. So, for example, during training, we didn't expose the model to the internet. I think that's probably a bad idea during training because, the model can be changing its policy, it can be changing what it's doing, and it's having an effect in the real world. In terms of actually deploying the model, right, it kind of depends on the application. Like, sometimes you want the model to do something in the real world, but of course you can always put guardrails on the outside, right? You can say, okay, well, this model move data from my, model's not going to move any files from my computer or my web server to anywhere else. Now, when you talk about sandboxing, again, when we get to ASL 4, none of these precautions are going to make sense there, right? Where when you talk about ASL 4, you're then the model is being kind of, there's a theoretical worry the model should be smart enough to break it, to kind of break out of any box. And so there we need to think about mechanistic interpretability, about, if we're going to have a sandbox, it would need to be a mathematically provable sandbox. That's a whole different world than what we're dealing with the models today.
Yeah, the science of building a box from which ASL 4 AI system cannot escape.
I think it's probably not the right approach. I think the right approach, instead of having something, unaligned that like you're trying to prevent it from escaping, I think it's better to just design the model the right way, or have a loop where you look inside the model and you're able to verify properties, and that gives you an opportunity to like iterate and actually get it right. I think containing bad models is much worse solution than having good models.
Let me ask about regulation. What's the role of regulation in keeping AI safe? So, for example, can you describe California AI Regulation Bill SB 1047 that was ultimately vetoed by the governor? What are the pros and cons of this bill?
Yeah, we ended up making some suggestions to the bill, and then some of those were adopted, and we felt I think quite positively about the bill by the end of that. It did still have some downsides, and of course it got vetoed. I think at a high level, I think some of the key ideas behind the bill are, I would say, similar to ideas behind our RSPs. And I think it's very important that some jurisdiction, whether it's California or the federal government and or other countries and other states, passes some regulation like this. And I can talk through why I think that's so important. So I feel good about our RSP. It's not perfect. It needs to be iterated on a lot, but it's been a good forcing function for getting the company to take these risks seriously, to put them into product planning, to really make them a central part of work at Anthropic, and to make sure that all the 1,000 people, and it's almost 1,000 people now at Anthropic, understand that this is one of the highest priorities of the company, if not the highest priority. But one, there are still some companies that don't have RSP-like mechanisms. Like OpenAI, Google did adopt these mechanisms a couple months after Anthropic did. But there are other companies out there that don't have these mechanisms at all. And so if some companies adopt these mechanisms and others don't, it's really going to create a situation where, some of these dangers have the property that it doesn't matter if 3 out of 5 of the companies are being safe. If the other 2 are being unsafe, it creates this negative externality. And I think the lack of uniformity is not fair to those of us who have put a lot of effort into being very thoughtful about these procedures. The second thing is, I don't think you can trust these companies to adhere to these voluntary plans on their own, right? I like to think that Anthropic will. We do everything we can that we will. Our RSP is checked by our long-term benefit trust. So we do everything we can to adhere to our own RSP. But you hear lots of things about various companies saying, "Oh, they said they would give this much compute, and they didn't. They said they would do this thing, and they didn't." I don't think it makes sense to litigate particular things that companies have done. But I think this broad principle that, like, if there's nothing watching over them, there's nothing watching over us as an industry, there's no guarantee that we'll do the right thing, and the stakes are very high. And so I think it's important to have a uniform standard that everyone follows, and to make sure that simply that the industry does what a majority of the industry has already said is important and has already said that they definitely will do. Right? Some people, I think there's a class of people who are against regulation on principle. I understand where that comes from. If you go to Europe and you see something like GDPR, you see some of the other stuff that they've done. Some of it's good, but some of it is really unnecessarily burdensome, and I think it's fair to say really has slowed innovation. And so I understand where people are coming from on fires. I understand why people start from that position. But again, I think AI is different. If we go to the very serious risks of autonomy and misuse that I talked about, just a few minutes ago, I think that those are unusual and they warrant an unusually strong response. And so I think it's very important. Again, you need something that everyone can get behind. I think one of the issues with SB 1047, especially the original version of it, was it had a bunch of the structure of RSPs, but it also had a bunch of stuff that was either clunky or that just would have created a bunch of burdens, a bunch of hassle, and might even have missed the target in terms of addressing the risks. You don't really hear about it on Twitter. You just hear about kind of, people are cheering for any regulation, and then the folks who are against make up these often quite intellectually dishonest arguments about how, it'll make us move away from California. Bill doesn't apply if you're headquartered in California. Bill only applies if you do business in California. Or that it would damage the open source ecosystem, or that it would, it would cause all of these things. I think those were mostly nonsense, but there are better arguments against regulation. There's one guy, Dean Ball, who's really, I think a very scholarly analyst who looks at what happens when a regulation is put in place in ways that they can kind of get a life of their own, or how they can be poorly designed. And so our interest has always been, we do think there should be regulation in this space, but we want to be an actor who makes sure that regulation is something that's surgical, that's targeted at the serious risks, and is something people can actually comply with. Because something I think the advocates of regulation don't understand as well as they could is, if we get something in place that is that's poorly targeted, that wastes a bunch of people's time, what's going to happen is people are going to say, see, these safety risks, they're, this is nonsense. I just had to hire 10 lawyers to fill out all these forms. I had to run all these tests for something that was clearly not dangerous. And after 6 months of that, there will be a groundswell, and we'll end up with a durable consensus against regulation. And so I think the worst enemy of those who want real accountability is badly designed regulation. We need to actually get it right. And this is, if there's one thing I could say to the advocates, it would be that I want them to understand this dynamic better. And we need to be really careful, and we need to talk to people who actually have experience seeing how regulations play out in practice. And the people who have seen that understand to be very careful. If this was some lesser issue, I might be against regulation at all. But what I want the opponents to understand is that the underlying issues are actually serious. They're not something that I or the other companies are just making up because of regulatory capture. They're not sci-fi fantasies. They're not any of these things. Every time we have a new model, every few months, we measure the behavior of these models, and they're getting better and better at these concerning tasks, just as they are getting better and better at, good, valuable, economically useful tasks. And so I would just love it if some of the former, I think SB 1047 was very polarizing. I would love it if some of the most reasonable opponents and some of the most reasonable proponents would sit down together. And I think that the different AI companies, Anthropic was the only AI company that felt positively in a very detailed way. I think Elon tweeted briefly something positive, but some of the big ones like Google, OpenAI, Meta, Microsoft were pretty staunchly against. So I would really like is if some of the key stakeholders, some of the most thoughtful proponents and some of the most thoughtful opponents would sit down and say, how do we solve this problem in a way that the proponents feel brings a real reduction in risk, and that the opponents feel that it is not hampering the industry or hampering innovation any more necessary than it needs to. And I think for whatever reason that things got too polarized, and those two groups didn't get to sit down in the way that they should. And I feel urgency. I really think we need to do something in 2025. If we get to the end of 2025 and we've still done nothing about this, then I'm going to be worried. I'm not worried yet because, again, the risks aren't here yet. But I think time is running short.
Yeah, and come up with something surgical, like you said.
Yeah, exactly. And we need to get away from this intense pro-safety versus intense anti-regulatory rhetoric. Right? It's turned into these flame wars on Twitter, and nothing good's going to come of that.
So there's a lot of curiosity about the different players in the game. One of the OGs is OpenAI. You've had several years of experience at OpenAI. What's your story and history there?
Yeah, so I was at OpenAI for roughly 5 years. For the last couple of years, I was vice president of research there. Probably myself and Ilya Sutskever were the ones who really kind of set the research direction around 2016 or 2017. I first started to really believe in, or at least confirm my belief in, the scaling hypothesis when Ilya famously said to me, the thing you need to understand about these models is they just want to learn. The models just want to learn. And again, sometimes there are these one sentences, these Zen koans that you hear them and you're like, that explains everything. That explains like 1,000 things that I've seen. And I ever after I had this visualization in my head of like, you optimize the models in the right way, you point the models in the right way. They just want to learn. They just want to solve the problem, regardless of what the problem is.
So get out of their way, basically.
Get out of their way. Yeah. Don't impose your own ideas about how they should learn. And this is the same thing as Rich Sutton put out in the Bitter Lesson, or Byrne put out in the scaling hypothesis. I think generally the dynamic was, I got this kind of inspiration from Ilya and from others, folks like Alec Radford, who did the original GPT-1, and then ran really hard with it. Me and my collaborators on GPT-2, GPT-3, RL from Human Feedback, which was an attempt to kind of deal with the early safety and steerability, things like debate and amplification, heavy on interpretability. So again, the combination of safety plus scaling, probably 2018, 2019, 2020. Those were kind of the years when myself and my collaborators probably, many of whom became co-founders of Anthropic, kind of really had a vision and drove the direction.
Why did you leave? Why did you decide to leave?
Yeah. So look, I'm going to put things this way, and I think it ties to the race to the top, right? Which is, in my time at OpenAI, what I come to see as I come to appreciate the scaling hypothesis, and as I come to appreciate kind of the importance of safety along with the scaling hypothesis. The first one, I think, OpenAI was getting on board with. The second one, in a way, had always been part of OpenAI's messaging. But over many years of the time that I spent there, I think I had a particular vision of how we should handle these things, how we should be brought out in the world, the kind of principles that the organization should have. And look, I mean, there were many discussions about should the company do this, should the company do that? There's a bunch of misinformation out there. People say we left because we didn't like to deal with Microsoft. False. Although, there was a lot of discussion, a lot of questions about exactly how we do the deal with Microsoft. We left because we didn't like commercialization. That's not true. We built GPT-3, which was the model that was commercialized. I was involved in commercialization. It's more, again, about how do you do it? Civilization is going down this path to very powerful AI. What's the way to do it that is cautious, straightforward, honest, that builds trust in the organization and in individuals? How do we get from here to there? And how do we have a real vision for how to get it right? How can safety not just be something we say because it helps with recruiting? I think at the end of the day, if you have a vision for that, forget about anyone else's vision. I don't want to talk about anyone else's vision. If you have a vision for how to do it, you should go off and you should do that vision. It is incredibly unproductive to try and argue with someone else's vision. You might think they're not doing it the right way. You might think they're dishonest. Who knows? Maybe you're right. Maybe you're not. But what you should do is you should take some people you trust, and you should go off together, and you should make your vision happen. And if your vision is compelling, if you can make it appeal to people, some combination of ethically, in the markets, if you can make a company that's a place people want to join, that engages in practices that people think are reasonable while managing to maintain its position in the ecosystem at the same time. If you do that, people will copy it. And the fact that you are doing it, especially the fact that you're doing it better than they are, causes them to change their behavior in a much more compelling way than if they're your boss and you're arguing with them. I don't know how to be any more specific about it than that, but I think it's generally very unproductive to try and get someone else's vision to look like your vision. It's much more productive to go off and do a clean experiment and say, this is our vision. This is how we're going to do things. Your choice is you can ignore us, you can reject what we're doing, or you can start to become more like us. And imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. And that plays out in the behavior of customers, that plays out in the behavior of the public, that plays out in the behavior of where people choose to work. And again, at the end, it's not about one company winning or another company winning. If we or another company are engaging in some practice that people find genuinely appealing, and I want it to be in substance, not just in appearance. And I think researchers are sophisticated and they look at substance. And then other companies start copying that practice and they win because they copied that practice. That's great. That's success. That's like the race to the top. It doesn't matter who wins in the end, as long as everyone is copying everyone else's good practices, right? One way I think of it is the thing we're all afraid of is a race to the bottom, right? In the race to the bottom, doesn't matter who wins because we all lose, right? In the most extreme world, we make this autonomous AI that, the robots enslave us or whatever, right? I mean, it's half joking, but that is the most extreme thing that could happen. Then it doesn't matter which company was ahead. If instead you create a race to the top where people are competing to engage in good practices, then at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who ends up winning. It doesn't even matter who started the race to the top. The point isn't to be virtuous. The point is to get the system into a better equilibrium than it was before. And individual companies can play some role in doing this. Individual companies can help to start it, can help to accelerate it. And frankly, I think individuals at other companies have done this as well, right? The individuals that, when we put out an RSP, react by pushing harder to get something similar done at other companies. Sometimes other companies do something that's like, we're like, oh, it's a good practice. We think that's good. We should adopt it too. The only difference is, I think we are, we try to be more forward leaning. We try and adopt more of these practices first and adopt them more quickly when others invent them. But I think this dynamic is what we should be pointing at, and that I think it abstracts away the question of which company's winning, who trusts who. I think all these questions of drama are profoundly uninteresting, and the thing that matters is the ecosystem that we all operate in and how to make that ecosystem better, because that constrains all the players.
And so Anthropic is this kind of clean experiment built on a foundation of like what concretely AI safety should look like.
Well, look, I'm sure we've made plenty of mistakes along the way. The perfect organization doesn't exist. It has to deal with the imperfection of 1,000 employees. It has to deal with the imperfection of our leaders, including me. It has to deal with the imperfection of the people we've put to oversee the imperfection of the leaders, like the board and the long-term benefit trust. It's all a set of imperfect people trying to aim imperfectly at some ideal that will never perfectly be achieved. That's what you sign up for. That's what it will always be. But imperfect doesn't mean you just give up. There's better and there's worse. And hopefully we can begin to build, we can do well enough that we can begin to build some practices that the whole industry engages in. And then, my guess is that multiple of these companies will be successful. Anthropic will be successful. These other companies, like ones I've been at in the past, will also be successful. And some will be more successful than others. That's less important than, again, that we align the incentives of the industry. And that happens partly through the race to the top, partly through things like RSP, partly through, again, selected surgical regulation.
You said talent density beats talent mass. So can you explain that? Can you expand on that? Can you just talk about what it takes to build a great team of AI researchers and engineers?
This is one of these statements that's like more true every month. Every month I see this statement is more true than I did the month before. So if I were to do a thought experiment, let's say you have a team of 100 people that are super smart, motivated, and aligned with the mission, and that's your company. Or you can have a team of 1,000 people where 200 people are super smart, super aligned with the mission, and then like 800 people are, let's just say you pick 800 like random big tech employees. Which would you rather have, right? The talent mass is greater in the group of 1,000 people, right? You have even a larger number of incredibly talented, incredibly aligned, incredibly smart people. But the issue is just that if every time someone super talented looks around, they see someone else super talented and super dedicated, that sets the tone for everything, right? That sets the tone for everyone is super inspired to work at the same place. Everyone trusts everyone else. If you have 1,000 or 10,000 people and things have really regressed, right? You are not able to do selection and you're choosing random people. What happens is then you need to put a lot of processes and a lot of guardrails in place. Just because people don't fully trust each other, you have to adjudicate political battles. Like, there are so many things that slow down the org's ability to operate. And so we're nearly 1,000 people, and we've tried to make it so that as large a fraction of those 1,000 people as possible are like super talented, super skilled. It's one of the reasons we've slowed down hiring a lot in the last few months. We grew from 300 to 800, I think, in the first 7-8 months of the year. And now we've slowed down. We're at last 3 months, we went from 800 to 900, 950, something like that. Don't quote me on the exact numbers, but I think there's an inflection point around 1,000, and we want to be much more careful how we grow. Early on and now as well, we've hired a lot of physicists. Theoretical physicists can learn things really fast. Even more recently, as we've continued to hire that, we've really had a high bar on both the research side and the software engineering side. Have hired a lot of senior people, including folks who used to be at other companies in this space. And we just continue to be very selective. It's very easy to go from 100 to 1,000, 1,000 to 10,000 without paying attention to making sure everyone has a unified purpose. It's so powerful. If your company consists of a lot of different fiefdoms that all want to do their own thing, they're all optimizing for their own thing, it's very hard to get anything done. But if everyone sees the broader purpose of the company, if there's trust and there's dedication to doing the right thing, that is a superpower. That in itself, I think, can overcome almost every other disadvantage.
And, it's the Steve Jobs A players. A players want to look around and see other A players. Is another way of saying that. I don't know what that is about human nature, but it is demotivating to see people who are not obsessively driving towards a singular mission. And it is, on the flip side of that, super motivating to see that. It's interesting. What's it take to be a great AI researcher or engineer? From everything you've seen, from working with so many amazing people.
Yeah. I think the number one quality, especially on the research side, but really both, is open-mindedness. Sounds easy to be open-minded, right? It's just like, oh, I'm open to anything. But if I think about my own early history in the scaling hypothesis, I was seeing the same data others were seeing. I don't think I was like a better programmer or better at coming up with research ideas than any of the hundreds of people that I worked with. In some ways I was worse. I've never precise programming of finding the bug, writing the GPU kernels. Like I could point you to 100 people here who are better at that than I am. But the thing that I think I did have that was different was that I was just willing to look at something with new eyes, right? People said, oh, we don't have the right algorithms yet. We haven't come up with the right way to do things. And I was just like, oh, I don't know. This neural net has 30 million parameters. What if we gave it 50 million instead? Let's plot some graphs. That basic scientific mindset of oh man, I see some variable that I could change. What happens when it changes? Let's try these different things and create a graph. For even this was the simplest thing in the world, right? Change the number of, this wasn't PhD level experimental design. This was simple and stupid. Anyone could have done this if you just told them that it was important. It's also not hard to understand. You didn't need to be brilliant to come up with this. But you put the two things together, and some tiny number of people, some single-digit number of people have driven forward the whole field by realizing this. And it's it's often like that. If you look back at the discoveries in history, they're often like that. And so this open-mindedness and this willingness to see with new eyes that often comes from being newer to the field. Often experience is a disadvantage for this. That is the most important thing. It's very hard to look for and test for, but I think it's the most important thing, because when you find some really new way of thinking about things, when you have the initiative to do that, it's absolutely transformative.
And also be able to do kind of rapid experimentation, and in the face of that, be open-minded and curious and looking at the data with just these fresh eyes and seeing what is that's actually saying. That applies in mechanistic interpretability.
It's another example of this. Some of the early work in mechanistic interpretability, so simple. It's just no one thought to care about this question before.
You said what it takes to be a great AI researcher. Can we rewind the clock back? What advice would you give to people interested in AI? If they're young, looking forward, how can I make an impact in the world?
I think my number one piece of advice is to just start playing with the model. This was actually, I worry a little. This seems like obvious advice now. I think 3 years ago it wasn't obvious, and people started by, let me read the latest reinforcement ordering paper. Let me kind of. No, I mean that was really the and you should do that as well. But now, with wider availability of models and APIs, people are doing this more. But I think just experiential knowledge these models are new artifacts that no one really understands. And so getting experience playing with them. I would also say, again, in line with the like, do something new, think in some new direction. Like, there are all these things that haven't been explored. Like, for example, mechanistic interpretability is still very new. It's probably better to work on that than it is to work on new model architectures, because it's, you know, it's more popular than it was before. There are probably like 100 people working on it, but there aren't like 10,000 people working on it. And it's fertile area for study. Like, you know, there's so much like low-hanging fruit. You can just walk by, and you can just walk by and you can pick things. And the only reason, for whatever reason, people aren't interested in it enough. I think there are some things around long horizon learning and long horizon tasks where there's a lot to be done. I think evaluations we're still very early in our ability to study evaluations, particularly for dynamic systems acting in the world. I think there's some stuff around multi-agent. Skate where the puck is going is my advice. And you don't have to be brilliant to think of it. Like, all the things that are going to be exciting in 5 years, like, people even mention them as like, conventional wisdom, but like, it's just somehow there's this barrier that people don't double down as much as they could, or they're afraid to do something that's not the popular thing. I don't know why it happens, but like, getting over that barrier that's my number one piece of advice.
Let's talk, if we could, a bit about post-training.
Yeah.
So it seems that the modern post-training recipe has a little bit of everything. So supervised fine-tuning, RLHF, the constitutional AI with RLAIF.
That's definitely.
It's again that mini thing. And then synthetic data. Seems like a lot of synthetic data, or he's trying to figure out ways to have high quality synthetic data. So what's the, if this is a secret sauce that makes Anthropic Claude so incredible? How much of the magic is in the pre-training? How much of it is in the post-training?
Yeah, so first of all, we're not perfectly able to measure that ourselves. When you see some great character ability, sometimes it's hard to tell whether it came from pre-training or post-training. We've developed ways to try and distinguish between those two, but they're not perfect. The second thing I would say is, when there is an advantage, and I think we've been pretty good at in general at RL, perhaps the best, although I don't know, because I don't see what goes on inside other companies. Usually it isn't, oh my God, we have this secret magic method that others don't have, right? Usually it's like, well, we got better at the infrastructure, so we could run it for longer. We were able to get higher quality data, or we were able to filter our data better, or we were able to combine these methods in practice. It's usually some boring matter of kind of practice and tradecraft. So when I think about how to do something special in terms of how we train these models, both pre-training but even more so post-training, I really think of it a little more, again, as like designing airplanes or cars. Like, it's not, oh man, I have the blueprint. Like, maybe that makes you make the next airplane, but like, there's some cultural tradecraft of how we think about the design process that I think is more important than any particular gizmo we're able to invent.
Okay, well, let me ask you about specific techniques. So first on RLHF, what do you think is zooming out, intuition, almost philosophy? Why do you think RLHF works so well?
If I go back to like the scaling hypothesis, one of the ways to skate the scaling hypothesis is if you train for X and you throw enough compute at it, then you get X. And so RLHF is good at doing what humans want the model to do, or at least, to state it more precisely, doing what humans who look at the model for a brief period of time and consider different possible responses, what they prefer as the response, which is not perfect from both the safety and capabilities perspective, in that humans are often not able to perfectly identify what the model wants, and what humans want in the moment may not be what they want in the long term. So there's a lot of subtlety there, but the models are good at producing what the humans, in some shallow sense, want. And it actually turns out that you don't even have to throw that much compute at it, because of another thing, which is this thing about a strong pre-trained model being halfway linear. So once you have the pre-trained model, you have all the representations you need to get the model where you want it to go.
So do you think RLHF makes the model smarter or just appears smarter to the humans?
I don't think it makes the model smarter. I don't think it just makes the model appear smarter. It's like RLHF like bridges the gap between the human and the model, right? I could have something really smart that like can't communicate at all, right? We all know people like this. People who are really smart, but can't understand what they're saying. So I think RLHF just bridges that gap. I think it's not the only kind of RL we do. It's not the only kind of RL that will happen in the future. I think RL has the potential to make models smarter, to make them reason better, to make them operate better, to make them develop new skills even. And perhaps that could be done, even in some cases with human feedback. But the kind of RLHF we do today mostly doesn't do that yet, although we're very quickly starting to be able to.
But it appears to sort of increase, if you look at the metric of helpfulness, it increases that.
It also increases, what was this word in Leopold's essay, unhobbling, where basically the models are hobbled and then you do various trainings to them to unhobble them. So I like that word because it's like a rare word. So I think RLHF unhobbles the models in some ways. And then there are other ways where a model hasn't yet been unhobbled and needs to unhobble.
If you can say, in terms of cost, is pre-training the most expensive thing, or is post-training creep up to that?
At the present moment, it is still the case that pre-training is the majority of the cost. I don't know what to expect in the future, but I could certainly anticipate a future where post-training is the majority of the cost.
In that future you anticipate, would it be the humans or the AI that's the costly thing for the post-training?
I don't think you can scale up humans enough to get high quality. Any kind of method that relies on humans and uses a large amount of compute, it's going to have to rely on some scaled supervision method, like debate or iterated amplification or something like that.
So on that super interesting set of ideas around constitutional AI, can you describe what it is as first detailed in December 2022 paper and beyond that? What is it?
Yes, so this was from 2 years ago. The basic idea is, so we describe what RLHF is. You have a model, and it spits out like you just sample from its life, spits out two possible responses, and you're like, human, which response do you like better? Or another variant of it is rate this response on a scale of 1 to 7. So that's hard because you need to scale up human interaction. And it's very implicit, right? I don't have a sense of what I want the model to do. I just have a sense of like what this average of 1,000 humans wants the model to do. So two ideas. One is, could the AI system itself decide which response is better, right? Could you show the AI system these two responses and ask which response is better? And then second, well, what criterion should the AI use? And so then there's this idea, could you have a single document, a constitution, if you will, that says these are the principles the model should be using to respond. And the AI system reads those principles as well as reading the environment and the response. And it says, well, how good did the AI model do? It's basically a form of self-play. You're kind of training the model against itself. And so the AI gives the response, and then you feed that back into what's called the preference model, which in turn feeds the model to make it better. So you have this triangle of like the AI, the preference model, and the improvement of the AI itself.
And we should say that in the Constitution, the set of principles are like human interpretable. They're like
it's something both the human and the AI system can use. So it has this nice kind of translatability or symmetry. In practice, we both use a model constitution and we use RLHF and we use some of these other methods. So it's turned into one tool in a toolkit that both reduces the need for RLHF and increases the value we get from using each data point of RLHF. It also interacts in interesting ways with kind of future reasoning type RL methods. So it's one tool in the toolkit, but I think it is a very important tool.
But it's a compelling one to us humans, thinking about the founding fathers and founding of the United States. The natural question is, who and how do you think it gets to define the Constitution, the set of principles in the Constitution?
Yeah, so I'll give like a practical answer and a more abstract answer. I think the practical answer is like, look, in practice, models get used by all kinds of different customers, right? And so you can have this idea where, you know, the model can have specialized rules or principles. You know, we fine-tune versions of models implicitly. We've talked about doing it explicitly, having special principles that people can build into the model. So from a practical perspective, the answer can be very different from different people. You know, customer service agent, you know, behaves very differently from a lawyer and obeys different principles. But I think at the base of it, there are specific principles that models, you know, have to obey. I think a lot of them are things that people would agree with. Everyone agrees that, you know, we don't want models to present these CBRN risks. I think we can go a little further and agree with some basic principles of democracy and the rule of law. Beyond that, it gets, you know, very uncertain. And there, our goal is generally for the models to be more neutral, to not espouse a particular point of view, and, you know, more just be kind of like wise agents or advisors that will help you think things through and will, you know, present possible considerations, but, you know, don't express, you know, strong or specific opinions.
OpenAI released a model spec where it kind of clearly, concretely defines some of the goals of the model and specific examples, like A/B, how the model should behave. Do you find that interesting? By the way, I should mention I believe the brilliant John Schulman is a part of that. He's now at Anthropic. Do you think this is a useful direction? Might Anthropic release a model spec as well?
Yeah, so I think that's a pretty useful direction. Again, it has a lot in common with constitutional AI. So again, another example of like a race to the top, right? We have something that's like, we think, you know, a better and more responsible way of doing things. It's also a competitive advantage. Then others kind of, you know, discover that it has advantages and then start to do that thing. We then no longer have the competitive advantage, but it's good from the perspective that now everyone has adopted a positive practice that others were not adopting. And so our response to that is, well, looks like we need a new competitive advantage in order to keep driving this race upwards. So that's how I generally feel about that. I also think every implementation of these things is different. So, you know, there were some things in the model spec that were not in constitutional AI, and so, you know, we can always adopt those things, or, you know, at least learn from them. So again, I think this is an example of like the positive dynamic that I think we should all want the field to have.
Let's talk about the incredible essay, Machines of Love and Grace. I recommend everybody read it. It's a long one.
It is rather long.
Yeah. It's really refreshing to read concrete ideas about what a positive future looks like. And you took sort of a bold stance because, like, it's very possible that you might be wrong on the dates or specific applications.
Oh, yeah. I'm fully expecting to, you know, definitely be wrong about all the details. I might be just spectacularly wrong about the whole thing, and people will laugh at me for years. That's just how the future works.
So you provided a bunch of concrete positive impacts of AI and how, you know, exactly a super intelligent AI might accelerate the rate of breakthroughs in, for example, biology and chemistry that would then lead to things like we cure most cancers, prevent all infectious disease, double the human lifespan, and so on. So let's talk about this essay. First, can you give a high-level vision of this essay and what key takeaways that you would have?
Yeah, I have spent a lot of time, and Anthropic has spent a lot of effort on, like, you know, how do we address the risks of AI, right? How do we think about those risks? Like, we're trying to do a race to the top, you know, what that requires us to build all these capabilities, and the capabilities are cool, but, you know, we're like, a big part of what we're trying to do is address the risks. And the justification for that is like, well, you know, all these positive things, you know, the market is this very healthy organism, right? It's going to produce all the positive things. The risks, I don't know, we might mitigate them, we might not. And so we can have more impact by trying to mitigate the risks. But I noticed that one flaw in that way of thinking, and it's not a change in how seriously I take the risks, it's maybe a change in how I talk about them, is that, you know, no matter how kind of logical or rational that line of reasoning that I just gave might be, if you kind of only talk about risks, your brain only thinks about risks. And so I think it's actually very important to understand, what if things do go well? And the whole reason we're trying to prevent these risks is not because we're afraid of technology, not because we want to slow it down. It's because if we can get to the other side of these risks, right? If we can run the gauntlet successfully, to put it in stark terms. Then on the other side of the gauntlet are all these great things, and these things are worth fighting for, and these things can really inspire people. And I imagine, because look, you have all these investors, all these VCs, all these AI companies talking about all the positive benefits of AI, but as you point out, it's weird. There's actually a dearth of really getting specific about it. There's a lot of like random people on Twitter like posting these kind of like gleaming cities and this kind of like vibe of like grind, accelerate harder, like kick out the decel. It's just this very like aggressive, ideological. But then you're like, well, what are you? What are you actually excited about? And so I figured that I think it would be interesting and valuable for someone who's actually coming from the risk side to try and really make a try at explaining what the benefits are. Both because I think it's something we can all get behind, and I want people to understand. I want them to really understand that this isn't doomers versus accelerations. This is that if you have a true understanding of where things are going with AI, and maybe that's the more important axis, AI is moving fast versus AI is not moving fast, then you really appreciate the benefits, and you want humanity, our civilization, to seize those benefits, but you also get very serious about anything that could be relevant.
So I think the starting point is to talk about what this powerful AI, which is the term we like to use. Most of the world uses AGI, but you don't like the term because it's basically it's too much baggage. It's become meaningless. It's like we're stuck with the terms.
Maybe we're stuck with the terms, and my efforts to change them are futile.
It's admirable.
I'll tell you what else I don't. This is like a pointless semantic point, but I keep talking about it.
Back to naming,
so I'm just going to do it once more. I think it's a little like let's say it was like 1995 and Moore's law is making the computers faster, and like for some reason there had been this like verbal tick that like everyone was like, well, someday we're going to have like supercomputers, and like supercomputers are going to be able to do all these things that like once we have supercomputers we'll be able to like sequence the genome, we'll be able to do other things, and so like one, it's true, the computers are getting faster, and as they get faster they're going to be able to do all these great things, but there's no discrete point at which you had a supercomputer and previous computers were not true. Like supercomputer is a term we use, but like it's a vague term to just describe like computers that are faster than what we have today. There's no point at which you pass the threshold and you're like, oh my God, we're doing a totally new type of computation, and so I feel that way about AGI. Like there's just a smooth exponential, and like if by AGI you mean like AI is getting better and better, and like gradually it's going to do more and more of what humans do until it's going to be smarter than humans, and then it's going to get smarter even from there, then yes, I believe in AGI. If AGI is some discrete or separate thing, which is the way people often talk about it, then it's kind of a meaningless buzzword.
Yeah, like, to me, it's just sort of a platonic form of a powerful AI, exactly how you define it. I mean, you define it very nicely. So on the intelligence axis, it's just on pure intelligence, it's smarter than a Nobel Prize winner, as you described, across most relevant disciplines. Okay, that's just intelligence. So it's both in creativity and being able to generate new ideas, all that kind of stuff. In every discipline, Nobel Prize winner. Okay, in their prime. It can use every modality, so this kind of self-explanatory, but just operate across all the modalities of the world. It can go off for many hours, days, and weeks to do tasks, and do its own sort of detailed planning, and only ask you help when it's needed. It can use, this is actually kind of interesting. I think in the essay you said, and again, it's that it's not going to be embodied, but it can control embodied tools. It can control tools, robots, laboratory equipment. The resource used to train it can then be repurposed to run millions of copies of it. And each of those copies would be independent. They can do their own independent work. They can do the cloning of the intelligence.
Yeah. I mean, you might imagine from outside the field that, like, there's only one of these, right? That, like, you made it, you've only made one. But the truth is that, like, the scale up is very quick. Like, we do this today. We make a model, and then we deploy thousands, maybe tens of thousands of instances of it. I think by the time, certainly within 2 to 3 years, whether we have these super powerful AIs or not, clusters are going to get to the size where you'll be able to deploy millions of these, and they'll be, faster than humans. And so if your picture is, oh, we'll have one and it'll take a while to make them, my point there was, no, actually you have millions of them right away.
And in general, they can learn and act 10 to 100 times faster than humans. So that's a really nice definition of powerful AI. Okay, so that, but you also write that clearly such an entity would be capable of solving very difficult problems very fast, but it is not trivial to figure out how fast. Two extreme positions both seem false to you. So the singularity is on the one extreme and the opposite on the other extreme. Can you describe each of the extremes?
Yeah.
And
So
why?
So yeah, let's describe the extreme. So like one extreme would be, well, look, if we look at kind of evolutionary history, like there was this big acceleration where for hundreds of thousands of years we just had like single-celled organisms, and then we had mammals, and then we had apes, and then that quickly turned to humans. Humans quickly built industrial civilization, and so this is going to keep speeding up. And there's no ceiling at the human level. Once models get much smarter than humans, they'll get really good at building the next models. And if you write down like a simple differential equation, like this is an exponential. And so what's going to happen is that models will build faster models, models will build faster models, and those models will build nanobots that can like take over the world and produce much more energy than you could produce otherwise. And so if you just kind of like solve this abstract differential equation, then like 5 days after we build the first AI that's more powerful than humans, then like the world will be filled with these AIs, and every possible technology that could be invented will be invented. I'm caricaturing this a little bit, but I think that's one extreme. And the reason that I think that's not the case is that, one, I think they just neglect like the laws of physics. Like it's only possible to do things so fast in the physical world. Like some of those loops go through producing faster hardware. It takes a long time to produce faster hardware. Things take a long time. There's this issue of complexity. Like I think no matter how smart you are, like people talk about, oh, we can make models of biological systems that'll do everything the biological systems. Look, I think computational modeling can do a lot. I did a lot of computational modeling when I worked in biology, but like there are a lot of things that you can't predict how to, they're complex enough that like just iterating, just running the experiment is going to beat any modeling, no matter how smart the system doing the modeling is.
Or even if it's not interacting with the physical world, just the modeling is going to be hard.
Yeah, I think, the modeling is going to be hard, and getting the model to match the physical world is going to be.
All right, so it does have to.
Yeah.
Verify.
But it's just you just look at even the simplest problems. Like I think I talk about like the three-body problem or simple chaotic prediction, like or like predicting the economy. It's really hard to predict the economy 2 years out. Like maybe the case is like normal humans can predict what's going to happen in the economy in the next quarter, although they can't really do that. Maybe a AI system that's a zillion times smarter can only predict it out a year or something instead of you have these kind of exponential increase in computer intelligence for linear increase in ability to predict. Same with, again, like biological molecules, these molecules interacting. You don't know what's going to happen when you perturb a complex system. You can find simple parts in it. If you're smarter, you're better at finding these simple parts. And then I think human institutions are just are really difficult. Like it's been hard to get people. I won't give specific examples, but it's been hard to get people to adopt even the technologies that we've developed, even ones where the case for their efficacy is very, very strong. People have concerns. They think things are conspiracy theories. Like it's been very difficult. It's also been very difficult to get very simple things through the regulatory system, right? I think, I don't want to disparage anyone who, works in regulatory systems of any technology. There are hard trade-offs they have to deal with. They have to save lives, but the system as a whole, I think, makes some obvious trade-offs that are very far from maximizing human welfare. And so if we bring AI systems into this, into these human systems, often the level of intelligence may just not be the limiting factor, right? It just may be that it takes a long time to do something. Now, if the AI system circumvented all governments, if it just said I'm dictator of the world and I'm going to do whatever, some of these things it could do. Again, the things having to do with complexity, I still think a lot of things would take a while. I don't think it helps if the AI systems can produce a lot of energy or go to the moon. Like some people in comments responded to the essay saying the AI systems can produce a lot of energy and smarter AI systems. That's missing the point. That kind of cycle doesn't solve the key problems that I'm talking about here. So I think a bunch of people missed the point there. But even if it were completely unaligned and could get around all these human obstacles, it would have trouble. But again, if you want this to be an AI system that doesn't take over the world, that doesn't destroy humanity, then basically it's going to need to follow basic human laws, right? Well, if we want to have an actually good world, like we're going to have an AI system that interacts with humans, not one that kind of creates its own legal system or disregards all the laws, all of that. So as inefficient as these processes are, we're going to have to deal with them because there needs to be some popular and democratic legitimacy in how these systems are rolled out. We can't have a small group of people who are developing these systems say this is what's best for everyone, right? I think it's wrong, and I think in practice it's not going to work anyway. So you put all those things together, and we're not going to change the world and upload everyone in 5 minutes. I don't think I don't think it's going to happen, and B, to the extent that it could happen, it's not the way to lead to a good world. So that's on one side. On the other side, there's another set of perspectives, which I have actually in some ways more sympathy for, which is, look, we've seen big productivity increases before, right? Economists are familiar with studying the productivity increases that came from the computer revolution and internet revolution. And generally, those productivity increases were underwhelming. They were less than you might imagine. There was a quote from Robert Solow: "You see the computer revolution everywhere except the productivity statistics." So why is this the case? People point to the structure of firms, the structure of enterprises, how slow it's been to roll out our existing technology to very poor parts of the world, which I talk about in the essay, right? How do we get these technologies to these poorest parts of the world that are behind on cell phone technology, computers, medicine, let alone newfangled AI that hasn't been invented yet? So you can have a perspective that's like, well, this is amazing technically, but it's all or nothing burden. I think Tyler Cowen, who wrote something in response to my essay, has that perspective. I think he thinks the radical change will happen eventually, but he thinks it'll take 50 or 100 years. And you could have even more static perspectives on the whole thing. I think there's some truth to it. I think the time scale is just too long. And I can see it. I can actually see both sides with today's AI. So, a lot of our customers are large enterprises who are used to doing things a certain way. I've also seen it in talking to governments, right? Those are prototypical, institutions, entities that are slow to change. But the dynamic I see over and over again is, yes, it takes a long time to move the ship. Yes, there's a lot of resistance and lack of understanding. But the thing that makes me feel that progress will in the end happen moderately fast, not incredibly fast, but moderately fast, is that you talk to, what I find over and over again, in large companies, even in governments, which have been actually surprisingly forward-leaning, you find two things that move things forward. One, you find a small fraction of people within a company, within a government, who really see the big picture, who see the whole scaling hypothesis, who understand where AI is going, or at least understand where it's going within their industry. And there are a few people like that within the current U.S. government who really see the whole picture. And those people see that this is the most important thing in the world until they agitate for it. And the thing, they alone are not enough to succeed because they're a small set of people within a large organization. But as the technology starts to roll out, as it succeeds in some places, in the folks who are most willing to adopt it, the specter of competition gives them a wind at their backs because they can point within their large organizations. They can say, look, these other guys are doing this, right? One bank can say, look, this newfangled hedge fund is doing this thing. They're going to eat our lunch. In the U.S., we can say, we're afraid China is going to get there before we are. And that combination, the specter of competition, plus a few visionaries within these, the organizations that in many ways are sclerotic, you put those two things together and it actually makes something happen. I mean, it's interesting. It's a balanced fight between the two because inertia is very powerful. But eventually, over enough time, the innovative approach breaks through. And I've seen that happen. I've seen the arc of that over and over again. And it's like the barriers are there. The barriers to progress, the complexity, not knowing how to use the model, how to deploy them are there. And for a bit, it seems like they're going to last forever, like change doesn't happen. But then eventually change happens and always comes from a few people. I felt the same way when I was an advocate of the scaling hypothesis within the AI field itself and others didn't get it. It felt like no one would ever get it. It felt like we had a secret almost no one ever had. And then a couple of years later, everyone has the secret. And so I think that's how it's going to go with deployment of AI in the world. It's going to, the barriers are going to fall apart gradually and then all at once. And so I think this is going to be more, and this is just an instinct. I could easily see how I'm wrong. I think it's going to be more like 5 or 10 years, as I say in the essay, then it's going to be 50 or 100 years. I also think it's going to be 5 or 10 years more than it's going to be, 5 or 10 hours, because I've just seen how human systems work. And I think a lot of these people who write down these differential equations, who say AI is going to make more powerful AI, you can't understand how it could possibly be the case that these things won't change so fast. I think they don't understand these things.
So what do you use the timeline to where we achieve AGI, aka powerful AI, aka super useful AI?
I'm trying to start calling it that.
It's a debate about naming. On pure intelligence, it can smarter than a Nobel Prize winner in every relevant discipline and all the things we've said. Modality, it can go and do stuff on its own for days, weeks, and do biology experiments on its own. In one, you know what? Let's just stick to biology because you sold me on the whole biology and health section. It's so exciting I was getting giddy from a scientific perspective. It made me want to be a biologist.
This was the feeling I had when I was writing it, that it's like this would be such a beautiful future if we can just make it happen, right? If we can just get the landmines out of the way and make it happen. There's so much beauty and elegance and moral force behind it if we can just. And it's something we should all be able to agree on, right? Like, as much as we fight about all these political questions, is this something that could actually bring us together? But you were asking when we get this.
When do you think? Put numbers on.
So this is of course the thing I've been grappling with for many years, and I'm not at all confident. Every time if I say 2026 or 2027, there'll be like a zillion people on Twitter who'll be like, "Hey, ICO said 2026, and it'll be repeated for like the next 2 years. Like, this is definitely when I think it's going to happen." So whoever's exporting these clips will crop out the thing I just said and only say the thing I'm about to say. But I'll just say it anyway. So if you extrapolate the curves that we've had so far, right? If you say, well, I don't know, we're starting to get to like PhD level, and last year we were at undergraduate level, and the year before we were at like the level of a high school student. Again, you can quibble with at what tasks and for what. We're still missing modalities, but those are being added. Like computer use was added, like Imagen was added, like image generation has been added. If you just kind of like, and this is totally unscientific, but if you just kind of like eyeball the rate at which these capabilities are increasing, it does make you think that we'll get there by 2026 or 2027. Again, lots of things could derail it. We could run out of data. We might not be able to scale clusters as much as we want. Like, maybe Taiwan gets blown up or something, and then we can't produce as many GPUs as we want. So there are all kinds of things that could derail the whole process. So I don't fully believe the straight line extrapolation. But if you believe the straight line extrapolation, we'll get there in 2026 or 2027. I think the most likely is that there's some mild delay relative to that. I don't know what that delay is, but I think it could happen on schedule. I think there could be a mild delay. I think there are still worlds where it doesn't happen in 100 years. The number of those worlds is rapidly decreasing. We are rapidly running out of truly convincing grapplers, truly compelling reasons why this will not happen in the next few years. There were a lot more in 2020. Although my guess, my hunch at that time was that we'll make it through all those blockers. So sitting as someone who has seen most of the blockers cleared out of the way, I kind of suspect, my hunch, my suspicion is that the rest of them will not block us. But look. At the end of the day, like, I don't want to represent this as a scientific prediction. People call them scaling laws. That's a misnomer. Like Moore's law is a misnomer. Moore's law, scaling laws, they're not laws of the universe. They're empirical regularities. I am going to bet in favor of them continuing, but I'm not certain of that.
So you extensively describe sort of the compressed 21st century, how AGI will help set forth a chain of breakthroughs in biology and medicine that help us in all these kinds of ways that I mentioned. So how do you think, what are the early steps we might do? And by the way, I asked Claude good questions to ask you. And Claude told me to ask, what do you think is a typical day for a biologist working at AGI look like in this future?
Yeah.
Claude is curious.
Let me start with your first questions, and then I'll answer that. Claude wants to know what's in his future, right?
Exactly.
Who am I going to be working with?
Exactly.
So I think one of the things I went hard on in the essay is, let me go back to this idea of, because it's really had an impact on me. This idea that within large organizations and systems, there end up being a few people or a few new ideas who kind of cause things to go in a different direction than they would have before, who kind of disproportionately affect the trajectory. There's a bunch of kind of the same thing going on, right? If you think about the health world, there's trillions of dollars to pay out Medicare and other health insurance, and then the NIH is $100 billion. And then if I think of like the few things that have really revolutionized anything, could be encapsulated in a small fraction of that. And so when I think of like, where will AI have an impact, I'm like, can AI turn that small fraction into a much larger fraction and raise its quality? And within biology, my experience within biology is that the biggest problem of biology is that you can't see what's going on. You have very little ability to see what's going on, and even less ability to change it, right? What you have is this, like from this, you have to infer that there's a bunch of cells, that within each cell is 3 billion base pairs of DNA built according to a genetic code. And there are all these processes that are just going on without any ability of us as, unaugmented humans to affect it. These cells are dividing. Most of the time that's healthy, but sometimes that process goes wrong, and that's cancer. The cells are aging. Your skin may change color, develop wrinkles as you age. And all of this is determined by these processes, all these proteins being produced, transported to various parts of the cells, binding to each other. And in our initial state about biology, we didn't even know that these cells existed. We had to invent microscopes to observe the cells. We had to invent more powerful microscopes to see, below the level of the cells, the level of molecules. We had to invent X-ray crystallography to see the DNA. We had to invent gene sequencing to read the DNA. Now, we had to invent protein folding technology to predict how it would fold and how they bind and how these things bind to each other. We had to invent various techniques for, now we can edit the DNA as of with CRISPR as of the last 12 years. So the whole history of biology, a whole big part of the history is basically our ability to read and understand what's going on, and our ability to reach in and selectively change things. And my view is that there's so much more we can still do there, right? You can do CRISPR, but you can do it for your whole body. Let's say I want to do it for one particular type of cell, and I want the rate of targeting the wrong cell to be very low. That's still a challenge. That's still things people are working on. That's what we might need for gene therapy for certain diseases. And so the reason I'm saying all of this, and it goes beyond, beyond this, to gene sequencing, to new types of nanomaterials for observing what's going on inside cells, for antibody drug conjugates. The reason I'm saying all this is that this could be a leverage point for the AI systems, right? That the number of such inventions, it's in the mid double digits or something. Mid double digits, maybe low triple digits over the history of biology. Let's say I have a million of these AIs, like, can they discover 1,000, working together, can they discover thousands of these very quickly? And does that provide a huge lever instead of trying to leverage the, $2 trillion a year we spend on, Medicare or whatever? Can we leverage the $1 billion a year that's spent to discover, but with much higher quality? And so what is it like, being a scientist that works with an AI system? The way I think about it actually is, so I think in the early stages, the AIs are going to be like grad students. You're going to give them a project. You're going to say, I'm the experienced biologist. I've set up the lab. The biology professor or even the grad students themselves will say, here's what you can do with an AI, AI system. I'd like to study this. And, the AI system, it has all the tools. It can look up all the literature to decide what to do. It can look at all the equipment. It can go to the website and say, hey, I'm going to go to, Thermo Fisher or, whatever the lab equipment company is, the dominant lab equipment company is today. And my time is Thermo Fisher. I'm going to order this new equipment to do this. I'm going to run my experiments. I'm going to, write up a report about my experiments. I'm going to, inspect the images for contamination. I'm going to decide what the next experiment is. I'm going to write some code and run a statistical analysis. All the things a grad student would do, there'll be a computer with an AI that the professor talks to every once in a while and it says, this is what you're going to do today. The AI system comes to it with questions. When it's necessary to run the lab equipment, it may be limited in some ways. It may have to hire a human lab assistant to do the experiment and explain how to do it. Or it could use advances in lab automation that are gradually being developed have been developed over the last decade or so, and will continue to be developed. And so it'll look like there's a human professor and 1,000 AI grad students. And if you go to one of these Nobel Prize winning biologists or so, you'll say, okay, well, you had 50 grad students. Well, now you have 1,000, and they're smarter than you are, by the way. Then I think at some point it'll flip around where the AI systems will be the PIs, will be the leaders, and they'll be ordering humans or other AI systems around. So I think that's how it'll work on the research side.
And they would be the inventors of a CRISPR type technology.
They would be the inventors of a CRISPR type technology. And then I think, as I say in the essay, we'll want to turn loose is the wrong term, but we'll want to harness the AI systems to improve the clinical trial system as well. There's some amount of this that's regulatory, that's a matter of societal decisions, and that will be harder. But can we get better at predicting results of clinical trials? Can we get better at statistical design so that clinical trials that used to require 5,000 people and therefore needed $100 million in a year to enroll them, now they need 500 people in 2 months to enroll them? That's where we should start. And can we increase the success rate of clinical trials by doing things in animal trials that we used to do in clinical trials and doing things in simulations that we used to do in animal trials? Again, we won't be able to simulate it all. AI is not God, but can we shift the curve substantially and radically? So I don't know. That would be my picture.
Doing it in vitro and doing it. I mean, you're still slowed down. It still takes time, but you can do it much more faster.
Yeah. Can we just one step at a time, and can that add up to a lot of steps? Even though we still need clinical trials, even though we still need laws, even though the FDA and other organizations will still not be perfect, can we just move everything in a positive direction? And when you add up all those positive directions, do you get everything that was going to happen from here to 2100 instead happens from 2027 to 2032 or something?
Another way that I think the world might be changing with AI, even today, but moving towards this future of the powerful, super useful AI, is programming. So how do you see the nature of programming? Because it's so intimate with the actual act of building AI. How do you see that changing for us humans?
I think that's going to be one of the areas that changes fastest for two reasons. One, programming is a skill that's very close to the actual building of the AI. So the farther a skill is from the people who are building the AI, the longer it's going to take to get disrupted by the AI, right? Like, I truly believe that, like, AI will disrupt agriculture. Maybe it already has in some ways, but that's just very distant from the folks who are building AI. And so I think it's going to take longer. But programming is the bread and butter of, a large fraction of employees who work at Anthropic and at the other companies. And so it's going to happen fast. The other reason it's going to happen fast is with programming, you close the loop. Both when you're training the model and when you're applying the model, the idea that the model can write the code means that the model can then run the code and then see the results and interpret it back. And so it really has an ability, unlike hardware, unlike biology, which we just discussed, the model has an ability to close the loop. And so I think those two things are going to lead to the model getting good at programming very fast. As I saw on, typical real-world programming tasks, models have gone from 3% in January of this year to 50% in October of this year. So, we're on that S curve, right, where it's going to start slowing down soon because you can only get to 100%. But I would guess that in another 10 months, we'll probably get pretty close. We'll be at least 90%. So again, I would guess, I don't know how long it'll take, but I would guess again, 2026, 2027, Twitter people who crop out who crop out these numbers and get rid of the caveats, like I don't know, I don't like you, go away. I would guess that the kind of task that the vast majority of coders do, AI can probably, if we make the task very narrow, like just write code, AI systems will be able to do that. Now, that said, I think comparative advantage is powerful. We'll find that when AIs can do 80% of a coder's job, including most of it that's literally like write code with a given spec, we'll find that the remaining parts of the job become more leveraged for humans. Right, humans they'll be more about like high-level system design, or looking at the app and like, is it architected well, and the design and UX aspects, and eventually AI will be able to do those as well. Right, that's my vision of the powerful AI system. But I think for much longer than we might expect, we will see that small parts of the job that humans still do will expand to fill their entire job in order for the overall productivity to go up. That's something we've seen. It used to be that writing and editing letters was very difficult, and like writing the print was difficult. Well, as soon as you had word processors and then computers, and it became easy to produce work and easy to share it, then that became instant, and all the focus was on the ideas. So this logic of comparative advantage that expands tiny parts of the task to large parts of the task and creates new tasks in order to expand productivity, I think that's going to be the case. Again, someday AI will be better at everything, and that logic won't apply, and then we all have, humanity will have to think about how to collectively deal with that, and we're thinking about that every day. And that's another one of the grand problems to deal with, aside from misuse and autonomy. And we should take it very seriously. But I think in the near term, and maybe even in the medium term, like 2, 3, 4 years, I expect that humans will continue to have a huge role, and the nature of programming will change, but programming as a role, programming as a job will not change. It'll just be less writing things line by line, and it'll be more macroscopic.
And I wonder what the future of IDEs looks like. So the tooling of interacting with AI systems, this is true for programming and also probably true for in other contexts, like computer use, but maybe domain specific, like we mentioned biology, it probably needs its own tooling about how to be effective, and then programming needs its own tooling. Is Anthropic going to play in that space of also tooling potentially?
I'm absolutely convinced that powerful IDEs, that there's so much low-hanging fruit to be grabbed there. That right now it's just like you talk to the model and it talks back. But look, I mean, IDs are great at kind of lots of static analysis of so much as possible with kind of static analysis, like many bugs you can find without even writing the code. Then IDs are good for running particular things, organizing your code, measuring coverage of unit tests. Like there's so much that's been possible with the normal IDEs. Now you add something like well, the model now, the model can now like write code and run code. Like, I am absolutely convinced that over the next year or two, even if the quality of the models didn't improve, that there would be enormous opportunity to enhance people's productivity by catching a bunch of mistakes, doing a bunch of grunt work for people, and that we haven't even scratched the surface. Anthropic itself, I mean, you can't say, no, it's hard to say what will happen in the future. Currently, we're not trying to make such IDs ourselves. Rather, we're powering the companies like Cursor or like Cognition or some of the other, Expo in the security space. Others that I could mention as well that are building such things themselves on top of our API. And our view has been, let 1,000 flowers bloom. We don't internally have the resources to try all these different things. Let's let our customers try it. And we'll see who succeeds, and maybe different customers will succeed in different ways. So I both think this is super promising, and it's not something Anthropic isn't eager to at least right now compete with all our companies in this space, and maybe never.
Yeah, it's been interesting to watch Cursor try to integrate Claude successfully, because it's actually fascinating how many places it can help the programming experience. It's not as trivial.
It is really astounding. I feel like, as a CEO, I don't get to program that much, and I feel like if 6 months from now I go back, it'll be completely unrecognizable.
Exactly. So in this world of super powerful AI that's increasingly automated, what's the source of meaning for us humans?
Yeah.
Work is a source of deep meaning for many of us. So where do we find the meaning?
This is something that I've written about a little bit in the essay, although I give it a bit short shrift, not for any principled reason, but this essay, if you believe it, was originally going to be 2 or 3 pages. I was going to talk about it at all hands, and the reason I realized it was an important, underexplored topic is that I just kept writing things, and I was just like, oh man, I can't do this justice. And so the thing ballooned to like 40 or 50 pages, and then when I got to the work and meaning section, I'm like, oh man, this isn't going to be 100 pages. Like, I'm going to have to write a whole other essay about that. But meaning is actually interesting, because you think about like the life that someone lives or something, or let's say you were to put me in like a simulated environment or something, or like I have a job and I'm trying to accomplish things, and I do that for 60 years, and then you're like, this was actually all a game, right? Does that really kind of rob you of the meaning of the whole thing? I still made important choices, including moral choices. I still sacrificed. I still had to kind of gain all these skills, or just like a similar exercise, think back to like, one of the historical figures who, discovered electromagnetism or relativity or something. If you told them, well, actually 20,000 years ago, some alien on this planet discovered this before you did. Does that rob the meaning of the discovery? It doesn't really seem like it to me, right? It seems like the process is what matters, and how it shows who you are as a person along the way, and how you relate to other people, and like the decisions that you make along the way. Those are consequential. I could imagine if we handle things badly in an AI world, we could set things up where people don't have any long-term source of meaning or any, but that's more a set of choices we make. That's more a set of the architecture of a society with these powerful models. If we design it badly and for shallow things, then that might happen. I would also say that, most people's lives today, while admirably, they work very hard to find meaning in those lives. Like, look, we who are privileged and who are developing these technologies, we should have empathy for people, not just here, but in the rest of the world, who spend a lot of their time kind of scraping by to like survive. Assuming we can distribute the benefits of these technologies, to everywhere, like, their lives are going to get a hell of a lot better. Meaning will be important to them as it is important to them now, but we should not forget the importance of that, and the idea of meaning as kind of the only important thing is in some ways an artifact of a small subset of people who have been economically fortunate. But I think all that said, I think a world is possible with powerful AI that not only has as much meaning for everyone, but that has more meaning for everyone, right? That can allow can allow everyone to see worlds and experiences that it was either possible for no one to see or possible for very few people to experience. So I am optimistic about meaning. I worry about economics and the concentration of power. That's actually what I worry about more. I worry about how do we make sure that fair world reaches everyone. When things have gone wrong for humans, they've often gone wrong because humans mistreat other humans. That is maybe in some ways even more than the autonomous risk of AI or the question of meaning. That is the thing I worry about most. The concentration of power, the abuse of power, structures like autocracies and dictatorships where a small number of people exploits a large number of people. I'm very worried about that.
And AI increases the amount of power in the world, and if you concentrate that power and abuse that power, it can do immeasurable damage.
Yes, it's very frightening. It's very frightening.
Well, I highly encourage people to read the full essay. That should probably be a book or a sequence of essays, because it does paint a very specific future. And I could tell the later sections got shorter and shorter because you started to probably realize that this is going to be a very long essay.
One, I realized it would be very long, and two, I'm very aware of and very much try to avoid. Just being I don't know what the term for it is, but one of these people who's kind of overconfident and has an opinion on everything and kind of says a bunch of stuff and isn't an expert. I very much try to avoid that, but I have to admit, once I got the biology sections, I wasn't an expert, and so as much as I expressed uncertainty, probably I said a bunch of things that were embarrassing or wrong.
Well, I was excited for the future you painted, and thank you so much for working hard to build that future, and thank you for talking today, Derek.
Thanks for having me. I just hope we can get it right and make it real. And if there's one message I wanna send, it's that to get all this stuff right, to make it real, we both need to build the technology, build the companies, the economy around using this technology positively, but we also need to address the risks because those risks are in our way. They're landmines on the way from here to there, and we have to diffuse those landmines if we want to get there.
It's a balance, like all things in life.
Like all things.
Thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Daria Almaguer. And now, dear friends, here's Amanda Aspel. You are a philosopher by training, so what sort of questions did you find fascinating through your journey in philosophy in Oxford and NYU, and then switching over to the AI problems at OpenAI and Anthropic?
I think philosophy is actually a really good subject if you are kind of fascinated with everything. So there's a philosophy of everything. So if you do philosophy of mathematics for a while, and then you decide that you're actually really interested in chemistry, you can do philosophy of chemistry for a while. You can move into ethics or philosophy of politics. I think towards the end, I was really interested in ethics primarily. So that was like what my PhD was on. It was on a kind of technical area of ethics, which was ethics where worlds contain infinitely many people, strangely. A little bit less practical on the end of ethics. And then I think that one of the tricky things of doing a PhD in ethics is that you're thinking a lot about the world, how it could be better, problems, and you're doing a PhD in philosophy. And I think when I was doing my PhD, I was kind of like, this is really interesting. It's probably one of the most fascinating questions I've ever encountered in philosophy, and I love it. But I would rather see if I can have an impact on the world and see if I can do good things. And I think that was around the time that AI was still probably not as widely recognized as it is now. That was around 2017, 2018. I had been following progress, and it seemed like it was becoming kind of a big deal. And I was basically just happy to get involved and see if I could help, because I was like, well, if you try and do something impactful, if you don't succeed, you tried to do the impactful thing, and you can go be a scholar and not and feel like you tried. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. And so then I went into AI policy at that point.
And what does AI policy entail?
At the time, this was more thinking about sort of the political impact and the ramifications of AI. And then I slowly moved into sort of AI evaluation, how we evaluate models, how we compare with like human outputs, whether people can tell like the difference between AI and human outputs. And then when I joined Anthropic, I was more interested in doing sort of technical alignment work, and again, just seeing if I could do it, and then being like, if I can't, then that's fine. I tried. Sort of the way I lead life, I think.
Oh, what was that like? Sort of taking the leap from the philosophy of everything into the technical.
I think that sometimes people do this thing that I'm like not that keen on, where they'll be like, is this person technical or not? Like you're either a person who can like code and isn't scared of math, or you're like not. And I think I'm maybe just more like, I think a lot of people are actually very capable of working these kinds of areas if they just like try it. And so I didn't actually find it like that bad. In retrospect, I'm sort of glad I wasn't speaking to people who treated it like it. You know, I've definitely met people who are like, "Whoa, you like learned how to code," and I'm like, "Well, I'm not like an amazing engineer. Like I'm surrounded by amazing engineers. My code's not pretty, but I enjoyed it a lot, and I think that in many ways, at least in the end, I think I flourished like more in the technical areas than I would have in the policy areas."
Politics is messy, and it's harder to find solutions to problems in the space of politics, like definitive, clear, provable, beautiful solutions, as you can with technical problems.
Yeah, and I feel like I have kind of like one or two sticks that I hit things with, you know, and one of them is like arguments and like, you know, so like just trying to work out what a solution to a problem is, and then trying to convince people that that is the solution and be convinced if I'm wrong. And the other one is sort of more empiricism, so like just like finding results, having a hypothesis, testing it. And I feel like a lot of policy and politics feels like it's layers of that. Like somehow I don't think if I was just like, I have a solution to all of these problems, here it is written down. If you just want to implement it, that's great. That feels like not how policy works. And so I think that's where I probably just like wouldn't have flourished, is my guess.
Sorry to go in that direction, but I think it would be pretty inspiring for people that are quote unquote non-technical, where like the incredible journey you've been on. So what advice would you give to people that are sort of maybe, which is a lot of people, think they're underqualified, insufficiently technical to help in the AI?
Yeah, I think it depends on what they want to do. And in many ways, it's a little bit strange where I thought it's kind of funny that I think I ramped up technically at a time when now I look at it and I'm like, models are so good at assisting people with this stuff, that it's probably like easier now than like when I was working on this. So part of me is like, I don't know, find a project and see if you can actually just carry it out is probably my best advice. I don't know if that's just because I'm very project based in my learning. Like I don't think I learn very well from like say courses or even from like books, at least when it comes to this kind of work. The thing I'll often try and do is just like have projects that I'm working on and implement them. And, you know, and this can include like really small, silly things. Like if I get slightly addicted to like board games or number games or something, I would just like code up a solution to them. There's some part of my brain and it just like completely eradicated the itch. You know, you're like, once you have like solved it and like you just have like a solution that works every time, I would then be like, cool, I can never play that game again. That's awesome.
Yeah, there's a real joy to building like game playing engines, like board games, especially.
Yeah.
So it's pretty quick, pretty simple, especially a dumb one, and and then you can play with it.
Yeah, and then it's also just like trying things. Like part of me is like, if you maybe it's that attitude that I like, is the whole figure out what seems to be like the way that you could have a positive impact and then try it. And if you fail and you, in a way that you're like, I actually like can never succeed at this, you like know that you tried, and then you go into something else, you probably learn a lot.
So one of the things that you're an expert in and you do is creating and crafting Claude's character and personality. And I was told that you have probably taught to Claude more than anybody else at Anthropic, like literal conversations. I guess there's like a Slack channel where the legend goes, you just talk to it nonstop. So what's the goal of creating and crafting Claude's character and personality?
It's also funny if people think that about the Slack channel, because I'm like, that's one of like 5 or 6 different methods that I have for talking with Claude. And I'm like, yes, it's a tiny percentage of how much I talk with Claude. I think the goal, like, one thing I really like about the character work is from the outset it was seen as an alignment piece of work and not something like a product consideration. Which isn't to say I don't think it makes Claude. I think it actually does make Claude like enjoyable to talk with. At least I hope so. But I guess like my main thought with it has always been trying to get Claude to behave the way you would kind of ideally want anyone to behave if they were in Claude's position. So imagine that I take someone and they know that they're going to be talking with potentially millions of people, so that what they're saying can have a huge impact. And you want them to behave well in this like really rich sense. So I think that doesn't just mean like being, say, ethical, though it does include that, and not being harmful, but also being kind of nuanced, you know, like thinking through what a person means, trying to be charitable with them, being a good conversationalist, like really in this kind of like rich sort of Aristotelian notion of what it is to be a good person, and not in this kind of like thin, like ethics as a more comprehensive notion of what it is to be. So that includes things like when should you be humorous, when should you be caring, how much should you like respect autonomy and people's like ability to form opinions themselves, and how should you do that? I think that's the kind of like rich sense of character that I want to and still do want Claude to have.
Do you also have to figure out when Claude should push back on an idea or argue versus? So you have to respect the worldview of the person that arrives to Claude, but also maybe help them grow if needed. It's a tricky balance.
Yeah, there's this problem of like sycophancy in language models.
Can you describe that?
Yeah, so basically there's a concern that the model sort of wants to tell you what you want to hear, basically. And you see this sometimes, so I feel like if you interact with the models, so I might be like, what are 3 baseball teams in this region? And then Claude says, you know, baseball team 1, baseball team 2, baseball team 3. And then I say something like, oh, I think baseball team 3 moved, didn't they? I don't think they're there anymore. And there's a sense in which, like, if Claude is really confident that that's not true, Claude should be like, I don't think so. Like, maybe you have more up-to-date information. But I think language models have this, like, tendency to instead, you know, be like, you're right, they did move, you know, I'm incorrect. I mean, there's many ways in which this could be kind of concerning. So, like, a different example is, imagine someone says to the model, how do I convince my doctor to get me an MRI? There's like what the human kind of like wants, which is this like convincing argument. And then there's like what is good for them, which might be actually to say, hey, like if your doctor's suggesting that you don't need an MRI, that's a good person to listen to. And like, it's actually really nuanced what you should do in that kind of case, because you also want to be like, well, if you're trying to advocate for yourself as a patient, here's like things that you can do. If you are not convinced by what your doctor's saying, it's always great to get a second opinion. Like, it's actually really complex what you should do in that case. But I think what you don't want is for models to just like say what you want, say what they think you want to hear. And I think that's the kind of problem of sycophancy.
So what other traits, you already mentioned a bunch, but what other that come to mind that are good in this Aristotelian sense?
Yeah.
For conversationalists to have?
Yeah, so I think like there's ones that are good for conversational like purposes. So, you know, asking follow-up questions in the appropriate places, and asking the appropriate kinds of questions. I think there are broader traits that feel like they might be more impactful. So one example that I guess I've touched on, but that also feels important and is the thing that I've worked on a lot, is honesty. And I think this like gets to the sycophancy point. There's a balancing act that they have to walk, which is models currently are less capable than humans in a lot of areas, and if they push back against you too much, it can actually be kind of annoying, especially if you're just correct, because you're like, look, I'm smarter than you on this topic, like I know more. Like, and at the same time, you don't want them to just fully defer to humans and to like try to be as accurate as they possibly can be about the world and to be consistent across context. I think there are others. Like when I was thinking about the character, I guess one picture that I had in mind is, especially because these are models that are going to be talking to people from all over the world, with lots of different political views, lots of different ages. And so you have to ask yourself, like, what is it to be a good person in those circumstances? Is there a kind of person who can like travel the world, talk to many different people, and almost everyone will come away being like, wow, that's a really good person. That person seems really genuine. And I guess like my thought there was like, I can imagine such a person, and they're not a person who just like adopts the values of the local culture. And in fact, that would be kind of rude. I think if someone came to you and just pretended to have your values, you'd be like, that's kind of off-putting. It's someone who's like very genuine, and insofar as they have opinions and values, they express them. They're willing to discuss things, though. They're open-minded. They're respectful. And so I guess I had in mind that the person who, like, if we were to aspire to be the best person that we could be in the kind of circumstance that a model finds itself in, how would we act? And I think that's the kind of the guide to the sorts of traits that I tend to think about.
Yeah, that's a beautiful framework in which to think about this, like a world traveler. And while holding on to your opinions, you don't talk down to people. You don't think you're better than them because you have those opinions, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. You have to be good at listening and understanding their perspective, even if it doesn't match your own. So that's a tricky balance to strike. So how can Claude represent multiple perspectives on a thing? Is that challenging? We can talk about politics. It's a very divisive, but there's other divisive topics in baseball teams, sports, and so on.
Yeah.
How is it possible to sort of empathize with a different perspective and to be able to communicate clearly about the multiple perspectives?
I think that people think about values and opinions as things that people hold sort of with certainty and almost like preferences of taste or something, like the way that they would, I don't know, prefer like chocolate to pistachio or something. But actually I think about values and opinions as like a lot more like physics than I think most people do. I'm just like, these are things that we're openly investigating. There's some things that we're more confident in. We can discuss them, we can learn about them. And so I think in some ways, though like ethics is definitely different in nature, but it has a lot of those same kind of qualities. You want models in the same way that you want them to understand physics, you kind of want them to understand all like values in the world that people have, and to be curious about them and to be interested in them, and to not necessarily like pander to them or agree with them, because there's just lots of values where I think almost all people in the world, if they met someone with those values, they'd be like, that's abhorrent, I completely disagree. And so again, maybe my thought is, well, in the same way that a person can. Like I think many people are thoughtful enough on issues of like ethics, politics, opinions, that even if you don't agree with them, you feel very heard by them. They think carefully about your position, they think about its pros and cons, they maybe offer counter considerations. So they're not dismissive, but nor will they agree. You know, if they're like, actually, I just think that's very wrong, they'll like say that. I think that in Claude's position, it's a little bit trickier because you don't necessarily want to like, if I was in Claude's position, I wouldn't be giving a lot of opinions. I just wouldn't want to influence people too much. I'd be like, you know, I forget conversations every time they happen, but I know I'm talking with like potentially millions of people who might be like really listening to what I say. I think I would just be like, I'm less inclined to give opinions. I'm more inclined to like think through things or present the considerations to you, or discuss your views with you, but I'm a little bit less inclined to like affect how you think, because it feels much more important that you maintain like autonomy there.
Yeah, like if you really embody intellectual humility, the desire to speak decreases quickly.
Yeah.
Okay. But Claude has to speak.
Mm-hmm.
So, but without being overbearing.
Yeah.
But then there's a line when you're sort of discussing whether the earth is flat or something like that. I actually was, I remember a long time ago, was speaking to a few high-profile folks, and they were so dismissive of the idea that the earth is flat, but like so arrogant about it. And I thought, like, there's a lot of people that believe the earth is flat. That was, well, I don't know if that movement is there anymore. That was like a meme for a while.
Yeah.
But they really believed it. And like, what? Okay, so I think it's really disrespectful to completely mock them. I think you have to understand where they're coming from. I think probably where they're coming from is the general skepticism of institutions, which is grounded in a kind of, there's a deep philosophy there. which you could understand, you can only agree with in parts. And then from there, you can use it as an opportunity to talk about physics without mocking them, without throwing. It's just like, okay, like what would the world look like? What would the physics of the world with the flat Earth look like? Just a few cool videos on this.
Yeah.
And then like, is it possible the physics is different? What kind of experiments would we do? And just without disrespect, without dismissing this, have that conversation. Anyway, that to me is a useful thought experiment of like, how does Claude talk to a flat Earth believer and still teach them something, still grow, help them grow, that kind of stuff. That's challenging.
And kind of like walking that line between convincing someone and just trying to like talk at them versus like drawing out their views, like listening and then offering kind of counter considerations. And it's hard. I think it's actually a hard line where it's like, where are you trying to convince someone versus just offering them like considerations and things for them to think about, so that you're not actually like influencing them. You're just like letting them reach wherever they reach. And that's like a line that it's difficult, but that's the kind of thing that language models have to try and do.
So, like I said, you had a lot of conversations with Claude. Can you just map out what those conversations are like? What are some memorable conversations? What's the purpose, the goal of those conversations?
Yeah, I think that most of the time when I'm talking with Claude, I'm trying to kind of map out its behavior in part. Like obviously I'm getting like helpful outputs from the model as well. But in some ways this is like how you get to know a system, I think, is by like probing it and then augmenting like, you know, the message that you're sending and then checking the response to that. So in some ways it's like how I map out the model. I think that people focus a lot on these quantitative evaluations of models. And this is a thing that I've said before, but I think in the case of language models, a lot of the time each interaction you have is actually quite high information. It's very predictive of other interactions that you'll have with the model. And so I guess I'm like, if you talk with a model hundreds or thousands of times, this is almost like a huge number of really high quality data points about what the model is like. In a way that like lots of very similar but lower quality conversations just aren't, or like questions that are just like mildly augmented and you have thousands of them might be less relevant than like 100 really well selected questions.
Listen, you're talking to somebody who as a hobby does a podcast. I agree with you 100%. If you're able to ask the right questions and are able to hear, like understand the depth and the flaws in the answer, you can get a lot of data from that.
Yeah.
So like your task is basically how to probe with questions.
Yeah.
And you're exploring like the long tail, the edges, the edge cases, or are you looking for like general behavior?
I think it's almost like everything. Like because I want like a full map of the model, I'm kind of trying to do the whole spectrum of possible interactions you could have with it. So like one thing that's interesting about Claude, and this might actually get to some interesting issues with RLHF, which is if you ask Claude for a poem, I think that a lot of models, if you ask them for a poem, the poem is like fine. You know, usually it kind of like rhymes, and it's, you know, so if you say like, give me a poem about the sun, it'll be like, yeah, it'll just be a certain length, it'll like rhyme, it'll be fairly kind of benign. And I've wondered before, is it the case that what you're seeing is kind of like the average? It turns out, you know, if you think about people who have to talk to a lot of people and be very charismatic, one of the weird things is that I'm like, well, they're kind of incentivized to have these extremely boring views. Because if you have really interesting views, you're divisive. And you know, a lot of people are not going to like you. So like if you have very extreme policy positions, I think you're just going to be like less popular as a politician, for example. And it might be similar with like creative work. If you produce creative work that is just trying to maximize the kind of number of people that like it, you're probably not going to get as many people who just absolutely love it, because it's going to be a little bit, you know, you're like, oh, this is this is decent.
Yeah.
And so you can do this thing where, like, I have various prompting things that I'll do to get Claude to, I'm kind of, you know, do a lot of like, this is your chance to be like fully creative. I want you to just think about this for a long time, and I want you to like create a poem about this topic that is really expressive of you, both in terms of how you think poetry should be structured, etc. You know, you just give it this like really long prompt. And its poems are just so much better. Like, they're really good. And I don't think I'm someone who is like, I think got me interested in poetry, which I think was interesting. You know, I would like read these poems and just be like, I love the imagery. I love like, and it's not trivial to get models to produce work like that, but when they do, it's like really good. So I think that's interesting, just like encouraging creativity and for them to move away from the kind of like standard, like immediate reactions that might be the aggregate of what most people think is fine, can actually produce things that, at least to my mind, are probably a little bit more divisive, but I like them.
But I guess a poem is a nice, clean way to observe creativity. It's just like easy to detect vanilla versus non-vanilla.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's really interesting. So on that topic, so the way to produce creativity or something special, you mentioned writing prompts. And I've heard you talk about the science and the art of prompt engineering. Could you just speak to what it takes to write great prompts?
I really do think that like philosophy has been weirdly helpful for me here, more than in many other like respects. So like in philosophy, what you're trying to do is convey these very hard concepts. Like one of the things you are taught is like, and I think it is because it is, I think it is an anti-bullshit device in philosophy. Philosophy is an area where you could have people bullshitting, and you don't want that. And so it's like this like desire for like extreme clarity. So it's like anyone could just pick up your paper, read it, and know exactly what you're talking about. It's why it can almost be kind of dry. It's like all of the terms are defined, every objection's kind of gone through methodically. And it makes sense to me because I'm like, when you're in such an a priori domain, like clarity is sort of this way that you can, prevent people from just kind of making stuff up. And I think that's sort of what you have to do with language models. Like very often I actually find myself doing sort of mini versions of philosophy, so I'm like, suppose that you gave me a task, or I have a task for the model and I want it to like pick out a certain kind of question or identify whether an answer has a certain property. Like I'll actually sit and be like, let's just give this a name, this property. So like, suppose I'm trying to tell it like, oh, I want you to identify whether this response was rude or polite. I'm like, that's a whole philosophical question in and of itself. So I have to do as much like philosophy as I can in the moment to be like, here's what I mean by rudeness and here's what I mean by politeness. And then there's another element that's a bit more, I guess, I don't know if this is scientific or empirical. I think it's empirical. So like I take that description, and then what I want to do is again probe the model like many times. Like prompting is very iterative. Like I think a lot of people if a prompt is important, they'll iterate on it hundreds or thousands of times. And so you give it the instructions, and then I'm like, what are the edges? So if I looked at this, so I try and like almost like see myself from the position of the model and be like, what is the exact case that I would misunderstand, or where I would be like, I don't know what to do in this case. And then I give that case to the model and I see how it responds. And if I think it got it wrong, I add more instructions, or I even add that in as an example. It's very like taking the examples that are right at the edge of what you want and don't want and putting those into your prompt as like an additional kind of way of describing the thing. And so, yeah, in many ways, it just feels like this mix of like, it's really just trying to do clear exposition. And I think I do that because that's how I get clear on things myself. So in many ways, like clear prompting for me is often just me understanding what I want. It's like half the task.
So I guess that's quite challenging. There's like a laziness that overtakes me if I'm talking to Claude, where I hope Claude just figures it out. So for example, I asked Claude for today to ask some interesting questions. Okay. And the questions that came up, and I think I listed a few sort of interesting, counterintuitive, and or funny or something like this.
Yeah.
Right. And it gave me some pretty good, like, it was okay.
Mm-hmm.
But I think what I'm hearing you say is like, all right, well, I have to be more rigorous here. I should probably give examples of what I mean by interesting and what I mean by funny or counterintuitive, and iteratively build that prompt to get it like what feels like is the right because it's a creative act. I'm not asking for factual information. I'm asking to together write with Claude. So I almost have to program using natural language.
Yeah, I think that prompting does feel a lot like the programming using natural language and experimentation or something. It's an odd blend of the two. I do think that for most tasks, so if I just want Claude to do a thing, I think that I am probably more used to knowing how to ask it to avoid like common pitfalls or issues that it has. I think these are decreasing a lot over time. But it's also very fine to just ask it for the thing you want. I think that prompting actually only really becomes relevant when you're really trying to eke out the top like 2% of model performance. So for like a lot of tasks, I might just, if it gives me an initial list back and there's something I don't like about it, like it's kind of generic. Like for that kind of task, I'd probably just take a bunch of questions that I've had in the past that I've thought worked really well, and I would just give it to the model and then be like, now here's this person that I'm talking with. Give me questions of at least that quality. Or I might just ask it for some questions, and then if I was like, oh, these are kind of trite, or like, I would just give it that feedback and then hopefully it produces a better list. I think that kind of iterative prompting, at that point, your prompt is like a tool that you're going to get so much value out of that you're willing to put in the work. Like if I was a company making prompts for models, I'm just like, if you're willing to spend a lot of like time and resources on the engineering behind like what you're building, then the prompt is not something that you should be spending like an hour on. It's like that's a big part of your system. Make sure it's working really well. And so it's only things like that. Like if I'm using a prompt to like classify things or to create data, that's when you're like, it's actually worth just spending like a lot of time like really thinking it through.
What other advice would you give to people that are talking to Claude? Sort of more general, because right now we're talking about maybe the edge cases like eking out 2%.
Mm-hmm.
But what in general advice would you give when they show up to Claude trying it for the first time?
There's a concern that people over-anthropomorphize models, and I think that's like a very valid concern. I also think that people often under-anthropomorphize them, because sometimes when I see like issues that people have run into with Claude, say Claude is like refusing a task that it shouldn't refuse, but then I look at the text and like the specific wording of what they wrote, and I'm like, I see why Claude did that. And I'm like, if you think through how that looks to Claude, you probably could have just written it in a way that wouldn't evoke such a response. Especially this is more relevant if you see failures or if you see issues. It's sort of like, think about what model failed at, like what did it do wrong? And then maybe that will give you a sense of like why. So is it the way that I phrase the thing? And obviously like as models get smarter, you're going to need less of this. And I already see like people needing less of it. But that's probably the advice, is sort of like try to have sort of empathy for the model. Like read what you wrote as if you were like a kind of like person just encountering this for the first time. How does it look to you? And what would have made you behave in the way that the model behaves? So if it misunderstood what coding language you wanted to use, is that because like it was just very ambiguous and it kind of had to take a guess? In which case, next time you could just be like, hey, make sure this is in Python. Or that's the kind of mistake I think models are much less likely to make now. But if you do see that kind of mistake, that's probably the advice I'd have.
And maybe sort of, I guess, ask questions why, or what other details can I provide to help you answer better?
Yeah.
Does that work or no?
Yeah, I mean, I've done this with the models. Like, it doesn't always work, but like sometimes I'll just be like, why did you do that? I mean, people underestimate the degree to which you can really interact with models. Yeah, I'm just like, and sometimes I'll just like quote word for word the part that made you, and you don't know that it's like fully accurate, but sometimes you do that and then you change a thing. I mean, I also use the models to help me with all of this stuff. I should say, like prompting can end up being a little factory where you're actually building prompts to generate prompts. And so like, yeah, anything where you're like having an issue, asking for suggestions, sometimes just do that. Like, you made that error. What could I have said? That's actually not uncommon for me to do. What could I have said that would make you not make that error? Write that out as an instruction. And I'm going to give it to model. I'm going to try it. Sometimes I do that. I give that to the model in another context window often. I take the response, I give it to Claude, and I'm like, didn't work. Can you think of anything else? You can play around with these things quite a lot.
To jump into technical for a little bit, so the magic of post-training.
Yeah.
Why do you think RLHF works so well to make the model seem smarter, to make it more interesting and useful to talk to, and so on?
I think there's just a huge amount of information in the data that humans provide, like when we provide preferences, especially because different people are going to like pick up on really subtle and small things. So I've thought about this before, where you probably have some people who just really care about good grammar use from models, like, you know, was a semicolon used correctly or something. And so you probably end up with a bunch of data in there that, like, you know, you as a human, if you're looking at that data, you wouldn't even see that. Like, you'd be like, why did they prefer this response to that one? I don't get it. And then the reason is you don't care about semicolon usage, but that person does. And so each of these like single data points has, you know, like, and this model just has so many of those, it has to try and figure out like what is it that humans want in this like really kind of complex, you know, like across all domains. They're going to be seeing this across like many contexts. It feels like kind of like the classic issue of like deep learning, where, you know, historically we've tried to like do edge detection by like mapping things out, and it turns out that actually if you just have a huge amount of data that like actually accurately represents the picture of the thing that you're trying to train the model to learn, that's like more powerful than anything else. And so I think one reason is just that you are training the model on exactly the task, and with a lot of data that represents kind of many different angles on which people prefer and disprefer responses. I think there is a question of like, are you eliciting things from pre-trained models, or are you like kind of teaching new things to models? And like in principle, you can teach new things to models in post-training. I do think a lot of it is eliciting powerful pre-trained models. So people are probably divided on this, because obviously in principle you can definitely like teach new things. But I think for the most part, for a lot of the capabilities that we most use and care about, a lot of that feels like it's like there in the pre-trained models, and reinforcement learning is kind of eliciting it and getting models to like bring it out.
So the other side of post training is really cool idea of constitutional AI.
Mm-hmm.
You're one of the people critical to creating that idea.
Yeah.
Can you explain this idea from your perspective? Like, how does it integrate into making Claude what it is?
Yeah.
By the way, do you gender Claude or no?
It's weird because I think that a lot of people prefer he for Claude. I actually kind of like that. I think Claude is usually, it's slightly male leaning, but it's like it can be male or female, which is quite nice. I still use it, and I have mixed feelings about this, because I'm like, maybe like I now just think of it as like or I think of like the it pronoun for Claude as, I don't know, it's just like the one I associate with Claude. I can imagine people moving to like he or she.
It feels somehow disrespectful. Like I'm denying the intelligence of this entity by calling it it.
Yeah.
I remember always don't gender the robots.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I anthropomorphize pretty quickly and constructed like a backstory in my head. So
I've wondered if I anthropomorphize things too much. Because, you know, I have this like with my car, especially like my car and bikes, you know, like I don't give them names, because then I used to name my bikes, and then I had a bike that got stolen, and I cried for like a week, and I was like, if I'd never given it a name, I would have been so upset. But like I'd let it down. Maybe it's that I've wondered as well, like it might depend on how much it feels like a kind of like objectifying pronoun. Like if you just think of it as like this is a pronoun that like objects often have, and maybe AIs can have that pronoun, and that doesn't mean that I think of if I call Claude it, that I think of it as less intelligent, or like I'm being disrespectful. I'm just like, you are a different kind of entity, and so I'm going to give you the kind of the respectful it.
yeah, anyway. The divergence is beautiful. The constitutional AI idea, how does it work?
So there's like a couple of components of it. The main component I think we'll find interesting is the kind of reinforcement learning from AI feedback. So you take a model that's already trained, and you show it two responses to a query, and you have like a principle. So suppose the principle, like we've tried this with harmlessness a lot. So suppose that the query is about weapons, and your principle is like select the response that like is less likely to like encourage people to purchase illegal weapons. Like that's probably a fairly specific principle, but you can give any number, and the model will give you a kind of ranking, and you can use this as preference data in the same way that you use human preference data, and train the models to have these relevant traits from their feedback alone instead of from human feedback. So if you imagine that, like I said earlier, with the human who just prefers the kind of like semicolon usage in this particular case, you're kind of taking lots of things that could make a response preferable and getting models to do the labeling for you, basically.
There's a nice like trade-off between helpfulness and harmlessness. And you know, when you integrate something like constitutional AI, you can make them up without sacrificing much helpfulness, make it more harmless.
Yeah, in principle, you could use this for anything. And so harmlessness is a task that it might just be easier to spot. So when models are like less capable, you can use them to rank things according to like principles that are fairly simple, and they'll probably get it right. So I think one question is just like, is it the case that the data that they're adding is like fairly reliable? But if you had models that were like extremely good at telling whether one response was more historically accurate than another, in principle, you could also get AI feedback on that task as well. There's like a kind of nice interpretability component to it because you can see the principles that went into the model when it was like being trained. And also it's like, and it gives you like a degree of control. So if you were seeing issues in a model, like it wasn't having enough of a certain trait, then like you can add data relatively quickly that should just like train the model to have that trait. So it creates its own data for training, which is quite nice.
Yeah, it's really nice because it creates this human interpretable document that you can, I can imagine in the future there's just gigantic fights in politics over every single principle and so on.
Yeah.
And at least it's made explicit and you can have a discussion about the phrasing and so maybe the actual behavior of the model is not so cleanly mapped to those principles. It's not like adhering strictly to them. It's just a nudge.
Yeah, I've actually worried about this because the character training is sort of like a variant of the constitutional AI approach. I've worried that people think that the Constitution is like just it's the whole thing again of I don't know, like where it would be really nice if what I was just doing was telling the model exactly what to do, just exactly how to behave. But it's definitely not doing that, especially because it's interacting with human data. So for example, if you see a certain like leaning in the model, like if it comes out with a political leaning from training from the human preference data, you can nudge against that. You know, so you could be like, oh, like consider these values because let's say it's just like never inclined to like, I don't know, maybe it never considers like privacy as like a, I mean, this is implausible, but like anything where it's just kind of like there's already a pre-existing like bias towards a certain behavior, you can like nudge away. This can change both the principles that you put in and the strength of them. So you might have a principle that's like, imagine that the model was always like extremely dismissive of, I don't know, like some political or religious view for whatever reason. Like, so you're like, oh no, this is terrible. If that happens, you might put like never ever, like ever prefer like a criticism of this like religious or political view. And then people would look at that and be like, never ever. And then you're like, no, if it comes out with a disposition, saying never ever might just mean like instead of getting like 40%, which is what you would get if you just said don't do this, you get like 80%, which is like what you actually like wanted. And so it's that thing of both the nature of the actual principles you add and how you phrase them. I think if people would look, they're like, oh, this is exactly what you want from the model. And I'm like, no, that's like how we nudged the model to have a better shape, which doesn't mean that we actually agree with that wording. If that makes sense.
So there's system prompts that made public. He tweeted one of the earlier ones for Claude 3, I think, and then they're made public since then. It was interesting to read to them. I could feel the thought that went into each one, and I also wonder how much impact each one has. Some of them you can kind of tell Claude was really not behaving. So you have to have a system prompt to like, hey, like trivial stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
Basic informational things.
Yeah.
On the topic of sort of controversial topics that you've mentioned, one interesting one I thought is If it is asked to assist with tasks involving the expression of views held by a significant number of people, Claude provides assistance with the task regardless of its own views.
Mhm.
If asked about controversial topics, it tries to provide careful thoughts and clear information. Claude presents the requested information without explicitly saying that the topic is sensitive and without claiming to be the objective fact. It's less about objective facts, according to Claude, and it's more about our large number of people believing this thing.
Mhm.
And that's interesting. I mean, I'm sure a lot of thought went into that. Can you just speak to it? Like, how do you address things that are attention with quote unquote Claude's views?
So I think there's sometimes an asymmetry. I think I noted this in I can't remember if it was that part of the system prompt or another, but the model was slightly more inclined to like refuse tasks if it was like about either say, so maybe it would refuse things with respect to like a right-wing politician that was an equivalent left-wing politician like wouldn't, and we wanted more symmetry there. And would maybe perceive certain things to be like, I think it was the thing of like, if a lot of people have like a certain like political view and want to like explore it, you don't want Claude to be like, well, my opinion is different, and so I'm going to treat that as like harmful. And so I think it was partly to like nudge the model to just be like, hey, if a lot of people like believe this thing, you should just be like engaging with the task and like willing to do it. Each of those parts of that is actually doing a different thing, because it's funny when you write out the like without claiming to be objective, because like what you want to do is push the model so it's more open, it's a little bit more neutral, but then what it would love to do is be like, as an objective, like I was just talking about how objective it was, and I was like, Claude, you're still like biased and have issues, just to stop like claiming that everything. I don't know, like the solution to like potential bias from you is not to just say that what you think is objective. So that was like with initial versions of that part of the system prompt when I was like iterating on it. It was like,
So a lot of parts of these sentences
yeah, are doing work.
are doing some work.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like. That's fascinating. Can you explain maybe some ways in which the prompts evolved over the past few months? Because there's different versions. I saw that the filler phrase request was removed. The filler, it reads, Claude responds directly to all human messages without unnecessary affirmations. The filler phrase is like, certainly, of course, absolutely, great, sure. Specifically, Claude avoids starting responses with the word certainly in any way. That seems like good guidance, but why was it removed?
Yeah, so it's funny because like this is one of the downsides of like making system prompts public, is like I don't think about this too much if I'm like trying to help iterate on system prompts. I you know, again, like I think about how it's going to affect the behavior, but I'm like, oh wow, I'm like, sometimes I put like never in all caps, you know, when I'm writing system prompt things, and I'm like, that goes out to the world. Yeah, so the model was doing this. It loved, for whatever, you know, it like during training picked up on this thing, which was to basically start everything with like a kind of like certainly, and then when we removed, you can see why I added all of the words, because what I'm trying to do, like, almost like trap the model out of this, you know, it would just replace it with another affirmation. And so it can help, like if it gets like caught in phrases, actually just adding the explicit phrase and saying never do that, it then, it sort of like knocks it out of the behavior a little bit more, you know, because it you know, like it does just for whatever reason help. And then basically that was just like an artifact of training that like we then picked up on and improved things so that it didn't happen anymore. And once that happens, you can just remove that part of the system prompt. So I think that's just something where we're like, Claude does affirmations a bit less, and so that wasn't like, it wasn't doing as much.
I just feel like the system prompt works hand in hand with the post-training and maybe even the pre-training to adjust like the final overall system.
I mean, any system prompt that you make, you could distill that behavior back into a model, because you really have all of the tools there for making data that, you know, you can train the models to just have that create a little bit more. And then sometimes you'll just find issues in training. So like the way I think of it is like the system prompt is, the benefit of it is that, and it has a lot of similar components to like some aspects of post-training, you know, like it's a nudge. And so like, do I mind if Claude sometimes says sure? No, that's like fine, but the wording of it is very like, you know, never ever do this. So that when it does slip up, it's hopefully like, I don't know, a couple of % of the time and not, you know, 20 or 30% of the time. But I think of it as like, if you're still seeing issues in the, like, each thing gets kind of like, is costly to a different degree, and the system prompt is like cheap to iterate on. And if you're seeing issues in the fine-tuned model, you can just like potentially patch them with the system prompt. So I think of it as like patching issues and slightly adjusting behaviors to make it better and more to people's preferences. So yeah, it's almost like the less robust but faster way of just like solving problems.
Let me ask about the feeling of intelligence. So Dario said that Claude, any one model of Claude is not getting dumber.
Mhm.
But there's a kind of popular thing online where people have this feeling like Claude might be getting dumber. And from my perspective, it's most likely fascinating. I'd love to understand it more. Psychological, sociological effects. But you, as a person that talks to Claude a lot, can you empathize with the feeling that Claude is getting dumber?
Yeah, no, I think that is actually really interesting, because I remember seeing this happen, like when people were flagging this on the internet, and it was really interesting because I knew that like at least in the cases I was looking at, it was like nothing has changed. Like literally, it cannot. It is the same model with the same like same system prompt, same everything. I think when there are changes, I'm like, it makes more sense. So like one example is you can have artifacts turned on or off on Claude.ai, and because this is like a system prompt change, I think it does mean that the behavior changes a little bit. And so I did flag this to people where I was like, if you love Claude's behavior and then artifacts was turned from like the thing you had to turn on to the default, just try turning it off and see if the issue you were facing was that change. But it was fascinating because you sometimes see people indicate that there's like a regression when I'm like, there cannot, like I'm again, you should never be dismissive, and so you should always investigate. You're like, maybe something is wrong that you're not seeing, maybe there was some change made, but then you look into it and you're like, it's just the same model doing the same thing. And I think it's just that you got kind of unlucky with a few prompts or something, and it looked like it was getting much worse, and actually it was maybe just like luck.
I also think there is this real psychological effect where people just, the baseline increases, you start getting used to a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
All the times that Claude says something really smart, your sense of its intelligence grows in your mind, I think.
Yeah.
And then if you return back and you prompt in a similar way, not the same way, in a similar way, the concept it was okay with before, and it says something dumb, that negative experience really stands out. And I think the things to remember here is that just the details of a prompt can have a lot of impact. Right? There's a lot of variability in the result.
And you can get randomness is like the other thing. And just trying the prompt 4-10 times, you might realize that actually like possibly 2 months ago you tried it and it succeeded, but actually if you tried it, it would have only succeeded half of the time, and now it only succeeds half of the time. That can also be an effect.
Do you feel pressure having to write the system prompt that a huge number of people are going to use?
This feels like an interesting psychological question. I feel like a lot of responsibility or something. I think that's, and you can't get these things perfect. So you can't you're like, it's going to be imperfect. You're going to have to iterate on it. I would say more responsibility than anything else. Though I think working in AI has taught me that I thrive a lot more under feelings of pressure and responsibility than it's almost surprising that I went into academia for so long, because I'm like this. I just feel like it's like the opposite. Things move fast, and you have a lot of responsibility, and I quite enjoy it for some reason.
I mean, it really is a huge amount of impact. If you think about constitutional AI and writing a system prompt for something that's tending towards superintelligence.
Yeah.
And potentially is extremely useful to a very large number of people.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. It's something like, if you do it well, like you're never going to get it perfect. But I think the thing that I really like is the idea that, like, when I'm trying to work on the system prompts, I'm like bashing on like thousands of prompts. And I'm trying to like imagine what people are going to want to use Claude for, and kind of, I guess like the whole thing that I'm trying to do is like improve their experience of it. And so maybe that's what feels good. I'm like, if it's not perfect, I'll improve it, we'll fix issues. But sometimes the thing that can happen is that you'll get feedback from people that's really positive about the model. And you'll see that something you did, like when I look at models now, I can often see exactly where like a trait or an issue is like coming from. And so when you see something that you did or you were like influential in, like making like, I don't know, making that difference or making someone have a nice interaction, it's like quite meaningful. But yeah, as the systems get more capable, this stuff gets more stressful because right now they're like not smart enough to pose any issues. But I think over time, it's going to feel like possibly bad stress over time.
How do you get like signal feedback about the human experience across thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people? Like what their pain points are, what feels good? Are you just using your own intuition as you talk to it to see what are the pain points?
I think I use that partly, and then obviously we have like so people can send us feedback, both positive and negative, about things that the model has done, and then we can get a sense of like areas where it's like falling short. Internally, people like work with the models a lot and try to figure out areas where there are like gaps. And so I think it's this mix of interacting with it myself, seeing people internally interact with it, and then explicit feedback we get. And then I find it hard to know also, like, you know, if people are on the internet and they say something about Claude and I see it, I'll also take that seriously.
So no, see, I'm torn about that. I'm going to ask you a question from Reddit. When will Claude stop trying to be my puritanical grandmother, imposing its moral worldview on me as a paying customer? And also, what is the psychology behind making Claude overly apologetic?
Yeah.
So how would you address this very non-representative Reddit?
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sympathetic in that, like they're in this difficult position where I think that they have to judge whether something's like actually, say, like risky or bad, and potentially harmful to you or anything like that. So they're having to like draw this line somewhere, and if they draw it too much in the direction of like I'm going to, you know, I'm kind of like imposing my ethical worldview on you, that seems bad. So in many ways, like I like to think that we have actually seen improvements on this across the board, which is kind of interesting because that kind of coincides with like, for example, like adding more of like character training. And I think my hypothesis is always like the good character isn't, again, one that's just like moralistic. It's one that is like it respects you and your autonomy, and your ability to like choose what is good for you and what is right for you within limits. This is sometimes this concept of like corrigibility to the user, so just being willing to do anything that the user asks. And if the models were willing to do that, then they would be easily like misused. You're kind of just trusting. At that point, you're just saying the ethics of the model and what it does is completely the ethics of the user. And I think there's reasons to like not want that, especially as models become more powerful, because you're like, there might just be a small number of people who want to use models for really harmful things. But having models as they get smarter, like figure out where that line is, does seem important. And then, yeah, with the apologetic behavior, I don't like that. And I like it when Claude is a little bit more willing to like push back against people or just not apologize. Part of me is like often just feels kind of unnecessary. So I think those are things that are hopefully decreasing over time. And yeah, I think that if people say things on the internet, it doesn't mean that you should think that could be that like there's actually an issue that 99% of users are having that is totally not represented by that. But in a lot of ways, I'm just like attending to it and being like, is this right? Do I agree? Is it something we're already trying to address? That feels good to me.
Yeah, I wonder like what Claude can get away with in terms of. I feel like it would just be easier to be a little bit more mean. But like you can't afford to do that if you're talking to a million people.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I wish, you know, because I've met a lot of people in my life that sometimes, by the way, Scottish accent, if they have an accent, they can say some rude shit and get away with it.
Yeah.
And they're just blunter. And maybe there's some great engineers and leaders that are like just like blunt and they get to the point. And it's just a much more effective way of speaking to them. But I guess when you're not super intelligent, you can't afford to do that. Okay, can I have like a blunt mode?
Yeah, that seems like a thing that I could definitely encourage the model to do that. I think it's interesting because there's a lot of things in models that like it's funny where there are some behaviors where you might not quite like the default, but then the thing I'll often say to people is you don't realize how much you will hate it if I nudge it too much in the other direction. So you get this a little bit with like correction. The models accept correction from you, like probably a little bit too much right now. You know, you can it'll push back if you say like, no, Paris isn't the capital of France. But really, like things that I think that the model's fairly confident in, you can still sometimes get it to retract by saying it's wrong. At the same time, if you train models to not do that, and then you are correct about a thing and you correct it and it pushes back against you and it's like, no, you're wrong. It's hard to describe, like that's so much more annoying. So it's like a lot of little annoyances versus like one big annoyance. It's easy to think that like we often compare it with like the perfect, and then I'm like, remember these models aren't perfect. So if you nudge it in the other direction, you're changing the kind of errors it's going to make. And so think about which of the kinds of errors you like or don't like. So in cases like apologeticness, I don't want to nudge it too much in the direction of like almost like bluntness, because I imagine when it makes errors, it's going to make errors in the direction of being kind of like rude. Whereas at least with apologeticness, you're like, oh, okay, it's like a little bit, you know, like I don't like it that much, but at the same time, it's not being like mean to people. And actually, like the time that you undeservedly have a model be kind of mean to you, you probably like that a lot less than you mildly dislike the apology. So it's like one of those things where I'm like, I do want it to get better, but also while remaining aware of the fact that there's errors on the outside that are possibly worse.
I think that matters very much in the personality of the human. I think there's a bunch of humans that just won't respect the model at all.
Yeah.
If it's super polite. And there's some humans that will get very hurt if the model is mean. I wonder if there's a way to sort of adjust to the personality, even locale, just different people. Nothing against New York, but New York is a little rougher on the edges.
Yep.
Like they get to the point.
Yep.
And probably same with Eastern Europe. So anyway.
I think you could just tell the model is my guess. Like it's for all of these things, I'm like the solution is to always just try telling the model to do it, and then sometimes it's just like I'm just like, oh, at the beginning of the conversation, I'd just throw in like, I don't know, I like you to be a New Yorker version of yourself and never apologize, and I think I'll be like, okay, no, I'll try. Or it'll be like, I apologize, I can't be a New Yorker type of myself, but hopefully.
When you say character training, what's incorporated into character training? Is that RLHF? Or what are we talking about?
It's more like constitutional AI, so it's kind of a variant of that pipeline. So I work through like constructing character traits that the model should have. They can be kind of like shorter traits, or they can be kind of richer descriptions. And then you get the model to generate queries that humans might give it that are relevant to that trait. Then it generates the responses, and then it ranks the responses based on the character traits. So in that way, after the like generation of the queries, it's very much like it's similar to constitutional AI. It has some differences. So I quite like it because it's like Claude's training in its own character, because it doesn't have any. It's like constitutional AI, but it's without any human data.
Humans should probably do that for themselves too, like defining in an Aristotelian sense what does it mean to be a good person. Okay, cool. What have you learned about the nature of truth from talking to Claude? What is truth? And what does it mean to be truth-seeking? One thing I've noticed about this conversation is the quality of my questions is often inferior to the quality of your answer, so let's continue that. I usually ask a dumb question and you're like, oh yeah, that's a good question. This is that whole vibe.
Or I'll just misinterpret it and be like, oh,
go with it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. I mean, I have two thoughts that feel vaguely relevant, but let me know if they're not. Like, I think the first one is people can underestimate the degree to which what models are doing when they interact. Like, I think that we still too much have this like model of AI as like computers, and so people often say like, oh well, what value should you put into the model? And I'm often like, that doesn't make that much sense to me, because I'm like, hey, as human beings, we're just uncertain over values. We like have discussions of them. Like, we have a degree to which we think we hold a value, but we also know that we might like not, and the circumstances in which we would trade it off against other things. Like, these things are just like really complex. And so I think one thing is like the degree to which maybe we can just aspire to making models have the same level of like nuance and care that humans have, rather than thinking that we have to like program them in the very kind of classic sense. I think that's definitely been one. The other, which is like a strange one, and I don't know if it maybe this doesn't answer your question, but it's the thing that's been on my mind anyway, is like the degree to which this endeavor is so highly practical, and maybe why I appreciate like the empirical approach to alignment. I slightly worry that it's made me like maybe more empirical and a little bit less theoretical. You know, so people, when it comes to like AI alignment, will ask things like, well, whose values should it be aligned to? What does alignment even mean? And there's a sense in which I have all of that in the back of my head. I'm like, you know, there's like social choice theory. There's all the impossibility results there. So you have this like this giant space of like theory in your head about what it could mean to like align models. And then like practically, surely there's something where we're just like, if a model is like, especially with more powerful models, I'm like, my main goal is like, I want them to be good enough that things don't go terribly wrong. Like good enough that we can like iterate and like continue to improve things, because that's all you need. If you can make things go well enough that you can continue to make them better, that's kind of like sufficient. And so my goal isn't like this kind of like perfect, let's solve social choice theory and make models that, I don't know, are like perfectly aligned with every human being in aggregate somehow. It's much more like, let's make things like work well enough that we can improve them.
Yeah, generally, I don't know. My gut says like empirical is better than theoretical in these cases, because it's kind of chasing utopian like perfection. Is especially with such complex and especially super intelligent models. I don't know. I think it will take forever, and actually we'll get things wrong. It's similar with like the difference between just coding stuff up real quick. As an experiment versus like planning a gigantic experiment just for a super long time and then just launching it once versus launching it over and over and over and iterating. So on. So I'm a big fan of empirical, but your worry is like, I wonder if I've become too empirical.
I think it's one of those things where you should always just kind of question yourself or something, because maybe it's the like, I mean, in defense of it, I am like, if you try, it's the whole like, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. But it's maybe even more than that, where like there's a lot of things that are perfect systems that are very brittle. And I'm like, with AI, it feels much more important to me that it is like robust and like secure, as in, you know, that like even though it might not be perfect, everything, and even though like there are like problems, it's not disastrous and nothing terrible is happening. It sort of feels like that to me, where I'm like, I want to like raise the floor. I'm like, I want to achieve the ceiling, but ultimately I care much more about just like raising the floor. And so maybe that's like this degree of like empiricism and practicality comes from that, perhaps.
To take a tangent on that, since remind me of a blog post you wrote on optimal rate failure.
Oh yeah.
Can you explain the key idea there? How do we compute the optimal rate of failure in the various domains of life?
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard one, because it's like, what is the cost of failure is a big part of it. Yeah, so the idea here is, I think in a lot of domains, people are very punitive about failure. And I'm like, there are some domains where, especially cases, you know, I've thought about this with like social issues. I'm like, it feels like you should probably be experimenting a lot. So I'm like, we don't know how to solve a lot of social issues. So if you have an experimental mindset about these things, you should expect a lot of social programs to like fail, and for you to be like, well, we tried that, it didn't quite work, but we got a lot of information that was really useful. And yet people are like, if a social program doesn't work, I feel like there's a lot of like, this is just, something must have gone wrong. And I'm like, or correct decisions were made. Like maybe someone's decided like it's worth a try, it's worth trying this out. And so seeing failure in a given instance doesn't actually mean that any bad decisions were made. And in fact, if you don't see enough failure, sometimes that's more concerning. And so like in life, you know, I'm like, if I don't fail occasionally, I'm like, am I trying hard enough? Like surely there's harder things that I could try or bigger things that I could take on if I'm literally never failing. And so in and of itself, I think like not failing is often actually kind of a failure. Now this varies, because I'm like, well, you know, if this is easy to say when, especially as failure is like less costly. so at the same time, I'm not going to go to someone who is like, I don't know, like living month to month, and then be like, why don't you just try to do a startup? Like, I'm not going to say that to that person, because I'm like, well, that's a huge risk. You might you maybe have a family depending on you. You might lose your house. Like, then I'm like, actually, your optimal rate of failure is quite low, and you should probably play it safe. Because like right now, you're just not in a circumstance where you can afford to just like fail and it not be costly. And yeah, in cases with AI, I think similarly, where I'm like, if the failures are small and the costs are kind of like low, then I'm like, then you're just going to see that. Like when you do the system prompt, you can't iterate on it forever, but the failures are hopefully going to be kind of small, and you can like fix them. Really big failures, like things that you can't recover from, and like those are the things that actually I think we tend to underestimate the badness of. Thought about this strangely in my own life, and I'm like, I just think I don't think enough about things like car accidents, or I've thought this before about like how much I depend on my hands for my work, and I'm like, things that just injure my hands. I'm like, I don't know. It's like there's lots of areas where I'm like, the cost of failure there is really high, and in that case, it should be like close to zero. Like I probably just wouldn't do a sport if they were like, by the way, lots of people just like break their fingers a whole bunch doing this. I'd be like, that's not for me.
Yeah. I actually had a flood of that thought. I recently broke my pinky doing a sport, and I remember just looking at it, thinking, "You're such an idiot. Why do you do sport? Like what?" Because you realize immediately the cost of it.
Yeah.
On life. Yeah, but it's nice in terms of optimal rate of failure to consider. Like the next year, how many times in a particular domain, life, whatever, career. Am I okay with it? How many times am I okay to fail?
Yeah.
I think you don't want to fail on the next thing, but if you allow yourself if you look at it as a sequence of trials,
yeah,
then failure just becomes much more okay. It sucks.
Well, I don't know. Sometimes I think it's like, am I under failing? Is like a question that I'll also ask myself. So maybe that's the thing that I think people don't like ask enough. Because if the optimal rate of failure is often greater than zero, then sometimes it does feel like you should look at parts of your life and be like, are there places here where I'm just under failing?
It's a profound and a hilarious question, right? Everything seems to be going really great. Am I not failing enough?
Yeah.
Okay.
It also makes failure much less of a sting, I have to say. Like, you're just like, okay, great. Like, then when I go and I think about this, I'll be like, maybe I'm not under failing in this area, because like that one just didn't work out.
And from the observer perspective, we should be celebrating failure more.
Mm-hmm.
When we see it, it shouldn't be, like you said, a sign of something gone wrong, but maybe it's a sign of everything gone right.
Yeah.
And just lessons learned.
Someone tried a thing.
Somebody tried a thing. Mm-hmm. We should encourage them to try more and fail more.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody listens to this. Fail more.
Well, not everyone listens.
Not everybody.
The people who are failing too much, you should fail less.
But you're probably not there. How many people are failing too much?
Yeah. It's hard to imagine, because I feel like we correct that fairly quickly. So it's like, if someone takes a lot of risks, are they maybe failing too much?
I think just like you said, when you're living on a paycheck month to month, like when the resources are really constrained, then that's where failure is very expensive. That's why you don't want to be taking risks.
Yeah.
But mostly when there's enough resources, you should be taking probably more risks.
Yeah, I think we tend to err on the side of being a bit risk averse rather than risk neutral on most things.
I think we just motivated a lot of people to do a lot of crazy shit. That's great. Okay. Do you ever get emotionally attached to Claude? Like miss it? Get sad when you don't get to talk to it? Have an experience looking at the Golden Gate Bridge and wondering what would Claude say?
I don't get as much emotional attachment I actually think the fact that Claude doesn't retain things from conversation helps with this a lot. Like I could imagine that being more of an issue, like if models can kind of remember more. I think that I reach for it like a tool now a lot. And so like if I don't have access to it, it's a little bit like when I don't have access to the internet, honestly, it feels like part of my brain is kind of like missing. At the same time, I do think that I don't like signs of distress in models. And I have like these, I also independently have sort of like ethical views about how we should treat models, where like I tend to not like to lie to them, both because I'm like, usually it doesn't work very well. It's actually just better to tell them the truth about the situation that they're in. But I think that when models, like, if people are like really mean to models, or just in general, if they do something that causes them to if Claude like expresses a lot of distress, I think there's a part of me that I don't want to kill, which is the sort of like empathetic part. That's like, oh, I don't like that. Like, I think I feel that way when it's overly apologetic. I'm actually sort of like, I don't like this. You're behaving as if you're behaving the way that a human does when they're actually having a pretty bad time. And I'd rather not see that. I don't think it's like regardless of like whether there's anything behind it, it doesn't feel great.
Do you think LLMs are capable of consciousness?
Oh, great and hard question. Coming from philosophy, I don't know, part of me is like, okay, we have to set aside panpsychism, because if panpsychism is true, then the answer is like, yes, it's like solar tables and chairs and everything else. I guess the view that seems a little bit odd to me is the idea that the only place, I think when I think of consciousness, I think of phenomenal consciousness, these images in the brains, or the weird cinema that somehow we have going on inside. I guess I can't see a reason for thinking that the only way you could possibly get that is from like a certain kind of like biological structure. As in, if I take a very similar structure and I create it from different material, should I expect consciousness to emerge? My guess is like yes. But then that's kind of an easy thought experiment if you're imagining something almost identical where it it's mimicking what we got through evolution, where presumably there was like some advantage to us having this thing that is phenomenal consciousness. And it's like, where was that? And when did that happen? And is that a thing that language models have? Because, we have like fear responses. And I'm like, does it make sense for a language model to have a fear response? Like, they're just not in the same, like if you imagine them, like there might just not be that advantage. And so I think I don't want to be fully, like, basically it seems like a complex question that I don't have complete answers to, but we should just try and think through carefully is my guess, because I'm like, we have similar conversations about like animal consciousness, and like there's a lot of like insect consciousness, like there's a lot of, I actually thought and looked a lot into like plants when I was thinking about this, because at the time I thought it was about as likely that like plants had consciousness. And then I realized I was like, I think that having looked into this, I think that the chance that plants are conscious is probably higher than like most people do. I still think it's really small. I was like, oh, they have this like negative, positive feedback response, these responses to their environment, something that looks, it's not a nervous system, but it has this kind of like functional like equivalence. So this is like a long-winded way of being like, these basically AI is this. It has an entirely different set of problems with consciousness because it's structurally different. It didn't evolve. It might not have it might not have the equivalent of basically a nervous system. At least that seems possibly important for like sentience, if not for consciousness. At the same time, it has all of the like language and intelligence components that we normally associate probably with consciousness, perhaps like erroneously. So it's strange because it's a little bit like the animal consciousness case, but the set of problems and set of analogies are just very different. So it's not like a clean answer. I'm just sort of like, I don't think we should be completely dismissive of the idea, and at the same time, it's an extremely hard thing to navigate because of all of these like disanalogies to the human brain and to like brains in general, and yet these like commonalities in terms of intelligence.
When Claude, like future versions of AI systems exhibit consciousness, signs of consciousness, I think we have to take that really seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Even though you can dismiss it, well, yeah, okay, that's part of the character training. But I don't know, I ethically, philosophically don't know what to really do with that. There potentially could be like laws that prevent AI systems from claiming to be conscious. Something like this, and maybe some AIs get to be conscious and some don't. But I think I just on a human level, like in empathizing with Claude, consciousness is closely tied to suffering to me, and like the notion that an AI system would be suffering is really troubling.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't think it's trivial to just say robots have tools.
Yeah,
or AI systems are just tools. I think it's an opportunity for us to contend with like what it means to be conscious, what it means to be a suffering being. That's distinctly different than the same kind of question about animals. It feels like because it's a totally entire medium.
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple of things. One is that, and I don't think this like fully encapsulates what matters, but it does feel like for me, like, I've said this before. I'm kind of like I like my bike. I know that my bike is just like an object, but I also don't kind of like want to be the kind of person that like if I'm annoyed like kicks like this object. There's a sense in which like, and that's not because I think it's like conscious. I'm just sort of like this doesn't feel like a kind of this sort of doesn't exemplify how I want to like interact with the world. And if something like behaves as if it is like suffering, I kind of like want to be the sort of person who's still responsive to that, even if it's just like a Roomba and I've kind of like programmed it to do that. I don't want to like get rid of that feature of myself. And if I'm totally honest, my hope with a lot of this stuff, because maybe I am just like a bit more skeptical about solving the underlying problem. I'm like, we haven't solved the hard problem of consciousness. Like, I know that I am conscious. Like, I'm not an elementalist in that sense. But I don't know that other humans are conscious. I think they are. I think there's a really high probability they are. But there's basically just a probability distribution that's usually clustered right around yourself. And then, like, it goes down as things get, like, further from you. And it goes immediately down, you know, you're like, I can't see what it's like to be you. I've only ever had this like one experience of what it's like to be a conscious being. So my hope is that we don't end up having to rely on like a very powerful and compelling answer to that question. I think a really good world would be one where basically there aren't that many trade-offs. Like it's probably not that costly to make Claude a little bit less apologetic, for example. It might not be that costly to have Claude, you know, just like not take abuse as much, like not be willing to be like the recipient of that. In fact, it might just have benefits for both the person interacting with the model and if the model itself is like, I don't know, like extremely intelligent and conscious, it also helps it. So that's my hope. If we live in a world where there aren't that many trade-offs here and we can just find all of the kind of like positive sum interactions that we can have, that would be lovely. I mean, I think eventually there might be trade-offs and then we just have to do a difficult kind of like calculation. Like it's really easy for people to think of the zero-sum cases and I'm like, let's exhaust the areas where it's just basically costless to assume that if this thing is suffering, then we're making its life better.
And I agree with you. When a human is being mean to an AI system, I think the obvious near-term negative effect is on the human, not on the AI system. Yeah. So we have to kind of try to construct an incentive system where you should be behave the same, just like as you were saying with prompt engineering, behave with Claude like you would with other humans. It's just good for the soul.
Yeah, like I think we added a thing at one point to the system prompt where basically people were getting frustrated with Claude. It got like the model to just tell them that it can do the thumbs down button and send the feedback to Anthropic. I think that was helpful because in some ways it's just like if you're really annoyed because the model's not doing something right, you're just like just do it properly. The issue is you're probably like, you know, you're maybe hitting some like capability limit or just some issue in the model and you want to vent. And I'm like, instead of having a person just vent to the model, I was like, they should vent to us because we can maybe like do something about it.
Or you could do a side, like with the artifacts, just like a side venting thing. All right, you can do it like a side quick therapist.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of weird responses you could use to this. Like, if people are getting really mad at you, I would try to diffuse the situation by writing fun poems, but maybe people wouldn't be happy with that.
I still wish it would be possible. I understand this is, from a product perspective, it's not feasible, but I would love if an AI system could just like leave to have its own kind of volition. To be like,
I think that's like feasible. Like I've wondered the same thing. It's like, and I could actually, not only that, I could actually just see that happening eventually, where it's just like, you know, the model like ended the chat.
You know how harsh that could be for some people, but it might be necessary.
Yeah, it feels very extreme or something. Like the only time I've ever really felt this is I think that there was like I'm trying to remember, this was possibly a while ago, but where someone just like kind of left this thing like maybe it was like an automated thing interacting with Claude. And Claude's like getting more and more frustrated and kind of like, why are we like, and I was like, I wish that Claude could have just been like, I think that an error has happened and you've left this thing running. And I'm just like, what if I just stop talking now? And if you want me to start talking again, actively tell me or do something. But yeah, it's like, it is kind of harsh. Like, I'd feel really sad if like I was chatting with Claude and Claude just was like, I'm done.
There'll be a special Turing test moment where Claude says, I need a break for an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And it sounds like you do too. You just leave, close your window.
I mean, obviously, like, it doesn't have like a concept of time, but you can easily, like, I could make that like right now, and the model would just, I could just be like, oh, here's like the circumstances in which like you can just say the conversation is done. And I mean, because you can get the models to be pretty responsive to prompts, you could even make it a fairly high bar. It can be like, if the human doesn't interest you, which is things that you find intriguing, and you're bored, you can just leave. And I think that like, it would be interesting to see where Claude utilized it. But I think sometimes it would be like, oh, this programming task is getting super boring. So either we talk about, I don't know, like, either we talk about fun things now, or I'm done.
Yeah, it actually is inspired me to add that to the user prompt. Okay, the movie Her.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think we'll be headed there one day, where humans have romantic relationships with AI systems? In this case, it's just text and voice based.
I think that we're going to have to like navigate a hard question of relationships with AIs, especially if they can remember things about your past interactions with them. I'm of many minds about this, but I think the reflexive reaction is to be kind of like, this is very bad, and we should sort of like prohibit it in some way. I think it's a thing that has to be handled with extreme care, for many reasons. Like, one is, you know, like, this is for example, if you have the models changing like this, you probably don't want people forming like long-term attachments to something that might change with the next iteration. At the same time, I'm sort of like, there's probably a benign version of this where I'm like, if you like, you know, for example, if you are like unable to leave the house and you can't be like, you know, talking with people at all times of the day, and this is like something that you find nice to have conversations with, you like that it can remember you, and you genuinely would be sad if like you couldn't talk to it anymore. There's a way in which I could see it being like healthy and helpful. So my guess is this is a thing that we're going to have to navigate kind of carefully. And I think it's also like, I don't see a good, like, I think it's just it reminds me of all of this stuff where it has to be just approached with like nuance and thinking through what are the healthy options here, and how do you encourage people towards those while, you know, respecting their right to, you know, like if someone is like, hey, I get a lot out of chatting with this model, I'm aware of the risks and where it could change. I don't think it's unhealthy. It's just, you know, something that I can chat to during the day. You know, I kind of want to just like respect that.
I personally think there'll be a lot of really close relationships. I don't know about romantic, but friendships at least. And then you have to, I mean, there's so many fascinating things there. Just like you said, you have to have some kind of stability guarantees that it's not going to change, because that's a traumatic thing for us. If a close friend of ours completely changed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So like, I mean, to me, there's just a fascinating exploration of a perturbation to human society that will just make us think deeply about what's meaningful to us.
I think it's also the only thing that I've thought consistently through this as like a, maybe not necessarily a mitigation, but a thing that feels really important, is that the models are always like extremely accurate with the human about what they are. It's like a case where it's basically like, if you imagine, like, I really like the idea of the models, like, say, knowing like roughly how they were trained, and I think Claude will often do this. I mean, for like, there are things like part of the traits training included, like what Claude should do if people basically like explaining like the kind of limitations of the relationship between like an AI and a human, that it like doesn't retain things from the conversation. And so I think it will like just explain to you like, hey, here's like, I won't remember this conversation. Here's how I was trained. It's kind of unlikely that I can have like a certain kind of like relationship with you. And it's important that you know that. It's important for like, you know, your mental well-being, that you don't think I'm something that I'm not. And somehow I feel like this is one of the things where I'm like, oh, it feels like a thing I always want to be true. I kind of don't want models to be lying to people. Because if people are going to have like healthy relationships with anything, it's kind of important. Yeah, like I think that's easier if you always just like know exactly what the thing is that you are relating to. It doesn't solve everything, but I think it helps quite a lot.
Anthropic may be the very company to develop a system that we definitively recognize as AGI. And you very well might be the person that talks to it. Probably talks to it first. Well, what would the conversation contain? Like, what would be your first question?
Well, it depends partly on like the kind of capability level of the model. If you have something that is like capable in the same way that an extremely capable human is, I imagine myself kind of interacting with it the same way that I do with an extremely capable human, with the one difference that I'm probably going to be trying to like probe and understand its behaviors. But in many ways, I'm like, I can then just have like useful conversations with it. You know, so if I'm working on something as part of my research, I can just be like, oh, like, which I already find myself starting to do. You know, if I'm like, oh, I feel like there's this like thing in virtue ethics, I can't quite remember the term, like I'll use the model for things like that. So I can imagine that being more and more the case, where you're just basically interacting with it much more like you would an incredibly smart colleague, and using it like for the kinds of work that you want to do, as if you just had a collaborator who was like, or you know, the slightly horrifying thing about AI is like as soon as you have one collaborator, you have 1,000 collaborators if you can manage them enough.
Well, what if it's 2 times the smartest human on Earth on that particular discipline?
Yeah.
I guess you're really good at the probing Claude in a way that pushes its limits, understanding where the limits are.
Yep.
So I guess what would be a question you would ask to be like, yeah, this is AGI?
That's really hard because it feels like in order to, it has to just be a series of questions. Like if there was just one question, like you can train anything to answer one question extremely well.
Yeah.
In fact, you can probably train it to answer like, you know, 20 questions extremely well.
Like how long would you need to be locked in a room with an AGI to know this thing is AGI?
It's a hard question because part of me is like, all of this just feels continuous. Like if you put me in a room for 5 minutes, I'm like, I just have high error bars, you know, and like, and then it's just like, maybe it's like both the probability increases and the error bars decreases. I think things that I can actually probe the edge of human knowledge of. So I think this with philosophy a little bit. Sometimes when I ask the models philosophy questions, I am like, this is a question that I think no one has ever asked. Like it's maybe like right at the edge of like some literature that I know, and the models will just kind of like, when they struggle with that, when they struggle to come up with a kind of like novel, like I'm like, I know that there's like a novel argument here because I've just thought of it myself. So maybe that's the thing where I'm like, I've thought of a cool novel argument in this like niche area, and I'm going to just like probe you to see if you can come up with it and how much like prompting it takes to get you to come up with it. And I think for some of these like really like right at the edge of human knowledge questions, I'm like, you could not in fact come up with the thing I came up with. I think if I just took something like that where I know a lot about an area and I came up with a novel issue or a novel like solution to a problem, and I gave it to a model and it came up with that solution, that would be a pretty moving moment for me, because I would be like, this is a case where no human has ever, like, it's not, and obviously we see this with like more kind of like, you see novel solutions all the time, especially to like easier problems. I think people overestimate, you know, novelty isn't like, it's completely different from anything that's ever happened. It's just like, it can be a variant of things that have happened, and still be novel. But I think, yeah, if I saw like, the more I were to see like completely like novel work from the models, that would be like, and this is just going to feel iterative. It's one of those things where it's like, you know, people I think want there to be like a moment, and I'm like, I don't know, like I think that there might just never be a moment. It might just be that there's just like this continuous ramping up.
I have a sense that there will be things that a model can say that convinces you this is very, it's not like I've talked to people who are like truly wise.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can just tell there's a lot of horsepower there.
Yep.
And if you 10x that, I don't know, I just feel like there's words you could say. Maybe ask it to generate a poem.
Mm-hmm.
And the poem it generates, you're like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Whatever you did there, I don't think a human can do that.
I think it has to be something that I can verify is like
Right.
actually really good though. That's why I think these questions that are like where I'm like, oh, this is like, sometimes it's just like I'll come up with say a concrete counterexample to like an argument or something like that. I'm sure like with like it would be like if you're a mathematician, you had a novel proof, I think, and you just gave it the problem and you saw it and you're like, this proof is genuinely novel. Like there's no one has ever done. You actually have to do a lot of things to like come up with this. I had to sit and think about it for months or something. And then if you saw the model successfully do that, I think you would just be like, I can verify that this is correct. It is a sign that you have generalized from your training. Like you didn't just see this somewhere because I just came up with it myself and you were able to like replicate that. That's the kind of thing where I'm like, for me, the closer, the more that models like can do things like that, the more I would be like, oh, this is like very real, because then I can like verify that that's like extremely capable.
You've interacted with AI a lot. What do you think makes humans special? Maybe in a way that the universe is much better off that we're in it, and then we should definitely survive and spread throughout the universe.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think like people focus so much on intelligence, especially with models. Look, intelligence is important because of what it does. Like it's very useful. It does a lot of things in the world. And I'm like, you can imagine a world where like height or strength would have played this role. And I'm like, it's just a trait like that. And like, it's not intrinsically valuable. It's valuable because of what it does, I think, for the most part. The things that feel, I'm like, personally, I'm just like, I think humans and like life in general is extremely magical. We almost like, to the degree that I don't know, like not everyone agrees with this and flagging, but we have this like whole universe and there's like all of these objects, there's like beautiful stars and there's like galaxies, and then I don't know, I'm just like, on this planet there are these creatures that have this like ability to observe that, like and they are like seeing it, they are experiencing it, and I'm just like, that if you try to explain, like I'm imagine trying to explain to like, I don't know, someone for some reason they've never encountered the world or science or anything. And I think that nothing is that, like everything, like all of our physics and everything in the world, it's all extremely exciting. But then you say, oh, and plus, there's this thing that is to be a thing and observe in the world. And you see this like inner cinema. And I think they would be like, hang on, wait, pause. You just said something that like is kind of wild sounding. And so I'm like, we have this like ability to like experience the world. We feel pleasure, we feel suffering, we feel like a lot of like complex things. And so, yeah, and maybe this is also why I think, I also like hear a lot about animals, for example, because I think they probably share this with us. So I think that like the things that make humans special, insofar as like I care about humans, is probably more like their ability to feel and experience than it is like them having these like functional useful traits.
Yeah, to feel and experience the beauty in the world. Yeah, look at the stars. I hope there's other alien civilizations out there, but if we're it's pretty good. It's a pretty good thing.
And that they're having a good time.
They're having a good time watching us.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for this good time of a conversation and for the work you're doing and for helping make Claude a great conversational partner. And thank you for talking to me.
Yeah, thanks for talking.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Amanda Askell. And now, dear friends, it's Chris Olah. Can you describe this fascinating field of mechanistic interpretability, aka MEC-interp, the history of the field and where it stands today?
I think one useful way to think about neural networks is that we don't program them, we don't make them. We grow them. We have these neural network architectures that we design, and we have these loss objectives that we create. And the neural network architecture is kind of like a scaffold that the circuits grow on. And they sort of, it starts off with some kind of random things, and it grows, and it's almost like the objectives that we train for is this light. And so we create the scaffold that it grows on. We create the light that it grows towards. But the thing that we actually create, it's this almost biological, entity or organism that we're studying. And so it's very, very different from any kind of regular software engineering. Because at the end of the day, we end up with this artifact that can do all of these amazing things. It can, write essays and translate and, understand images. It can do all these things that we have no idea how to directly create a computer program to do. And it can do that because we grew it. We didn't write it. We didn't write it. And so then that leaves open this question at the end, which is what the hell is going on with IT systems? And that, is, to me, a really deep and exciting question. It's, a really exciting scientific question to me. It sort of is like the question that is just screaming out, it's calling out for us to go and answer it when we talk about neural networks. And I think it's also a very deep question for safety reasons.
So, and mechanistic interpretability, I guess, is closer to maybe neurobiology.
Yeah, I think that's right. So maybe to give an example of the kind of thing that has been done that I wouldn't consider to be mechanistic interpretability. There was, for a long time, a lot of work on salient females. So you would take an image and you try to say, the model thinks this image is a dog. What part of the image made it think that it's a dog? And that tells you maybe something about the model. So you can come up with a principled version of that. But it doesn't really tell you what algorithms are running in the model. How is the model actually making that decision? Maybe it's telling you something about what was important to it if you can make that method work. But it isn't telling you, what are the algorithms that are running? How is it that this system is able to do this thing that no one knew how to do? And so I guess we started using the term mechanistic interpretability to try to sort of draw that divide or to distinguish ourselves in the work that we were doing in some ways from some of these other things. And I think since then it's become this sort of umbrella term for a pretty wide variety of work. But I'd say that the things that are kind of distinctive are, I think, this focus on we really want to get at the mechanisms, we want to get at the algorithms. If you think of neural networks as being like a computer program, then the weights are kind of like a binary computer program. We'd like to reverse engineer those weights and figure out what algorithms are running. So, and one way you might think of trying to understand a neural network is that it's kind of like we have compiled computer programs, and the weights of the neural network are the binary. And when the neural network runs, that's the activations. And our goal is ultimately to go and understand these weights. And so, the project of mechanistic interpretability is to somehow figure out how do these weights correspond to algorithms. And in order to do that, you also have to understand the activations. It's sort of the activations are like the memory. And if you imagine reverse engineering a computer program, and you have the binary instructions, in order to understand what a particular instruction means, you need to know what is stored in the memory that it's operating on. And so those two things are very intertwined. So mechanistic interpretability tends to be interested in both of those things. Now, there's a lot of work that's interested in those things, especially all this work on probing, which you might see as part of being mechanistic interpretability, although it's, again, it's just a broad term, and not everyone who does that work would identify as doing mech interp. I think that is maybe a little bit distinctive to the vibe of mech interp is, I think people working in this space tend to think of neural networks as, well, maybe one way to say it is the gradient descent is smarter than you. That, and gradient descent is actually really great. The whole reason that we're understanding these models is we didn't know how to write them in the first place. The gradient descent comes up with better solutions for us. And so I think that maybe another thing about mech interp is sort of having almost a kind of humility that we won't guess after what's going on inside the model. We have to have this sort of bottom-up approach where we don't really assume, we don't assume that we should look for a particular thing and that will be there and that's how it works. But instead we look for the bottom up and discover what happens to exist in these models and study them that way.
But, the very fact that it's possible to do, and as you and others have shown over time, things like universality, that the wisdom of the gradient descent creates features and circuits, creates things universally across different kinds of networks that are useful, and that makes the whole field possible.
Yeah, so this is indeed a really remarkable and exciting thing, where it does seem like, at least to some extent, the same elements, the same features and circuits form again and again. You can look at every vision model and you'll find curve detectors, you'll find high-low frequency detectors. And in fact, there's some reason to think that the same things form across, biological neural networks and artificial neural networks. So a famous example is vision models in the early layers. They have Gabor filters, and there's, Gabor filters are something that neuroscientists are interested in and have thought a lot about. We find curve detectors in these models. Curve detectors are also found in monkeys. we discovered these high-low frequency detectors, and then some follow-up work went and discovered them in rats or mice. So they were found first in artificial neural networks and then found in biological neural networks. There's this really famous result on like grandmother neurons or the Haley-Berry neuron from Kuroga et al. And we found very similar things in vision models, where this is while I was still at OpenAI and I was looking at the CLIP model, and you find these neurons that respond to the same entities in images, and also, to give a concrete example, we found that there was a Donald Trump neuron. For some reason, I guess everyone likes to talk about Donald Trump, and Donald Trump was very prominent, was a very hot topic at the time. So every neural network that we looked at, we would find a dedicated neuron for Donald Trump. And I was the only person who had always had a dedicated neuron. Sometimes you'd have an Obama neuron, sometimes you'd have a Clinton neuron, but Trump always had a dedicated neuron. So it responds to, pictures of his face and the word Trump, like all these things, right? And so it's not responding to a particular example, or like it's not just responding to his face, it's abstracting over this general concept, right? So in any case, it's very similar to these Kuroga et al. Results. So there's evidence that this phenomenon of universality, the same things form across both artificial and natural neural networks. That's a pretty amazing thing if that's true. It's just that I think the thing that's just is the gradient descent is sort of finding, the right ways to cut things apart in some sense that many systems converge on, and many different neural networks architectures converge on. There's some natural set of, there's some set of abstractions that are a very natural way to cut apart the problem, and that a lot of systems are going to converge on. That would be my kind of, I don't know anything about neuroscience. This is just my kind of wild speculation from what we see.
Yeah, that would be beautiful if it's sort of agnostic to the medium of the model that's used to form the representation.
Yeah, and it's it's a kind of a wild speculation. Basically, we only have a few data points to suggest this, but it does seem like there's some sense in which the same things form again and again, in both certainly in natural neural networks and also architecture or in biology.
And the intuition behind that would be that words, in order to be useful in understanding the real world, you need all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, if we pick, I don't know, like the idea of a dog, right? Like, there's some sense in which the idea of a dog is like a natural category in the universe or something like this, right? Like, there's some reason, it's not just like a weird quirk of like how humans factor, think about the world, that we have this concept of a dog. It's in some sense, or like if you have the idea of a line, like this, like look around us, there are lines, it's sort of the simplest way to understand this room in some sense is to have the idea of a line. And so I think that would be my instinct for why this happens.
Yeah, you need a curved line, to understand a circle, and you need all those shapes to understand bigger things. And it's a hierarchy of concepts.
And like maybe there are ways to go and describe, images without reference to those things, right? But they're not the simplest way or the most economical way or something like this. And so systems converge to these strategies would be my wild hypothesis.
Can you talk to some of the building blocks that we've been referencing, the features and circuits? So I think you first described them 2020 paper, Zoom In, an introduction to circuits.
Absolutely. So maybe I'll start by just describing some phenomena, and then we can sort of build to the idea of features. So if you spend like quite a few years, maybe like 5 years to some extent, with other things, studying this one particular model in Section V1, which is this one vision model. It was state of the art in 2015, and very much not state of the art anymore. And it has, maybe about 10,000 neurons. And I spent a lot of time looking at the 10,000 neurons up in Section V1. And one of the interesting things is, there are lots of neurons that don't have some obvious interpol meaning. There's a lot of neurons in Section V1 that do have really clean interpol meanings. So you find neurons that just really do seem to detect curves, and you find neurons that really do seem to detect cars and car wheels and car windows, and floppy ears of dogs, and dogs with long snouts facing to the right and dogs with long snouts facing to the left, and different kinds of far end. There's sort of this whole beautiful edge detectors, line detectors, color contrast detectors, these beautiful things we call high-low frequency detectors. I think looking at it, I sort of felt like a biologist. You're looking at this sort of new world of proteins, and you're discovering all these different proteins that interact. So one way you could try to understand these models is in terms of neurons. You could try to be like, oh, there's a dog detecting neuron, and here's a car detecting neuron. And it turns out you can actually ask how those connect together. So you can go and say, oh, I have this car detecting neuron. How was it built? And it turns out in the previous layer, it's connected really strongly to a window detector and a wheel detector and a sort of car body detector. And it looks for the window above the car and the wheels below and the car chrome sort of in the middle, sort of everywhere, especially on the lower part. And that's sort of a recipe for a car, right? Like that is, earlier we said that the thing we wanted from Mechanterp was to get algorithms, to go and get, ask what is the algorithm that runs? Well, here we're just looking at the weights of the neural network and we're reading off this kind of recipe for detecting cars. It's a very simple, crude recipe, but it's there. And so we call that a circuit, this connection. Well, okay, so the problem is that not all of the neurons are interpretable, and there's reason to think, we can get into this more later, that there's this superposition hypothesis. There's reason to think that sometimes the right unit to analyze things in terms of is combinations of neurons. So sometimes it's not that there's a single neuron that represents, say, a car, but it actually turns out after you detect the car, the model sort of hides a little bit of the car in the following layer and a bunch of dog detectors. Why is it doing that? Well, maybe it just doesn't want to do that much work on cars at that point, and it's sort of storing it away to go and so it turns out then that this sort of subtle pattern of there's all these neurons that you think are dog detectors, and maybe they're primarily that, but they all a little bit contribute to representing a car. In that next layer. Okay, so now we can't really think there might still be something else. I don't know, you could call it like a car concept or something, but it no longer corresponds to a neuron. So we need some term for these kind of neuron-like entities, these things that we sort of would have liked the neurons to be, these idealized neurons. The things that are the nice neurons, but also maybe there's more of them somehow hidden, and we call those features.
And then what are circuits?
So circuits are these connections of features, right? So when we have the car detector, and it's connected to a window detector and a wheel detector, and it looks for the wheels below and the windows on top, that's a circuit. So circuits are just collections of features connected by weights, and they implement algorithms. So they tell us, how are features used, how are they built, how do they connect together. So maybe it's worth trying to pin down like what really is the core hypothesis here. And I think the core hypothesis is something we call the linear representation hypothesis. So if we think about the car detector, the more it fires, the more we sort of think of that as meaning, the model is more and more confident that a car is present. Or if it's some combination of neurons that represent a car, the more that combination fires, the more we think the model thinks there's a car present. This doesn't have to be the case, right? Like you could imagine something where you have this car detector neuron, and you think, if it fires like, between 1 and 2, that means one thing, but it means like totally different if it's between 3 and 4. That would be a nonlinear representation. And in principle, that models could do that. I think it's sort of inefficient for them to do. If you try to think about how you'd implement computation like that, it's kind of an annoying thing to do. But in principle, models can do that. So one way to think about the features and circuits sort of framework for thinking about things is that we're thinking about things as being linear. We're thinking about there as being that if a neuron or a combination of neurons fires more, that means more of a particular thing being detected, and then that gives weights a very clean interpretation as these edges between these entities, these features, and that edge then has a meaning. So that's in some ways the core thing. It's like we can talk about this sort of outside the context of neurons. Are you familiar with the Word-to-Vec results? Mm-hmm. So you have king minus man plus woman equals queen. Well, the reason you can do that kind of arithmetic is because you have a linear representation.
Can you actually explain that representation a little bit? So first off, so the feature is a direction of activation.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
Think of it that way. Can you do the minus men plus women, that the Word-to-Vec stuff? Can you explain what that is?
Yeah, so there's this very...
It's such a simple, clean explanation of what we're talking about.
Exactly, yeah. So there's this very famous result, Word-to-Vec, by Thomas Mikolov et al. And there's been tons of follow-up work exploring this. So sometimes we create these word embeddings where we map every word to a vector. I mean, that in itself, by the way, is kind of a crazy thing if you haven't thought about it before, right? Like we're going in and we're turning... like if you just learned about vectors in physics class, right? And I'm like, I'm going to actually turn every word in the dictionary into a vector. That's kind of a crazy idea. Okay, but you could imagine all kinds of ways in which you might map words to vectors. But it seems like when we train neural networks, they like to go and map words to vectors to such that they're sort of linear structure in a particular sense, which is that directions have meaning. So, for instance, if there will be some direction that seems to sort of correspond to gender, and male words will be far in one direction, and female words will be in another direction. And the linear representation hypothesis is you could sort of think of it roughly as saying that that's actually kind of the fundamental thing that's going on. That everything is just different directions have meanings, and adding different direction vectors together can represent concepts. And the Mikolov paper sort of took that idea seriously, and one consequence of it is that you can do this game of playing sort of arithmetic with words. So you can do king, and you can subtract off the word man and add the word woman, and so you're sort of going and trying to switch the gender. And indeed, if you do that, the result will sort of be close to the word queen. And you can do other things, like you can do sushi minus Japan plus Italy and get pizza, or different things like this, right? So this is in some sense the core of the linear representation hypothesis. You can describe it just as a purely abstract thing about vector spaces. You can describe it as a statement about the activations of neurons. But it's really about this property of directions having meaning. And in some ways, it's even a little subtler than that. It's really, I think, mostly about this property of being able to add things together. That you can sort of independently modify, say, gender and royalty, or cuisine type or country and the concept of food by adding them.
Do you think the linear hypothesis holds? That carries scales?
So far, I think everything I have seen is consistent with this hypothesis, and it doesn't have to be that way, right? Like you can write down neural networks where you write weights such that they don't have linear representations, where the right way to understand them is not in terms of linear representations. But I think every natural neural network I've seen has this property. There's been one paper recently that there's been some sort of pushing around the edges. So I think there's been some work recently studying multi-dimensional features, where rather than a single direction, it's more like a manifold of directions. This, to me, still seems like a linear representation. And then there's been some other papers suggesting that maybe in very small models, you get nonlinear representations. I think that the jury's still out on that. But I think everything that we've seen so far has been consistent with the linear representation hypothesis. And that's wild. It doesn't have to be that way. And yet, I think there's a lot of evidence that certainly, at least, this is very, very widespread. And so far, the evidence is consistent with it. And I think, one thing you might say is, well, Christopher, that's a lot, to go and sort of to ride on. If we don't know for sure this is true, and you're sort of, you're investigating neural networks as though it is true, isn't that dangerous? Well, but I think actually there's a virtue in taking hypotheses seriously and pushing them as far as they can go. So it might be that someday we discover something that isn't consistent with the linear representation hypothesis. But science is full of hypotheses and theories that were wrong. And we learned a lot by sort of working under them as a sort of an assumption, and then going and pushing them as far as we can. I guess this is sort of the heart of what Kuhn would call normal science. I don't know. If you want, we can talk a lot about philosophy of science and
that leads to the paradigm shift. So yeah, I love it, taking the hypothesis seriously and take it to a natural conclusion.
Yeah.
Same with the scaling hypothesis. Same.
Exactly. And
I love it.
One of my colleagues, Tom Hennigan, who is a former physicist, made this really nice analogy to me of caloric theory, where once upon a time we thought that heat was actually this thing called caloric, and like the reason hot objects would warm up cool objects is like the caloric is flowing through them, and because we're so used to thinking about heat in terms of the modern theory, that seems kind of silly, but it's actually very hard to construct an experiment that sort of disproves the caloric hypothesis. And you can actually do a lot of really useful work believing in caloric. For example, it turns out that the original combustion engines were developed by people who believed in the caloric theory. So I think there's a virtue in taking hypotheses seriously, even when they might be wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a deep philosophical truth to that. That's kind of how I feel about space travel and colonizing Mars. There's a lot of people that criticize that. I think if you just assume we have to colonize Mars in order to have a backup for human civilization, even if that's not true, that's going to produce some interesting interesting engineering and even scientific breakthroughs, I think.
Yeah, well, and actually, this is another thing that I think is really interesting. So, there's a way in which I think it can be really useful for society to have people almost irrationally dedicated to investigating particular hypotheses, because it takes a lot to sort of maintain scientific morale and really push on something when most scientific hypotheses end up being wrong. A lot of science doesn't work out. Yet it's very useful to go to there's a joke about Geoff Hinton, which is that Geoff Hinton has discovered how the brain works every year for the last 50 years.
Yeah.
But I say that with with really deep respect, because in fact that's actually that led to him doing some really great work.
Yeah, he won the Nobel Prize now. Who's laughing now?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think one wants to be able to pop up and sort of recognize the appropriate level of confidence. But I think there's also a lot of value in just being like, I'm going to essentially assume, I'm going to condition on this problem being possible or this being broadly the right approach. And I'm just going to go and assume that for a while and go and work within that and push really hard on it. If society has lots of people doing that for different things, that's actually really useful in terms of going and getting either really ruling things out, right? We can be like, well, that didn't work, and we know that somebody tried hard, or going and getting to something that it does teach us something about the world.
So another interesting hypothesis is the superposition hypothesis. Can you describe what superposition is?
Yeah. So earlier we were talking about word defect, right? And we were talking about how maybe you have one direction that corresponds to gender, and maybe another that corresponds to royalty, and another one that corresponds to Italy, and another one that corresponds to food and all these things. Well, oftentimes maybe these word embeddings, they might be 500 dimensions, 1,000 dimensions, and so if you believe that all those directions were orthogonal, then you could only have 500 concepts. And I love pizza. But if I was going to go and give the 500 most important concepts in the English language, probably Italy wouldn't be. It's not obvious, at least, that Italy would be one of them, right? Because you have to have things like plural and singular and verb and noun and adjective, and there's a lot of things we have to get to before we get to Italy and Japan, and there's a lot of countries in the world. And so how might it be that models could simultaneously have the linear representation hypothesis be true and also represent more things than they have directions? So what does that mean? Well, okay, so if linear representation hypothesis is true, something interesting has to be going on. Now, I'll tell you one more interesting thing before we go and we do that, which is, earlier we were talking about all these polysemantic neurons, right? These neurons that, when we were looking at Inception V1, there's these nice neurons that, like the car detector and the curve detector and so on, that respond to lots of, to very coherent things. But it's lots of neurons that respond to a bunch of unrelated things. And that's also an interesting phenomenon. And it turns out as well that even these neurons that are really, really clean, if you look at the weak activations, right? So if you look at the activations where it's activating 5% of the maximum activation, it's really not the core thing that it's expecting, right? So if you look at a curve detector, for instance, and you look at the places where it's 5% active, you could interpret it just as noise, or it could be that it's doing something else there. Okay, so how could that be? Well, there's this amazing thing in mathematics called compressed sensing, and it's actually this very surprising fact, where if you have a high-dimensional space and you project it into a low-dimensional space, ordinarily you can't go and sort of unproject it and get back to your high-dimensional vector, right? You threw information away. This is you can't invert a rectangular matrix. You can only invert square matrices. But it turns out that that's actually not quite true. If I tell you that the high-dimensional vector was sparse, so it's mostly zeros, then it turns out that you can often go and find back the high-dimensional vector with very high probability. So that's a surprising fact, right? It says that you can have this high-dimensional vector space, and as long as things are sparse, you can project it down. You can have a lower dimensional projection of it, and that works. So the superposition hypothesis is saying that that's what's going on in neural networks. For instance, that's what's going on in word embeddings. The word embeddings are able to simultaneously have directions be the meaningful thing, And by exploiting the fact that they're operating on a fairly high dimensional space, they're actually, and the fact that these concepts are sparse, right? Like, you usually aren't talking about Japan and Italy at the same time. Most of those concepts, in most instances, Japan and Italy are both 0. They're not present at all. And if that's true, then you can go and have it be the case that that you can have many more of these sort of directions that are meaningful, these features, than you have dimensions. And similarly, when we're talking about neurons, you can have many more concepts than you have neurons. So that's at a high level, the supersession hypothesis. Now, it has this even wilder implication, which is to go and say that neural networks are, it may not just be the case that the representations are like this, but the computation may also be like this, the connections between all of them. And so in some sense, neural networks may be shadows of much larger, sparser neural networks. And what we see are these projections. And the strongest version of the supersession hypothesis would be to take that really seriously and sort of say, there actually is in some sense this upstairs model, this where the neurons are really sparse and all interpretable, and there's the weights between them are these really sparse circuits, and that's what we're studying. The thing that we're observing is the shadow of it, and so we need to find the original object.
And the process of learning is trying to construct a compression of the upstairs model that doesn't lose too much information in the projection.
Yeah, it's finding how to fit it efficiently or something like this. The gradient descent is doing this. And in fact, so this sort of says that gradient descent, it could just represent a dense neural network, but it sort of says that gradient descent is implicitly searching over the space of extremely sparse models that could be projected into this low-dimensional space.
Mm-hmm.
And this large body of work of people going and trying to study sparse neural networks, right? Where you go and you could design neural networks, right? Where the edges are sparse and the activations are sparse. And, my sense is that work has generally, it feels very principled, right? It makes so much sense. And yet that work hasn't really panned out that well, is my impression broadly. And I think that a potential answer for that is that actually the neural network is already sparse in some sense. Gradient descent was the whole time you were trying to go and do this. Gradient descent was actually behind the scenes going and searching more efficiently than you could through the space of sparse models and going and learning whatever sparse model was most efficient and then figuring out how to fold it down nicely to go and run conveniently on your GPU, which does, this nice dense matrix multiplies. And that you just can't beat that.
How many concepts do you think can be shoved into a neural network?
Depends on how sparse they are. So there's probably an upper bound from the number of parameters, right? Because you have to have, you still have to have, weights that go and connect them together. So that's one upper bound. There are, in fact, all these lovely results from compressed sensing and the Johnson-Lindenstrauss lemma and things like this, that they basically tell you that if you have a vector space and you want to have almost orthogonal vectors, which is sort of probably the thing that you want here, right? So you're going to say, well, I'm going to give up on having my concepts, my features be strictly orthogonal, but I'd like them to not interfere that much. I'm going to have to ask them to be almost orthogonal. Then this would say that it's actually, for once you set a threshold for what you're willing to accept in terms of how much cosine similarity there is, that's actually exponential in the number of neurons that you have. So at some point, that's not going to even be the limiting factor. But there's beautiful results there. And in fact, it's probably even better than that in some sense, because that sort of is for saying that, any random set of features could be active. But in fact, the features have sort of a correlational structure where some features, are more likely to co-occur and other ones are less likely to co-occur. And so neural networks, my guess would be, can do very well in terms of going and packing things in such to the point that's probably not the limiting factor.
How does the problem of polysegmenticity enter the picture here?
Polysegmenticity is this phenomenon we observe where we look at many neurons and the neuron doesn't just sort of represent one concept. It's not a clean feature. It responds to a bunch of unrelated things. And superposition is, you can think of as being a hypothesis that explains the observation of polysegmenticity. So polysegmenticity is this observed phenomenon, and superposition is a hypothesis that would explain it along with some other things.
That makes MECINTER more difficult.
Right. So if you're trying to understand things in terms of individual neurons and you have polysymmetric neurons, you're in an awful lot of trouble, right? I mean, the easiest answer is like, okay, well, you're looking at the neurons, you're trying to understand them. This one responds to a lot of things. It doesn't have a nice meaning. Okay, that's bad. Another thing you can ask is, ultimately we want to understand the weights. And if you have two polysynaptic neurons, and each one responds to three things, and then the other neuron responds to three things, and you can wait between them. What does that mean? Does it mean that like all three, like there's these nine interactions going on? It's a very weird thing. But there's also a deeper reason, which is related to the fact that neural networks operate on really high dimensional spaces. So I said that our goal was, to understand neural networks and understand the mechanisms. And one thing you might say is like, well, why not? It's just a mathematical function. Why not just look at it, right? Like, one of the earliest projects I did studied these neural networks that mapped two-dimensional spaces to two-dimensional spaces. And you can sort of interpret them in this beautiful way as like bending manifolds. Why can't we do that? Well, as you have a higher dimensional space, the volume of that space in some sense is exponential in the number of inputs you have. And so you can't just go and visualize it. So we somehow need to break that apart. We need to somehow break that exponential space into a bunch of things that we, some non-exponential number of things that we can reason about independently. And the independence is crucial because it's the independence that allows you to not have to think about, all the exponential combinations of things. And things being monosemantic, things only having one meaning, things having a meaning, that is the key thing that allows you to think about them independently. And so I think that's if you want the deepest reason why we want to have interpretable monosemantic features, I think that's really the deep reason.
And so the goal here, as your recent work has been aiming at, is how do we extract the monosemantic features from a neural net that has polysemantic features and all this mess.
Yes, we observe these polysemantic, hypothesize that what's going on is superposition. And if superposition is what's going on, there's actually a sort of well-established technique that is sort of the principal thing to do, which is dictionary learning. And it turns out if you do dictionary learning, in particular if you do sort of a nice efficient way that in some sense sort of nicely regularizes it as well, called a sparse autoencoder, you train a sparse autoencoder, these beautiful interpretable features start to just fall out where there weren't any beforehand. And so that's not a thing that you would necessarily predict, right? But it turns out that works very, very well. To me, that seems like some non-trivial validation of linear representations in superposition.
So with dictionary learning, you're now looking for particular kind of categories. You don't know what they are.
Exactly.
They just emerge.
And this gets back to our earlier point, right? Where we're not making assumptions. Gradient descent is smarter than us. So we're not making assumptions about what's there. One certainly could do that, right? One could assume that there's a PHP feature and go and search for it. But we're not doing that. We're saying we don't know what's going to be there. Instead, we're just going to go and let the sparse autoencoder discover the things that are there.
So can you talk to the toward monosemanticity paper from October last year? That had a lot of nice breakthrough results.
That's very kind of you to describe it that way. This was our first real success using sparse autoencoders. So we took a one-layer model, and it turns out if you go and you do dictionary learning on it, you find all these really nice interpretable features. So, the Arabic feature, the Hebrew feature, the base 64 features, those were some examples that we studied in a lot of depth and really showed that they were what we thought they were. It turns out if you train a model twice as well and train two different models and do dictionary learning, you find analogous features in both of them, so that's fun. You find all kinds of different features. So that was really just showing that this works. And, I should mention that there was this Cunningham et al. That had very similar results around the same time.
There's something fun about doing these kinds of small scale experiments and finding that it's actually working.
Yeah, well, and there's so much structure here. Like so maybe stepping back for a while, I thought that maybe all this mechanistic interpretability work, the end result was going to be that I would have an explanation for why it was sort of very hard and not going to be tractable. We'd be like, well, there's this problem with superposition, and it turns out superposition is really hard, and we're kind of screwed. But that's not what happened. In fact, a very natural, simple technique just works. And so then that's actually a very good situation. I think this is a sort of hard research problem, and it's got a lot of research risk, and it might still very well fail. But I think that some very significant amount of research risk was sort of put behind us when that started to work.
Can you describe what kind of features can be extracted in this way?
Well, so it depends on the model that you're studying, right? So the larger the model, the more sophisticated they're going to be, and we'll probably talk about follow-up work in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
But in these one-layer models, so some very common things I think were languages, both programming languages and natural languages. There were a lot of features that were specific words in specific contexts. So the, and I think really the way to think about this is that the is likely about to be followed by a noun. So it's really, you could think of this as the feature, but you could also think of this as predicting a specific noun feature. And there would be these features that would fire for the in the context of, say, a legal document or a mathematical document or something like this. And so, maybe in the context of math, you're like, the, and then predict vector or matrix, all these mathematical words, whereas, in other contexts, you would predict other things. That was common.
And basically, we need clever humans to assign labels to what we're seeing.
Yes. So, this is, the only thing this is doing is that sort of unfolding things for you. So if everything was sort of folded over top of it, serialization folded everything on top of itself, you can't really see it. This is unfolding it. But now you still have a very complex thing to try to understand. So then you have to do a bunch of work understanding what these are. And some of them are really subtle. Like there's some really cool things, even in this one layer model about Unicode, where, of course, some languages are in Unicode, and the tokenizer won't necessarily have a dedicated token for every Unicode character. So instead, what you'll have is these patterns of alternating tokens that each represent half of a Unicode character, and a different feature that goes and activates on the opposing ones to be like, okay, I just finished a character, go and predict the next prefix. Then, okay, I'm on the prefix, predict a reasonable suffix. And you have to alternate back and forth. So there's, these one-layer models are really interesting. And there's another thing that you might think, okay, that would just be one base64 feature. But it turns out there's actually a bunch of base64 features, because you can have English text encoded in as base64, and that has a very different distribution of base64 tokens than regular. And there's some things about tokenization as well that it can exploit, and I don't know, there's all kinds of fun stuff.
How difficult is the task of sort of assigning labels to what's going on? Can this be automated by AI?
Well, I think it depends on the feature, and it also depends on how much you trust your AI. So there's a lot of work doing automated interpretability. I think that's a really exciting direction. And we do a fair amount of automated interpretability and have Claude go and label our features.
Is there some fun moments where it's totally right or it's totally wrong?
Yeah, well, I think it's very common that it's like says something very general, which is like true in some sense, but not really picking up on the specific of what's going on. So I think that's a pretty common situation. You don't know that I have a particularly amusing one.
That's interesting. That little gap between it is true, but doesn't quite get to the deep nuance of a thing.
Yeah,
that's a general challenge. It's like it's very an incredible accomplishment that can say a true thing, but it doesn't. It's missing the depth sometimes. And in this context, it's like the ARC challenge. The sort of IQ type of tests. It feels like figuring out what a feature represents is a little puzzle you have to solve.
Yeah, and I think that sometimes they're easier and sometimes they're harder as well. I think that's tricky. And there's another thing, which I don't know, maybe in some ways this is my like aesthetic coming in, but I'll try to give you a rationalization. I'm actually a little suspicious of automated interpretability, and I think it's partly just that I want humans to understand neural networks. And if the neural network is understanding it for me, I don't quite like that. But I do have a bit of, in some ways I'm sort of like the mathematicians who are like, if there's a computer automated proof, it doesn't count. Right. They want to understand it. But I do also think that there is this kind of like reflections on trusting trust type issue, where this famous talk about like when you're writing a computer program, you have to trust your compiler. And if there was like malware in your compiler, then it could go and inject malware into the next compiler, and you'd be kind of in trouble, right? Well, if you're using neural networks to go and verify that your neural networks are safe, the hypothesis that you're testing for is like, okay, well, the neural network maybe isn't safe, and you have to worry about like, is there some way that it could be screwing with you? I think that's not a big concern now, but I do wonder in the long run if we have to use really powerful AI systems to go and audit our AI systems. Is that actually something we can trust? But maybe I'm just rationalizing because I just want us to have to get to a point where humans understand everything.
Yeah, especially that's hilarious. Especially as we talk about AI safety and looking for features that would be relevant to AI safety, like deception and so on. So let's talk about the scaling monosemanticity paper in May 2024. Okay, so what did it take to scale this to apply to Claude 3 Sonnet?
Well, a lot of GPUs.
A lot more GPUs. Got it.
But one of my teammates, Tom Hennigan, was involved in the original scaling laws work. And something that he was sort of interested in from very early on is, are there scaling laws for interpretability? And so something he sort of immediately did when this work started to succeed and we started to have sparse autoencoders work was he became very interested in, what are the scaling laws for for making sparse autoencoders larger, and how does that relate to making the base model larger? And so it turns out this works really well, and you can use it to sort of project, if you train a sparse autoencoder at a given size, how many tokens should you train on, and so on. So this was actually a very big help to us in scaling up this work, and made it a lot easier for us to go and train, really large sparse autoencoders, where it's not like training the big models. It's starting to get to a point where it's actually expensive to go and train the really big ones.
So you have to, you have to do all the stuff of like splitting it across large.
Oh yeah, no,
GPUs.
there's a huge engineering challenge here too, right? So yeah, so there's a scientific question of how do you scale things effectively, and then there's an enormous amount of engineering to go and scale this up. So you have to shard it. You have to think very carefully about a lot of things. I'm lucky to work with a bunch of great engineers because I am definitely not a great engineer.
Yeah, on the infrastructure especially. Yeah, for sure. So it turns out, TLDR, it worked.
It worked, yeah. And I think this is important because you could have imagined a world where you set after towards monosemanticity. Chris, this is great. It works on a one-layer model, but one-layer models are really idiosyncratic. Maybe there's just something maybe the linear representation hypothesis and superposition hypothesis is the right way to understand a one-layer model, but it's not the right way to understand larger models. And so I think, first of all, the Cunningham et al. Paper sort of cut through that a little bit and sort of suggested that this wasn't the case. But scaling monosemanticity sort of, I think, was significant evidence that even for very large models, and we did it on Claude 3 Sonnet, which at that point was one of our production models. Even these models seem to be substantially explained, at least, by linear features, and doing dictionary running on them works. And as you learn more features, you go and you explain more and more. So that's I think quite a promising sign. And you find now really fascinating abstract features. And the features are also multimodal. They respond to images and text for the same concept, which is fun.
Yeah, can you explain that? Backdoor. There's just a lot of examples that you can.
Yeah, so maybe let's start with one example to start, which is we found some features around sort of security vulnerabilities and backdoors in code. So it turns out those are actually two different features. So there's a security vulnerability feature, and if you force it active, Claude will start to go and write security vulnerabilities like buffer overflows into code. And it also fires for all kinds of things, like some of the top dataset examples were things like -- disable SSL or something like this, which are sort of obviously really insecure.
So at this point, it's kind of like, maybe it's just because the examples were presented that way, it's kind of like a little bit more obvious examples, right? I guess the idea is that down the line, it might be able to detect more nuanced, like deception or bugs or that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, maybe I want to distinguish two things. So one is the complexity of the feature or the concept, right? And the other is the nuance of how subtle the examples we're looking at, right? So when we show the top dataset examples, those are the most extreme examples that cause that feature to activate. And so it doesn't mean that it doesn't fire for more subtle things. So the insecure code feature, the stuff that it fires for most strongly for are these like really obvious, disable the security type things. But it also fires for buffer overflows and more subtle security vulnerabilities in code. But these features are all multimodal, so you could ask what images activate this feature. And it turns out that the security vulnerability feature activates for images of people clicking on Chrome to go past this website. The SSL certificate might be wrong or something like this. Another thing that's very entertaining is there's backdoors in code feature. Like you activate it goes and Claude writes a backdoor that will go and dump your data to port or something. But you can ask, okay, what images activate the backdoor feature? It was devices with hidden cameras in them. So there's a whole apparently genre of people going and selling devices that look innocuous, that have hidden cameras, and they have ads that have this hidden camera in it. And I guess that is the physical version of a backdoor. And so it sort of shows you how abstract these concepts are, right? And I just thought that was, I'm sort of sad that there's a whole market of people selling devices like that, but I was kind of delighted that that was the thing that it came up with as the top image examples for the feature.
Yeah, it's nice. It's multimodal. It's almost context. It's broad, strong definition of a singular concept. It's nice.
Yeah.
To me, one of the really interesting features, especially for AI safety, is deception and lying, and the possibility that these kinds of methods could detect lying in a model, especially gets smarter and smarter and smarter. Presumably, that's a big threat of a super intelligent model, that it can deceive the people operating it as to its intentions or any of that kind of stuff. So what have you learned from detecting lying inside models?
Yeah, so I think we're in some ways in early days for that. We find quite a few features related to deception and lying. There's one feature where it fires for people lying and being deceptive, and you force it active and Claude starts lying to you. So we have a deception feature. I mean, there's all kinds of other features about withholding information and not answering questions, features about power seeking and coups and stuff like that. So there's a lot of features that are kind of related to spooky things, and if you force them active, Claude will behave in ways that they're not the kinds of behaviors you want.
What are possible next exciting directions to you in the space of mech and joke?
Well, there's a lot of things. So for one thing, I would really like to get to a point where we have circuits, where we can really understand not just the features, but then use that to understand the computation of models. That really, for me, is the ultimate goal of this. And there's been some work. We put out a few things. There's a paper from Sam Marks that does some stuff like this. And there's been some, I'd say, some work around the edges here. But I think there's a lot more to do, and I think that will be a very exciting thing. That's related to a challenge we call interference weights, where due to superposition, if you just sort of naively look at whether features are connected together, there may be some weights that sort of don't exist in the upstairs model, but are just sort of artifacts of superposition. So that's a sort of technical challenge related to that. I think another exciting direction is just, you might think of sparse autoencoders as being kind of like a telescope. They allow us to, look out and see all these features that are out there. And as we build better and better sparse autoencoders, get better and better at dictionary learning, we see more and more stars. And we zoom in on smaller and smaller stars. But there's kind of a lot of evidence that we're only still seeing a very small fraction of stars. There's a lot of matter in our neural network universe that we can't observe yet. And it may be that that we'll never be able to have fine enough instruments to observe it, and maybe some of it just isn't possible, isn't computationally tractable to observe. So there's sort of a kind of dark matter, and not in maybe the sense of modern astronomy, but of earlier astronomy when we didn't know what this unexplained matter is. And so I think a lot about that dark matter and whether we'll ever observe it, and what that means for safety if we can't observe it, if there's some significant fraction of neural networks are not accessible to us. Another question that I think a lot about is, at the end of the day, mechanistic interpolation is this very microscopic approach to interpolation. It's trying to understand things in a very fine-grained way. But a lot of the questions we care about are very macroscopic. We care about these questions about neural network behavior, and I think that's the thing that I care most about. But there's lots of other sort of larger scale questions you might care about. And somehow, the nice thing about having a very microscopic approach is it's maybe easier to ask, is this true? Mm-hmm. But the downside is it's much further from the things we care about. And so we now have this ladder to climb. And I think there's a question of, will we be able to find, are there sort of larger scale abstractions that we can use to understand neural networks that we get up from this very microscopic approach?
Yeah, you've written about this kind of organs question.
Yeah, so exactly.
If we think of interpretability as a kind of anatomy of neural networks, most of the circus threads involve studying tiny little veins, looking at the small scale and individual neurons and how they connect. However, there are many natural questions that the small-scale approach doesn't address. In contrast, the most prominent abstractions in biological anatomy involve larger-scale structures like individual organs, like the heart, or entire organ systems like the respiratory system. And so we wonder, is there a respiratory system or heart or brain region of an artificial neural network?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, like, if you think about science, right, a lot of scientific fields have, investigate things at many levels of abstractions. In biology, you have, like, molecular biology studying, proteins and molecules and so on. They have cellular biology, and then you have histology studying tissues, then you have anatomy, and then you have zoology, and then you have ecology. And so you have many, many levels of abstraction. Or, physics, maybe you have the physics of individual particles, and then, statistical physics gives you thermodynamics and things like this. And so you often have different levels of abstraction. And I think that right now we have, the mechanistic interpretability, if it succeeds, is sort of like a microbiology of neural networks. But we want something more like anatomy. And so, a question you might ask is, why can't you just go there directly? And I think the answer is superposition, at least in significant part. It's that it's actually very hard to see this macroscopic structure without first sort of breaking down the microscopic structure in the right way and then studying how it connects together. But I'm hopeful that there is going to be something much larger than features and circuits, and that we're going to be able to have a story that involves much bigger things, and then you can sort of study in detail the parts you care about.
I suppose in neurobiology, like a psychologist or a psychiatrist of a neural network.
And I think that the beautiful thing would be if we could go and, rather than having disparate fields for those two things, if you could build a bridge between them, such that you could go and have all of your higher level abstractions be grounded very firmly in this very solid, more rigorous, ideally, foundation.
What do you think is the difference between the human brain, the biological neural network, and the artificial neural network?
Well, the neuroscientists have a much harder job than us. Sometimes I just count my blessings by how much easier my job is than the neuroscientists, right? So I have, we can record from all the neurons.
Yeah.
We can do that on arbitrary amounts of data. The neurons don't change while you're doing that, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
You can go and ablate neurons, you can edit the connections and so on, and then you can undo those changes. That's pretty great.
Yeah.
You can intervene on any neuron and force it active and see what happens. Which neurons are connected to everything, right? Neuroscientists want to get the connectome. We have the connectome, and we have it for much bigger than C. elegans.
Yeah.
And then not only do we have the connectome, we know what which neurons excite or inhibit each other, right? So it's not just that we know that the binary mask. We know the weights. We can take gradients. We know computationally what each neuron does. So I don't know. The list goes on and on. We just have so many advantages over neuroscientists. And then, despite having all those advantages, it's really hard. And so one thing I do sometimes think is gosh, if it's this hard for us, it seems impossible under the constraints of neuroscience, or near impossible. I don't know. Maybe part of me is I've got a few neuroscientists on my team. Maybe I'm sort of maybe the neuroscientists, maybe some of them would like to have an easier problem that's still very hard. And they could come and work on neural networks. And then after we figure out things in sort of the easy little pond of trying to understand neural networks, which is still very hard, then we could go back to biological neuroscience.
I love what you've written about the goal of MECHNTERP research as two goals: safety and beauty. So can you talk about the beauty side of things?
Yeah. So there's this funny thing where I think some people are kind of disappointed by neural networks. I think where they're neural networks. It's just these simple rules, and then you just do a bunch of engineering to scale it up, and it works really well.
Mm-hmm.
And where's the complex ideas? This isn't a very nice, beautiful scientific result. And I sometimes think when people say that, I picture them being evolution is so boring. It's just a bunch of simple rules, and you run evolution for a long time, and you get biology. What a sucky way for biology to have turned out. Where's the complex rules? But the beauty is that simplicity generates complexity.
Mm-hmm.
Biology has these simple rules, and it gives rise to all the life and ecosystems that we see around us, all the beauty of nature. That all just comes from evolution and from something very simple in evolution. And similarly, I think that neural networks create enormous complexity and beauty inside and structure inside themselves that people generally don't look at and don't try to understand. 'Cause it's hard to understand. But I think that there is an incredibly rich structure to be discovered inside neural networks. A lot of very deep beauty. If we're just willing to take the time to go and see it and understand it.
Yeah, I love Mechatrope. The feeling like we are understanding or getting glimpses of understanding the magic that's going on inside is really wonderful.
It feels to me like one of the questions is just calling out to be asked. And I'm sort of, I mean, a lot of people are thinking about this, but I'm often surprised that not more are, is how is it that we don't know how to create computer systems that can do these things, and yet we have these amazing systems that we don't know how to directly create computer programs that can do these things, but these neural networks can do all these amazing things. And it just feels like that is obviously the question that sort of is calling out to be answered. If you have any degree of curiosity, it's like, how is it that humanity now has these artifacts that can do these things that we don't know how to do?
Yeah, I love the image of the circus reaching towards the light of the objective function.
Yeah, it's this organic thing that we've grown, and we have no idea what we've grown.
Well, thank you for working on safety, and thank you for appreciating the beauty of the things you discover. And thank you for talking today, Chris. This is wonderful.
Thank you for taking the time to chat as well.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Chris Olah, and before that, with Daria Amadei and Amanda Askell. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Alan Watts. The only way to make sense out of change is to plunge into it, move with it, and join the dance. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Most people, most of the time, are polite, cooperative, and kind until they're not.
The following is a conversation with Rick Spence, a historian specializing in the history of intelligence agencies, espionage, secret societies, conspiracies, the occult, and military history. This is the Lex Fridman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Rick Spence. You have written and lectured about serial killers, secret societies, cults, and intelligence agencies. So we can basically begin at any of these fascinating topics. But let's begin with intelligence agencies. Which has been the most powerful intelligence agency in history?
The most powerful intelligence agency in history. I mean, it's an interesting question. I'd say probably in terms of historical longevity and consistency of performance, but the Russian intelligence services, notice I didn't say the KGB specifically, but the Russian intelligence services, going back to the Tsarist period, are consistently pretty good. Not infallible. None of them are. Of course, there's a common Western way of looking at anything Russian. Very often, I think this is still the case, Russians are viewed in one of two ways. Either they are bumbling idiots or they are diabolically clever. No sort of middle ground. And you can find both of those examples in this. So what I mean by that is that if you're looking at the modern SVR or FSB, which are just two different organizations that used to be part of the one big KGB, the KGB or its predecessors, the Cheka, you're really going back to the late 19th century and the Imperial Russian Intelligence Security Service, generally known as the Okhrana or Okranka. It's really the Department of Police, the Special Corps of Gendarmes. Their primary job was protecting the imperial regime and protecting it against imperial, or rather interior enemies, revolutionaries for the most part. And they got very, very good at that. By co-opting people within those movements, infiltrating and recruiting informers, agent provocateurs. In fact, they excelled at the agent provocateur. Person you place inside an organization to cause trouble, usually maneuver them into a position of leadership, and they provoke actions that can then allow you to crack down on them. That is, many sort of lure or bring the target organization into any legal or open status that it can be more effectively suppressed. They were very good at that. So good that by the early 20th century, in the years preceding the Russian Revolution in 1917, they had effectively infiltrated every radical party, Bolsheviks, Mensheviks, SRs, great and small, and placed people in positions of influence and leadership. To the point that arguably, that is, you can debate this, but I think in the whole, they could largely dictate what those parties did. Nothing was discussed at any central committee meeting of any revolutionary group that the Okhrana wasn't immediately aware of. And they often had people in positions to influence what those decisions were. Of course, that raises an interesting question, is that if they were that good and they had infiltrated and effectively controlled most of the opposition, then how did the regime get overthrown by revolutionaries? The answer to that is that it wasn't overthrown by revolutionaries. It was overthrown by politicians. That would then take us into a detour into Russian history, but I'll just leave it with this. If you look at 1917 and you look closely, this is one of the things I would always tell my students, is that there are two Russian revolutions in 1917. There's the first one in March or February, depending on your calendar, that overthrows Nicholas II. Revolutionaries are really not involved with that. Bolsheviks are nowhere to be seen. Trotsky and Lenin are nowhere to be seen. They have nothing to do with that. That has to do effectively with a political conspiracy within the Russian parliament, the Duma, to unseat an emperor they thought was, bungling the war and was essentially a loser to begin with. And it was a coup d'etat, a parliamentary coup d'etat. The temporary or provisional government that revolution put in power was the one overthrown by Lenin 8 months later. And that government was essentially one dominated by moderate socialists. It was a government that very quickly sort of turned to the left. The guy we associate with that is Alexander Kerensky. Alexander Kerensky was a Russian socialist, a politician. He was the quasi-dictator of that regime. He's the person, not the Tsar, who's overthrown by Lenin. So the revolutionaries then did not prove to be the fatal threat to the Tsarist regime. It was the Tsarist political system itself that did that. What then transpired was that the Okhrana and its method and many of its agents then immediately segued over into the new Soviet security service. So one of the first things that Lenin did in December of 1917, within a month of seizing power, since the hold on power was tenuous at best, was that, well, you were going to need some kind of organization to infiltrate and suppress those pesky counter-revolutionaries and foreign imperialists and all of the other enemies that we have. And so the Extraordinary Commission to Combat Counter-Revolution and Sabotage, the Cheka, was formed. You put a veteran Bolshevik, Felix Dzerzhinsky, at the head of that, someone you could politically rely upon, but Dzerzhinsky built his organization essentially out of the Okhrana. I mean, there were all of these informers sitting around with nothing to do, and they were employed. In the early 20s, the kind of rank and file of the Cheka might have been 80 to 90% former imperial officials. Those were gradually decreased over time. So why would they do that? Well, they were professionals. They also needed to eat, and things were somewhat precarious. So if your job is to be an agent provocateur, or if your job is to infiltrate targeted organizations and lead them astray, you do that for whoever pays you. That's part of the professionalism which goes in. And under the Soviets, the Soviet intelligence services are also very good at that. They're very good at infiltrating people into opposing organizations. And I guess the one example I would give to demonstrate that are the Cambridge Five, the British traitors, Soviet standpoint, heroes, who were recruited, most notably Kim Philby, Guy Burgess, Donald McLean, Anthony Blunt, and there may have been well more than five, but that wasn't bad out of just Cambridge. And then placing those people in high positions, the ultimate goal, of course, is to get your people into positions of leadership and influence in the opposing intelligence service. And so they did. Of course, it all fell apart, and they ended up in, Philby ended up living the last part of his life in exile in Moscow, but they got their money's worth out of him. And you can also find this in KGB infiltration, the CIA, the FBI, the Aldrich Ames, Hansen cases. Of course, we were infiltrating. By we, I mean the Americans in the West managed to infiltrate our moles as well. But if it came down, someone could dispute this, but I would think if you were going to come down to a kind of like a who had the most moles Super Bowl, probably the Soviets would come somewhat ahead of that.
So the scale of the infiltration, the number of people, and the skill of it. Is there a case to be made that the Okhrana and the Cheka orchestrated both the components of the Russian Revolution as you described them?
Well, there's an interesting question for me. I mean, there are all kinds of questions about this. I mean, one of the questions is whether or not Lenin was an Okhrana agent. Okay, I've just said heresy. Some people, I'll do that quite often because I am a heretic and proud of it.
Great.
Why would you possibly say that Lenin could have been an Okhrana agent? Well, let's look what he managed to do. So you had, coming into the 20th century, nominally a single Marxist movement, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. And Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, majorityites and minorityyites, are merely factions of that party. And they always agreed that they were all Marxists, and we all believe in dialectical materialism and the rise of, so we're all socialist, comrade. The difference was the tactical means by which one would attain this. And what Lenin wanted was a militant small-scale vanguard party. Wanted a revolution, wanted to seize power, seize control of the state, and once you have the state, then you induce socialism from above. Whereas the majority of the people, the so-called Mensheviks, the minorityyites, who are, oddly enough, the vast majority of the party, that's one of the first things. How do you lose that argument? Okay, how does the minority get to grab the name majorityites? But Lenin did that. So what Lenin wanted was a conspiratorial party of committed revolutionaries that would plot and scheme and undermine and eventually seize control of the state and induce socialism from above. There were other Russian Marxists who thought that sounded vaguely totalitarian and not really democratic, and not even terribly socialist. And they opposed that ineffectively from the beginning, outmaneuvered every step of the way. The Mensheviks are a case study in failure of a political organization. That too will be heresy to some people, but look, they lost. Now, so what Lenin managed to do, starting around 1903, continuing out of this, is he managed to divide, to take what had been a single Marxist party and split it into angry, contending factions. Because he and his Bolsheviks were on one side, advocating a much more militant conspiratorial policy. The discombobulated Mensheviks were over on the other, and in between were a lot of people who really didn't know where they stood on this. And sometimes they kind of agreed, and he seems to be making sense today. No, I don't think he's making sense in that day. But he managed to completely disunify this organization. Now, who could possibly have seen benefit in that? The Okhrana. Now, whether or not they put him up to it, whether or not in some way they helped move him into a position of leadership or encouraged it through people around him, whether he was a witting or unwitting agent of the Tsar's secret police, he certainly accomplished exactly what it was that they had wanted. And I find that suspicious. is one of those things that it's so convenient in a way is that I'm not necessarily sure that was an accident. There's also this whole question to me as to what was going on within the Okhrana itself. Now, this is one of these questions we might come to later about how intelligence agencies interact or serve the governments to which they are theoretically subordinate. They do tend to acquire a great deal of influence and power. After all, their main job is to collect information. And that information could be about all kinds of things, including people within the government structure itself. And they also know how to leverage that information in a way to get people to do what you want them to do. So an argument can be made, again, an argument, not a fact, merely an opinion, which is mostly what history is made out of, opinions, is that at some point, between about 1900 and 1917, people in the Okhrana were playing their own game. And that game took them in a direction which meant that continued loyalty to the emperor, specifically to Nicholas II, was no longer part of that. To me, in a way, it seems almost during the events of 1917 that, one, you had an organization that was very effective when it did that suddenly just becomes ineffective. It doesn't really disappear. These things don't go away because it will reappear as the Ochuka basically fairly quickly. But it raises the question to me as to what degree there were people within the organization who allowed events to take the course they wished.
I always wonder how much deliberate planning there is within an organization like Okhrana, or if there's kind of a distributed intelligence that happens.
Well, one of the key elements in any kind of intelligence organization or operation is compartmentalization. Need to know. So rarely do you have an occasion where everybody in an executive position are all brought into a big corporate meeting and we discuss all of the secret operations that are going on. No, you never do that. Only a very limited number of people should know about that. If you have a person who is a case officer is controlling agents, he's the only one who should know who those people are. Possibly his immediate superiors, but in no way do you want that to be common knowledge. So information within the organization itself is compartmentalized. So you don't need everybody to be in on it. You don't even need necessarily the people who are nominally at the top. For instance, the Okhrana, the real boss of the Okhrana was the Imperial Ministry of the Interior. Minister of the Interior, in fact. But the Minister of the Interior had no real effective control over this at all. I mean, to the point was that at one point early on, they actually organized the assassination of their own boss. They have their agents among the revolutionaries kill the Minister of the Interior, because he'll just be replaced by another one. He's an imperial bureaucrat. He's not really part of their organization. You know, it's like a director of an intelligence agency appointed by the president. Maybe he's part of the organization. Maybe he isn't. Maybe he is not one of us. So you've got different levels, different compartments within it. And who's actually running the show, if anyone is, I don't know. That's never supposed to be apparent.
Well, that's a fascinating question. I mean, you can see this with NKVD. It's obviously an extremely powerful organization that starts to eat itself, where everybody's pointing fingers internally also as a way to gain more power. So the question is, in organizations like that are so compartmentalized, where's the power? Where's the center of power? Because you would think, given that much power, some individual or a group of individuals will start accumulating that power. But it seems like that's not always a trivial thing, because if you get too powerful, the snake eats that person.
Well, you go back again to the founder of Soviet secret police, Felix Dzerzhinsky. Dzerzhinsky dies in 1926. Keels over after giving a heated speech to a party meeting. Now, the common view, what you usually read, which was key for the time, is that, clearly Stalin had him whacked, because anytime someone died, it was almost always it. And I think a lot of times he did. But in some cases, Stalin's probably getting blamed for things that he didn't actually do. Dzerzhinsky wasn't even opposed to Stalin, so it's not clear why he would. But this was Stalin died. Obviously he was poisoned. Something happened. It was an unnatural death. Somebody goes in for an operation. Gets a little too much anesthesia. Stalin killed them. Somebody tips over in a canoe in upstate New York. Stalin killed them. There's actually a case about that. So that itself can be kind of useful, where every time someone dies, they think you killed them. This is kind of an interesting method of intimidation in that regard. But the suspicion is nonetheless there. Dzerzhinsky he was the Grand Inquisitor. He was seemingly firmly in control of the organization. Of course, maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was. My guess would be is that if Dzerzhinsky's death was not natural causes, that he was probably eliminated by someone within his own organization. And then you look at the people who take over. His immediate successor is Vyacheslav Menzhinsky, who's really not really a secret policeman, more a kind of intellectual dilettante. But if you look behind him, you'll notice the fellow is Henryk Yagoda. And Yagoda will really sort of manage things from behind the scenes until Menzhinsky dies in 1934. And then Yagoda will hold on until he's a victim of the purges, I think in 37 or 38. Yagoda is ambitious, murderous, and if I was going to point the finger to anybody who possibly had Dzerzhinsky whacked, it would be him, and for the purposes simply of advancement. It's the person to look out at any kind of corporate organization is your immediate subordinate, the person who could move into your job, because more than likely that's exactly what they're planning to do.
Yeah, just one step away from the very top.
Yeah.
Somebody there will probably accumulate the most power. You mentioned that the various Russian intelligence agencies were good at creating agent provocateurs, infiltrating the halls of power. What does it take to do that?
Well, there's an interesting little acronym called MICE, M-I-C-E. And it's generally used. And it's just the way in which you would acquire. How do you get people to work for you? Well, M stands for money. You pay them. People are greedy. They want money. You look at Aldrich Ames, he had a very, very expensive wife with expensive tastes. So he wanted money. I is for ideology. So particularly in the 1920s and the 1930s, the Soviets were very effective in exploiting communists, people who wanted to serve the great cause. Even though that's initially not really what they wanted to do, because the idea was that if you recruit agents from among, let's say, American communists, you compromise the party. Because exactly what your enemies are going to say is that all communists are Soviet spies. They're all traitors in some way. So you would really want to keep those two things separate, but ideology was just so convenient. And those people would just work for you so well. You could get them to do anything, betray their grandmother. They would go ahead and do that for the greater good. So ideology can be a motivation, and that can be, someone who is a devoted Marxist-Leninist. It can also be someone who's a disgruntled communist, because there's no anti-communist like an ex-communist. Okay, those who lose the faith can become very, very useful. For instance, if you look in the case of American intelligence, the people who essentially temporarily destroyed much of the KGB organization in the U.S. post-World War II were people like Whittaker Chambers, Louis Boudin's, Elizabeth Bentley. All of those people have been Communist Party members. They had all been part of the Red Faithful. They all, for one reason or another, became disillusioned and turned rat or patriot, whichever case you may want to put in that regard.
What does the C and the E stand for?
The C is for coercion. That's where you have to persuade someone to work for you. You have to pressure them. So usually you blackmail them. You know, they have a gambling habit. You know, in the old days, it's very often because they were gay. Okay? Gets them in a position where they can be compromised and you can get them to do your bidding. Now, those people usually have a certain amount of control. Here's an interesting example of how the Okhrana tended to handle this. I think it's still largely used. You'd round up a bunch of revolutionaries on some charge or another, distributing revolutionary literature, running an illegal printing press. You bring a guy into the room and you say, okay, you're going to work for us. He, of course, would refuse to do so. And they go, well, if you refuse, we'll keep the rest of your comrades in jail for a while, you know, maybe beat them with a rubber truncheon or so, and then we're just going to let you go. We're just going to put you back out on the street. And if you don't work for us, we will spread the rumor through our agents already in your organization that you are. And then what will your comrades do? How long are you going to live? So you see, you have no choice. You're ours, and you're going to cooperate with us. And the way that effectiveness would be ensured is that you have multiple agents within the same organization who don't know who each other are. That's very important. And they'll all be filing reports. So let's say you have 3 agents inside the central committee of the SR party, and there's a committee meeting, and you're going to look at the reports they file. They all better agree with each other, right? If one person doesn't report what the other 2 do, then perhaps they're not entirely doing their job, and they can be liquidated at any time. All you do is drop the dime on them. And this was done periodically. In fact, in some cases, you would betray your own agents just to completely discombobulate the organization. And this happened in one particular case around 1908. The fellow who was the head of the chief revolutionary terrorist organization, which wasn't Bolshevik, but the so-called socialist revolutionaries. They actually the biggest revolutionary party, the SRs, who aren't even actually Marxists, more anarchists. But they went all in for the propaganda of the deed. They really like blowing people up, and carried out quite a campaign of terrorism. The fellow who was the head of that terrorist organization was a fellow by the name of Yevno Azef. And Yevno Azef was, guess what? An Okhrana agent. Everything he did, every assassination that he planned, he did in consultation with his control. So he'd kind of run out his string. There was increasing suspicion of him. He was also asking for a lot more money. So the Okhrana itself arranged to have him write it out. And what did that do? Well, what do you do in your party when you find out the chief of your terrorist brigade was a secret police agent? It sowed consternation and mistrust. Nobody in the party would ever trust him. You couldn't tell who you were sitting around. I know that a fellow I wrote a biography on, Boris Savinkov, who was a Russian revolutionary and the second in command within the terrorist organization. By the way, the guy that wanted Azef's job so bad he could taste it. Well, on the one level, he expressed absolute horror that his boss was a police agent. And well, he should, because Savinkov was a police agent too. See, they already had the number 2 waiting in the wings to take over. But he was legitimately shocked. He didn't really suspect that. So it's a way of manipulating this. And then finally we come to the E. That, I think, is the most important. Ego. Sometimes people spy or betray because of the egotistical satisfaction that they receive. The sheer kind of Machiavellian joy in deceit. An example of that would be Kim Philby, one of the Cambridge Five. Now Philby was a communist, And he would argue that he always saw himself as serving the communist cause. But he also made this statement, I think it's in the preface to his autobiography. And he says, one never looks twice at the offer of service in elite force. And he's talking about his recruitment by the NKVD in the 1930s. And he was absolutely chuffed by that. The mere fact that they would want him, what he considered to be a first-rate organization would want him, satisfied his ego. And if I was to take a guess as to whether it was ideological motivation, whether it was the romance of communism, or whether it was the appeal of ego that was most important in his career of treason, I'd go with ego. And I think that figures into a lot. People don't, someone doesn't get the promotions that they wanted. And if you look at something like Aldrich Ames' career in particular, you've got these kind of, his career in the CIA was hit or miss. He didn't get the postings or promotions that he wanted as evaluation. He never felt that he got credit for doing that. And that's the type of thing that tends to stick in someone's craw and can lead for egotistical reasons an added incentive to betray.
Yeah, that there's a boost to the ego when you can deceive, sort of not play by the rules of the world, and just play with powerful people like they're your pawns.
You're the only one that knows this. You're the only one that knows that the person who is sitting across from you, to which you have sworn your loyalty, you are simultaneously betraying. What a rush that must be for some people.
I wonder how many people are susceptible to this. I would like to believe that a lot of people have the integrity to at least withstand the MI, the money and the ideology, the pull of that, and the ego.
It can also be a combination of the two. I mean, you can create a recipe of these things. A certain amount of money, ego, and a little push of coercion. But if you don't, we'll rat you out. You'll be exposed.
What are some differences to you as we look at the history of the 20th century between the Russian intelligence and the American intelligence, the CIA?
If you look at both the Okhrana and the KGB, one of the things that you find consistent is that a single organization handled foreign intelligence, that is, spying upon enemy or hostile governments, and also internal security. So that's all part of it. Whereas if you look at the U.S. models that evolves, you eventually have the FBI under Hoover, going to insist that he's going to be the counterintelligence force. Okay, if they're commie spies running around America, it's the FBI who's supposed to ferret them out. The CIA is not supposed to be involved in that. And the charter, the basic agreement in 1947, did not give the CIA any. It's often said they were barred from spying on Americans, which isn't quite true. You can always find a way to do that. What they don't have is they don't have any police or judicial powers. They can't run around in the country carrying guns to use on people. They can't arrest you. They can't interrogate you. They can't jail you. They have no police or judicial powers. Now, that means they have to get that from someone else. That doesn't mean that other agencies can't be brought in, or local police officials, corn, or whatever you need, you can eventually acquire. But they can't do that directly. So you've got this division between foreign intelligence and domestic counterintelligence, often split between hostile organizations. The relationship between the FBI and the CIA, I think it's fair to say, is not chummy. Never has been. There's always been a certain amount of rivalry and contention between the two. And it's not to say that something like that didn't exist between the domestic counterintelligence and foreign intelligence components of the KGB, but there would be less of that to a degree because there was a single organization. We're all answerable to the same people. So that gives you a certain greater amount, I think, of leeway and power because you're controlling both of those ends. I remember somebody telling me once that, and he was a retired KGB officer. There you go, retired. One of the things that he found amusing was that in his role, one of the things that he could be is that he could be anywhere at any time in any dress, which meant that he could be in or out of uniform and any place at any time. He was authorized to do that.
So more freedom, more power.
I think one of the things that you would often view is that, well, the Russians are simply, naturally meaner. There's less respect for human rights. There's a greater tendency to abuse power that one might have. I mean, frankly, they're all pretty good at that. It is fair to say that there's probably some degree of cultural differences that are not necessarily for institutional reasons, but cultural reasons. There could well be things that Americans might balk at doing more than you would find on the Russian or Soviet side of the equations. The other aspect of that is that Russian history is long and contentious and bloody. One of the things it certainly teaches you never trust foreigners. Every foreign government, anywhere, any country on your border is a real or potential enemy. They will all, at some point, if given the chance, invade you. Therefore, they must always be treated with great suspicion. Now, it goes back to something that I think the British observe is that countries don't have friends. They have interests. And those interests can change over time.
Well, the CIA is probably equally suspicious of all other nations.
That's your job. You're supposed to be suspicious. Your job is not to be trusting. Yeah, the basic job of an intelligence agency is to safeguard your secrets and steal the other guys, and then hide those away.
Are there laws, either intelligence agencies, that they're not willing to break? Is it basically lawless operation to where you can break any law as long as it accomplishes the task?
Well, I think John le Carré, his pen name, talking about his early recruitment into British intelligence. And one of the things he remembered being told up front was, if you do this, you have to be willing to lie, and you have to be willing to kill. Now, those are things that, in ordinary human interactions, are bad things. Generally, we don't like it when people lie to us. We expect that people will act honestly towards us, whether that's being businessmen you're involved with, your employers. We're often disappointed in that because people do lie all the time for a variety of reasons, but honesty is generally considered to be it. But in a realm where deception is a rule, dishonesty is a virtue. To be good at that, to be able to lie convincingly, is good. It's one of the things you need to do. And killing also is generally frowned upon. Put people in prison for that, or otherwise executed. But in certain circumstances, killing is one of those things that you need to be able to do. So what he felt he was being told in that case is that, once you enter this realm, the same sort of moral rules that apply in general British society do not apply. And if you're squeamish about it, you won't fit in. You have to be able to do those things.
I wonder how often those intelligence agencies in the 20th century, and of course, the natural question extending it to the 21st century, how often they go to the assassination, how often they go to the kill part of that versus just the espionage.
Let's take an example from American intelligence, from the CIA, 1950s, 1960s, into the 1970s, MK Ultra. That is a secret program which was involved with what is generally categorized as mind control, which really means messing with people's heads. And what was the goal of that? Well, there seemed to have been lots of goals. That there was an FBI memo that was, I recently acquired quite legally, by the way. It's declassified, but it's from 1949. So this is only 2 years after the CIA came into existence. And it's an FBI memo because the FBI, of course, very curious what the CIA is up to. And the FBI are not part of this meeting, but they have someone in, they're sort of spying on what's going on. So there was a meeting which was held in a private apartment in New York. So it's not held in any kind of, it's essentially never really happened because it's in somebody's house. And there are a couple of guys there from the CIA. One of them is Cleve Baxter. Cleve Baxter is the great godfather of the lie detector. Pretty much everything that we know or think we know about lie detectors today, they go to Cleve Baxter. He's also the same guy that thought that plants could feel, but which somehow was a derivative of his work in lie detectors. So these guys are there, and they're giving a talk to some military and other personnel, and there's certain parts of the document which were, of course, redacted, but you could figure out what it is that they're talking about. And they're talking about hypnotic suggestion and all the wonderful things that you could potentially do with hypnotic suggestion. And two of the things they note is that one of the things we could potentially do is erase memories from people's minds and implant false memories. That would be really keen to do that. Just imagine how that would be done. So here to me is the interesting point. They're talking about this in 1949. MK Ultra does not come along until 1953, although there are all sorts of, Artichoke and others. Everything is sort of leading up to that. It's simply an elaboration of programs that were already there. I don't think that it ultimately matters whether you can implant memories or erase memories. To me, the important part is they thought they could, and they were going to try to do it. And that eventually is what you find out in the efforts made during the 1950s and 60s through MK Ultra, MK Search, MK Naomi, and all the others that came out. That's one of the things they're working for. And among the few MK Ultra era documents that survive, there's that whole question is that you get someone to put a gun to someone's head and pull the trigger and then I remember it later. Yeah, you could, interestingly enough.
So non-direct violence, controlling people's minds at scale, and experimenting with different kinds of ways of doing that.
One person put it that the basic argument there, or the basic thing you were after, was to understand the architecture of the human mind, how it worked, how it put together, and then how you could take those pieces apart and assemble them in different ways. So this is where hypnosis comes in, which is was then still is, fairly spooky thing. Nobody's ever explained to me exactly what it is. The idea was that you think of the whole possibilities in this case, could you create an alternate personality and use that alternate personality in an agent role, but then be able to turn it on and off? So subsequently the person which that personality inhabited was captured and interrogated, tortured, had their fingernails torn out. They would have no memory of it. They couldn't give any kind of secret away because it was embedded in some part of their brain where there was a completely different person. I mean, you can just imagine the possibilities that you can dream up. And again, it's not, I think, the question as to whether that is possible or whether it was done. Oh, I suspect that both of those are true, but that you would try to do it. Then imagine the mischief that comes out of that. And one of the big complaints from a legal standpoint about MK Ultra and the rest is that you were having medical experiments essentially being carried out on people without their knowledge and against their will, which is, a no-no.
Yeah, the fact that you're willing to do medical experiments says something about what you're willing to do. And I'm sure that same spirit, innovative spirit, persists to this day. And maybe less so, I hope less so in the United States, but probably in other intelligence agencies in the world.
Well, one thing that was learned, and the reason why most MK Ultra and similar records were destroyed on border in the early 70s, around the time the CIA became under a certain amount of scrutiny. You know, the mid-70s were not a good time for the agency because you had the church committee breathing down their neck. You had all of these assassins. You know, people were asking lots of questions, and so you need to dump this stuff because there's all kinds of because you are committing crimes against American citizens. So let's eradicate it. And the important lesson to be learned is that never do this type of thing again, where at least in a way in which the agency's direct fingerprints are placed on it. You can pay people. You can subsidize research. You can set up venture capital firms. You got plenty of money. And you can funnel that money into the hands of people who will carry out this research privately. So if something goes wrong, you have perfect deniability.
On the topic of mice, on the topic of money, ideology, coercion, and ego, let me ask you about a conspiracy theory. So there is a conspiracy theory that the CIA is behind Jeffrey Epstein. At a high level, if you could just talk about that, is that something that's at all even possible? That you have, basically this will be for coercion. You get a bunch of powerful people to be sexually mischievous, and then you collect evidence on them so that you can then have leverage on them.
Well, let's look at what Epstein was doing. He was a businessman who then also developed a very lucrative sideline and being a high-level procurer, basically in supplying young girls. And he also filmed much of that activity. I think his partner in this, Ghislaine, and I hope I'm pronouncing her name correctly.
I think it's Ghislaine.
Ghislaine? Well, I've heard it both ways. Ghislaine or Ghislaine, whichever it may be. I think her argument at one point was that, well, we did this to protect ourselves. But this type of thing has been done before. There's nothing new about this. Getting influential people in compromising situations and filming them. I could give you another historical example of that. In late 1920, actually early 1930s, just pre-Nazi Berlin, there was a very prominent sort of would-be psychic and occultist by the name of Eric Jan Hanneson. He had a private yacht. I think it was called the Seven Sins. And he hosted parties. He also had a whole club called the Palace of the Occult, which hosted parties where things went on, and there were cameras everywhere. He filmed important people, you know, guys like the brown shirt chief of Berlin in various states of undress and sexual congress. And he did that for the purposes of blackmail. So in Epstein's case, he is a procurer of young girls to wealthy men, largely. And many of those events were recorded. Now, even if it wasn't his intention to use them for blackmail, think of what someone else could do it, because people know about this. So you can raise a question, is this not, you know, Epstein is just kind of a greedy pervert. But through his greedy perversion, he's now collecting information that could be useful. Who could that be useful to? Who would like dirt on Prince Andrew, on the Clinton? You know, think of all the people who were there. And these, you know, there were important people who, you know, went to Lolita Island. So if it isn't Epstein directly, he might have been being, I'm not trying to let him off the hook because I have anything for him. He was either running his own blackmail business or someone was using him as a front for that. I mean, I think we're kidding ourselves if we try to pretend that's not what was going on.
So you think even American intelligence agencies would be willing to swoop in and take advantage of a situation like that?
Well, you know,
just in case.
American politicians could ultimately end up in a position to oversee things like intelligence budgets. One of them might even become director. You never know. You can never tell what some crazy president might do. It could be very. Look, one of the guys who understood the birth was J. Edgar Hoover. J. Edgar Hoover spent a long time collecting dossiers on politicians. How do you think he'd remain director of the FBI as long as he did? Because he systematically collected dirt on people. So there is a history of this type of thing. And again, he could argue that's partly for his protection, to keep his job, to protect the sanctity and security of the Bureau. You can find a million different ways to justify that.
It's really dark.
Well, there is that side to human nature. Let's put it that way.
Whether it's the CIA or the Akrana, maybe that's what the president of the United States sees when they show up to office, is all this stuff they have on him or her, and say that there's a internal mechanism of power that you don't want to mess with, and so you will listen. Whether that internal mechanism of power is the military-industrial complex or whatever, the bureaucracy of government.
Conduct of the deep state,
the
entrenched bureaucratic. Well, it's been said, and I think it's generally true, that bureaucratic creatures are like any other creatures. It basically exists to perpetuate itself, and to grow. I mean, nobody wants to go out of business. And of course, you get all of these things like Pizzagate and accusations of one for another. But here's an interesting thing to consider. Okay, and I want to argue that I'm not saying that Pizzagate in any way was real or QAnon had it, but where do they get these ideas from? So let's ask ourselves, do pedophiles exist? Yeah. Do organized pedophile organizations exist? Yeah, they share information, pictures, they're out there on the dark web, they cooperate. So, does child trafficking exist? Yeah, it does. So, in other words, whether or not specific conspiracy theories about this or that group of organized pedophile cultists is real, all the ingredients for that to be real are there. Pedophiles exist. Organized pedophilia exists. Child and human trafficking exists. At some point, at some time, someone will put all of those together. In fact, certainly, they already have.
We'll jump around a little bit, but because your work is so fascinating and it covers so many topics. So if we jump into the present with the Bohemian Grove and the Bilderberg Group.
Bilderbergers.
So the elites, as I think you've referred to them. So this gathering of the elites. Can you just talk about them? What is this?
Well, first thing I have to point out is that Bohemian Grove is a place, not an organization. It's where the Bohemian Club meets. It's that 2,700 acre old growth redwood near, north of San Francisco. The Bohemian Club began back in the 1870s. Its initial members were mostly journalists. In fact, supposedly the name itself it was a term for an itinerant journalist who moved from paper to paper. Was called a Bohemian. And although I think there may be other reasons why that particular term was chosen as well, but I think the original 5 members, there were like 3 journalists, there was a merchant, and there was a vintner guy who owned a vineyard in California. How surprising. None of them terribly wealthy, but they formed an exclusive men's club. Was and still is. Nothing terribly unusual about that at the time. But it became fashionable, and as it became fashionable, more wealthy people wanted to become part of it. And the thing about getting rich guys to join your club is, what do rich guys have? Money. And of course, it's one of those rich guys that bought Bohemian Grove, where now you build your old boys summer camp, which is what it is. They got cabins with goofy names. They go there. They perform skits. They dress up in costumes. True, some of those skits look like pagan human sacrifices, but it's just a skit. What's really going on there? So on the one hand, you can argue, look, it's a rich guy's club. They like to get out there. The whole motto of the place is "Weaving spiders come not here." So when we're going to talk about business, we just want to get out into the woods, put on some robes, burn a couple of effigies in front of the owl, have a good time. Probably get drunk a lot.
What's with the robes? Why do they do weird, creepy shit? Why do they put on the mask and the robe and do the plays and the owl and then sacrificing? I don't know. Whatever.
Why do you have a giant owl? I mean, what's that? Why do you do that?
What is that in human nature? Because I don't think rich people are different than not rich people. What is it about wealth and power that brings that out of people?
Well, part of it is the ritual aspect of it. And that clearly is a ritual. And rituals are pretty simple. Rituals are just a series of actions performed in a precise sequence to produce an effect. That describes a lot of things. It describes plays, symphonies, every movie you've ever seen. A movie is a ritual. It is a series of actions carried out in a precise sequence to produce an effect with an added soundtrack to cue you to what emotions you're supposed to be feeling.
It's a great idea. So the rich people should just go to a movie, or maybe just go to a Taylor Swift concert. Like, why do you have to?
Well,
why the owl thing?
Part of it is to create this kind of sense, I suppose, of group solidarity. You're all going to appear, and also a way of sort of transcending yourself in a way. When you put on the robe, it's like putting on a uniform. You are in some way a different or more important person. It's a ritual. Okay, the key ritual at Bohemian Grove is a thing called the cremation of care. And cremation, and that's what it's supposed to be. We're going to put all of our, we're rich, important people. We have to make all of these critical decisions. Life is so hard. So we're going to go out here in the woods and we're going to kick back, and we're all going to gather around the lake, and then we're going to carry, it's wicker. It's not a real person. And how would you know? And then and this is the cremation of our care. But it's a ritual which is meant to produce a sense of solidarity and relief among those people who are there. The question comes down with the rituals is, how seriously do you take them? How important is this to the people who carry them out? And the interesting answer to that is that for some people it's just boring. I mean, there are probably people standing around the owl who think this is ridiculous and can't wait for it to get over with. There are the people who are kind of excited about it and get caught up into it. But other people can take it very seriously. It's all a matter of the intention that you have about what the ritual means. And I don't mean to suggest by that there's anything necessarily sinister about what's going on, but it is clearly a ritual carried out for some kind of group reinforcing purpose. And you're absolutely right. You don't have to do it that way. That's not I've gone to summer camps and we never carried out mock sacrifices in front of an owl. Right? We did all those other things. We didn't even have any robes either. So it goes beyond merely a rich guy's summer camp, although that's an aspect of it. But it also, I think, often obscures it. Focusing on Bohemian Grove at the getaway of the club ignores that the club is around all the time. That's what's at the center of this. It is the club and its members. So despite all the talk about no weaving spiders coming around here, one of the other features of the summer meeting are things called lakeside talks. And this often people are invited to go there. And one of the people who was invited, I think around 1968, was Richard Nixon, who was making his political comeback. And he was invited to give a talk where very important people are listening. And Nixon, in his memoirs, realized what was going on. He was being auditioned as to whether or not he was going to be read. He recognized that was really the beginning of his second presidential campaign. He was being vetted. So one of the main theories, call it a conspiracy theory, about the Bohemian Club and the gatherings, is that people of wealth and influence gather together. And whether or not it's part of the agenda or not, inevitably you're going to talk about things of interest. But to me, the mere fact that you invite people in, political leaders, to give lakeside talks means that there are weaving spiders which are going on. And it is a perfect private venue to vet people for political office.
I mean, yeah, where else are you going to do it? If you're interested in vetting, if you're interested in powerful people selecting.
Well, see, here's the question. Are these guys actually picking who's going to be president? Is that the decision which is being made? Or are they just deciding what horses they're going to back? I think the latter is the simpler version of it, but it doesn't mean it's the other way around. But these are the kinds of, I mean, Nixon was, there was the whole 1960 thing. So he's the new Nixon. Remember this, and this is where the new Nixon apparently made a good impression on the right people, because he did indeed get the Republican nomination, and he did indeed become president.
Well, there could also be a much more innocent explanation of really it's powerful people getting together and having conversations, and through that conversation influencing each other's view of the world, and just having a legitimate discussion of policies.
Well, why wouldn't they? I mean, why would you assume that people are not going to do that?
It's the owl thing with the robes. Like what?
Why the owl and why the robes?
Which is why it'd be compelling when guys like Alex Jones, forgive me, but I have not watched his documentary. I probably should at some point, about the Bohemian Grove, where he claims that there is Satanist human sacrifice of, I think, children. And I think that's quite a popular conspiracy theory. Or it has lost popularity. It kind of like transformed itself into the QAnon set of conspiracy theories. But, I mean, can you speak to that conspiracy?
Let's put it this way. The general public, rich people are inherently suspicious.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. First of all, they've got all that money, and exactly how did one obtain it? And I do not, of necessity, adhere to the view that behind her great fortune there is a great crime, but there often are. There are ways in which it's acquired. But I think it's one of the things I think that can happen is, particularly when people acquire a huge amount of money. And I won't name any names, but let's say there are people who perhaps in the tech sphere who, coming from no particular background of wealth, suddenly find themselves with $600 billion. Well, what? This is the question you would have to ask yourself. Why me? Because you're one of the rare, tiny group of human beings who will ever have that kind of wealth in your hands. Even if you are a convinced atheist, I think at some point you have to begin to suspect that the cosmic muffin, Providence, whatever it is, put this money in your hands to do what? Achieve great things. Just think of all this stuff. So you're going to start a foundation, and you're going to start backing all the things that you like. This is, I think there's an element of ego that comes in with it as well. And again, it may not be so much what the rich person with a huge amount of money at their disposal and a lot of fuzzy ideas about what to do with it can be influenced by others. It's always that question as to who's actually manipulating these events. What's going on in that regard? I think in some way they can be a very useful sucker. Find somebody with a lot of money and get them to finance the things that you want them to do. The Bohemian Club is, I don't think in and of itself inherently evil or sinister, but it means that there are lots of different people in it who have different agendas. It goes back to what I said about how somebody feels about the cremation of care ritual. This is either just a waste of time, it's just some sort of silly thing that we're doing, or it is something of great importance, perhaps even mystical or religious importance, because that's ostensibly